In the crowded Konoha refugee camp, Tetsuya struggled to sit up on the worn-out hospital bed. Pain shot through his body, a grim reminder that he was still alive. His mind, however, was in turmoil. He wasn't truly Chiba Tetsuya, not in spirit anyway. His original name eluded him, lost in the haze of his abrupt transition to this world. The last thing he remembered was playing the Hokage mobile game, Super Shadow Crossing Tribulation. He'd been frustrated, losing to a low-level opponent was unbearable. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand against his computer case. The next thing he knew, the case exploded. And now he was here. Unfortunately for the real Chiba Tetsuya, his life had ended just moments before. The current timeline, it's when Aiham Madara used the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Looking around at the other refugees crammed into the tent, Tetsuya pieced together the fragments of his new reality. The attack had already ended, and Konoha was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Why this time period? Tetsuya muttered, wincing as pain flared in his chest. His frustration grew. When people transmigrate, they usually get to be someone important, a crown prince like Naruto, an anti-hero like Sasuke, or even a descendant of the legendary Senju or Uchiha clans. But not him. He was just an ordinary civilian in Konoha. Not even a ninja. This is ridiculous, Tetsuya groaned. I wanted the grand life, the cheers, the women. Tsunade's, assets and the Hyuga sisters' charm, he paused, remembering the timeline. Wait, Tsunade's still a kid now. Damn it. This wasn't how transmigrations were supposed to work. Hey! Where's my cheat ability? System. I know you're there. Come out and help me. A cheerful chime echoed in his head. Ding. Congratulations, host. Traversal successful. System has been successfully bound. Before him materialized a glowing dog-like figure with floppy ears and an annoyingly smug grin. It was Erha? Nailed it. Tetsuya exclaimed. I knew it. Every transmigrator gets a system. Alright Erha, what can you do for me? This system focuses on simplicity and practicality. You can become stronger by spending money or drawing cards. The card pool rewards include treasures from the entire ninja world, and even things beyond it. Nice. Any beginner rewards. Beginner rewards? Who do you think I am? Charity? If I gave you the strongest power right away, wouldn't that ruin the fun? Erha yawned, picking his nostrils with a paw. No freebie, but you can enjoy a first charge bonus for just 6 taels. 6 taels. Tetsuya's face twitched. Wait a second, are you made by Tencent? You sound exactly like their pay-to-win games. Hey, don't lump me with them. I'm all about value. So, what'll it be, host? 6 taels. Tetsuya fished around in his pockets, producing a few coins. Fine. System, take it. Ding. First charge successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving Introduction to Chakra Refinement and Basic 3 Techniques Training Manuals. A panel flashed before Tetsuya, displaying his stats. Name Chiba Tetsuya. Age 16. Identity Konoha Civilian. Skills Chakra Refinement. Chakra 0. Items Training Manuals, Clone, Substitution, Transformation Techniques. Points 120. Tetsuya stared at the screen, unimpressed. That's it? No flashy ninjutsu? No bloodline powers? Guzzi, did you pocket the rest of my rewards? What were you expecting for 6 taels? A summoning contract with the 9 taels. Tetsuya groaned. Fine. Let me draw a card then. Not enough coupons, host. What? How much do I need? The screen flashed, revealing the options. 168, 1680, or 16,800 points for different prize pools. This is daylight robbery. Don't blame me, blame inflation. Erha shrugged, his expression infuriatingly nonchalant. Get some more cash and we'll talk. Tetsuya scowled, digging through his pockets again. I've got 5 taels left. Take it. Oh, how generous. Ding. Recharge successful. You now have 170 points. Good. Let's spin the wheel. The screen transformed into a giant turntable, which spun rapidly before slowing to a stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received the complete Ichiraku ramen recipe. What? Tetsuya blinked, dumbfounded. Why is this even in the prize pool? Where's the ninjutsu, the weapons, the Kekkei Genkai? Hey, Ichiraku ramen is iconic. Don't disrespect the classics. Tetsuya opened his mouth to argue but stopped. He remembered how beloved Ichiraku ramen was in the original timeline. An idea began forming in his mind. If I open a ramen shop, I could rake in cash. With money I can spin the wheel again, and again. Eventually I'll hit the jackpot.
Erha smirked.
Now you're thinking like a true capitalist, host. Tetsuya grinned, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Alright, let's do this. Time to become Konoha's ramen king. Sorting through the memories that now felt like his own, Tetsuya pieced together the timeline. Senju Hashirama had abdicated, leaving Konoha under the leadership of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Not long ago, the legendary Aiham Madara had staged an attack on the village, unleashing the Nine Tails. This had culminated in the epic battle of the Valley of the End, where Hashirama defeated Madara and successfully subdued the Nine Tails. In the aftermath, Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, had become the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, tensions in the ninja world were escalating, and war loomed on the horizon. But none of this truly concerned Tetsuya. He wasn't a ninja. He wasn't a part of this grand narrative of clans, battles, and jutsu. As far as the ninja world was concerned, he was a nobody, a simple civilian of Konoha. #### a shabby start. This is my home now? Tetsuya muttered, stepping into the dilapidated house that was now his. It sat on a quiet street, its structure barely holding together after the devastation wrought by Madara's assault. Though far from the battlefield, the area hadn't been spared the collateral damage of a clash between titans. Good grief, this place is falling apart, he sighed, brushing dust off a wobbly chair. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama's kindness extended to Konoha's villagers even after his abdication. Hashirama had personally overseen reparations, claiming it was his responsibility to care for those who had followed him to Konoha. His ninjas were tasked with distributing compensation to affected families. Are you Tetsuya Chiba? A firm voice pulled Tetsuya from his musings. At the doorway stood a white-haired ninja, clad in the familiar Konoha forehead protector. Behind him, a small squad waited. Yes, that's me. Tetsuya's gaze lingered on the man's features, a mix of curiosity and recognition.
Hataki. Tsukumo?
No, that doesn't seem right. The ninja didn't linger on introductions. He handed Tetsuya a thick wad of banknotes. This is the compensation Lord Hashirama promised. It should be enough to rebuild your house and get back on your feet. Thank you so much. Tetsuya accepted the money with a bow of genuine gratitude. No need to thank me. If you must, thank Lord Hashirama, the ninja replied before leaving. ### opportunity in chaos. Back inside, Tetsuya counted the money. 5,000 taels. It wasn't a fortune, but given the early days of Konoha, when prices were still low, it was enough to make a fresh start. For context, the cost of a bowl of ramen in this era was around 30 taels, half of what it would cost in Naruto's time. 5,000 taels could stretch a long way. This is enough to rebuild this place and start a business, Tetsuya mused, weighing his options. Sure, he could use the money to recharge his system and try his luck in the prize pool. But the odds of pulling something game-changing were slim. Even if he hit the jackpot and gained some powerful ability, what then? The ninja world was full of absurdly powerful beings, meteor-dropping Madara, immortal beings and literal gods. Strength alone wasn't enough to guarantee survival.
No, he decided.
I'm not cut out for the ninja life. Fighting wars and licking blood off the edge of a kunai isn't for me. I'll build something better.
A business empire.
With newfound determination, Tetsuya set his sights on opening a ramen shop. Ichiraku ramen had been iconic in the original series, and with the full production process now in his grasp, he had the perfect recipe for success. ### building the dream. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Using part of his compensation money, Tetsuya purchased a damaged storefront in the business district. Repairs were kept minimal, patching leaks, adding a fresh coat of paint, and bringing in some basic furniture and utensils. Then came the ingredients. Tetsuya threw himself into practicing the art of ramen making, relying on the Ichiraku ramen techniques provided by the system. In the small kitchen, he mastered every step, kneading dough, pulling noodles, chopping vegetables, simmering broth, and cooking the noodles to perfection. After hours of work, Tetsuya stared at the steaming bowl before him. The aroma was rich and inviting. Tentatively, he took a bite. This is amazing, he murmured, savoring the harmony of flavors. The soup was deep and flavorful, the noodles tender yet firm. It was perfect. ### grand opening. The next afternoon, a modest wooden sign was hung outside the shop, Chiba Ramen. To draw in customers, Tetsuya devised clever promotions, a 20% discount for first-time visitors and a buy one, get the second bowl half-off deal for pairs. The tactics worked. Word spread quickly, and soon the small shop was bustling with customers. Families, friends, and curious passers-by filled the tables, drawn by the enticing smell and generous discounts. Tetsuya worked tirelessly, his hands moving with practiced ease as he kneaded dough and prepared bowl after bowl of ramen. By the end of the day, Tetsuya sat on his bed, exhausted but elated. His hands were swollen from the day's labor, but his heart swelled with pride as he counted the day's earnings, over 3,000 taels. Not bad for the first day, he muttered, grinning. I've already covered most of my expenses. From tomorrow, it's all profit. Cloning the workforce. As the adrenaline wore off, Tetsuya winced at the soreness in his hands. There's no way I can keep this up alone, he groaned. The idea of hiring help briefly crossed his mind, but then inspiration struck.
Wait, clones.
The basic clone technique might be weak in battle, but for kneading dough?
It's perfect. The thought energized him.
If he could refine his chakra and learn the clone technique, he'd have an endless, unpaid workforce at his disposal. Alright, no time to waste. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tetsuya began focusing on chakra refinement, his mind brimming with visions of a ramen empire built on innovation and ambition. Chiba ramen is just the beginning, he thought with a grin. A wonderful life is waiting for me.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Boss, let's order the tonkotsu ramen. Here we come, guest, please wait a moment, the tonkotsu ramen will be ready soon. Chiba Ramen's business is as good as ever. A week has passed and business is gradually getting back on track. What surprised him a little was that his body's cultivation talent was not bad, or maybe his understanding ability was good. It didn't take long to extract chakra. I learned the clone technique. After extracting chakra, my physical strength also improved a lot. Of course, it may be because I am used to working, so it is much easier than when I first opened the store. He originally wanted to use the clone to make ramen, but the clone created by the clone technique was just a phantom and could not work, so he could only do it by himself. The tonkotsu ramen is ready, please use it slowly. Jay also rubbed his hands. During this period, he had saved a lot of money. For the first 3 days, his daily income was 3,000. On the 4th day, his income had stabilized at 2,000. After taking into account daily consumption, he had saved 17,000. More than 1,000. Just enough to draw 10 consecutive draws with the highest prize pool. He planned to fire 10 shots in a row when he went back tonight. He didn't know what good things he could draw out. As the business boomed, the reputation of Chiba Ramen became more and more famous, and many ninjas began to come to the ramen shop to eat. Boss, please have 2 servings of assorted ramen. Okay, it's you Mr. Ninja. Jai looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was the ninja from the Haytake family who had gone to give him the money. The ninja from the Haytake family looked at Tetsuya and nodded with a smile. You are Chiba Tetsuya, right? I remember you. I sent you a subsidy before. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you would open such a popular store. Haha, there, it's all thanks to Mr. Hokage. If it weren't for that subsidy, I wouldn't have the money to open a store. Who is this? Tetsuya noticed a little kid who was also wearing a ninja forehead protector. Oh, this is my younger brother, Haytake Sakumo. Haytake Sakumo. Tetsuya was a little surprised when he looked at this child with a confused look on his face. Good guy, he has met an acquaintance, the future Kakashi's father. Isn't it said that Kakashi's father, Konoha's White Fang Haytake Sakumo, is a very gentle person? Why is he now the same as Kakashi in the anime when he was a child? What's wrong? Is there any problem? No, I just think the name Haytake Sakumo is good. He will definitely become a famous figure in the ninja world in the future. The Haytake ninja smiled. Sakumo, did you hear that? You must not let down Boss Chiba's expectations. TCH, I got it, brother. Mr. Ninja, please sit down for a while. The ramen will be ready soon. Boss Chiba, just call me Sakia. You don't have to always call me Ninja-sama, Ninja-sama. Okay, Mr. Sakia, please sit down first. Jai asked the 2 of them to sit down, and then ran to the kitchen. Soon 2 portions of steaming hot ramen were served. You too, you want assorted ramen? Haytake Sakia looked at Chiba and asked suddenly. Boss Chiba, I see you have changed a lot these days. Have you refined chakra? Tetsuya touched his head and replied with a smile. Yes, a little bit of family skills, isn't this how you can refine chakra? As he said that, he sat down and chatted with Sakia. Our Chiba family used to follow Lord Hokage when Konoha was establishing the village. There were also ninjas in our family at that time, but unfortunately, my father later died fighting for Konoha, and my mother followed my father not long after, leaving only me. With that said, Jia spread his hands helplessly. As for me, I don't have much talent. I have already reached this age to refine chakra, let alone practice ninjutsu. What he said is all true. The original Chiba family was really a follower of Senju Hashirama when Konoha was founded. It's just an ordinary type among the many followers. If you want to investigate this kind of thing, you can easily find it. Sakuya also nodded. He visually estimated that Tetsuya was already over 10 years old, and the chakra fluctuations on his body were not strong. He was indeed at the level of a beginner. He was only at this level when he was more than 10 years old, and he really didn't have the talent to become a ninja. After all, Konoha's ninjas are now able to go to the battlefield and perform tasks before they are 10 years old. As he thought, he glanced at Sakumo who was eating ramen next to him. However, it's good to be a small owner of a ramen shop like him now. After all, the business seems to be doing well. I've finished eating, thank you for the treat. The two brothers finished eating their ramen, paid their bills, and stood up to leave. Welcome to come again next time. Must. Sakai waved his hand and left with Sakumo. Is this considered a good relationship with the Haytake family? Tetsuya smiled and shrugged, then began to clear the table. At night, Jia finished cleaning up the stall and closed it up happily and went home. After finishing dinner for 2 people, he closed the door and windows and sat cross-legged on the bed. After counting his income and setting aside some money for backup, he was ready to start his first wave of luxurious 10 draws. Go out quickly, I want to top up. Oh, dear master, how much do you want to charge this time? The mean Erha appeared in front of Jai with a flattering smile on his face. Looking at this BCH, Tetsuya really wanted to kick him. He took out the money. I want to charge 16,800. Ding, congratulations to my dear master on successful recharge. The money in his hand disappeared instantly, but his coupon balance became 168,002. That 02 was obtained by recharging it with 17 yuan and drawing from the lowest prize pool. Wow, ha ha ha, it feels really good to be rich and wealthy. Jai laughed wildly in his heart, this feeling is really great. Guzi, I want the highest prize pool to be drawn 10 times in a row. No problem, my dear master, I will open the 3rd level prize pool for 10 consecutive draws for you. A huge golden turntable appeared in front of him, and then slowly began to rotate. Kakaka. Ding. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. 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 Seeing the first 4 rewards, Tetsuya couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. What's expensive? What is this large amount of shakera? I just wasted 4 of my lucky draw opportunities. Where are the good things? Where are the good things I want? Ding! Congratulations on getting the Weasel Clan psychic contract *1. Something good is coming. Seeing the psychic contract of the Weasel Clan, Tetsuya's eyes suddenly lit up. You must know that psychic beasts are a good thing. They can assist in combat and help deliver messages. The most important thing is that the psychic contract of his Yellow Weasel Clan is not the psychic contract of an individual psychic beast. However, among the psychic beasts in Hokage Ninja, is there a weasel? There seems to be a weasel. By the way, is Huang Weasel the Wang Tai Sin from Northeast China? But when I thought about that bitchy Erha saying that he had things that the ninja world had, and he also had things that the ninja world didn't have, I could immediately understand. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the chakra sealing method *1. Congratulations on obtaining the evil god's immortal body *1. Congratulations on obtaining the shadow clone practice method *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Woohoo! Take off. The moment he saw the evil god's immortal body, he felt like he was taking off. The evil god's immortal body, what is that? That's Haiden's physique. Even if it is beheaded, it will not die. As long as the head is put back, it will grow back. It can be said that as long as he does not encounter sealing techniques, then he can cause chaos in the ninja world. By the way, now as long as I get other people's blood, I can also sacrifice to others. Hey, you want to eat shit? Seeing that only 2 coupons were left in Jai's account, Erha returned to his mean expression. The evil god's immortal body is just a physical constitution that can make you immortal to a certain extent. The kind of curse that can kill others through blood is a specialized technique. You don't have that technique, so you want to take advantage of it. Tetsuya was silent. I have no other abilities except immortality. But if you think about it carefully, the others killed by the Haiden curse do need to be cast. It seems to be called Death Si Pinksu. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't have this technique, don't panic. Since the evil god's undead body can be extracted, then the death boss should also be able to extract it based on his blood. Thinking about it, he opened his panel. Name, Chiba Tetsuya. Age 16. Identity, Konoha civilian. Physique, evil god's immortal body. Skills, chakra refining method, chakra sealing method, clone technique. Chakra, small amount. Possessed items, clone technique cultivation method, substitute technique cultivation method, transformation art cultivation method, shadow clone art cultivation method, a large amount of chakra *6, the psychic contract of the Yellow Weasel family. Points, 2. Looking at the extra items in the column of possessions, he was a little curious. Guze, why is this large amount of chakra in the possession? Also, how much is this large amount? The dog rubbed its neck with its hind feet and said, a large amount is almost 0.5 kakashi. These large amounts of chakra need to be extracted by yourself. Once extracted, it will become your chakra. 1 is 0.5 calories, which means that after extracting them all, I will be equivalent to having 3 Kakashi's chakras. Yes, I suggest you receive it directly, and then use chakra to seal it with a seal, so that in the eyes of others you are no different than usual, and you can unlock the seal and release your original power when needed. Tetsuya asked as he lay on the bed and thought about it. Then this is similar to Tsunade's Hyakuha no Jutsu. It stores chakra. That's a huge difference. In addition to being able to seal my own, I can also seal other people's. Can he do that? But that person can maintain his youthful appearance. Cut. Erha cut it with disdain. You already have the immortal body of the evil god, do you still care about this? Jai suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, I won't always look like this from now on, right? Erha didn't answer, so he acquiesced. Jai also rubbed it, but it seemed good to stay 16 forever. Besides, he also knew how to transform, so he would grow older little by little. Then pretend to be dead, change your name and say you are your descendant. Thinking about it, he looked at other things. Needless to say, shadow clone can create physical clones, but there are not as many as multiple shadow clone. Finally, he looked at the psychic contract of the Yellow Weasel clan. With a thought, a scroll appeared in his hand. The unfolded scroll was filled with crooked characters. Although he didn't recognize it, this thing was produced by Dog System, and he could probably understand the meaning. In the column for the contractors, he signed his name, then cut his finger and pressed it. For a moment, the contract emitted a burst of chakra fluctuations, and finally turned into a hair with a bang. Is this the end? Just when he was curious, a voice sounded. Oh my, no one has been able to sign a contract with our clan for a long time. Little baby, are you the new contractor? As soon as Jai turned around, he saw a weasel appearing on the cabinet at some point. It was lying half on the cabinet, supporting its head with one hand and holding a pipe in the other, and took a puff from time to time. The hair all over the body is yellow, but shiny, and smooth. There is a circle of black around the eyes, but white around the mouth. It has a slender body and a long tail with a white tip. Yes, my name is Chiba Tetsuya, and you are my psychic beast. Jai looked at the talking weasel in front of him with some curiosity. Really, this weasel was no different from the weasel in his impression in terms of size and appearance, except that it could talk and smoke. Haha, I am Huangbai, a representative sent by the Huang family. The old man wants me to see whose little baby signed a contract with our family. Huang family. Jai couldn't help but tremble. Are you from the immortal family? Oh, Huangbai also became interested when he heard Jai talking about the immortal family. You know Sank? Do you want to learn Sage Jutsu from us? Sage Jutsu. That's right, Sage Jutsu. Hearing this, Tetsuya's interest faded a bit. It seemed that he was not the immortal family in his impression, but Sage Jutsu from the ninja world. But, it's okay, after all, Sage Jutsu is a very crucial thing in the later stage of the battle. Haha, Sank, I really want to learn Sage Jutsu from you, do you think you can do that? As he said this, he thought of something and ran to the kitchen quickly, taking out the roast chicken he bought for the celebration. Xianjia, my conditions are average, you will accept them. Looking at the roasted chicken, Huangbai's eyes lit up. Hey, little doll, you are quite sensible. Come closer and let me take a look. Tetsuya served the roast chicken and then came to the cabinet. Well, it's okay. Although your qualifications are not very good, but fortunately you have a special physique. If you study hard and practice hard in the future, you might actually be able to succeed. Real. Listening to Huangbai's words, Jia was a little excited. Sage Jutsu, few people learned it in the later stage. But I have to go back and talk to the old man about the specific things. You are the first person to successfully sign a contract with us in so many years. You should be able to learn, but it may take some time to learn. It's not 100 years. 80 years, you may not be able to succeed, can you hold on? No problem, what I don't lack most is time. With the immortal body of the evil god, he will not be troubled by longevity. That's it. I'll go back first. When the time comes, it may be me or other clan members who come back to teach you how to learn Sage Jutsu. Goodbye. After that, Huangbai took the roast chicken and his pipe and disappeared into a ball of white smoke. It's not a loss, it's not a loss, a psychic scroll also comes with a set of Sage Jutsu, it's a real win. After lying on the bed and tossing and turning for a while, he was too excited to sleep, so he simply received the 3 cards of chakra, and then thought about shadow clone and the remaining substitution and transformation techniques. This sealing techniques is really amazing. In the kitchen of Chiba Ramen restaurant, Tetsuya felt the chakra in his body while kneading the dough. Obviously he now has at least 3 calories of chakra, but under the influence of chakra sealing techniques, it actually becomes the same as when he first extracted chakra. Even Sakia brought Sakumo to eat ramen several times during this period, and they didn't see anything wrong with him. However, recently he has also smelled a slightly different smell. When he went to buy ingredients these days, he found that the prices of reserve supplies such as rice, flour, and grain had begun to increase. Generally, when the prices of these things rise, it means something big is about to happen. Ninja World War. Aiham Madara controlled 9 tails and attacked Konoha. I don't know who spread the news that Senjo Hashirama was injured in the battle with Aiham Madara. For a while, the other martial arts sects in the ninja village were like sharks smelling the smell of blood. Usually come looking for traces. The most critical point is that recently there has been less and less news about the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. What happened to him is still unknown. Once Senju Hashirama's death is confirmed, then, if nothing else happens, the Ninja World War is about to begin. The reason why the current ninja world can maintain peace is basically due to Senju Hashirama's suppression here. Once the suppression of Senju Hashirama is lost, this short-term peace will be broken. Nowadays, more than half of his shop's income comes from ninjas. After all, although the ramen he sells is already very cheap, it is not that ordinary families can afford to buy ramen every time. If the Ninja World War starts, a large number of ninjas will be transferred to the battlefield, and their income will be greatly reduced in an instant. Tisk, it's so annoying. Hashirama, Hashirama, you must resist until I make enough money. After placing the cooked ramen in the pot, Tetsuya put on his signature smile and walked out with the cooked noodles. Guest, please use the signature ramen you want with caution. Boss. Suddenly, a slightly immature voice with a loud voice sounded. 3 figures walked into the shop. There was a carefree white-haired hedgehog, a fair-skinned, feminine boy with long black hair whose gender could not be distinguished, and a blonde girl with a single ponytail. Tetsuya recognized these 3 people immediately. Aren't they the future Konoha Sunin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade? You 3, what do you want to eat? Tetsuya pretended not to recognize the 3 of them and asked with a smile. Jiraiya said, patting his chest. Boss, bring me an extra-large signature ramen as a treat. He was quite heroic when he said it, and after finishing speaking, Jiraiya pushed Orochimaru next to him and pushed him forward. Tsunade glanced at the menu and said, Boss, I want a piece of assorted ramen. Okay, no problem. Then, this guest, do you need something? Orochimaru glanced at the menu, but didn't seem to see anything he was satisfied with. Before Orochimaru could speak, Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's neck and recommended, listen to my Orochimaru and eat the signature ramen. Let me tell you, the best and most delicious dish of a store is definitely their signature. But apparently Orochimaru doesn't really want to eat the signature ramen. Tetsuya asked at the right time, is there no flavor you like? Then do you want to try the cold noodles that our store is developing? Since it is still under development, how about I charge you the cost of the cold noodles this time? Cold noodle. Hearing this name that he had never heard before, Orochimaru also became interested. Although he didn't like cold food, his curiosity about the unknown still made him very interested in this cold noodles. Excuse me, boss, please bring me some cold noodles. Okay, wait. Tetsuya quickly walked into the kitchen and started working. Outside, future Sunin found a table and sat down. Jiraiya asked carelessly, Tsunade, what's wrong with you recently? I see that you seem to be absent-minded during training recently. Tsunade smiled reluctantly. No, it's nothing, I just didn't sleep well. Orochimaru spoke in his unique voice. You don't look like you haven't slept well. You are obviously worried. Tsunade, we are teammates. If you have anything, you can tell us. That's right, Orochimaru is right. We are teammates. If you have any problems, just tell me and I will help you solve it. As he spoke, Jiraiya patted his fleshless arm, looking very confident and able to handle anything. Tsunade looked at Kaido. There's no point telling you, you can't help at all. How do you know if I can help you if you don't tell me? Jiraiya kept asking questions from the side, but Tsunade obviously didn't want to say anything. And all these movements were seen by Jia in the kitchen. Tsunade's reaction further verified his suspicion that something must have happened to Tsunade's grandfather, Senju Hashirama. You 3, the ramen is here, come and try it. Tetsuya served ramen for the 3 of them, and said with a smile when he served Orochimaru cold noodles. Our store is still developing new cold noodles. Please try it. I hope you can give some suggestions and comments after eating it. Orochimaru nodded, glanced at the ramen in the bowl, and compared it with Tsunade and Jiraiya's ramen. It was indeed different from theirs. Their ramen was obviously steaming hot, but when I touched it, I found that it was still a little cold. Is this cold noodles? Orochimaru, can I taste what it tastes like? Even though there was an extra-large signature tonkotsu ramen in front of him, Jiraiya was attracted to the cold noodles at first sight. Even before Orochimaru took the first bite, he wanted to try it first. Tsunade couldn't stand it and punched Jiraiya in the head. Idiot Jiraiya, that's Orochimaru's noodles, he didn't even eat them, what are you thinking? Can. However, facing Jiraiya's request, Orochimaru agreed directly. Huh? Orochimaru, why did you agree to this guy's rude request? Orochimaru gave a rare smile. Like I said before, we are teammates. After hearing this, Tsunade stopped talking. She also understood that Orochimaru meant to tell herself that teammates should help each other, but there are some things that she really can't say. Yeah, 5 ants, delicious. After taking a mouthful of cold noodles, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened. This was a taste that he had never tasted before. It was cool and sizzling in the mouth, sour and sweet, but not greasy. It was very refreshing. It was the type that after taking the first bite, you still want to take a second bite. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Orochimaru also took a bite. His eyes immediately lit up. It was a taste he had never tasted before, and it was a taste he liked. However, it was a bit too cold for his liking. Guys, how does it taste? Seeing the 3 of them finish eating, Jia stepped forward and asked at the right time. Boss, your ramen is the best ramen I have ever tasted. Jiraiya gave Tetsuya a thumbs up without hesitation. Especially the cold noodles, it's like nothing I've ever tasted before. It turns out that noodles can be made in this way. It's really great. You're welcome. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes and smiled and nodded. So, this customer, what do you think of our store's new products? Orochimaru commented very objectively. It has a very novel taste, sour and sweet, very refreshing and appetizing. I think if you eat it in summer, Xiaoliang will be very good. However, personally, I don't like cold things very much, but this tastes really good. Oh, it turns out that guests don't like cold food. I'm sorry. I'll make you a new flavor of ramen next time you come. Really, there are new flavors. Orochimaru was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this young ramen shop owner could be quite innovative. Then I look forward to your new products, boss. Orochimaru happily settled the three people's accounts, waved his hand and left with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Future Sunin. Jae also felt a little emotional. It can be said that he likes these three people very much. After all, one future is what the old perverts yearn for. One is Jiraiya, the hero of the ninja world, and the other is a great scientist in the future. To be honest, apart from the old color filter, among the three people, Tetsuya's favorite is actually Orochimaru. Because he felt that Orochimaru was a very pure person. Whether it was his rebellion in the early stage or his cleansing and return in the later stage, he never forgot his original intention. From the beginning to the end, he was developing science, all in order to pursue his dream. Eternal life. He would not be ignorant and regard the content of this prophecy as his lifelong pursuit because of a prophecy, nor would he escape when faced with the darkness and decay of Konoha. He is him, Orochimaru, a scientist who keeps moving forward and working hard on the road to pursuing his dreams. Oh my, the Ninja World War is about to begin. After this war, Konoha will begin to go downhill. Jae also sighed in his heart. Hashirama abdicated early, and the position of Hokage was given to his younger brother Tobirama. Although Tobirama is shrewd, he does not have the tolerance and prestige of his elder brother Hashirama. He could not suppress the Uchiha clan who longed for the position of Hokage, and he always treated the Uchiha clan with colored glasses. And his attitude also laid the foundation for disaster, allowing his good disciples to inherit his will of fire. When he steps down, his disciples' oppression of the Uchiha clan will only intensify. Of course, this cannot be completely blamed on Tobirama. After all, he was also a slap in the face at that time, and he had both oppressive and tolerant policies. But those few of his good disciples were really trying to kill him, for fear that Uchiha would not rebel. By that time, the big ship of Konoha began to be damaged, and it was teetering on the sea of Ninja World. However, that has nothing to do with me as a businessman. When he makes money, he will open his shop all over the Ninja World. When doing business, he will need to expand his business and build a business empire, so that when the time comes to carry rice, his shop will not was affected. But if you think about it carefully, if you really let yourself do business to that point, I'm afraid I should be able to take on brother me with a bang. Of course, the prerequisite is that your business can continue to be so stable. At night, Jai closed the stall and went home. He set up a table at home with a plate of roast chicken on it, just to wait until the weasel came again. After all, interpersonal relationships have to be managed well. Although they have signed a contract, sometimes the contract does not work that well. For example, in the original work, the relationship between 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru is not very good, and the toads in Mount Mayaboko are not narrow. People can call whoever they want. Oh, it looks like he won't show up today again. Just when he was about to clear away the roast chicken on the table and save it for tomorrow's breakfast. One paw pressed on the roasted chicken. Little doll, where are you going with the roast chicken? Wong Tai-sin, you are here. Seeing the familiar weasel appear, Gio was a little surprised, but more of a surprise. After all, the other party has not appeared for a while since the last contract was signed. Huang Bai took a sip from the cigarette rod in his hand and blew out a puff of white smoke. Concerning your matter, the old man convened a meeting with the clan members. The meeting took a long time, but the final result was good. So, the old man agreed that I would learn Sage Jutsu from you. Huang Bai nodded. Yes, but there are some prerequisites before learning Sage Jutsu. As he said that, he looked Jia up and down. Your foundation is too poor. You see that your chakra is too scarce. It may be a bit troublesome to learn our family's Sage Jutsu, so I will teach you the practice of chakra first. Chakra? Just wait a moment. As he spoke, Jai quickly formed a seal, made a hand gesture and then pressed it on his chest. Untie. With a low shout, the seal was released, and a majestic chakra spread in Tetsuya's body. Oh, it's interesting, you sealed your own chakra. Seeing Jai's change, Huang Bai's small eyes widened a bit. Yes, this is good. It can save some time, so let's start practicing Sage Jutsu directly. Let me tell you about the Sage Jutsu of our Huang family. Huang Bai began to talk about the Sage Jutsu practiced by his family, which was different from the Sage Jutsu in Ryokai Cave and Mount Mayaboko. The Sage Jutsu of their Weasel clan does not have such a high risk of failure. It will neither be turned into stone, nor will it be turned into a snake and then eaten. It's just that their clan's Sage Jutsu training method is very time-consuming. You need to constantly understand the power of nature, and then achieve the state of harmony between nature and man. Then you will be nature, and nature will be you. Once you control the power of nature, you can integrate natural energy. When the natural energy is successfully integrated, then the Sage Jutsu practice is successful. But the only drawback of this practice method is that it takes a long time, and people with average talent will not be able to succeed even if they spend their whole life. I see, that's it, then I understand. After listening to Huang Bai's explanation, Jai nodded thoughtfully. But little baby, don't worry. I can see that you have a special physique, and you might be able to practice successfully before your lifespan ends. As long as you successfully learn Sage Jutsu, extending your life by several decades should not be a problem. I understand, please ask Wang Tai-sin to start teaching me the practice of Sage Jutsu. He doesn't care about longevity issues. He has the immortal body of the evil god. As long as he doesn't seek death, he won't be easily taken care of. Okay, you have a good character. I feel more and more that you will be able to succeed, so let's get started. While Huang Bai was eating roast chicken, he told Tetsuya about the practice of Sage Jutsu. At first, Tetsuya was confused and couldn't understand much, but he gradually found some feeling. Sage Jutsu's training is indeed very slow, as Huang Bai said, but Tetsuya doesn't care. I spend my days selling noodles during the day and practicing Sage Jutsu at night. Huang Bai would basically show up every 7 or 8 days to check on Jai's practice and see if anything went wrong with him. However, the number of ninjas coming to eat noodles in the village began to decrease, and it seemed that the situation was beginning to become serious. However, Jiraiya and the 3 of them would come over to eat ramen from time to time. Several people came and went and got to know each other. Boss? Same old thing. Jiraiya rushed into the ramen shop excitedly. Oh, it's Jiraiya. Tetsuya saw Jiraiya smile. Boss, I want a piece of cold noodles. Tsunade walked in behind Jiraiya, followed closely by Orochimaru. Boss, are there any new flavors today? Haha, you are here today. The latest style of flame-fried noodles. Do you want to try one? Oh, flame-fried noodles. When Orochimaru heard this, he immediately became interested. It's interesting, then give me one. Wait a minute, the noodles you want will be ready soon. Tetsuya smiled and opened the kitchen door curtain and went into work. The 3 of Jiraiya sat on their familiar seats and looked around curiously. Hey, Orochimaru, have you noticed that the boss shop has become a lot deserted? Idiot Jiraiya. Before Orochimaru could answer, Tsunade spoke first. Boss, the most customers in this shop are usually ninjas, but recently all the ninjas in the village have been sent out on missions, so the business in this shop has naturally been deserted. So that's it. Jiraiya said with some yearning. Ninja, I really want to graduate and become an official ninja soon. Tsunade pouted. Forget it, Jiraiya, you idiot, even if you become a ninja, you will probably mess up the mission. Orochimaru, who had been silent until now, smiled and spoke. I think Jiraiya will definitely become a very good ninja in the future. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, did you see that? Even Orochimaru admits my excellence. I will definitely become an excellent ninja. You 3, your ramen is here. Tetsuya came over with 3 portions of noodles on a tray. 1 portion of the signature tonkotsu, 1 portion of cold noodles, and 1 portion of flame-fried noodles. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he looked at the steaming, red-dyed fried noodles. He smelled a special aroma, spicy to be precise. Is this flame-fried noodles? Just smelling this aroma makes me feel like my heart is on fire. Try it quickly, but the taste is still being adjusted. I hope that after eating it, Orochimaru, you can give some suggestions. I'll try my best. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's fried noodles. It's a new flavor of fried noodles again. Orochimaru, you really like to try different new things. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Don't you think it's interesting to explore new and unknown things? There are still many unknown things in this world waiting for us to explore and discover. Jiraiya seemed to be thinking about something, but it was obvious that he didn't like thinking about it. Really? Well, that's it. I think known things are more interesting. Tetsuya, who was sitting nearby, looked at the 2 of them. Alas, from this we can see that Orochimaru and Jiraiya have different future paths. One is obsessed with pursuing the illusory child of prophecy, while the other is going further and further on the path of science. But these are things for the future. Now the 3 of them are still very good friends. Princess Tsunade, can I ask you something? Tetsuya suddenly asked Tsunade. Boss, you can just call me Tsunade. What do you want to ask? Tsunade was also a little curious. She didn't know why Jai suddenly asked her a question. Tetsuya cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. It's like this, there have been a lot of rumors in the village recently, saying that the Hokage-sama is not in good health, and someone outside is planning to start a war against our Fire Nation. I'm just a little worried about Hokage-sama's situation. How is Hokage-sama doing recently? As the war approaches, all kinds of rumors are spreading. In the past, they were only circulated in other countries. However, recently, the news that Senjo Hashirama is weak and on the verge of death has even spread to the Land of Fire and the Wood Country where Senjo Hashirama guards. In Ya village, people were in panic for a while. The most crucial point was that the first Hokage did not come out to clarify the rumors, and even the Hokage's younger brother, the second Hokage Tobirama, did not stand up and say anything. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya also stopped eating noodles and looked over. Well, if it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I never asked. He just asked out of curiosity, and he had basically guessed it anyway. The current situation of Senjo Hashirama is most likely to be kept secret. After all, the other countries are now ready to make a move. Once the death of Senjo Hashirama is confirmed, a war will definitely break out. By that time, the Fire Nation will most likely be attacked from multiple sides. There's nothing inconvenient to say. Tsunade sighed. In fact, I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time. I wanted to go find him before, but was stopped by my second grandfather and grandmother. They said that my grandfather was at a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. Is that so? I hope that Hokage-sama can succeed. The ninja world can maintain peace only because of Hokage-sama. It can be said that the peace in the ninja world during this period was maintained entirely by Hashirama's tyrannical strength. After all, there were many ambitious people in this era. Another day passed, and Jay returned home and sighed as he looked at his dwindling income. It looks like Senjo Hashirama is gone. War is about to break out. Although the war may not reach Konoha, we still need to have the strength to protect ourselves. Looking at the more than 19,000 yuan that he had saved up in the past 10 days, he kept a portion as reserve funds. Guze, come out. I need to recharge my account. Oh my, isn't this my dear master? How much do you want to recharge this time? As usual, the maximum amount of card pool draws is 10. No problem, my dearest master. Haha, I think money is your master. Look at what you said. Without you, where would the money come from? As he was talking, the money in Jai's hand was suddenly emptied, and he directly recharged it into coupons. Jai didn't even look at the number of points and started the lottery directly. Guze, let's start. The highest prize pool, give me a draw, 10 consecutive draws, a draw that will bring miracles. Okay, the 3-level prize pool 10 draw series starts. A huge jackpot turntable appeared in front of Tetsuya and began to spin ding. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining 8 sign seal *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting lightning style chakra mode *1. Congratulations on getting the solution powder *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting fire style fire dragon fire bullet *1. The lottery is over, and I still gained a lot this time. Needless to say, the amount of chakra of those 3 cards, this time I also drew a sealing techniques, 8 sign seal, good guys seem to be the specialty of the Uzumaki clan. There is also the lightning style chakra mode, which is a technique invented by second Raikage of Cloud Shadow Village, and later generations of Raikage carried it forward. There is not much to say about the fire dragon flame bullet. It is a technique used by the old 3rd generation, but the current 3rd generation is still in its prime, but it seems that it can also use this technique. But this Jishu powder, is it the Jishu powder he imagined? Guze, is your Jishu powder the serious Jishu powder? In his impression, it seemed that the person who used this technique was Konoha in Boruto Den. At that time, Konoha was controlled, and then he found a way to untie his clothes. He drew the technique on his body, that is Jishu powder. Konoha relied on this technique to break the enemy's control. Tisk, look at what you said, there is nothing serious about the technique. Isn't it just to remove the negative effects on oneself and then dispel the benefits on others? Good guy, it's really the Jiju powder from the Hokage mobile game? You're such a BD, and you said you weren't from the Hokage mobile game. This service ends here. I am happy to serve you. If necessary, we will see you next time. Goodbye. Erha smiled mischievously, and then disappeared directly in front of Jai. Gio was also stunned when he looked at his current panel. Name, Jai. Identity, Konoha civilian. Physique, evil god's immortal body. Skills, chakra extraction, chakra sealing, clone technique, shadow clone technique, substitute technique, transformation technique, psychic technique. Chakra, 6 cards. Items held, clone technique training, substitution technique training, transformation technique training, shadow clone technique training, 8 sign seal technique training, lightning style chakra mode training, dissolution technique, fire style fire dragon flame bullet practice method. With 6 cards of chakra, he felt that he was at least at the level of an elite jonin. However, he also knew very well that apart from having a little more chakra and being basically unkillable, there was nothing outstanding about him. We have to digest the gains from this lottery as soon as possible. Among them, he is most interested in lightning style chakra mode. After all, 4th Raikage's lightning style chakra mode when he was young can compete with Minato's flying thunder god, and its strength is absolutely unparalleled. As for sealing techniques, this thing is great. You must know that under normal circumstances, you can't kill Heizetsu's old coin, but sealing techniques is different. When the time comes, if he really encounters the old coin of Heiju, then he will use sealing techniques to seal it with Heiju and let him do tricks behind his back. However, if nothing else happens, that old coin will never show up easily. In the next few days, the atmosphere of the village began to change, becoming increasingly dull. There is a feeling that a storm is coming. Sure enough, not long after, news of the death of Lord First Hokage spread in the village. Before people had time to grieve, the war broke out. In order to fight against the attacks of other ninja villages, 2nd generation Tobirama led the ninjas to the battlefield. In the store, looking at the few civilian customers left, Tetsuya also sighed. The war has finally broken out. This time, 2nd Hokage may not be able to come back. Developed according to the original trajectory, the 2nd generation led Konoha to conquer all directions on the battlefield, and was finally attacked by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn when signing an alliance with the Cloud Shadow Village. In the end, he died trying to cover Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Boss, let's order the signature tonkotsu ramen. Okay Jirei. Orochimaru. When he heard it was the signature tonkotsu ramen, he thought it was Jiraiya, but when he looked up, he saw it was Orochimaru. Why are you alone today? Where are Jiraiya and Tsunade? Orochimaru answered truthfully. Jiraiya went to practice, and Tsunade was also taken away by Mito-sama, so I am the only one left today. Oh, that's right. Tetsuya responded. It seemed that Jiraiya had gone to Mount Mayaboku, and Tsunade was called back by Mito. She was probably worried that someone would come to Konoha to capture Tsunade, the Hokage's granddaughter, while Hokage was away. Wait a moment, the signature tonkotsu ramen will be ready soon. Tetsuya smiled and walked towards the kitchen. Soon he came out with a bowl of ramen. Putting down the ramen, the two started chatting. While chatting, Orochimaru suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked, Boss, how do you view life? Life? Tetsuya was a little surprised. Has Orochimaru started thinking about such profound issues at this age? Shouldn't he have become obsessed with immortality after World War II because of the death of his parents and disciple Shengshu? Yes, boss, don't you think life is fragile? Just like this war, the cause of the war is the death of Lord First Hokage, and strong men like the first generation will also die. After the war breaks out, more ninjas will die. Life is so fragile. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, Tetsuya also smiled. It is true, but it is precisely because of the fragility of life that it is beautiful. You think, even if it is such a fragile life in your eyes, it has still established such a prosperous civilization. Look at this village, look at this country and even the entire ninja world. These are the fruits of fragile life in your eyes. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Orochimaru was thoughtful. Thank you, boss. Orochimaru paid and left without finishing the bowl of ramen, maybe because he really didn't like the taste, or maybe because he thought of something. Yeah, it looks like there's one less customer. Tetsuya shook his head helplessly. With the outbreak of the war, his business became increasingly difficult to do. After all, the ninjas had gone out to fight, and the villagers didn't know how the war would end, so they naturally didn't dare to spend money randomly. After waiting for another 2 days, looking at the empty shop, Jai shook his head and simply closed the door. Close the business, go back and concentrate on practice, and wait until the war is over before opening the gate of opening. It is estimated that by the time of the gate of opening, Konoha will be the third generation in power. Apart from anything else, third generation did a pretty good job at the beginning, but later on, he became more and more stupid as he got older, and was eventually corrupted by power. The war intensified, even Konoha village was affected, and everyone was shrouded in the haze of war. But news soon came back that Lord Second Generation defeated the troops of Kumoyan village, and Kumokage decided to have peace talks with Konoha. The ninja war during this period was not a big melee, but Cloud Shadow attacking Konoha, Kirigage, and Iwakage fighting to death, and Sand Hidden Village was like a hyena that would bite anyone it caught. As long as the peace talks between Konoha and Union succeed, then for Konoha, the war will be over. When he learned that the war was about to end, the atmosphere in Konoha that had been suppressed for a long time finally became active. In the room, Jai sat cross-legged on the bed and felt the power of nature. Huang Bai sat on the table, chewed on the sizzling chicken drumsticks, and knocked on his pipe. I'm talking about Xiaojia. What's wrong with Wang Taisin? Jai opened his eyes and asked curiously. Huang Bai took another bite of the chicken leg before continuing. You have made great progress during this period. Although there is not much progress in Sage Jutsu practice, your other ninjutsu practice has also improved a lot, but I always feel that something is missing. There's something missing? What is that? Jia didn't quite understand what Huang Bai meant. After all, he had been practicing according to the method taught by Huang Bai. Whether it's the most basic control of chakra, Sage Jutsu, or the ninjutsu he got from the lottery, Huang Bai is guiding him. In order not to attract the attention of others in Konoha, when he practiced lightning-style chakra mode and fire dragon flame bullet, he asked Huang Bai to take him to Huang Pai's grave to practice. Huang Pai's tomb is the place where the Huanggui clan is located. It is said to be a tomb, but it is actually a hillside. However, in addition to the hillside, there are vast forests and land. Just like Mount Mayaboku, Huang Pai's tomb is like an independent small world. You lack some practical experience. Huang Bai said seriously. Although you have been practicing step by step, you lack actual combat and have not experienced the baptism of blood and fire. Jie also looked at Huang Bai with some doubts. So, Wang Taisin, what do you mean? Huang Bai smiled humanely and said. We also know what's going on in the ninja world. Isn't there a war going on right now? This is a good time for you to experience it. So, Wang Taisin, you want me to participate in the war? Tetsuya frowned. But I don't want to fight. I just want to do business well. And to be honest, I don't have a high sense of belonging to Konoha and I have no interest in helping Konoha fight. Tisk, why are you so pedantic? Who said you were asked to help Konoha? Huang Bai hit his head with the cigarette rod. You go directly to the battlefield and beat whoever you catch. When beating Konoha, you pretend to be someone else, and to beat others, act like Konoha. It doesn't matter who wins, the important thing is to fight in practice, do you understand? Is this still possible? Then wouldn't I become a troublemaker? Jie also rubbed his chin, which seemed to work. But now Konoha is under martial law. I can't afford to go out. Once I go out, I'm afraid I will be regarded as a traitor to the village. My family is still in Konoha. Shit stirrup, you really know how to compare yourself to this kind of thing. Huang Bai finished eating the chicken legs and said, "It's not easy to get out. I'll get out first, and then use the counter-channeling technique to channel you through. Okay, you can have this." After formulating the battle plan, Zhe also started to prepare. Fortunately, he had closed the shop before, and he didn't have many friends in Konoha, otherwise he would have to explain to others where he was going. When night fell, Huang Bai left the village directly. "Hey, where is this place? It doesn't seem to be outside the village." In the tree hole, Jai, who had been reverse-channeled, poked his head out excitedly and looked at the surrounding environment. He found that this was a completely unfamiliar place. "This is near the battlefield." Huang Bai took a puff of cigarette and replied, "I was afraid that you had no experience at all. You were discovered by the village patrol as soon as you left the village, so I took you directly to the battlefield and reverse-channeled you. So that's it? I'm going to the battlefield right now." Tetsuya became nervous for a moment. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Although he now possesses extraordinary power, after all, he is just an ordinary person who has never been on the battlefield, never killed anyone, and has never seen a dead person. "Look at you like this, let me tell you, you lack actual combat experience. It's difficult to learn sage jutsu in your current state." Huang Bai shook his head. Strong people are born through fighting, and for people like Jia, in Huang Bai's view, even if one has excellent talent, it is difficult to become a strong person. Jai took a few deep breaths and adjusted his mentality. "What Wang Taisin taught me is that I will adjust well. Although I have a dog system, my mentality and experience are things that the dog system cannot provide." So he also felt that Wang Taisin was right, he still had to go to the battlefield. "It's okay. You adjusted quickly. You're not that bad." Wang Taisin shrank his body and jumped on Jie's shoulders. "Let's go. I can sense that someone is fighting nearby. It's time for you to experience the war for yourself." "Good." Tetsuya used the transformation technique to transform himself into Sakia and left the tree hole. In the jungle, several after-images flickered and moved. Water style, water chaos. Earth style, Turin gun. Water style and earth style erupted at the same time and collided together. Water splashed everywhere and earth and rocks splashed. But before these things dispersed, a large number of kunao and shurikens flew towards each other. Zhe, who secretly observed all this, also saw the identities of both parties. "These are people from Wuyan Village and Yunyan Village. Huang Taixian, you have brought me to the battlefield between Wuyan Village and Yunyan Village." Huang Bai said nonchalantly. "Hey, I don't know how many years I haven't been to the ninja world. How can I know the way? Besides, they are all at war. You don't care who he belongs to." "It makes sense, but if that's the case, then I have to change my appearance first." As he spoke, he rubbed his face and soon changed his appearance. From the original appearance of Heitake Sakai, he turned into a black-skinned strong man, looking like the standard strong man of Yunying Village. "If I remember correctly, you look like you are from the Kingdom of Thunder." Yes, after all, the lightning-style chakra mode was invented by Raikage from their hidden cloud village. "It makes sense for me to fight with this look." Huang Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jia. "Boy, you are very particular." After that, he jumped from Tetsuya's body to a nearby tree. "Then you can fight on your own. I will take care of you. However, unless your life is in danger or you are about to die, I will not take action." Tetsuya nodded. "Don't worry, then basically you won't have to take action." "Oh, you are quite confident." Jia didn't answer, so how should he answer? Could it be that simply saying that he has an immortal body, he can't die at all? Rather than waste time explaining, he directly activated the lightning-style chakra mode. A violent burst of blue lightning wrapped around his body, and the chakra in his body became violent. The chakra that fluctuated so strongly naturally attracted the attention of the fighting ninjas. Jai rushed out without saying a word. "Take my move, elbow strike." With the blessing of lightning-style chakra mode, Tetsuya can charge extremely fast. Just one elbow sent a ninja flying away. Black-skinned strong man, blue thunder, and lightning, you are Yuning's man. I don't know who screamed in surprise, and everyone subconsciously regarded Tetsuya as Yuning's ninja. After all, this lightning-style chakra mode was invented by second Raikage and carried forward on the battlefield. Along with Raikage's reputation, lightning-style chakra mode also spread during this war, and the person in front of him looked so young that it was obviously impossible to be second Raikage. Then this person should be his apprentice? Attack that Kumagakuer ninja first. The two sides who were still tit for tat just now immediately changed their goals and began to join forces to attack Tetsuya. Too slow, too slow. Tetsuya was extremely fast, flying through their attacks like lightning. However, although he learned the lightning-style chakra mode, he did not have the matching ninjutsu, which resulted in him being able to only fight with his fists and feet. I don't know if it's due to the influence of lightning-style chakra mode, or if it's caused by turning into the appearance of a person from Yunying Village. He especially likes elbow strikes now. He rushes up and elbows others on the head. With this elbow, the opponent will be confused even if he doesn't die. It's great to fight. Jie also felt the joy of fighting, and the feeling of overwhelming adrenaline made him extremely happy. "Eat my black mamba elbow." The figure flashed and came directly in front of the other person, giving him another elbow. This elbow hit his temple directly, killing him instantly. It's crazy, this guy is a monster. Is this Raikage's apprentice? This is too scary. Retreat, retreat first. The few surviving ninjas immediately planned to retreat, and they had to bring the information back. Union's ninjas came to their battlefield. This was a very crucial piece of information that they must take back and tell others. Want to run away? Did you run away? Tetsuya quickly charged forward. Look at the elbow. Ah, the screams echoed in the woods. Huh. Seeing the last ninja killed by his elbow, Tetsuya released the lightning-style chakra mode and let out a long sigh of relief. The feeling of excitement gradually receded, and the smell of blood around him made him feel a little uncomfortable. But then he thought about it and realized that the smell of blood was actually similar to what he smelled when he went to the slaughterhouse to buy meat. It was okay and acceptable. Looking at his sleeves that had been stained with blood for some time, he simply tore off the sleeves and burned them clean with a sip of fire style. Ah, I do know why 4th generation Lei liked to wear sleeveless shirts when he was young, but when he got older, he stopped wearing clothes. What kind of clothes can withstand such elbows? Boy, you can do it. You can fight so cleanly and neatly, which really impresses me. Huang Bai jumped down from the tree and landed on Jai's shoulder. He was very satisfied with Tetsuya's battle just now. However, your attack method is too simple. Why do you like to hit people with your elbow so much? These guys were all killed by you with your elbow. It's okay to deal with these ordinary ninjas, but if you meet a strong person, such a single attack method is easy to be seen through. Tetsuya smiled and spread his hands. I can't help it. The main reason is that I didn't get the matching taijutsu when I got this ninjutsu, so I can only use the simplest and crudest way when fighting. That's it, then there's nothing I can do about it. After all, our family is not very good at physical arts. It doesn't matter. Let's see if there is any way to get the matching ninjutsu in the future. Or, I can constantly sum up during the battle and come up with a fighting method that suits me. It makes sense. Let's retreat first. This is a battlefield after all. I don't know when other enemies will appear. Okay, then where should we go next? As soon as these words came out, Huang Bai fell silent. He hasn't been to the ninja world for a long time, and he doesn't know much about the current situation. As for Tetsuya, although he has watched the anime, he doesn't know the actual map, and this is the first time he has left Konoha since he came to this world. How about this? There are wars everywhere now, so we can just pick any direction and keep walking. That's okay, but which way to go? Facing Jai's question, Huang Bai fell to the ground and stood up his cigarette pole. Suddenly he let go of his hand and the cigarette pole fell in one direction. Okay, let's go over there. As he spoke, Huang Bai pointed in the direction where the cigarette pole fell. Okay, Jia didn't care about this. If Huang Bai didn't use the cigarette rod to decide the direction, he was going to decide by throwing his shoe. For the next period of time, Tetsuya kept moving in one direction. When he encountered a ninja, he would rush to fight. It didn't matter which village you were from, just turn on the lightning-style chakra mode and you would be killed by an elbow. Of course, in addition to using the lightning-style chakra, he also began to try to learn other fighting methods. Relying on the equipment obtained from the ninja he killed, he learned how to use shuriken and kunao. Using shadow clone, he quickly gained proficiency in shuriken and kunao, and he also learned some genjutsu of the Yellow Weasel clan from Huang Bai. Gradually, he grew up from a novice who had a huge chakra but didn't know how to use it, and moved towards becoming an all-round warrior. Iwagakuer camp, second Tsuchikajmuai slapped the table and snorted. What happened? So many ninjas were lost inexplicably, and you don't even know who your opponent is. Master Wu, I really don't know. Originally we thought it was someone from Kirying who did it, but according to the on-site investigation, we found that many people were killed by Kirying. The ninja below answered tremblingly. Could the teacher be Kirikage's trick? Onaki, Wu's disciple, speculated. A trick. Wu frowned. Probably not. Wu Ying has been fighting with us so far, and they are still short of manpower. I know that old BD Gui Dang. He will not use his own people to engage in such a trick at this time. After all, it will not be of any benefit to him. Who could it be? Could it be someone from Shein? Onaki began to think deeply, and he asked immediately. Were there any other traces found at the scene? Yes, Mr. Onoki, we also found traces of lightning style and fire style at the scene. Lightning style and fire style? Did people from Konoha and Cloud Shadow come to our battlefield? Wu shook his head. Probably not. Lightning style and fire style are not only used by people in Yunying and Konoha. I think there are two biggest possibilities. Either the ghost lamp guy found reinforcements from somewhere, or there is a third party. Forces appeared on the battlefield. Then what should we do, teacher? What should we do? Hey, speed up the attack. As long as the main force of Wu Ying is defeated and Gaiden Huanyu is killed, any conspiracy will collapse. At the same time, in Wu Ying's position, Ghost Lantern Huayu also received the same news, and small groups of troops on the front line were killed one after another. In addition to Iwagakuer's ninjas, there are also traces of fire style and lightning style on the field. In response to this, Guilan Huanyu's reaction was similar to Wu's. Both of them felt that the other party was cheating. Jie was also walking in one direction on the battlefield, and when he met someone, he would go up and do it. However, because his current combat methods are too simple, it is very difficult to fight against Jonin, who has more actual combat experience. But fortunately, he has the immortal body of the evil god, and his fighting method of directly exchanging injuries for injuries directly confuses others. Obviously his ninja sword had penetrated Tetsuya's throat, but Tetsuya used a backhand to his face and fired a fire dragon bullet that burned him to charcoal. I'm afraid that even when the opponent reaches the Pure Land, they can't understand why someone can continue to fight even after being fatally injured. Siha, it hurts, it hurts. Above the treetops, Jai pressed the wound on his abdomen and sewed it up bit by bit with needle and thread. Although he could recover from this kind of wound without suturing it, he would still be able to heal faster after suturing it. He is just the immortal body of the evil god, not Senju Hashirama's body that can quickly recover from wounds. Hey, you kid, you are really evil. You have survived several fatal injuries. How did you do this? Huang Bai sat on Jai's shoulder, smoking continuously. He really couldn't figure out what was going on with Jai. What's so evil about this? This is my special physique. Tetsuya sewed up the wound, cut the thread with a kunao and said, as long as it's not the kind of attack that vaporizes me all at once, ordinary fatal injuries won't kill me. And, if nothing else, my natural lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people. Really? That's really interesting. Huang Bai smiled. It seems that your physical fitness is really compatible with the sage jutsu of our Weasel clan. As long as you live long enough, you will be able to learn it sooner or later. I also think we are a good match. Putting away the medical bag, Tetsuya stood up. Feeling all kinds of pain throughout his body, he gradually got used to it. Perhaps the evil god's immortal body not only brings immortality, but also his own perception of pain. Although he would not become a pervert who enjoyed pain like Haiden, after all, his ability to endure pain was much stronger than others. Okay, let's move on. Are you sure you can do it? Huang Bai glanced at the large and small injuries on Jai's body. It's okay. These injuries will not affect the battle. Huang Bai took another puff of cigarette and said, I think you have almost accumulated enough combat experience this time. If you continue, it will be a bit too much. Really? Then let's go back. Okay, then we will. Huang Bai was just about to say, let's go back. Suddenly he sensed something. He stood up and looked ahead warily, his ears standing up like radars. What's wrong with Wang Taisin? There are people fighting, and they are not weak. Oh, your strength is not weak. What is your approximate level? Tetsuya suddenly became interested. Stronger than any opponent you have faced so far. Stronger than any opponent I have ever encountered. Now it's interesting. The strongest opponent he has ever encountered since he came out is Jonin from Uegakuer village. That guy is powerful and has rich fighting experience. If he hadn't used the evil god's immortal body to defeat him, I'm afraid it's not the opponent's opponent yet. Is he a shadow-level powerhouse? Shadow-level experts, and those from the First World War, these were super bosses from a long time ago, something he had never seen in anime and games. I'm not sure. Why do you want to take a look? Think. Tetsuya thought without hesitation. After all, as long as he didn't encounter sealing techniques, he would basically not roll over. Even if you encounter sealing techniques, it will be okay. With Huang Bai here, the Huang Weasel clan is best at genjutsu and sealing techniques. As long as it's not some corpse sealing thing, there's no need to be afraid. Then let's go and take a look. Watching the battles of strong men is also a rare learning opportunity. Under Huang Bai's guidance, Jai quickly approached the direction of the battle. Water-style water dragon bullet. Before he got close, Tetsuya heard the sound of water dragon bullets. The violent water turned into a water dragon and rushed towards a group of ninjas instantly. According to Tetsuya's visual inspection, there should be 20 Cloud Shadow ninjas present, and these Cloud Shadow ninjas are besieging one person. And that person made Jia feel both surprised and reasonable. That's Senju Tobirama. During this time, they were traveling all the way, and many times in order to exercise his control over the lightning-style chakra mode, he drove the lightning-style chakra. Unexpectedly, they actually arrived all the way from the battlefields of Uegakuer and Kirikage. The battlefield between Kumokage and Konoha. Do you know that white-haired ninja? Tetsuya nodded. He has white fur, red eyes, blue armor, a fur collar with stickers on his forehead, and 3 red marks on his face. This man is Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, Konoha's second Hokage. When answering Huang Bai's question, Jia was also thinking about the current situation. There is only Tobirama here, so it seems that he stayed here to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. This Senju's momentum is starting to weaken. It seems that he was seriously injured and is at the end of his strength. Huang Bai stared at Tobirama with his small eyes and said, well, it can be seen that he should be fighting with the determination to die now. What are you going to do? After pondering like this for a while, the average level of these Cloud Shadow ninjas is almost around Jonin, which means that Senju Tobirama is at the end of his strength. Otherwise they would really be unable to do anything to Tobirama. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn should be arriving soon. By then, even if Senju Tobirama burns his lifespan, he won't be able to cause much trouble. Let's take a look first. As he spoke, Tetsuya suddenly said, Wang Taisin, can you give me a layer of genjutsu later? Genjutsu, what do you want to do? What kind of genjutsu do you need? Simple, it's a genjutsu that prevents others from seeing my true appearance. You still plan to take action? Huang Bai saw Jai's thoughts. Yes, I want to see what interesting things will happen to Senju Tobirama if he returns to Konoha alive. Then why don't you save people in your own way, so that they will have to repay you after you go back? No need. Rather than repaying the favor, I think the probability of him expelling me from the village will be greater, and I have an interesting idea. With that said, Tetsuya activated his transformation technique, and his appearance changed again. He has a black hedgehog head, a pair of scarlet eyes, and a stern face. Although he has a gentle smile, his whole person exudes an aura of pretentiousness. Yes, his transformed form is none other than Uchiha Sasuke. No, Sasuke wasn't born yet in this era, so his face is more Uchiha Izuna than Uchiha Sasuke. Huang Bai stared curiously at Jai's face after his change. These eyes, Uchiha clan? Who is this Uchiha? Why do you look like this? Tetsuya grinned. Hehe, it's just a dead man. Please cooperate with me when the time comes. My genjutsu is not very good yet. I will need your help then. Interesting, really interesting. Huang Bai guessed something right away. The Uchiha transformed by Tetsuya was probably the Uchiha killed by the white-haired ninja. This little doll is really interesting. Even if he saves people, he actually has to turn into a person who was killed by the other party to save him. Speaking of which, this little doll has a really bad character. Water-style water-breaking wave. Senju Tobirama quickly formed seals and spit out high-pressure water from his mouth to sweep across the battlefield instantly. A group of cloud shadows quickly retreated, and two slow-moving ones were instantly cut in half by the water. Ahem. Damn it, if the injuries weren't too serious, you nasty Kumoyan village ninjas, I will definitely destroy you with my own hands. Tobirama coughed and was startled, but he still did not forget the group of ninjas who glared at Yunying fiercely. Come on, he's dying. We all swarmed forward. I don't believe he can attack all of us at the same time. Come on. Come on. The remaining dozen ninjas swarmed forward and planned to defeat Senju Tobirama again by relying directly on ninjutsu. Water-style water shockwave. Senju Tobirama looked at the ninjas swarming towards him, quickly formed a seal, chakra exploded, and instantly a waterspout rose up and directly swept all the ninjas in. Although it cannot kill them directly, it is enough to suppress them. Ha ha ha, you are so embarrassed, Senju Tobirama. A ferocious laugh sounded, and the next moment a large number of fireballs fell from the sky and blasted towards him. Damn it, let them catch up. Senju Tobirama thought it was bad, but he quickly formed seals on his hands. Water-style heavenly cry. In an instant, Tobirama spit out a large number of water needles from his mouth and shot them at the fireballs in the air. The water needles collided with the fireballs and exploded instantly, forming water vapor in the air. Aha! A scream rang out, and a figure broke through the water vapor, holding a big knife and slashing towards Tobirama. Tobirama swung his sword to resist, but was knocked back by a single blow. Well done, brother. Excellent, brother. Damn it. Tobirama raised his head and looked forward, only to see two people who looked almost identical except for different hair colors appeared in front of him. This is the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Yunying Village. One holds a banana fan and the other holds a 7-star sword. The two looked at Senju Tobirama with a ferocious smile. Our second Raikage is dead, now should your second Hokage die too? Humph, you two despicable guys, if you hadn't launched a sudden sneak attack, do you think I would be afraid of you? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. It's a war now. The winner of a war will always be the most despicable person, and that person is us. Brother is right. Not only did we sneak attack, but we also bullied those who were in power. Senju Tobirama frowned. He knew that he might not be able to escape the fate of death today, but at least he should at least hit these two guys hard, otherwise these two guys would pose a great threat to Konoha. What are you still thinking about? Let me go to the Pure Land and think about it slowly. Golden Horn laughed and waved the banana fan, and instantly a storm of thunder and fire swept towards Senju Tobirama. Water-style water barrier. Tobirama spit out water like a waterfall from his mouth, and the water swirled around him, forming a defense without blind spots. Hey, you can't stop it. Silverhorn laughed, rushed forward, slashed the 7-star sword in his hand, and directly split the water barrier. Immediately afterwards, another knife slashed towards Tobirama. Water-style hard vortex water blade. The water flow wrapped around the blade and arm in Tobirama's hand, and he stabbed directly at Ginkaku's 7-star sword. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Tobirama was severely exhausted, and his chakra was severely consumed. He was no match for Ginkaku. On the other side, Golden Horn once again set off a storm and swept towards Tobirama. Is that enough? No, I should be able to do more. Tobirama's mind was running wildly, and he wanted to find a way to break the attack before it landed. At this moment, a low shout sounded. Fire style, triple fire dragon flame bomb. Ho! 3 fire dragons came from one direction, intertwined, and turned into 3 demon dragons that instantly collided with the storm. Who? Jin Xiao shouted loudly. He didn't understand that at this time, would someone actually come out to save Senju Tobirama? There are still masters in Konoha? Aren't Senju Hashirama and Aiham Madara dead? Aren't the Uchiha clan at odds with Tobirama? Who else will come to save him? Hot Mom Tobi, Sussy ignored Gona. I didn't expect you to have such an embarrassing day. Nanny. When Senju Tobirama heard this voice, his whole body felt like an electric shock. I saw a man wearing a black gown, with red eyes and sharp-looking short hair walking out. There was a long knife slung across his waist, with a playful smile on his face. Uchiha Izuna? How is that possible? How can you still be alive? Didn't I already kill you? Tetsuya took over Tobirama's words with a smile. Yes, you have killed me, and I gave my eyes to my brother before I died. But now I am alive again and come back from the Pure Land. Looking at the young Izuna in front of him, Tobirama kept comparing it with the face in his mind. The current Izuna looked almost the same as when he killed him, but the temperament is a bit more cold. Huh? Uchiha Izuna. Isn't that guy already dead? Brother, could this be someone else pretending to be you? Golden Horn shook his head. It doesn't look like it. I don't see any traces of disguise. Of course he couldn't see through it, but he was covered in yellow and white genjutsu. Unless you are Grandmaster Genjutsu, or someone with special eye skills, there is basically no clue. It's okay even if he survives. We can just kill him again. Brother is right. Tetsuya ignored Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao. Hey, Toby hot mom. Can you still fight? You don't need to tell me, I will continue to fight. After recovering from the shock, Tobirama snorted and stood up with strength. Look at me. Golden Keku watched Tobirama stand up again and stood with Izuna. He directly waved the banana fan in his hand, setting off an elemental storm. Fire style. Water style. Water dragon bomb. Fire dragon flame bullet. The multi-attribute chakra collided on the battlefield and immediately caused a wild explosion. In the light of the explosion, Ginkaku rushed out with a loud smile, heading straight for Tetsuya with the 7-star sword in his hand. Water style. Hard vortex water blade. Tobirama came to Tetsuya with a teleportation technique and stabbed him with a knife. The hard vortex water blade collided with the 7-star sword again. Jai quickly formed seals, and flames surged from his mouth. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bullet. Roar. The fire dragon roared out, crossed Tobirama, and headed straight for Silverhorn. Younger brother. A golden rope suddenly flew out and entangled Yinjiao, pulling him back directly. At the same time, he waved the banana fan in his hand, and earth walls rose from the ground. The roaring fire dragon managed to penetrate several layers of earth walls before stopping. Look at me. Red gourd. Ginkaku, who had dodged the attack, took out a huge red gourd. The mouth of the gourd opened, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted, sucking Tobirama to where the gourd was. Tobirama resisted the suction force, but the wounds on his body began to burst and his body became weaker and weaker. Just when he was about to lose his strength, a hand grabbed him. Izuna. He turned around and saw Tetsuya, but it was just Tetsuya's shadow clone. Jai's body and the other 2 clones quickly completed the seal. Fire style. Triple fire dragon flame bomb. Another familiar move. 3 fire dragons flew out with a roar, mainly the main body fire dragon. The 3 fire dragons merged into 3 demon dragons and bit towards the silver horn. It's this big ninjutsu again. Yinjiao cursed lowly, put away the red gourd, and quickly retreated to Jinjiao's side. Golden Horn also waved the banana fan again to set off an elemental storm to neutralize the 3 demonic dragons. With the help of the cover of the explosion, Tobirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he was a little confused as to why Izuna had never used the pupil technique until now. Tetsuya, on the other hand, clenched his fist. No, the strength is still not enough. Not strong enough. Although Tetsuya's voice was very quiet, it still fell on Tobirama's ears. Just these few words made Tobirama think of a lot in an instant. Could it be that, not long after Izuna was resurrected, he has not regained his full power? He felt that it was very possible that the forbidden art of reincarnation in the earth that he had studied, although it could reincarnate the dead, it could not fully possess all the powers of the dead. Brother, do we want to continue to waste time? Yinjiao looked at the huge explosion flames and did not choose to rush forward this time. Instead, he asked Jinjiao on the side. Although that Izuna doesn't look particularly powerful, it's quite tricky to be with that guy Tobirama. Besides, those trashland people in Tobirama have all run away. It will be troublesome if they find reinforcements. Jinjiao did not express his opinion, but asked a question. Brother, do you have any ideas? It was always his younger brother Yinjiao who proposed the idea, and then he, the older brother, made the decision. Generally, when Yinjiao asks himself a question, it means that he already has some ideas. Brother, let's use that power directly. Okay, just listen to you, brother. In an instant, a terrifying chakra erupted from the 2 of them. This chakra was extremely dark and full of violent negative power. The crimson chakra enveloped their bodies, and at that moment their aura increased to a higher level again. That's 9 Tails chakra, these 2 guys are serious about it. Tobirama sensed this danger and chakra warned him. 9 Tails chakra. Tetsuya frowned and thought of one thing. Guza said that his chakra sealing techniques can seal his own and other people's chakra, so can the tailed beast chakra be sealed? Toby hot mom, I have a plan. Tobirama remembered the time when the 2 clans were fighting. At that time, the eldest brothers of the 2 clans, whether it was Hashirama or Ban, were the kind of people who were not good at strategy. The ones behind the scenes are often me and Izuna. Therefore, he believed in Izuna's plan. You just have to tell me what to do. That's good. Tetsuya originally thought he had to find a way to convince Tobirama, but he didn't expect him to be so forthcoming. Didn't Tobirama hate Uchiha very much? Suffer death, you bastards of Konoha. Ginkaku laughed and rushed towards Tobirama and Izuna. The 7-star sword slashed down, carrying the power of thunder. Water style. Tobirama bursts out with a powerful water style to fight against Ginkaku. But the opponent had the blessing of 9 Tails chakra, and after only a stalemate for a while, Tobirama's water style was broken by Ginkaku. Looking at the silver blade, Tobirama had no choice but to fight with the sword. On the other side, Izuna faced Golden Horn. Golden Horn's golden rope was thrown out and headed straight for Izuna. At the same time, the banana fan in his hand is ready to swing out at any time. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Izuna released the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet again. There was nothing he could do, and he couldn't do any other ninjutsu. No, now that the noodle shop has reopened, I have to learn more ninjutsu. It's too big. Golden Horn smiled ferociously, and with the blessing of Nine Tails Chakra, he broke through a mere B-level ninjutsu with just a fan. The golden rope was thrown out and wrapped directly around Izuna's neck. Die. Bang. As soon as he exerted his strength, Izuna exploded into a cloud of smoke. Nanny? Clone. On the other side, Tobirama knows that he is no match for Silverhorn blessed by Nine Tails Chakra, and a head-on confrontation is definitely not a good idea. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Flying Thunder God Slash was activated, and Tobirama teleported directly to the back of Ginkaku, and stabbed him with a knife. Muda. Yinjiao directly carried the 7-star sword behind his back, and this Flying Thunder God Slash directly pierced the blade of the 7-star sword. Snort. When the attack failed, Tobirama quickly retreated and threw out several kunao. That's it. It's just a child's toy. I'll stand here and let you beat me. You can't even get in touch with me. Under the influence of Nine Tails Chakra, the self-healing ability of Golden Horn and Silverhorn is extremely strong. Injuries caused by kunao and shuriken will be able to heal themselves in a short time. Really? What if it's me? Nanny. Among the kunao thrown out by Tobirama, one suddenly exploded. Tetsuya appears out of thin air. How is it possible? It's a transformation technique. When seeing Ginkaku's shocked expression, Tetsuya smiled. I'm sorry Naruto Suzuki, I'll use your tactics first. The inspiration for his move was the tactic used by Team 7 to deal with Zabuza when they first went out on a mission. The seal on Tetsuya's hand was successfully condensed. Chakra sealing techniques. At such a close distance, Yinjiao could not avoid it. Tetsuya directly pressed his hand on Jinkaku's forehead. The effect of chakra sealing techniques was activated, and at that moment Silverhorn's aura weakened. This sealing techniques not only successfully sealed the Nine Tails Chakra in Silverhorn's body, but also sealed his own chakra. You despicable fellow! Yinjiao shouted angrily and punched him directly. After all, he is Union's ninja, and those muscles on his body are not in vain. This punch hit Jai directly on the chest. But at that moment, Tetsuya felt that his entire chest was sunken, several bones were broken, and then his whole body flew out. Flying Thunder God Slash. All this happened in an instant. Tetsuya used Shadow Clone to confuse Golden Horn, and disguised himself as a kunao to successfully seal Silverhorn's chakra. Tobirama seized the opportunity and launched the Flying Thunder God Slash again, piercing Ginkaku's chest with the knife. Younger brother. Seeing Tobirama's blade penetrate Ginkaku's chest, Ginkaku roared, his aura surged again, and Nine Tails Chakra erupted. His entire body began to transform into a half-tailed beast. Scarlet Chakra covered his whole body, and he turned into a humanoid-tailed beast, and several tails began to wave behind him. However, Jinkaku did not completely lose his mind. Tobirama and Jinkaku stood together. He did not dare to activate the Tail Beast Jade, otherwise if the Tail Beast Jade went down, Kakuzu would die. The Golden Horn in the half-tailed beast state rushed towards Tobirama at an extremely fast speed. Tobirama quickly distanced himself and formed seals with his hands at the same time. Water Style, the art of waterfall. He released almost all his chakra and activated the Great Waterfall Jutsu. The violent water flow appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the Golden Horn like a waterfall. And the roaring Golden Horn rushed directly into the water flow, and it was bound to tear Tobirama into pieces. As expected of Hokage, no one else can use this water style. Tetsuya, who stood up again, looked at the water style in front of him and couldn't help but complain. After all, there was a joke in his previous life. The person who is best at using water style in the entire ninja world is not Mizukage but Hokage. Also, the others played water style, and only Tobirama played sea release. Wong Tai-sin, I'm going to ask for your help next. A yellow and white voice came from above the branches of the tree. Just tell me what needs to be done. Just when the Golden Horn was about to tear apart Tobirama's water style and rushed in front of him, a voice sounded. Elder brother. Younger brother. When Jinkaku was in a daze, he found that Tobirama standing in front of him had actually turned into Jinkaku. At this moment, Jinjiao's movements were half a beat slower. Tetsuya yelled. Tobi hot mom. Understood. Tobirama activated the final Flying Thunder God. Tetsuya, who was still far away, was instantly brought to Golden Horn's side, and Tobirama also ran out of chakra. Chakra sealing techniques. Just like the chakra that sealed Silverhorn before, Tetsuya put one hand on Golden Horn's body. At that moment, most of Golden Horn's tailed beast coat dissipated. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The dissipated tailed beast coat reunited again, and his chakra sealing techniques were actually broken. Roar. Jinjiao roared angrily, knowing that it was this guy who had caused the trouble just now. If it hadn't been for him, his brother would not have been stabbed through the chest. The angry Golden Horn thrust out a claw, directly piercing Tetsuya's chest. Izuna. Tobirama, who escaped, saw that Izuna's chest was pierced, and he also screamed in surprise. Damn it, you guys are so stupid, do you really like to touch Laozi's chest? Laozi is not a woman. And the damn dog system that was bullied by the golden horn and the silver horn. You didn't FG tell me that a powerful enough chakra can break through the seal. What else can he do? He can only do it again? Chakra sealing techniques. This is not counting the skills. At the same time as the chakra sealing techniques fell, Tetsuya formed another seal and activated another sealing techniques. 8-sign seal. 8-sign seal was activated, and the two 4-sign seals were superimposed and fell on Jinjiao. Unlike the chakra seal, which is aimed at chakra, 8-sign seal Tetsuya is completely directed towards the 9 tails chakra. In the future, Minato relies on the 8-sign seal to seal half of 9 tails. You only have a small part of the power of 9 tails, but you still want to run away? Sure enough, this time, as the 8-sign seal fell, no matter how the golden horn roared, he could not break through the seal. Let you stab Laozi in the chest. Tetsuya kicked the golden horn away, suddenly losing his chakra and 9 tails chakra. Golden horn also fainted from weakness. Seeing the golden horns and silver horns falling one after another, the cloud shadow ninjas who followed them couldn't help but feel fear when they looked at Tetsuya. Especially seeing such a big hole in Tetsuya's chest makes people feel even more horrified. Who can still survive with a hole in his chest? Iron Man only had a piece of his chest gouged out. Retreat? That guy is a monster. Quickly retreat with Lord Golden Horn and Lord Silver Horn. I don't know who shouted first, and was about to retreat with Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Run, leave something behind. Tetsuya shouted angrily. Damn it, Laozi's chest was stabbed through by these two naughty brothers. This is not going to compensate for the medical expenses. He thinks this Six Paths Noble Phantasm is quite good. The ninjas in Yunying village did not dare to resist, so they left behind the 7-star sword, the banana fan, the red gourd and the golden rope. Although the Six Paths Noble Phantasm should also have an amber purification bottle, he didn't see the gold horn or silver horn used this time, so he didn't know where it was hidden. Tetsuya took out a scroll, sealed the Six Paths Noble Phantasm into the scroll and put it away. Izuna. Tobirama, who had calmed down a little, walked towards Tetsuya. How did you survive, and what are your injuries? Tobirama looked at Tetsuya's chest and couldn't understand it for a moment. Haha, Mommy Toby, didn't you expect that there are things you can't explain even with your wisdom? Tetsuya smiled and said. Speaking of which, I don't know. Ever since I came back to life, my body seems to have undergone some changes. As he spoke, he shook his fist. Okay, I won't say any more. I don't have much time and I have to recuperate immediately. I heard that you and my brother built a village together, right? Say hello to my brother for me, and we will meet again. After that, Tetsuya ignored Tobirama's complicated expression, threw a bag of military food pills to him, turned around and ran away. Even if Tobirama wanted to chase him, he didn't have the strength now. After leaving the battlefield, Tetsuya took off his clothes and burned them directly with a fire style. He knew that the old boy Tobirama must have left the mark of the flying thunder god on himself, and it would be bad if he was found later. Wang Tai-sin, check for me. Is there anything wrong with me? Yes, there is a special mark on your arm. Tisk, did you just leave it to me? Tetsuya smiled, and without any hesitation, he took out a kunao from his knife bag, cut off a piece of flesh on his arm, and threw it into the fire. Seeing the disappearing figure of Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama's expression was particularly complicated. He analyzed the current situation. Izuna was resurrected by someone unknown and gained a special physique. But it seems like he hasn't regained his full strength yet. Moreover, he seems not to know the current situation in the ninja world, let alone that Uchiha Madara is dead. Thinking of this, Tobirama's expression became serious. If he knows that Uchiha Madara was killed by his elder brother, then Konoha will. He knew very well what kind of character the Uchiha clan was like. If Izuna knew what happened to Uchiha Madara, he would definitely go berserk. No, Uchiha Izuna, I will never allow you to do anything to Konoha, if you must do it to Konoha. Tobirama clenched his fists. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Even if I can't kill you, I will seal you. He made a decision that he would never die easily now. He would protect Konoha and would never allow the village built by his elder brother to be destroyed by Uchiha Izuna. However, he would never have thought that Uchiha Izuna was not resurrected at all. The one who came to save him was an imposter. Huangpai's tomb. Ha ha ha, what a bumper harvest, what a bumper harvest. Sitting on the grass, Tetsuya, who had recovered from his chest injury, was playing with these 6 paths blades. He thinks the most interesting things are the 7-star sword and the banana fan. These two things are simple and crude, and there are not so many twists and turns to use. It's a pity, these things all belong to Izuna, I don't have the chance to use them openly. Looking at the 4 noble phantasms on the ground, Tetsuya sighed. But considering the time, the war should be over. Thinking about it, he took out the scroll and collected everything on the ground. Wang Tai-sin, it's time for me to go back. Hearing Jai's voice, Huang Bai also appeared in front of him. Are you going back? Well, it's almost over. The war should be over, and so should this actual combat training. Huang Bai looked at Jia and nodded. It's time to end. After this war, you have grown a lot. Huang Bai has been with Jai since the battle began. He has witnessed Jai's growth with his own eyes. From a novice who would tremble when killing people, he has grown to the point where he can join forces with the shadow of a village to deal with the pseudo-tailed beast Jinchuriki. This kind of growth is not small. Hey, it's not bad, it's all thanks to Wang Tai-sin's teachings. Glib. Huang Bai laughed. After all, who doesn't like to be flattered? Konoha, Hokage building. The Hokage escorts who had escaped gathered here, as well as the heads of the major ninja families. Their eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen. To tell a joke, the Hokage escort needed the Hokage's sacrifice to allow them to escape. Are you the Hokage's bodyguards, or is the Hokage the bodyguards of you guys? What else can you say? Second Hokage has handed over the position of Hokage to you. What a joke. The Uchiha clan, who had a great obsession with the position of Hokage, was the first to ask. You said that on the battlefield, the position of second-generation Hokage was passed to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? Facing Uchiha's questioning, Shimura Danzo showed disgust, as did several others. As Tobirama's students, they share the same dislike for Uchiha. This is what the teacher said himself, and we are all witnesses. The leader of the Hyuga clan sneered. Who knows if you are colluding to deceive others? Although you are Lord Tobirama's students, you are also his bodyguards. The meaning behind his words is very interesting. You are guards. The target you need to protect has sacrificed to protect you. What exactly are you protecting? Many clan leaders began to question Hiruzen Sarutobi, and of course there were some who remained neutral, such as the Ino, Deer, and Butterfly families. While everyone was arguing, the door to Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open. When everyone saw clearly who was at the door, the entire office fell silent. What are you all arguing about? Tobirama looked at the heads of each family and his own students and couldn't help but scold them. Teacher. *4. Tobirama-sama. *n. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up from the main seat and gave up his position. Seeing Tobirama, he was both happy and regretful. I am happy that my teacher is still alive, but I am sorry that I may not be able to take the position of Hokage for the time being. Monkey, it's been so long and you still haven't led the village to settle down. You let me down so much. Tobirama went straight to the Hokage's seat and sat down. He was a little dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but lower his head, but Danzo was a little happy in his heart. This kid Hiruzen made the teacher dissatisfied, so wouldn't he still have a chance? On the battlefield, when Tobirama said he wanted to leave someone behind to break up the rear, he actually wanted to stand up. But in the end, he hesitated for a second and allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to step forward first, which caused him to miss the Hokage position. Fortunately, teacher Tobirama is back alive now, which means that Hiruzen will not be able to sit in the Hokage position for the time being. As long as he has not sat in that position, he still has a chance. Tobirama looked at everyone and said, I did say that I would pass the position of Hokage to Hiruzen. Do any of you have any questions? As soon as these words came out, everyone became quiet. After all, Tobirama's reputation was there, and even the Uchiha clan became quiet. But judging from what happened today, Hiruzen, you are not yet ready to take over my position. That's what the teacher taught you. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head honestly. Tobirama glanced at him, then turned to look at the other people in the village. Well, since everyone is here, let me just say a few words. The war has come to an end. Next. Senju Tobirama's return is undoubtedly a shocking thing, which makes Konoha, which was originally depressed, become active again. Soon, news came from Yunying. Goldhorn and Silverhorn died, and the rebellion in Yunying village ended. The third Raikage came to power and wanted to renew peace with Konoha. Tobirama also agreed, but this time the peace talks must be led by Konoha, and it is a certainty that Yunying will suffer heavy blood. But these have nothing to do with Tetsuya. Tetsuya, who returned to Konoha, was lying on the bed. I'm so tired, I can finally take a rest. Heyo. He made a hunch and suddenly thought of something. What would happen if I really resurrected Uchiha Izuna? Tetsuya suddenly wanted to know what Uchiha Madara's expression would be like when she saw Izuna alive later. Guzi, are you here, Guzi? But if you want to resurrect the dead and don't follow the procedures that should be followed in the ninja world, then you can only ask Guzi. However, no matter how he called, the dog ignored him. I'll pay. Oh, my dear master, how much do you want to recharge? Bah, BCH. Tetsuya couldn't help but curse. He dug out the banknotes he had collected from the battlefield from his ninja bag, which amounted to about 25,000 taels. He took out 16,800 of them and collected the rest. The old rule is to charge 10 consecutive draws for the highest prize pool. Okay, my dear master. A flattering smile appeared on Erha's face. All the good banknotes in hand were wiped out, and the coupons were successfully counted. My dear master, do you want to start the lottery immediately? Wait a minute, let me ask you a question first. What's your question, my dear master? Just ask, I'll tell you everything. Tetsuya asked. Is there any way to resurrect the dead? Don't talk to me about reincarnation and reincarnation. What I want is not a pseudo-resurrection like reincarnation in the dirty earth. Of course. Erha is full of confidence. Then Erha said, I have things that are in the ninja world, and I also have things that are not in the ninja world. Isn't it just resurrecting a dead person? There is a prop in the prize pool called a resurrection coin. As long as you hold the resurrection with coins, you can resurrect a dead person. Resurrection coin? Is this something that the ninja world should have? I have already said it, the ninja world. Okay, I understand, you don't need to repeat it again. Tetsuya quickly interrupted Erha. Are you sure there are resurrection coins in the highest prize pool? Certainly. While speaking, Erha had a mean smile on his face. Jie also always feels that there is something wrong here. Okay, let's start the lottery. Jai had a thought in his mind and started 10 consecutive draws. The huge roulette wheel began to spin in front of him. Ding. Congratulations on getting fire style great fire extinguishing. Congratulations on getting water style water dragon bullet. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting lightning style thunder plow hot knife. Congratulations on getting lightning style lateral bolt of pain. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting earth style earth dragon bullet. Congratulations on getting the fire style ninjutsu enhancement. Congratulations on getting a lot of chakra *1. Looking at the lottery results, Jia scratched his head. Ah, did you get a ninjutsu gift pack this time? Looking at the 5 ninjutsu drawn out, Tetsuya was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I only drew 2 cards of chakra this time, the others were all ninjutsu, and there was a ninjutsu enhancement. This ninjutsu enhancement is easy to understand. It should be the fire style ninjutsu that can strengthen your own in the future. Jie also opened his own panel. Name, Chiba Tetsuya. Identity, Konoha civilian. Physique, evil god immortal body, fire style ninjutsu enhancement. Skills, chakra refining technique, chakra sealing techniques, clone technique, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, psychic technique, 8-sign seal, lightning style chakra mode, dispelling technique, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Items held, clone technique training, ascension technique training, transformation technique training, shadow clone technique training, 8-sign seal training, lightning style chakra mode training, dispelling technique training, fire style fire dragon flame bullet training method, fire style great fire extinguishing training method, water style water dragon bullet training method, lightning style thunder plow hot knife training method, lightning style lateral bolt of pain training method, earth style earth dragon bullet training method. Oh, this fire style ninjutsu enhancement is actually included in the physical constitution. Tetsuya was a little surprised. He actually saw the fire style ninjutsu enhancement in the system column. This service ends here. Apart from recharging money, please don't come to me if you have anything to do. Say goodbye. By the way, let me remind you first, think of ways to improve your status. Different statuses can unlock different subsequent prize pools. After the lottery was over, seeing that there were only 2 remaining points, Erha immediately changed his face, and after saying that, he disappeared directly in front of Tetsuya. You BCH? Why didn't you tell me earlier? This guy is greedy for money. Tetsuya spread his hands helplessly and closed his eyes. Improving one's status is easy to say, but not easy to do. Forget it, have a good sleep first. The first ninja war finally came to an end, with 2nd Mizukage and 2nd Tsuchikage killed in battle. 2nd Reikage died in the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Rebellion. 2nd generation Kazekage Samina also died, but the cause of death is unknown. Of these 2nd generation cages, only the 2nd Hokage of Konoha is left alive. Because of Tobirama's existence, Konoha overshadowed several other major ninja villages at once. The ninja war is over, and Konoha begins to recuperate. Tetsuya also reopened his shop. The war is over, and there will be at least 20 years of peace. Let me become bigger and stronger in these 20 years and create greater glory. Looking at the small shop in front of him, Jai was full of confidence. Of course, his gaze was not limited to the small shop in front of him. He plans to open a chain store and open his own Chiba ramen shops throughout the ninja world, making himself the richest man in the ninja world. When you have money, you will first buy a famous place to play. Erha, that money-minded BCH, told himself to improve his status, and in the Hokage world, the highest status should be the shadows and daimyo of each village. Compared to becoming the shadow of a village, he prefers the life of a daimyo, where he doesn't have to do anything but eat, drink and have fun. As for how to buy the location of the famous name, there is a lot of room for maneuver. Of course, there is no need to think about the status of the daimyo of the 5 major countries. But there are still many small countries in the ninja world, and some of them are so poor that they pee blood. As long as you do it properly, it shouldn't be difficult to buy a famous position. The reopening of the Chiba ramen shop also attracted a lot of customers. After all, the war was not over before, and everyone lived in fear. Now that the war is finally over, it's time to enjoy it. Looking at the small store that was once again full, Jia also wondered if he could expand his store, or develop some new products. He thought about cup noodles. If he could improve his ramen into cup noodles, there might be a big market for him. Just do what you say. Jia has always been an activist. As long as he has an idea, he will take action. Leaving the 2 shadow clones to work, he squatted in the kitchen and studied the craftsmanship of cup noodles. Hokage building, Senju Tobirama stood in front of the window of his office and looked at the entire Konoha. Uchiha Izuna, what are you doing now? The Chiba ramen shop reopened after the war. However, the business after reopening was not as good as Jia imagined. Ah, sure enough, war will only bring pain, even if you are the winner. Looking at the few customers left in the store, Tetsuya sighed. Although Konoha won World War II, and under the leadership of Tobirama, they obtained a large amount of benefits from uniting at the negotiation table. However, the ninjas who died in Konoha will never come back. In this war, Konoha lost a large number of ninjas, and now the remaining ninjas in the village can only maintain the normal operation of the village. But it is estimated that Union's side is not much better. After all, in addition to the war with Konoha, Golden Horn and Silver Horn also led people to start a civil war. To be precise, in this ninja world war, no ninja village took advantage. 4 of the second generation shadows from the 5 villages died, and the only one who survived was saved by himself. Boss, you've finally opened for business. I really miss your ramen. Come on, have some of your signature tonkotsu ramen. Hearing the sound before anyone saw it, Jiraiya's careless voice came from outside the store. It's Jiraiya, long time no see. Boss, long time no see. Long time no see, boss. Tsunade and Orochimaru walked in behind Jiraiya. I haven't seen you two for a long time. What would you like to order? Tetsuya asked with a smile. I want assorted ramen, bring me some flame chow mein. Okay, wait a minute, you three. Jiraiya and others found a place to sit down. Orochimaru's eyes were always focused on Tetsuya's direction. What's wrong, Orochimaru? What have you been looking at Boss Chiba for? Jiraiya watched Orochimaru keep looking at Tetsuya, and couldn't help but be curious about what he was looking at. Orochimaru shook his head. It's nothing. Maybe it's because I haven't seen Boss Chiba for a long time. I always feel that Boss Chiba's temperament has changed. Hey, is there any? Why does it feel like Boss Chiba hasn't changed much? Jiraiya scratched his head and immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Idiot Jiraiya, why are you reacting so loudly? Seeing Jiraiya making so much noise, Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. In fact, she also felt it. Although Tetsuya's smile was still the same as before, for a moment, when he looked at others, his eyes obviously changed. Although there are only some subtle changes, they are all ninjas, and they are naturally more sensitive to such small changes. I'm curious, but I really don't see any changes. Could it be that you haven't seen the boss for a long time, so you think so? Jiraiya sat down a little aggrieved. Why didn't he see anything different about Boss Chiba? The feeling just now lasted only for a moment. If I was the only one who felt this way, it might be an illusion, but since Tsunade also saw it, it is unlikely to be an illusion. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, as if seeking confirmation. And Tsunade nodded. It's not an illusion. I think Boss Chiba's eyes have become much colder when he looks at people. You're right. Although Boss Chiba doesn't seem to have changed much, he always gives me a, how should I put it, a very evil feeling. Orochimaru thought for a moment and explained. The last time I felt like this was an Umbu ninja under the second generation. What are you two talking about? Boss Chiba is just a ramen shop owner. Jiraiya was a little confused about his two companions. What was this and what was it? His eyes were cold and evil-spirited. Could it be that the true identity of Boss Chiba is a murderous and powerful ninja? How is it possible that Boss Chiba's chakra level is not as good as him? You three, your face is ready. Tetsuya walked out of the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of ramen of different flavors on a tray. Tsunade immediately gave Orochimaru a wink. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade meant to let him test the boss of Chiba. Tetsuya put 3 bowls of ramen on the table. You three, please use it slowly. Orochimaru picked up the chopsticks and said casually. Boss, did something happen at your home? When I came in just now, you seemed a little unhappy. My home. Jai was confused for a moment, and then remembered just now. Hi, there's nothing wrong with my family. It's just that the store reopened today and business is not as good as before, so I'm a little worried. That's right. Orochimaru said with a smile. This boss you don't have to worry about must have just opened your business today and no one knows about it yet. After all, you have your craftsmanship and reputation. As long as you stay open for 2 more days and other people in the village know about it, they will naturally come to eat at your place. Haha, I appreciate your good words, but I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to return to the previous level. Why do you say that? Seeing Orochimaru ask this, Tetsuya simply sat down and said, my shop used to do well. The most important reason is that the ninjas in the village love to come here. After all, although the price of my ramen is not high, it is not something that ordinary families can afford to consume on a regular basis. Only ninjas can afford it. Strength always comes. But, as he spoke, Jai sighed and looked at the pedestrians passing by in 2s and 3s outside the door. The war has taken away too many lives. Hearing this sentence, Orochimaru was also deeply touched. Yes, life is really too fragile. Tsunade on the side retorted. Although many people have sacrificed, everyone's sacrifices are meaningful. It is precisely because of everyone's sacrifice that peace has been brought to us. Hearing Tsunade's words, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and said in approval. Tsunade is right. Although life is fragile, everyone who sacrificed used their lives to bloom a bright flower. The name of this flower is peace. Therefore, we must cherish this hard-won peace. What are you talking about? Are you still not eating? If you don't eat noodles, you will become lumpy. Jiraiya shoveled the noodles into his mouth, obviously not paying attention to what they were talking about just now. After the 3 of them had eaten, they left the ramen shop. After they were far away, Tsunade asked, Orochimaru, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with Boss Chiba? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Maybe it's just that the war took away too many lives, which made Boss Chiba a little depressed. After all, many ninjas were loyal customers of Boss Chiba. Thinking that he would never see those old customers who praised his craftsmanship again, there must be something wrong with Boss Chiba's state. Tsunade also nodded. I think you are right. Boss Chiba is a peace-loving person. Maybe we are worrying too much. Oh, what are you two thinking about? Jiraiya picked his nose nonchalantly and said, next time, why don't we bring Mr. Sarutobi to eat noodles with us? Mr. Sarutobi can tell at a glance whether Boss Chiba has any problems. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Orochimaru and Tsunade were stunned for a moment. Okay, Jiraiya, when did you become so smart? Business is not good, what should I do? On the bed, Jai sat cross-legged and looked at the gains in the past few days. In the past, one day's income started from 2,000, but in these 3 days, I only made more than 3,000 in total. The income is not even close to what I earned in a day at my peak. Hey, we have to find another way to make money, at least until the number of ninjas in Konoha increases. I'm afraid it will be difficult to increase the income. If you don't think of ways to increase your income, it will affect your card drawing. If the frequency of your card drawing slows down, then the speed of becoming stronger will slow down. The speed of getting stronger has slowed down. How is this possible? My current strength is not enough to dominate the ninja world. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that there is no other way to make money. I can't really take on the mission myself. How can this be done? I'm not a ninja. I can't accept the mission even if I want to. Hey, forget it, just spend it slowly. Anyway, what I don't lack most is time. Thinking of him putting away the money and lying on the bed, Jay also crossed his legs. Tisk, it still doesn't work. I can't just hang around like this. How about exploring other businesses? But besides making ramen, what else can I do? Jay also fell into deep thought, and while thinking, he fell into sleep. Early the next morning, Tetsuya got up early and went to the store. After all, at this time in the morning, many ninjas would choose to come to his store to eat ramen for breakfast. Who? Boss, let's order some tonkotsu ramen. Sakia, long time no see, you are still alive. Seeing the familiar white hair, Jay was a little surprised and a little surprised. After all, the war was over, and he had seen many familiar ninjas in the village, except Sakia. Subconsciously, he thought that Sakia had fallen on the battlefield. Sakia, who was already quite familiar with Tetsuya, smiled. Why, do you really hope that I won't come back? How is that possible? I still expect you to come to my place to spend more money. A tonkotsu ramen, right? I'll be there soon. Hurry up, I really have been craving this bite from you for a long time. You don't know what kind of life I have lived before. Wait a moment, I'll hurry up. Tetsuya said hello and walked into the kitchen to start working. After a while, he walked out with a steaming bowl of tonkotsu ramen. The tonkotsu ramen you want, use it slowly. It's a little hot just out of the pot. It's okay, it's okay. I wouldn't be a ninja if I were worried about getting hot. Sakai didn't care at all about the temperature of the food when it came out of the pot, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Jay also sat down and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? What have you been through? Looking at you, it's like you're the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Hey, don't mention it. Sakai waved his hand and took several more mouthfuls before answering. I went out to perform a mission. Although the war is over, border security cannot be relaxed at all. I went to patrol the border with my people. Then you don't know that the conditions are so bad, either military food pills or all kinds of dry food stewed indiscriminately. Are the conditions so difficult? Is there no game or anything like that? Depending on your ability, it should be easy to hunt a rabbit, catch a fish, etc. Hey, don't mention it. Even if it's caught, without seasoning, do you really think it would taste any better if it was baked directly? Listening to Sakia's words, Tetsuya also smiled. You're right. Although the original barbecue has a different flavor, if you let me eat it like this often, I won't be able to stand it. Huh. After taking a big sip of hot soup, Sakai sighed. It would be really great if I could have a bite of the ramen you made while on a mission. Haha, you think so? It's impossible for you to ask me to deliver takeaways to you while you're on a mission. Ha ha ha, yes. Sakai took another mouthful of noodles. It's a pity that you are not a ninja. If you were a ninja, even if you were a genin, I would find a way to get you to join my team. Then it's better to say goodbye. I can't be a ninja. Hey, I just said it casually. With your skills, being a ninja is a waste. After eating and drinking, Shuoya breathed a long sigh of relief. It's so refreshing. It's been a long time since I've eaten something so delicious. Tetsuya said as he cleared the table. You're back now, so you shouldn't go out for the time being. During this period of time when you're not on a mission, you can come and eat if you want. You're right. I have to come here several times to eat in the past few days, otherwise I won't be able to eat when I go on a mission. After Sakia left, Tetsuya sat behind the counter and started thinking. Saha, that's right. Can I also study instant noodles? If I make instant noodles, cup noodles, or something, wouldn't it be a huge hit? Although in the original work of Hokage, Naruto often eats cup noodles, those instant foods are not available in Konoha now. So can you do it yourself? Research cup instant ramen? He felt that this would be very marketable. After all, the current ninjas did not eat well when they went out on missions. If I really made cup noodles, maybe the sales would be surprisingly good. Just do it. Jai turned around and walked into the kitchen and started thinking about how to make instant noodles. Apart from anything else, with the blessing of ninjutsu, it is really not that difficult to make instant noodles. However, the only thing that needs to be paid attention to is how to make instant noodles that are convenient while still maintaining the original taste. During the following period, Tetsuya always used his shadow clone to assist in making ramen to entertain guests, and he himself is conducting research on cup noodles in the kitchen. Boss Chiba, Lord Jiraiya, are here again. A familiar voice sounded. Tetsuya also stopped what he was doing. Although most of his work is usually handled by his shadow clone, he will still choose to entertain some special people in person. Welcome, Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen. Coming out of the kitchen, Jai saw someone who surprised him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the apprentice and guard of the second Hokage, the future third Hokage, and the teacher of the three Jiraiyas. Although nominally he is only the guard of second Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi helps Tobirama with other things on weekdays, so his status in Konoha is also quite high. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a kind smile. Hello, Boss Chiba, I heard from Jiraiya and others that your ramen tastes quite good, so I came over and won't trouble you. Wherever, if Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen can come, the shop will be full of glory. He said this, but Jia did have some other guesses in his heart. Why is he here? Who is he here on behalf of? Tobirama? Could it be that someone saw something? I shouldn't have exposed anything, right? There is no problem with Chakra's seal, and there is no reason why Shadow Clone has too much contact with others. Are you really just here to eat noodles? Tetsuya warmly welcomed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the store and sat down. I really didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama to come to the shop. I'm really flattered. So Hiruzen-sama, what would you like to eat? The ramen here has a variety of flavors, which will definitely open your eyes. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out the menu. Under his development, the original one-page menu had turned into a booklet. Sarutobi-sensei, I strongly recommend you try their signature ramen. It's absolutely delicious. Jiraiya on the side recommended his favorite signature ramen to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Idiot Jiraiya, Sarutobi-sensei has his own ideas, so don't make trouble. Tsunade unceremoniously punched Jiraiya in the head. Damn it, Tsunade, can you stop hitting me at every turn? It's really too violent. No one will like you in the future. You violent washboard princess. Jiraiya held his head and moaned. What? Jiraiya, what did you just say? Hearing Jiraiya call herself the violent washboard princess, Tsunade's anger suddenly became even greater. Orochimaru save me. Jiraiya saw that Tsunade was about to run away and hid behind Orochimaru without hesitation. Looking at the noisy three people, Sarutobi Hiruzen also laughed. Young people are energetic. Jai smiled and shook his head. Jiraiya, with the way you are now, no wonder it was Kato-dan who caught Tsunade first. And you are always just a little bit behind. Thinking of what will happen to Jiraiya in the future, Tetsuya can't help but sigh for it. It will always be just a little bit worse. Almost caught up with Tsunade. I almost saw my friend Orochimaru turn around. Almost finished writing Making Out in Heaven. Almost saw Naruto become the Hokage. Almost saw Naruto get married. Almost saw the prophecy come true and bring peace to the shinobi world. Always a little bit close, always a little bit close, almost running through Jiraiya's life. Jiraiya's life is such an imperfect life, but this is the heroic story of Jiraiya. Looking at the noisy Sunin, Tetsuya was stunned for a moment. And this scene also caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. The look in this boss's eyes. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Tetsuya's special look when he looked at Sunin. There was emotion, recognition, and more of regret in his eyes. However, among these three disciples of mine, what is there to regret? Tsunade is a descendant of the Hokage and has the blood of the Senju clan. Orochimaru is a genius ninja who has obtained his true heritage. Jiraiya also had his own adventure and signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. No matter how you think about it, the three of them all have a bright future. The emotion and recognition are understandable, but they shouldn't feel regretful in any way. Boss, I want a piece of assorted ramen to blame on this idiot Jiraiya. After beating Jiraiya, and finally blackmailing Jiraiya, Tsunade calmed down a lot. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also put down the menu. Then I'll have some tonkotsu ramen. Boss, I'm still the same, flame fried noodles, thank you. Boss, I want the signature ramen. Okay, everyone, just wait a moment. The noodles will be ready soon. Tetsuya responded. Following normal procedures, Tetsuya quickly prepared the ramen ordered by the four of their master and apprentice. Everyone, the noodles are ready. It's a little hot just out of the pan. Eat slowly. Thank you boss. Then, I'm starting. It's starting. Asterisk 3. The three of Jiraiya were already familiar with Tetsuya's ramen, so they didn't rush to use their chopsticks, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the chopsticks and picked up the noodles. Watching the noodle soup still glowing under the sunlight rippling in the bowl, the fragrance spreads with his movements. He couldn't help but swallow, and without hesitation, he took a big bite. The chewy noodles break in your mouth, the noodle soup overflows, the aroma of the noodles and the flavor of the soup burst out at the same time. It's really good. No wonder your business is so good, Boss Chiba. This taste is definitely the best ramen I have ever tasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had tasted ramen, also praised it without hesitation. Sarutobi-sama, thank you very much. Tetsuya smiled shyly, and there was more vigilance and caution under his smile. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely not just here to eat ramen. Last time this little Sunin came to his shop to eat ramen, his reaction was a bit strange. Could it be that after he went to the battlefield and killed someone, some of his temperament or characteristics changed and they noticed it? Boss Chiba, your Chiba family were also followers of Lord Senju Hashirama back then, right? Here we go, let's begin. Tetsuya knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's interrogation had begun, but his expression remained calm. Yes, our Chiba family was also a subsidiary family of the Senju clan back then, and we followed Lord Senju Hashirama to Konoha. The two chatted endlessly, all about the time when the Chiba family followed first Hokage Senju Hashirama and fought for Konoha. In fact, anyone with a bit of ninja common sense can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen is interrogating Tetsuya, asking him some trivial things in the past to see if he is someone else's undercover who entered Konoha in disguise. After all, no matter how detailed your intelligence collection is, there will still be mistakes. However, Tetsuya has perfectly inherited the memory of the original person. To be precise, the original person and him are the same person. Faced with these problems, there will naturally be no flaws. After chatting for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also finished eating his noodles. At the same time, he also had an answer in his mind, that is, Kinyi was fine. As for the abnormality in the boss that his three disciples said before, it might be the sequelae of the war. After all, the war has just ended, and the mentality of many people in the village has changed, which is inevitable. It seems that I need to talk to the teacher about how to do a good job in post-war comfort work when I get back. But speaking of it, the teacher's body. Hey, I don't know how long the teacher can last. However, if the teacher can't hold on anymore, can he become a good Hokage? He shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. The teacher is still here, and as a disciple and Hokage guard, my current task is to assist the teacher. Boss Chiba, I heard that you have also cultivated chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly changed the topic. Tetsuya nodded. Yes, I only succeeded in cultivating chakra when I first opened the store. It's a pity that my talent is dull, and I haven't made much progress until now. That's right, it's okay. Diligence can make up for weakness. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said. Then do you want to become a ninja? If you say you don't want to, it's definitely a lie. Tetsuya smiled awkwardly. But I know very well that even if a person like me becomes a ninja, he will only drag down his companions. It is better to guard this shop with peace of mind and be able to see the ninjas returning from their missions every day and eat a bowl of ramen with satisfaction. I am already very satisfied. Life in this world depends entirely on acting. Tetsuya's acting skills have also been gradually developed, and there is absolutely no trace of acting in his performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen left with the future Sennin. After Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed that Tetsuya had no problem, the previous changes may have been caused by the sequelae of the war. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Tetsuya, Sennin was still very happy. After all, they love Chiba ramen shop. After a hard day of practice, if you can eat a steaming bowl of delicious ramen, even the fatigue caused by a long day of hard practice can be relieved. Okay, all three of you go practice. Arriving at the road, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his three disciples and explained. You have performed very well. As a ninja, you must always be wary of everyone around you. Only in this way can you ensure the safety of yourself and the village. When you encounter someone you are not sure about in the future, remember like this time, don't be impulsive and come to me first. Do you understand? I understand, Sarutobi-sensei. Asterisk 3. Okay, that's it. I'm going back to the Hokage building first. I haven't finished all the tasks assigned to me by Master Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved to his disciples, then turned and walked towards the Hokage building. Sennin walked towards the training ground. On the way, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Well, since we misunderstood Boss Chiba, do we need this opportunity to apologize? Huh? Apologize? Jiraiya scratched his head. I don't think it's necessary. We didn't cause any trouble to Boss Chiba. We even took Sarutobi-sensei to eat ramen. Speaking of which, we even helped the boss attract customers. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, then looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you think? Jiraiya also looked at Orochimaru, waiting for Orochimaru's answer. I think it's better to find an opportunity to talk to the boss. After all, what Sarutobi-sensei said today does have the meaning of interrogation. It would be okay if Boss Chiba didn't think that way. If he did think that way, I don't need to guess to know that we were the first to suspect him. By then, our relationship with Boss Chiba might not be what it is now. Orochimaru is right, so let's take the time to make it clear to Boss Chiba some other time and apologize. Seeing his two teammates saying this, Jiraiya had no choice but to obey the majority, but he didn't think much about it. He just wanted to apologize. He, Jiraiya, can bend, and he will naturally admit it when he made a mistake. Chiba ramen shop. After seeing off master and apprentice Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tetsuya returned to his kitchen. It seems that little Sennin noticed some changes in his details when he came to eat noodles last time, so he became suspicious, but they were not sure, so they called Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't see any problem. Jai nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, his acting skills still need to be improved, and little Sennin actually saw the clues. Or should I say, he is worthy of being a little Sennin? His perception is cautious and sharp enough. That's all, I will leave Konoha and the country of fire anyway. Anyway, I am immortal. If something goes wrong and I want to leave, no one can keep me. At that time, it would be nothing more than leaving Konoha and leaving the country of fire one step ahead of schedule. Thinking about it, Jay also continued to study instant noodles. After all, this thing is related to his future money-making plans. Hokage building. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen returned here, he went to the Hokage office. Senju Tobirama, who looked obviously pale and looked much older, was sitting at his desk. It's a monkey, what's the matter? Seeing that the person knocking on the gate of opening was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Tobirama immediately asked him what he wanted. Teacher, there are some things I want to talk to you about, which are related to the work of appeasing the villagers after the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing to hide in front of Senju Tobirama. He directly told what happened at the ramen shop before and some of his thoughts on appeasing people's livelihood. After listening to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Senju Tobirama nodded. Monkey, your idea is very good, just do what you want. I will eventually pass the position of Hokage to you. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised and happy in his heart. It seems that the location of the third Hokage is still mine after all, and this time is different from before. This time, Senju Tobirama was in charge of Konoha, and he passed the position of Hokage to him in front of many family heads. He wanted to see who else dared to object this time. Then he heard Senju Tobirama say with some emotion, I also know a little bit about the Chiba boss you mentioned before. The Chiba family was one of the first families to follow our Senju family back then. Senju Tobirama talked about the past. The history of the Senju family can be traced back to the Warring States period. Before his eldest brother Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara became famous, the Chiba family was already a vassal of their Senju family. Unlike other families who chose to follow Senju Hashirama out of fear of their power, as the Senju family's most loyal vassal, the Chiba family always stood behind the Senju family during the Warring States period. But this also caused the Chiba family to be resented by many families. After all, some small families are not Senju's opponents, aren't they your Chiba's opponents? Later, the Chiba family was attacked by multiple small families. In the end, they suffered heavy losses and almost all their elite members were wiped out. However, the Chiba family never regretted it. Later, his eldest brother became the leader of the Senju clan, negotiated peace with the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Madara, and founded Konoha together. The Chiba family also came to Konoha, but at that time, there were not many people left in the Chiba family, and there were not even a few ninjas left. In the past, during the Warring States period, the Chiba family, which was relatively famous, became lonely. At this point, Senju Tobirama was a little surprised that the Chiba family was left with only one single child, Chiba Tetsuya, who had extremely poor cultivation aptitude. But after hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi say that Tetsuya Chiba opened a ramen shop, Senju Tobirama thought this was good. If you are not a ninja, you don't have to do missions, go to the battlefield, and live a life of licking blood. As long as Konoha continues to live a stable life and let the Chiba family pass on the inheritance, it can be said that the family that was once loyal to their Senju has not completely disappeared in the long river of history. Monkey, take care of the Chiba boys for me from now on. I understand, teacher. Cough cough cough. Suddenly Senju Tobirama coughed violently. Teacher, are you okay? Sarutobi looked at Senju Tobirama worriedly, and Senju Tobirama waved his hand. It's okay. I know how my body is doing. Monkey, I have decided to hand over the position of the next Hokage to you, so you must also take on the corresponding responsibilities. What I want to say next, come out of my mouth and into your mouth. Before you step down as Hokage, you cannot tell the third person, do you understand? Seeing Senju Tobirama being so serious, Sarutobi Hiruzen also became nervous, but he still nodded. Don't worry, teacher. I swear I will never tell anyone. If anything happens, just tell me. Tobirama stood up and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and said, Monkey, do you know why I was able to come back alive from the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Because teacher, your strength is extraordinary. Gold Horn and Silver Horn are no match for you. Haha, do you believe this? If I were really powerful, I would have let you go first and I would have stayed behind to break up the rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his mouth and stopped talking. In fact, from the day Tobirama returned to Konoha alive, they had been guessing what happened at that time. After all, if the teacher could really win the Gold Horn and Silver Horn, then the situation at that time would not be like that. However, after all, Tobirama is their teacher and the second-generation shadow of the village. Tobirama didn't take the initiative to tell them what happened, and none of them dared to ask. So teacher, what happened? Tobirama took a deep breath. Monkey, when I was about to be surrounded by people, I met a person. A person? Could it be reinforcements from the village? No, it's unlikely. Or maybe it's Yunying's people. Tobirama denied all the answers that Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed. It's an old friend of mine, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible, teacher? Uchiha Izuna, that Uchiha Madara's younger brother. But, isn't he already dead? Yes, Izuna has been dead for a long time. He was killed by me before the village was established. Tobirama's eyes were a little dazed. However, he did appear in front of me at that time, and helped me defeat Yunying, kill Jin Jiao Yin Jiao, and even several Six Paths noble phantasms in Jin Jiao Yin Jiao's hands were taken away by Izuna. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can the dead be resurrected? Tobirama was also a little confused. Yes, how can a dead person be truly resurrected? But Izuna just appeared at that time. Teacher, could someone be pretending to be Izuna? Sarutobi Hiruzen put forward his conjecture. I've also suspected before that someone might be pretending to be someone, but let me ask you, monkey, have you seen Izuna? Facing Tobirama's question, Sarutobi shook his head. Do you know Izuna? Sarutobi still shook his head. Do you think, besides the dead Uchiha Madara, there is anyone who knows Izuna better than me? Probably not. Yet, there should be no more. As his old rival, Tobirama and Izuna can be said to have been at odds with each other for many years. He can pat his chest and say that he, Senju Tobirama, knows Izuna better than Uchiha Izuna himself. But knowing Izuna in this way, he didn't see any problem. If I have to say it, Izuna's strength seems to have weakened. The only ninjutsu he uses is fire style, and the Sharingan only has 3 Megatama. However, these can all be attributed to the fact that Izuna has just been resurrected and her strength has not been fully restored. One more thing that proves that person is Izuna. That was when he left the Flying Thunder God's mark on Izuna's body, but after Izuna left, his perception of the Flying Thunder God's mark disappeared. Obviously the other party knew what he was doing and had been on guard for a long time. How could ordinary people notice the mark of the Flying Thunder God left by him? Only the resurrected Izuna might be on guard against it. After all, he was killed by himself last time. Monkey, I am telling you this to tell you that if I die one day, you must watch over the Uchiha clan. Teacher, Senju Tobirama said while looking out the window. If I die one day, then the next Hokage will be you. At that time, I hope you will not push the Uchiha clan too hard. The Uchiha clan is a sword, you have to master the propriety of holding the sword. If you press too hard, the knife will most likely hurt you. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna doesn't know when he will come back. I'm afraid that by that time, you will not be his opponent. Tobirama didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Izuna would be after she regained her strength, with her near-immortal body, Mangekyo Sharingan, 6 paths blades, and her amazing sealing techniques. Even if he were to return to his peak strength now, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill Izuna again. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood what his teacher meant. He was afraid that he would push the Uchiha clan too hard and cause conflict with the village. If it's just the current Uchiha clan, that's not enough evidence. But what if the Uchiha clan had a leader named Uchiha Izuna? At that time, Konoha will face Uchiha, who frightened all the ninja clans during the Warring States period. Okay, you go down. Remember, you can't let the third person know what you say today. I understand, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and bowed to leave. However, what Tobirama never expected was that the Uchiha Izuna he was worried about was now cooking noodles at a ramen shop. 2 more days passed, and Jai felt a little worried when he saw that his income had basically not increased much. It seems that the research and development of cup noodles needs to be accelerated. Sitting on the bed, Tetsuya put the money away and stretched, planning to practice sage art for a while before falling asleep. Hey, my dear master, I seem to hear you sighing. Have you encountered any trouble? Tetsuya's eyelids twitched. Why did you, a useless BCH like you, show up today? Oh my god, master, how can you say that to me? I am also thinking about you. Are you confused that there is no better way to make money? What? Do you have a solution? Jia sat on the bed and held his chin with one hand, looking at the cheap virtual Erha in front of him. Of course it can be done. Master, have you forgotten how you learned to make ramen? Hearing this, Jai's eyes lit up. Yes, the ramen skills were extracted before, so can we extract other money-making skills? Congratulations, master, you got the answer right. That's right, I just want to remind you of this, Guzi. Tetsuya clapped his hands. Yes, I spent so long researching on the co-authorship. It doesn't count. At least master, you are quite happy in the process of exploring the unknown, aren't you? That's right. Okay, stop talking nonsense and draw cards. Jai no longer hesitated and took out the savings accumulated during this period to start his own dog gambling journey. The next morning, a somewhat tired Jia returned to his shop. Looking at his empty wallet, he just wanted to let out a roar from the sky. I'm going to FKU? The dog system next door? My enthusiastic horse? Refund your money. This dog system drained all Jai's savings these days, took out a lot of useless things, and finally gave him a guarantee for making instant cup noodles. He seriously suspected that this BCH was here for the money left in his pocket. So, you called me here just to show me this thing. Sakia, who had white hair and dead eyes, squatted in front of the table, staring at the white cup in front of him with Tetsuya. There is a lid on the cup. What do you know? Let me tell you, mine is definitely the greatest invention since the founding of Konoha. Just brag. The greatest invention is just this cup? You don't have to worry about showing off your tongue when you talk big. Sakai curled his lips, he didn't believe this would be the greatest invention. What, you don't believe it? The point is not the cup, but what's inside the cup. I'll show it to you right now. As Tetsuya opened the lid of the cup, Sakia stepped forward to take a look. He discovered that there was actually a piece of flour cake inside. Isn't it just a piece of flour cake? What's there to brag about? Then, under Sakia's gaze, Tetsuya poured the hot water he had prepared in advance into the cup and then closed the lid again. Sakia just looked at Tetsuya, he wanted to see what the hell this guy was doing. After a while he smelled a familiar fragrance. This is it? This is the taste of the signature tonkotsu ramen. Hey, just watch it. When the time was up, Tetsuya opened the lid, stirred the cup noodles with chopsticks, and then handed the noodles in front of Sakia. Dang, Chiba brand instant cup noodles. This is ramen. Sakia looked at the ramen in the cup with some surprise. The noodles in the cup just now turned into ramen? Try it quickly and see how it tastes. You won't be charged for this cup. At Tetsuya's urging, Sakia picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. The first bite felt pretty good, as if it wasn't as much as what I usually eat in the store. But after taking a few more bites, he found that something was still a little different. The portion of cup noodles is not that big, it is about the same size as a medium bowl of ramen in the store, but the taste is slightly different. But it's not that much different. The most important thing is that this thing is convenient. Soak it in boiling water and wait for a while before eating. With this cup, it is convenient to carry. Just imagine, when you perform missions outside in the future, you won't have to chew dry compressed food or tasteless military ration pills. How was it? How did it feel? The taste is okay, but it's still a bit inferior to the noodles in the store. Oh, that's inevitable. Ramen has to be hot and delicious just out of the pot. Tetsuya smiled and said again. But, this instant cup noodles is all about convenience. It can be eaten as soon as you brew it with hot water. It's really not possible. You can eat the noodles dry without hot water, but the taste will definitely be worse if you eat them dry. With this, you will be able to eat delicious ramen when you are doing tasks outside. Sakia smiled. I didn't expect that when I casually mentioned it, you actually made ramen that can be eaten outside. It's really hard for you? Oh, I didn't do it just for you. I just want to make more money. As he spoke, Tetsuya laughed. He was not lying at all. The purpose of doing this thing from the beginning was to make money. Yes, your idea can indeed make money. I think there will be many ninjas who will be happy to bring a cup of noodles when they go out on missions. Yeah, I think so. I called you here today because I want to hear your feelings and see if there is anything that needs improvement. If there are no problems, I plan to start mass production. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Sakia also started to think seriously. I don't think there's a big problem. If I have to say it, is there only one flavor? If you only eat this one flavor, you'll probably get bored easily. There is no other way for this at the moment. I have only developed this classic flavor so far, but there will definitely be more new flavors in the future. Then I have no problem. Okay, then I will prepare for mass production. When the first batch of products is released, I will have to trouble you to help me promote it. No problem. With Sakia's approval, Tetsuya officially started the production of cup noodles. What? Are you asking him where the cup noodle production tools came from? Of course they were extracted by the dog system. This guy was using cup noodle making techniques as bait while constantly increasing his bets, and finally drained his wallet. Now it's time to make money and regain blood. He used ninjutsu to dig out a factory underneath the ramen shop, and placed all the machines for making cup noodles underneath. The machine produced by dog system can directly seal its own chakra and use it as an energy source in the machine. The machine started and a steady stream of cup noodles was produced. Chiba cup noodles is officially on sale. Chiba ramen is extremely popular among the ninjas of Konoha. Coupled with Heitake Sakia's help in promoting it, the first batch of cup noodles was sold out immediately. Not only ninjas came to buy, but also many interested Konoha villagers also came to join in the fun. After all, it was the first time to sell, and Tetsuya's price was not high. Boss Chiba, Uncle Jiraiya is here. Do you still have your cup noodles? After a day of hard training, Jiraiya came running over with a roar. It's Jiraiya. I'm sorry, you came too late. They were already sold out at noon. It's sold out. Jiraiya looked dejected. He originally heard that the Chiba boss had produced a ramen that could be eaten by brewing it with hot water. He came back in a hurry after finishing his training. After all, he was practicing at Mount Mayaboku and had only bugs to eat every day, which made Jiraiya very uncomfortable. He originally thought that he could buy more cup noodles to eat at Mount Mayaboku when he was practicing, so that he wouldn't have to eat bugs. I didn't expect that I was late. Was I destined to eat those disgusting bugs? Boss, can you tell me how you make those cup noodles? Idiot Jiraiya? How can you just pry into other people's business secrets? Another familiar voice sounded. Tsunade walked into the store and punched Jiraiya in the head. Tsunade, why did you hit me? Because you're stupid. Don't say that about Jiraiya. After all, he has always been a loser since school. Orochimaru followed Tsunade into the shop. Orochimaru and Tsunade are here too. Are you here to buy cup noodles too? Orochimaru shook his head. No, I'm here to eat noodles. I'm here to eat noodles too. I'm going to pack a portion for my second grandfather to try. My second grandfather said before that he wanted to try your noodles, but he is too busy with work and can't get away. Mr. Second Generation wants to eat the ramen I made. That's a great honor for me. Just wait a moment, I'll make it right now. As night falls, in this ninja world with very few nighttime entertainment activities, there are no pedestrians on the streets, only ninjas on routine patrols are left. Every household also turned off the lights early to rest, and the only entertainment activity left was making little people. In the Hokage's office, second Hokage Tobirama is reviewing documents. After all the affairs of the entire ninja village have to be handed over to him as the Hokage. Before he fell, he hoped to contribute more to the village. It's a pity that not everyone can understand him. How many pairs of eyes are staring at him and dividing the rights from his hands after his death. Second Grandpa. A crisp voice sounded, and Tsunade opened the door of Hokage's office and walked in carrying a food box. Oh, it's Zayazuna. Why did you come to me instead of resting? Hehe, didn't second grandpa say before that you also want to try Chiba's ramen? I'm here to deliver ramen to second grandpa. Bring me ramen? Ha ha ha. Hearing that Tsunade actually cared about him, Tobirama also laughed. Our little Tsunade has become sensible and knows how to care about the second grandpa. I just said casually that I wanted to try his ramen, but I didn't expect you to actually bring it to me. As a junior, isn't it right to care about your elders? Second grandpa, come and eat while it's hot. Tsunade placed the food box on Senju Tobirama's desk. His ramen is delicious. I just went to deliver it to grandma. Grandma also likes his ramen very much. Oh, did you also bring one to my sister-in-law? You've really grown up, Tsunade. Tsunade sat obediently next to Tobirama. It's okay. In fact, I only bought one copy at that time, and the other one was given by the boss of Chiba. He heard that I wanted to give it to my second grandfather to try, so he specially gave me a discount. Buy one and get one free. Let me bring one to grandma too. Tobirama opened the food box, and the aroma of ramen instantly filled Hokage's office. Tobirama nodded in approval. The junior of the Chiba family is interested. It seems that he is still thinking about our Senju clan. Chiba's family? Is it Boss Chiba's family? Tsunade became interested in the Chiba family. She knew that her Senju clan was a powerful clan in the village, and many human clans were once their vassals. But she really didn't have much impression of the Chiba clan. Well, he is the only one left in the Chiba family. Oh, is that so? Second grandpa, can you tell me about the Chiba family? How come there is only one person left in them? Speaking of which, we Senju can't stand up to Chiba. Tobirama also sighed with emotion and told Tsunade about the past. After hearing the deeds of the Chiba family, Tsunade was also very surprised. All the ninjas of the Chiba family sacrificed for us Senju and for the village. Only Boss Chiba, a person without ninja talent, survived, and the waste of the past has become the only incense of the Chiba family. Yes, the people in the Kinyi family are all good, including the current Kinyi boy. Saying that, Tobirama took a bite of ramen. The taste is surprisingly good. Although it is packaged and the noodles have been soaked in the soup for a long time, they are still surprisingly strong. The noodles absorb the flavor of the soup, making the aroma even richer. The side dishes are also handled just right, without taking away from the main tone of the ramen, and adding a lot of color to the ramen. Yes, this kid from the Chiba family is indeed very capable. With this skill, I believe he can live a prosperous life in the village. That's it, second grandpa, you don't know that Boss Chiba's business is definitely unique in the village, and he has also developed instant ramen, which can be eaten by soaking it in hot water, which is very convenient. Oh, is that so? When he heard about instant ramen, Tobirama thought a lot for a while. His first reaction was whether it could be used for ninja missions. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to make much sense. It seems to be useful for some patrol tasks, allowing the ninja to have a hot meal when it is inconvenient to make a fire. However, for some people who don't like to cook over a fire, or who don't know how to cook, this is indeed a good choice. Naruto long live instant ramen? Tsunade told Tobirama about instant ramen, and then from instant ramen to idiot Jiraiya, and then to their training and other places. The grandfather and grandson just chatted here and there and talked a lot. On the other side, Chiba Tetsuya's home. Tetsuya was sitting on the bed, just about to meditate on the sage jutsu practice of communicating the energy of heaven and earth. Dear master, have you missed me these days? Seeing the dog system that he jumped out of, Jia couldn't help but sneered. Haha, I miss you. Of course I miss you. I miss you so much. Why don't you die? Last time, you cheated my family and gave me a bunch of meaningless things. How dare you show up? Oh, calm down, dear master, how could I cheat you? It's just that you have some bad luck, okay. FKU, I have bad luck, but why on earth did you divide a cup noodle production equipment into 5 parts for me? Why are you just smoking ninja shards? Why don't you use this machine? Break it into 40 pieces, or even 100 pieces, and then give me a pool of high skill cards for me to draw. Oh, calm down, there's nothing I can do about it. Is that a production equipment? What I prepared for you, dear master, is a production line. From the production of cup noodles to the final encapsulation, isn't it a one-stop process? It's hard for me to understand it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hit this BCH, Tetsuya would really want to strangle this guy to death. I can't help it, this BCH is so mean, especially with that ugly face, I really want to hang him up and whip him. What do you want to do when you come out this time? Let me tell you, I have no plans to draw cards yet. The existing things are enough for me to digest for a while. Oh, look what you said, you are my host, my dearest relative, my most respected master, can't I come out and see you? Haha, brag, keep bragging. Even if you brag and you get flowers today, I won't pay for the lottery. Tetsuya has basically seen this guy's urinary nature. As long as he has spare money, this guy will jump out and fool him into various lottery draws, then squeeze out all the money he has, and finally leave with a slap on the butt. How can you miss me so much? Am I that kind of person? You're not a human being, you're a dog, and you're the most unreliable person. Stop beating around the bush and tell me, what do you want to do? What, master, didn't you want to resurrect others before? I have prepared a special reward for you. As he spoke, an interface that was highly similar to the Hokage Ninja mobile game's master move interface appeared in front of him. Hey, what do you think of this? No, you've really mastered your FG tricks. Jie was also very depressed. He felt that he had been tricked by the dog system again. The dog system sucked all the money out of him. What do you mean? You have to draw 100 draws to trigger the skill function. After 100 draws, I only got 20 pieces of Izuna. If you want to resurrect Izuna, you must collect 100 pieces. System, you are a real dog. If you smoke for 100 times, you will get 20 tablets. It is a guarantee. You will pay me back my hard-earned money. Oh, master, please open up the situation a little bit. Money is an external thing. As long as you earn it, it will always be there. For the owner with the immortal body of the evil god, time is meaningless. Isn't it easy to save money? Although Jia understands that the dog system is right, for him, time is meaningless, and the money that can be earned by spending time is also meaningless. It is nothing more than time. But he still felt very unhappy. I finally saved some money by selling ramen and cup noodles, but I was cheated by the dog system again. Alas, I feel unhappy. With an extremely unhappy mood, Tetsuya went about his business at the gate of opening as usual. The following days seemed to calm down. I repeat the same life every day, watching the customers coming and going in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and the three of them would come here to eat noodles occasionally, but Tsunade would come over every once in a while to bring back a piece of ramen for Tobirama and Mito. This also made Tetsuya and Tsunade become more familiar. Every time he saw Tsunade, Tetsuya would sigh. He never thought that the current washboard princess would become a famous breasted girl in the ninja world in the future. It was really unexpected. Orochimaru also comes often. Every time he comes, he will ask if there are any new products. Orochimaru is always full of interest in the new products launched by Chiba Ramen Shop. The days passed day by day until this day. In the Hokage office, Tobirama was processing official documents, and suddenly he felt that his vision was a little blurred. What's wrong with me? Tobirama put down the pen in his hand and looked out the window. The scenery outside the window became blurry. Suddenly he understood in his heart that his time had come and it was time for his soul to return to the Pure Land. To be inaccurate, he should have returned to the Pure Land long ago, if it hadn't been for that time. Is it time yet? Tobirama struggled to the window. He looked outside, but it was blurry. Izuna, I still haven't been able to witness the moment you return to the village. I hope that when you return, you won't do anything to the village. If you let me know that you are going to attack the village after my death, then I will not let you go even if I crawl out of the Pure Land. As he spoke, he felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Is it over here? But I haven't done more for the village. I can't fall like this, at least. Tobirama held on for his last breath and cast a secret technique. The blurry scenery in front of me became clear again. Come here, inform the monkeys and the clan leaders of the major families to come. Yes. The Hokage Sonambu immediately springs into action. On this day, the whole village of Konoha mourned. Second generation soul has returned to the Pure Land. This second Hokage was thinking about the village until the last moment. Before he fell, he summoned the clan leaders of the major ninja clans in the village and the top leaders of the village, and appointed the third Hokage in front of everyone, and this third Hokage was his disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reason why he did this was to prevent the previous situation from happening. Prevent people in the village from having disputes over the position of Hokage, causing the village to fall apart. Hiruzen, who was designated as the third Hokage, did not rush to succeed the Hokage, but held a funeral for his teacher, the previous generation Hokage of the village. As if to set off the wind on my back, it started to rain on the day of the funeral. Everyone stood in silence in front of the grave of the second generation. This Hokage worked diligently and devoted his life to Konoha, and even left no descendants. Tsunade stood beside her teacher sadly. She looked at the tombstone with tears in her eyes. Today, he lost another relative who loved her. A group of high-level officials did not stay long, and left after coming forward to express their condolences. After all, there were still many things waiting for them to deal with in Konoha. After the senior officials and representatives of the major ninja clans left, the villagers of Konoha village spontaneously stepped forward to say goodbye. Tetsuya also mingled at the back of the crowd. After everyone left, he came to Tobirama's tombstone. Looking at the name engraved on the tombstone, Tetsuya took out a bowl of ramen from the food box and placed it on the table. In front of the tombstones filled with breeches, Tsunade told him that this was Tobirama's favorite flavor. Oh, I thought that after saving you from the golden horn and the silver horn, you would be able to change the trajectory of your destiny, but I didn't expect that you still left. Tetsuya shook his head with emotion. It seemed that Tobirama had already exhausted his potential at that time. It was considered amazing that he could persist for so long. Oh, master, why do you have to be sad? Death is bullshit to you, master. Hearing Erha's figure, Jia couldn't help but roll his eyes. Which of your eyes sees me sad? Is it the two eyes in front or the eyes in the back? I'm just feeling a little emotional. No need to lament, master. For you can definitely resurrect him. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about. When Jai heard this, his head turned black. What do you mean? Don't tell me. Izuna's mastermind is Tobirama. Congratulations, master, you got the answer right. Of course, if you want, I can arrange something else for you later, such as Hashirama, or Azura, Indra, Aiham Madara. Well, it seems that Aiham Madara is not available for the time being. He is not dead yet and I cannot resurrect him. However, after he dies, I can arrange it for you, the master, immediately. Shut up. Jia also rolled his eyes and turned to leave. but he was really thinking about resurrecting Tobirama and letting him and Izuna work for him together. Well, it would be interesting to see the two of them together. What did you say? Will they listen to you? Don't be kidding, it will be who knows how long it takes until you resurrect them. By that time, not to mention how many good things he can draw, just from the sage jutsu of Huangpai Zifen, I am afraid that I will already be among the first echelons of the ninja world, and strength determines everything. Not to mention that Erha told him from the beginning that no matter how powerful the person he resurrected was in front of him, he could not hurt him. This alone was enough. In Konoha, when the third generation came to power, there were no drastic reforms, and there was no rush to implement any new policies. Instead, he leads Konoha step by step, trying to minimize the negative impact caused by the death of second Hokage. All I can say is that Konoha is lucky. When the war just ended, the second Hokage was still there, and the village did not undergo fluctuations due to the change of shadows like other ninja villages. And precisely because second Hokage gave the village a breath of relief after the war, this third generation movie after Jonin is much easier than the third generation movie of other villages. In Hokage's office, looking at the documents on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, rubbed his brows, took out his pipe from the drawer and lit it. After taking a few puffs, the smoke filled Hokage's office. Under the influence of nicotine, his frown relaxed a bit. Tuck tuck tuck. Please come in. The door to Hokage's office opened, and a person who surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. Boss Chiba? Why are you free to come to my place today? Do you need any help? Hello, third generation. Tetsuya grinned and walked to stand opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, you're welcome. Please sit down. The ramen shop is closed today? Don't you usually have to guard the shop? Haha, no, I hired an apprentice, and now he helps to look after the store, plus my avatar guides me. It doesn't matter if I am there or not. Oh, have you learned the cloning technique? Compared to recruiting an apprentice at the Chiba ramen shop, Hiruzen Sarutobi was more interested in Tetsuya learning the clone technique. Although the clone technique is only one of the most basic three-body techniques for ninjas, it is not easy for a ninja with no talent to learn. Yes, I learned it, although it took me a lot of time and a lot of money. It cost a lot of money. Yes, I am a slow learner, so I paid a few more ninjas to teach me. Isn't this because I thought that by learning to clone myself, I would be able to do more things? Haha, so that's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and then asked. So, why did you come to see me today? Jai nodded and said seriously. It's like this, Mr. Third Generation. I feel that the development of my shop in the village has reached its limit, so I want to do business outside. Do you want to do business outside? The Fire Nation? Or the entire ninja world? Well, currently my goal is only the Fire Country. As he said that, Jai suddenly became excited. But I believe that as long as you give me a certain amount of time, I will be able to open Chiba ramen shops all over the ninja world. Even if I can't become a ninja, I will still make the name of our Chiba family famous in the ninja world. Seeing Tetsuya's excited look, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. He admired Tetsuya's confident look. Yes, it's a very good dream. I believe you can achieve it. But the village also allows everyone in the village to go out to do business. You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing. Tetsuya smiled and said his purpose. Well, actually, I'm here to issue a mission. Oh, release a mission, that's it. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he nodded and took out the task list from the drawer on the side of the table. Tell me, what kind of task do you want to publish? I'll write it down for you and post it on the task board when the time comes. I want to issue an escort mission. Guard mission. Yes, I plan to go around various cities in the Land of Fire first and do some field research. Only after I have enough understanding of the cities in the Land of Fire can I make plans for the future of the ramen shop. In fact, this escort task is very redundant. At this time, Tetsuya feels that he is not worthy of any ninja in the village. Unless the shadow of a certain village takes action personally, it is really not something that ordinary people can deal with. However, the shadow of a village would come to target me, an ordinary person who owns a ramen shop, when he has nothing to do. Moreover, even if he is the shadow of a village, Jia is fully confident that he can escape. After all, the speed of lightning-style chakra mode is not something that cats and dogs can match. However, now in the eyes of others, I am a loser who has barely learned the art of cloning. If I dare to travel out of the village alone, then some people will be suspicious. If you want to make a show, be more realistic and comprehensive, issue a mission, and ask a ninja to come over and protect you. Sarutobi Hiruzen fully agreed with Tetsuya's idea of asking for a guard. He is very thoughtful and is worthy of being a Chiba boss who is able to open a prosperous ramen shop. Hokage-sama is a compliment. No, I really think that Boss Chiba, you have a very good business mind. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the written mission request. Okay, Boss Chiba, I have written your task for you. How about giving you the highest level C-level task? After all, you are only in the Land of Fire, so you shouldn't encounter ninjas from other villages. However, if you travel around the Land of Fire for a long time, you should follow the highest standards. No problem. Okay, then it's settled. I'll give you another pass to enter and exit the village. This will make it easier for you to leave and enter the village. Thank you, third generation. Sure enough, when he was young, Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite pleasing to the eye. Soon, Tetsuya paid the deposit and left the Hokage office with his things. Before leaving, he gave a membership card to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although Hiruzen was not short of money, what he wanted was an identity. After all, he was the only one in Konoha at the moment. Member. Back at his ramen shop, Tetsuya couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder who will be commissioned to accompany me around the Land of Fire tomorrow. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to it. After all, during this period of free time, he learned genjutsu from Wang Taisin. He also wanted to test the waters and see if his genjutsu could work on ninjas. Well, for a sea-level mission, it should be guaranteed that there will be one chunin. It's best not to be a combination of 1 jonin and 3 genin. While dreaming about tomorrow's itinerary, I lay in front of the counter and looked at the passers-by outside the hall. Being able to use the clone openly and honestly, Jia also felt free. However, the business in his store was average during this period, but the sales of cup noodles exceeded that of ramen. This made him think about it. Why not just open a branch and sell cup noodles directly to various cities in the Land of Fire? The next morning, Tetsuya came to the ramen shop early. Shouta, I'll go out and leave the store to you. My clone will stay in the store. If you don't understand anything, just ask him. Good teacher. Although Tetsuya looks about the same age as Tetsuya, he still calls Tetsuya his teacher honestly. When Tetsuya came to learn how to make ramen from him, Tetsuya was shocked. He thought that the young man in front of him was the future boss of Ichiraku, but it seemed that the time was not right. After some questioning, he determined that this hand was not Yul, but most likely the father of the legendary Yul. When he thought about the future Akatsuki happily calling himself master, Tetsuya immediately agreed to accept him as his disciple. After explaining the precautions for hand typing, Tetsuya went to the gate of Konoha Ninja Village. The ninja who took over the escort mission had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Boss Chiba, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sakia? I didn't expect that you would be the one to take over the mission. Tetsuya was a little surprised to see that the ninja waiting for him at the entrance of the village was actually Heitake Sakia, but he was still very happy. After all, they were acquaintances, and it was easier for them to communicate. I really didn't expect that you would actually take over my commission. Haha, it's a coincidence. I just handed over the last task yesterday and saw a new batch of tasks on the task board. At that time, I wanted to see if there were any more suitable tasks, and I saw the commission you posted at a glance. Sakai also had some surprises. I didn't expect that. Just how long ago, you were already planning to open the ramen shop somewhere else? Tetsuya chuckled. It's nothing. Although I do have this idea, I don't know yet whether it will be opened or not. I understand that although I don't know how to do business, I heard from people in the family that there are many things to pay attention to in doing business. It is right for you to conduct on-site inspection first. The Heitake family is a pretty big family in Konoha. Naturally, they have some industries under their banner, and these industries are all managed by clan members who are not ninjas. Although he didn't take care of it personally, Sakai also learned some things about this from his tribe. Well, I don't know much about it. After all, I'm the only one left at home. I can only go with my feelings and feel my way around. As he spoke, Tetsuya patted Sakia's shoulder and extended his right hand to him. Then my safety will depend entirely on you for a long time to come. Please give me your advice. Sakia held Tetsuya's right hand. Me too, please give me more advice. Haha, let's go. Tetsuya left Konoha with Seiko Yoriyuki and headed towards the Fire Nation city closest to Konoha. The country of fire is very big, and since it is an inspection, there are many things to consider, so this trip will definitely take a lot of time. Before setting off, Tetsuya was also full of expectations. Although he had left Konoha before, at that time, he basically wandered around the battlefield. This time was his first trip to a town outside Konoha, and he was full of curiosity about the towns in the Hokage world. After all, even in anime and comics, there are many plots surrounding the major ninja villages. Except for a few specific plot locations, there is not much display of other towns in this world. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the two arrived at the first town, Tetsuya's eyes almost fell to the ground when he looked at the dilapidated village in front of him. Sakai, is this our first stop? Yeah, what's the problem? Tetsuya looked at the village in front of him without saying a word for a long time. Twists and muddy roads, low thatched houses. The clothes of the people living here can no longer be described as simple. If the pedestrians passing by were not communicating in words, he would have thought that a group of uncivilized primitive people gathered here. But think about it carefully. The Hokage world is a relatively backward world. No, it is not backward. It should be a world with extremely uneven development. What's more, the ninja village system has only been established for more than 20 years now, and the first ninja war has only ended not long ago. Rogue bandits are raging outside the ninja village. A village without the protection of ninjas is naturally extremely backward. If you want to develop, ask the rogue bandits if they will agree, and ask the ruling class if they will. Sakia, it turns out that the world outside the ninja village is so dilapidated. Sakai didn't have much emotion about the scene in front of him, he just said with emotion. In fact, most places in the ninja world are like what we see now. Scenes like our Konoha are extremely rare in this ninja world. Therefore, we can have such a life, we really have to thank the first generation. The first generation was kind-hearted and could not bear to see everyone living a precarious life, so he gathered people to build a village, allowing us to live the life we have now. Tetsuya said, frowning. But, the first generation clearly has the ability to change the entire ninja world, so why did he only build a village instead of a country with a complete legal system? This. Shuo Yoriyuki was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to answer this question. You say the first generation didn't have that ability? But the first Hokage and Aiham Madara did have the power to crush the entire ninja world at that time. You said that people outside the village are none of first Hokage's business? But I just said that first generation Hokage is kind-hearted. In the end, Sakuya just replied, I don't know. I'm just a ninja. I just need to follow my mission and don't need to think too much. Je said nothing. For the first time, he began to think about this world and this ninja world. The ninja world is one of chaos, exploitation, oppression, plunder, and killing. These words always exist in every corner of the ninja world. Even though Konoha seems to be thriving, it is just Konoha. He still remembered that when he was reading comics before, the scenes that Jiraiya saw when he traveled through the ninja world didn't seem to be much different from what he was seeing now. Sakuya, let's go. Are we leaving here? Well, this place really doesn't seem to be suitable for opening a store. Open a shop? Buy things? Haha, the people here are lucky enough to be able to barely survive. The two left here and headed to the next town. As they walked through more and more places, the smile on Jai's face became less and less. It's not that he is too chaste to bear to see others suffer. In Jai's cognition, he always respects the fate of others and never interferes in their lives. The reason why he smiled less was that as his knowledge grew, he felt that the main tone of the entire ninja world was depression and despair. He suddenly understood why Jiraiya was so obsessed with finding the child of prophecy and the savior. When a person deeply realizes that the world is sad but cannot be changed, how can he not hope for the appearance of the son of prophecy and the savior? Perhaps, only a mysterious figure like the son of prophecy can change such a world. But, did Naruto really change the ninja world? Half a year passed quickly, and the two people's field trip has come to an end. Jia, what's wrong with you? Walking on the road back to Konoha, Sakuya looked at Tetsuya with a dull expression and asked, in the past 6 months, I've noticed that you smile less and less. Hearing what Sakuya said, Jia rubbed his face and smiled. It's nothing. It's just that this is the first time in my life that I've been away from my village and my home for such a long time. Plus, I feel a little tired from all the traveling. Is that so? Haha, when we get back to the village, how about we go to the hot springs and relax? Of course. Hokage's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Third generation master, long time no see. Boss Chiba. Seeing Chiba walking into the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. Sussy ignored Gunna. After saying hello, Sarutobi Hiruzen put out the cigarette in his pipe and put down the stem. It's been half a year since we last met. How was your field trip to the Fire Nation? Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. To be honest, third generation, I am very disappointed with this field trip. Oh, if it's convenient, could you tell me what happened? Well, actually nothing happened. It's just that the world outside the village is a little different from what I imagined. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen showing a curious expression, Tetsuya told Sarutobi what he had seen and heard in the past 6 months. Anyway, after this trip out, I feel that Konoha is much better than the outside world. As for the world outside the village, except for those large cities, I really don't think other places can be called towns. After hearing what Tetsuya said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite emotional. Alas, Boss Chiba, what you see is actually the true face of the ninja world. Third generation master is right. However, this investigation did yield some results. I have confirmed several feasible locations. Haha, really? That's good, that's good. I wish Mr. Kinyi a prosperous business in advance. I'll lend you my good words. Jie also smiled and took out his wallet from his pocket. Let's not talk about this anymore. Third generation master, let me settle the reward for this mission first. Seeing the money, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Haha, no problem. After paying the fee, Tetsuya left the Hokage building. Chiba Ramen Restaurant. Although Tetsuya originally planned to go home and have a good sleep, he decided to take a look when he passed by the ramen restaurant. Welcome. He bent down and bowed to welcome the customers into the store. When he looked up, his eyes widened and he took off his hat excitedly. It's the boss? Boss, you're back. I'm back. Thank you for your hard work during the past 6 months. Jie also smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. His clone disappeared on the 11th day after he left Konoha. It can be said that he has been running the store with his hands for the past 6 months. It's not hard. My boss taught me the craft, and I can help him run the store while improving my craft. This is my blessing. Jie also smiled and said, that's a good point. Manual typing is simply the chosen one for workers. By the way, boss, please wait a moment. He ran quickly into the counter and then ran out with an account book. Boss, here are the accounts for the past 6 months. Please have a look. Looking at the account book in my hand, it is almost full. Jie also shook his head and pushed the account book back. Don't look at it, I believe you. Seeing that Jai believed in him so much, he bowed deeply to Jai again. Thank you for your trust, boss. Tetsuya smiled. I still like you calling me teacher when you studied with me before. Okay, teacher. Jai took a look at the store, thought for a moment and said, hand type, how about I hand over this store to you from now on? Teacher, what are you doing? Don't get me wrong. Jai also sat down and said, I plan to open a branch in the capital of the Fire Nation. When the branch opens, I can't possibly run back and forth between the two places, right? The teacher is right, the capital is indeed a bit too far from Konoha. So, I plan to make you the store manager of this store in Konoha. Me? I'm the store manager, can I do it well? Didn't you do well in the past 6 months? Really? Haha, well, don't get too happy too early. It will take some time to open a branch. Boss hands, bring me a signature ramen. A familiar figure, the carefree Jiraiya walked into the store. Oh, Boss Chiba. Jiraiya immediately opened his mouth when he saw Chiba. Hey, Sashi ignored Konoha, Jiraiya. Tetsuya smiled and waved. I haven't seen you in half a year. You've grown taller. Boss Chiba, long time no see. I heard that you have been traveling around the land of fire in the past 6 months. Is it fun outside? Jiraiya looked at Tetsuya curiously. Tetsuya thought for a while and smiled. Jiraiya, everyone sees the world from a different perspective. Maybe what I think is fun, you don't find it fun. So, whether it's fun out there, I'd better wait until you see it in person. What? I just want to ask you what's going on outside. What do you think Boss Chiba is talking about? Listening to Tetsuya's great truth, Jiraiya curled his lips. Looking at Jiraiya like this now, Tetsuya thought of the future Jiraiya who would search the world for the Son of Destiny and couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it, you want a bowl of signature ramen, right? I'll make it for you myself. Saying that, Tetsuya walked towards the kitchen. Teacher, I'll do it. Xiaode wanted to make ramen for Tetsuya, but Tetsuya stopped him. What, you want to take over my job before I even open a branch? No, that's not what I meant. Haha, sit down. I haven't made ramen seriously for a long time. Let me do it. Seeing this, I had no choice but to sit down even though I was being beaten. Soon the aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen. Soon Tetsuya came out with 2 bowls of ramen, one bowl was handed to Jiraiya, and the other was handed to Taida. Teacher, I haven't made ramen for a long time. I didn't control the quantity well, so I made a bowl for you. Just give it a try and see if my craftsmanship has deteriorated. Hand nodded and picked up the chopsticks. I'm starting? If he had the skills to do this, Jiraiya had already taken several bites. Well, as expected of Boss Chiba, the taste is still great. Tetsuya sat aside and watched the 2 eating noodles with a smile. Jiraiya was making a lot of noise and looked like he hadn't eaten anything serious for a long time. It is estimated that this kid stayed at Mount Mayaboko for a long time, eating insect dishes. The hand-beating movements are much slower and more detailed, as if you are carefully tasting the taste of ramen. I'm done eating. Jiraiya put down his bowls and chopsticks, licked his lips with satisfaction and patted his belly. I've finished eating too, thank you for the treat. He put down the chopsticks in his hands and said with some emotion. Sure enough, my craftsmanship is still not as good as the teacher's. Although I use the same materials, I don't know why the ramen made by the teacher is more delicate and richer in flavor than the one I make. Maybe that's why a teacher is a teacher. Tetsuya smiled and patted his shoulder. What you said means nothing. Okay, when you're full, let's go back to our homes. It's time to rest. It's time for me to go home, Boss Chiba, boss, goodbye. Jiraiya waved his hand and left the ramen shop. Je also left the job of closing the store to Xiaoda and left first. Time flies, and another half year has passed. In this half year, Tetsuya's branch was successfully opened in the capital of the Land of Fire. On the day of the opening, it was also quite lively. Tetsuya directly invited many Konoha ninjas to help and cheer. The ramen shop favored by ninjas immediately attracted the attention of many people in the capital. Coupled with top-notch ramen craftsmanship, it can be said that Chiba Ramen Shop became an instant hit. Of course, as a time traveler, I am naturally full of sophistication and sophistication. On the second day after the opening, Tetsuya sent VIP cards to the ramen shop to the nobles in the capital, and launched a top-notch luxury ramen specifically for these nobles. The taste may not be any better than ordinary ramen, but these are not important. What is important is the luxury, the specialness, and the expensive price. What are these nobles thinking in their minds? It is naturally different and unique. Originally, he was thinking that during the period when the new store just opened, he would have to promote it and offer discounts to increase its popularity, and he was already prepared to lose money. Unexpectedly, several nobles arrived and ordered a series of luxury packages, making money immediately. As night fell, Tetsuya was sitting in his house in the capital, counting the piles of banknotes in his hands, and his eyes almost turned into the shape of money. That's great. As expected, these nobles are really too rich. If not, I'll just go and rob them. How can I make more money? With my current strength, I can rob a wave of nobles faster than anything else. However, after just thinking about it, Jai shook his head and gave up his crazy idea. He can't do this. These nobles are blood-sucking bugs lying on the bodies of civilians. If he robs the money of these nobles, then these nobles will inevitably increase various tax burdens in order to make money quickly, and it will be the common people who suffer in the end. If you do this, what is the difference between them and those nobles who suck the blood of ordinary people? It is just one more step, from squeezing the common people yourself to using the nobles to squeeze the common people. Then what have you become? A celestial dragon in the world of One Piece? A noble among nobles? How about killing all these nobles? Kill them all. It still doesn't work. The ninja world itself is in ruins. If all the nobles are killed, the Fire Nation will probably fall into war the next day. Tetsuya sighed. He knew that the nobles of these 5 major countries and those small countries were somewhat related to each other. If he killed all the nobles of the Fire Country, other countries would definitely invade the Fire Country in the name of revenge, and then divide this most fertile land. When the time comes, the war will be all over the sky, and the same people will suffer in the end. Tetsuya fell on the bed. Hashirama, why didn't you and Ban change the entire ninja world? My dear master, do you want to have the power to change the ninja world? Tetsuya, who was still a little emotional at first, when he heard this mean voice, all the emotion, compassion, and pain in the ninja world disappeared. There was only anger towards Erha. UBCH, what do you want to do? Do you still want to steal Laozi's money? Let me tell you, my new store has just opened, and money is everywhere. Oh, master, money is something external to the body. Don't you want to change the entire ninja world? Don't you think it is a very fulfilling thing to transform the ninja world into what you imagined? Tetsuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't take down the flag here. Oh, my dear master, isn't it easy to become stronger? Draw cards? Roll. No, dear master, money is an external possession. What can you do with it? Can it still produce cubs? Hey, you are really right, money really can make money. In the end, under Erha's hard work, Jai still spent a fortune. But this time he didn't draw the big wheel directly, but drew the ninja fragment. Because Tetsuya knows that if you really want to make something or change something in this ninja world, it is not enough to rely on yourself. Pain is awesome, why don't you have to establish the Akatsuki organization? In the 6 Paths class, Kaguya is awesome, but she still got beaten. Looking at Uchiha Izuna's 37% fragment collection progress, Tetsuya sighed. Is it only 37%? Don't worry, I have plenty of time. The big deal is, just wait a little longer. The business of the ramen shop is getting more and more prosperous, with early publicity and a little bit of human sophistication. The Chiba ramen shop became famous in the capital, and even some outsiders heard about it. After all, it is frequented by the nobles of the capital, and these nobles have attracted a lot of popularity to Chiba ramen. The nobles led the wealthy businessman, and the wealthy businessman led the wealthy people who ran businesses outside, and the wealthy people spread the reputation of Chiba ramen shop to further places. Chiba ramen was forced to become a high-end luxury brand. Jie also seized this opportunity and began to continuously expand the store and engage in fine decoration. The store expanded, and Tetsuya also started buying exquisite and luxurious food besides ramen. After all, when he first obtained the cup noodle manufacturing formula and production machine, Jia also obtained a lot of other things. Phew, it's really tiring. Looking at the hotel in front of him, Jia also wiped his sweat. In 1 year, Tetsuya turned the ramen shop into the Chiba Hotel. Looking at the splendid decoration in front of me, the dignitaries coming and going, even the hotel waiters are wearing expensive clothes that ordinary people outside would not dare to think of. Tetsuya could only sigh, this world is so damn unfair. The common people in the ninja world are still digging in the fields, and the consumption of 1 meal by these nobles from the capital is enough for ordinary people to live for a long time. Boss Chiba, you've just been sitting here all morning, can you still call yourself tired? The young man on the side asked questions. He glanced at Tetsuya helplessly, then shook his head. Hey, you can't say that, Izuna, just sitting here is hard for me. After all, entertaining those high-ranking officials, nobles, and so on, is very tiring, right? Jie also stretched out and sat back on the luxurious mahogany seat. After all, if we accidentally fail to entertain these gentlemen, or if we offend any noble, then our hotel will not need to be opened, and our head may not be saved. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes. Your head is in danger? Boss Chiba, I'm really curious. Who in this ninja world can make you lose your head? Izuna was a little helpless. It was clear that the Chiba boss who had brought her back to the ninja world from the Pure Land and made her alive again was too strong. But he doesn't have the demeanor of a strong man at all. He always has the image of a money lover who follows the crowd and loves money as much as his life. To be honest, if he hadn't fought against the boss of Chiba no less than 10 times, and was defeated by the opponent who was half a move ahead every time, he would have really thought that the person in front of him was just an ordinary hotel owner. If a person can defeat himself no less than 10 times in a row, then this person may be a master, such as his brother Aiham Madara. However, even his brother Aiham Madara cannot guarantee that he will only be half a move ahead every time he is defeated. But Boss Chiba is able to control himself within half a move every time and defeat himself. If it happens once or twice, then it can be said to be good luck, or it can be said that he is just a little stronger than me. But if this is the result no less than 10 times in a row, then judging from Izuna's experience, there is only one possibility. That is, Boss Chiba is much more powerful than him. He is so powerful that no matter what he does, he can defeat him in half a move. Boss Chiba, there is one thing I don't understand. Oh, how many times have I told you, don't always call me boss, just call me Jai. Tetsuya waved his hand and looked curiously at Izuna, who had spent a lot of his savings to successfully revive him. If he hadn't turned Chiba Ramen into the Chiba Hotel and attracted those rich people to spend a lot of money, he might not have been able to successfully resurrect Izuna in such a short period of time. What's wrong? What don't you understand? Tetsuya, why are you so strong, but you choose to stay here and be a businessman? Aizuna asked the doubts in his heart. With your strength, you can definitely build a career outside. Work hard to make a career. Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. Aizuna, it's been a while since you were resurrected. Haven't you realized that the ninja world now is different from that time? The warring states period is over, and now is the era of ninja villages. The 5 major countries all have their own ninja villages, and even some small countries also have their own ninja villages. If you go out now and claim a piece of land for yourself as you did back then, you will inevitably be attacked by ninjas. As he spoke, he dipped his fingers in tea and drew a map of the ninja world on the valuable solid wood table. And the daimyo of these big countries are all related to each other. Even if you are strong enough to fight against 1 ninja village, what about 2? What about 3? Aizuna was silent. He was also thinking. He was thinking about the difference between this era and his own era in the past. Seeing Aizuna thinking seriously, Tetsuya smiled. So, times have changed. What do you think the big families fought for in the past? Wasn't it for money and resources? Look at me now. Don't I still have money and resources? But Boss Chiba, you already make a lot of money now, right? Oh, who can have too much money? Moreover, I am different from you. Money has a special use for me. For example, you were resurrected by me with money. Tetsuya asked rhetorically. Don't you want to see your brother come back to life? Or, I can help you resurrect that guy Tobirama and let you teach him a lesson. Resurrection brother. Hearing Tetsuya say that he could resurrect his brother Uchiha Madara, Aizuna's eyes suddenly widened. Of course, it would have been better if Tetsuya hadn't mentioned that unlucky name just now. You can really resurrect my brother. Of course, why did I lie to you? Haven't you already died once and come back to life? Aizuna was a little excited. Yes, if she could be resurrected, then her brother could also be alive. Aizuna was very happy at the thought of being able to see her brother again. However, despite being excited, he was also a little confused. Tetsuya, if it's convenient, can you tell me how you resurrected me? As he spoke, he glanced at Tetsuya and immediately added. Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. It's nothing inconvenient. This is my innate ability. As long as I have enough money, I can do many things that ordinary people think are impossible, such as resurrecting the dead. Is there such a limit to blood inheritance in this world? Aizuna's eyes widened, feeling a little incredible. As the second in command of the Uchiha family, he knew that in this ninja world there were many special blood-stained abilities that relied on blood inheritance. But this was the first time he had heard of the ability to gain abilities or resurrect dead people by consuming money. Well, bloodstains are just bloodstains, as long as you can roughly understand what they mean. While the two were chatting, a group of samurai walked into the store. After these warriors entered the store, they did not go straight to the front desk, but lined up left and right at the door. The two of them walked in quickly and spread a red carpet on the ground. With such a big pomp, Jai immediately understood who was coming. He gave Aizuna a look, indicating that he should go to the back first, and then came to the door in person. I saw an aristocratic young master getting off the carriage outside the door first, and then I saw the young master helping a gorgeously dressed woman in a kimono to get out of the carriage. This noble young master's face was filled with the desire to please. Miss Yukiko, be careful of the steps. The good woman named Mikiko walked into the hotel on the red carpet, swaying her coquettish waist. Young Master Nakamura is here. I am really honored. Seeing the two people entering the hotel, Tetsuya, the boss, also greeted them personally. Nakamura also smiled and said hello. Boss Chiba, excuse me, this is Miss Mikiko, the newly elected courtesan of Hanadaichi town. I paid a lot of money to get Miss Mikiko to have dinner with me. I thought of it immediately. Boss Chiba, please help me make arrangements. Oh my, this is the newly elected Warren lady, I'm disrespectful. Now that you two have come to my place, I will definitely entertain you two well. As he spoke, Tetsuya carefully looked at the Warren lady from the corner of his eye for a while. It should be said that I don't want to sleep. Nakamura, a rich second generation, is really good at aesthetics. This Warren needs a good face and a good figure. The waist is thin, the legs are long, the front is convex and the back is curved, the skin is fair, and the eyebrows are affectionate. You two, please come with me, please come to the private room. As he spoke, Tetsuya made a gesture of invitation, and then gave a thumbs up where only Nakamura could see it. Nakamura smiled even more proudly. However, Tetsuya also noticed that Mikiko seemed to have noticed their little moves. After leading the two of them into the private room, Jia asked someone to arrange for good wine and food before he left. As soon as he returned to the front hall, Tetsuya saw Aizuna walking up to him, and he grinned. That boy from Nakamura is here again, and I have to say, this time he really brought something amazing. However, the first words Aizuna spoke made Tetsuya stunned. That woman, if I read correctly, she should be from the Kingdom of Thunder. Why? You can't just think that the other party is from the Kingdom of Thunder just because she has two big thunders. Tetsuya shrugged. Although most women in the Kingdom of Thunder are quite plump, it is not the case in the Kingdom of Fire. Look at Tsunade and Hinata, for example. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Aizuna's expression almost tensed up. I just noticed that there is a special tattoo on her back. Isn't it just a tattoo? How come it's as if people from the land of fire don't do tattoos? Besides, she's an courtesan, a geisha. Aren't geishas usually have such colorful things on their backs? No, the same. Aizuna explained. I saw that hidden among those traditional tattoos of the Warren is a traditional faith symbol of the Land of Thunder. Really? Are you sure you read it correctly? Are you questioning our Uchiha clan's Sharinon? Alas, you use Sharinon to look at beauties. Tetsuya, your attention is so weird. I said that person might be a spy from the Kingdom of Thunder. Why are all your attention focused on those weird places? What happened? Tetsuya shrugged indifferently. She's just a spy. I'm not a ninja. What's the point of worrying about this? As long as she doesn't affect my business. Aizuna didn't know what to say for a moment. Yes, Tetsuya is not a ninja. Even if the opponent is a spy, it really has nothing to do with him. Aizuna, please relax a little, your time has passed. Tetsuya yawned and walked outside. Even the current Uchiha clan doesn't have much to do with you. When your brother chose to leave Konoha, no one in the Uchiha chose to follow him. The Uchiha of Konoha doesn't have much to do with you, the Uchiha of the Warring States period. Looking at Tetsuya's back, Aizuna fell into deep thought. He felt that Tetsuya was right. As a resurrected dead person, there was almost no one in the entire ninja world who had anything to do with him. He didn't have much affection for an unknown Konoha ninja village, a family that betrayed his brother, or even the current fire country. Among the luxurious suites, Nakamura has fallen into gentleness and cannot extricate himself. Master Nakamura. Hey, Miss Mikako. Master Nakamura, do you really love the new family? Of course, Miss Mikako, I fell deeply in love with you when I first saw you. Then Master Nakamura is willing to pay for the slave family. Of course I do. I'm willing to give everything for Miss Mikako. Master Nakamura. Mikako snuggled into Nakamura's arms, and she raised her head lovingly. Look into your slave's eyes. Miss Mikako. Nakamura lowered his head and looked at Mikako. The next moment, a special chakra was activated. In just a moment, Nakamura was controlled by Mikako. Stupid Fire Nation fat pig, you make me feel sick. After successfully controlling Nakamura, Mikako instantly seemed like a different person. He put away his flattery and became more heroic. The controlled Nakamura knelt on the ground like a slave. I'm sorry for making you feel sick, master. You don't need to apologize. Mikako stood up and stepped on Nakamura's head with her foot. You will work for me for the rest of your life. I will help you secure your position as the patriarch of the Nakamura family, and you and your entire family need to obey my orders. Yes, master. Okay, from now on, you should remain normal in front of outsiders. On the first floor, sitting on his luxurious solid wood chair, he suddenly looked up at the luxurious suite where Nakamura was. The eyes suddenly turned into blood. In the blood-colored pupils, the Megatama rotated and finally connected together, forming a special pattern. Yes, his eyes are exactly those of Aizuna's Mangekyo. The clever trick that Tetsuya spent so much money on is naturally not as simple as simply resurrecting Aizuna. While resurrecting Aizuna, he also gained all of Aizuna's abilities. Ninjutsu, swordsmanship, genjutsu, and the Sharinon that the Uchiha clan is most proud of. This is still a pair of Mangekyo. After all, spending so much money is not a big loss. After all, you get a lot of things. But it can't be said that it is very profitable. After all, Tetsuya is not short of ninjutsu. Although Sharingan's genjutsu is indeed powerful, the genjutsu he learned from Wang Tai-sin is not bad either. The only ones that are more useful are swordsmanship and Sharinon. Through this pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, Tetsuya saw a special chakra fluctuation emerge in the luxurious private room. Haha, can't you help but start taking action now? People from the Kingdom of Thunder are really impatient. Aizuna on the side didn't pay attention to the Sharinon in Tetsuya's eyes that looked exactly like his own. He still couldn't help but ask. Are you really not going to take care of it? If a war breaks out, your business will also be affected. Tetsuya waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, the war is still early, at least in the next few years it will definitely not start. As he spoke, he laughed. Besides, do you think the Fire Nation has spies from the Thunder Nation, but the Thunder Nation doesn't have the Fire Nation spies? Don't forget, Konoha's current Hokage is a good disciple of Senju Tobirama. Do you think Tobirama's disciple will be some idiot with no brains? That insidious, cunning, inherently evil Senju Tobirama, the disciples taught by ABD like him are definitely not good people either. Listening to Aizuna's little words, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Otherwise, you and Tobirama are old enemies. Your behavior is no different from when Tobirama scolded Uchiha. So, we don't need to worry about this kind of thing. We are businessmen. No matter who he is, as long as he can take care of our business, he is our customer, right? As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and started eating them. He said while eating melon seeds. Besides, I'm counting on Nakamura and Miss Mikako to take care of my business. The two of them chatted from the topic of spies to other things. Tetsuya curiously asked Aizuna about some of their secrets back then. Anyway, idle time is idle, Je just listens to it and enjoys it. But soon the two of them chatted from the Warring States period to an even longer period. When the conversation got interesting, Tetsuya also started chatting and started telling Aizuna about some Hokage unofficial history that he had read online. For example, Hago Romo and Hamura are both brothers and lovers, but Akatsuki Kagaya doesn't approve of their relationship. After all, no one wants to see that she has two big fat boys, but she still has no children. Tetsuya sat there and talked about unofficial history with Izuna, from the passionate love of the two brothers Hamura Hagoromo to the love and hatred between Asura and Indra, and from the mythical era to the ninja sect era. Perhaps Tetsuya's words were so nonsense that Izuna was so confused that he didn't even refute, just sat there and listened. Let me tell you, the old man from Six Paths is biased. When he wanted to select the successor, he proposed an assessment for his two sons to complete. This inheritance assessment was clearly aimed at Asura and Indra. Indra completed the assessment alone according to the rules, while Asura completed it with the help of others. Logically speaking, Asura should have violated the rules, but Six Paths Laodin backhandedly said to Indra, "Indra, you don't understand love, you don't understand unity," and finally chose Asura. Tell me what's going on. Is it because Six Paths is being unreasonable? Forward. Listening to Tetsuya's bragging, even Izuna, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but speak. Although you are not a ninja, Tetsuya, you also practice chakra. Isn't it inappropriate to say sage of Six Paths like this? Hey, what's this? Jai waved his hands indifferently, took a sip of tea, and then spit out the tea foam without any image. I'm just talking casually. Besides, old Pai Yanzi from Six Paths is no longer here. Why, can he still come out of the Pure Land and beat me? Well, sage of Six Paths, he is really in the Pure Land. As a soul returning from the Pure Land, although he has not seen the Sage of Six Paths, he has heard from the souls in the Pure Land that the Sage of Six Paths does exist. Okay, I said it's okay. If he really comes out and hits me, doesn't it mean that I'm right and he's anxious? If I'm not right, then why is he anxious? While the two were chatting, Nakamura and Mikako upstairs supported each other and walked down the stairs. It looked like Nakamura was drunk, but other than that there was nothing wrong with him. However, Mikako's makeup was a little messed up and there were some red marks on her neck, as if the whole village had done something to him. Both Tetsuya and Izuna could tell at a glance that Nakamura had been controlled by genjutsu. Although this kind of genjutsu is very hidden, no matter how secretive genjutsu is, it is all vain in front of Sharingan. And the traces on Mikako's body are just disguises. After all, he was alone in a room with the famous playboy. It would be strange if nothing happened. But Jia didn't care. He just smiled and came forward to say hello. You two, have you ever eaten and drank well? Mikako said nothing, and Nakamura said drunkenly. Ahahaha, I don't have to mention the food and wine that Boss Chiba added. I'll give it as a reward. With a word of reward, the guard who had been waiting at the door immediately stepped forward and took out a banknote and placed it on the table. After taking a look at the numbers on the banknote, Jai's smile became even brighter. Oh, thank you, Mr. Nakamura, for the reward. Ha ha ha, it's easy to say, and I'll be rewarded for doing well. Nakamura laughed loudly and looked like he was wealthy. Anyway, all his expenses were borne by the Nakamura family. Master Nakamura drank too much. It's time to go back and rest. Mikako spoke at the right time, indicating that it was time for Nakamura to leave. Tetsuya smiled. You two, go slowly and come back when you have time. Don't worry, I understand all the rules. No one else will know what happens in the room. As he spoke, Tetsuya glanced at the red mark on Mikako's neck, and the guards also lowered their heads. As guards, it was their basic rule not to look at what they shouldn't look at. But Mikako realized something. A strange look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up and left with Nakamura. Young man, you're having a lot of fun. Watching Nakamura and Mikako leave, Tetsuya shook his head. Izuna said while crossing her hands. It seems that the other party wants to control the Nakamura family by controlling the young master of the Nakamura family. It is estimated that the next thing they have to do is to support the young master of the Nakamura family to succeed as the head of the family. Fine. Tetsuya took out an abacus from behind the counter and started playing with it. Although the Nakamura family has a certain status in the capital, in the final analysis, it is just a second-rate family. Click. With all the abacus beads back in place, Tetsuya looked at Izuna and said, "This is the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. Everything is lacking here, except for nobles and wealthy people. A second-rate family can only help the Kingdom of Thunder or Union Village to get some money or resources at most. Nothing major can be changed. After all, the real power in the Fire Country is the daimyo and the first-class nobles who are close to the daimyo. You, a second-rate family, are nothing." Hanamichi number 1 is the top kabukako in the capital. At this moment, two masked ninjas appeared in front of Mikako's room. These two ninjas were tall and did not look like they were from the country of fire. Although they did not wear forehead protectors on their heads, one could basically guess that they were from the country of thunder. Have you investigated the hotel owner's background clearly? Sir, the investigation has been completed. Explain. The hotel owner's name is Tetsuya Chiba, the only child of the Chiba family in Konoha. He chose to go into business because he didn't have the qualifications to become a ninja. I originally opened a ramen restaurant in Konoha, but later the business became prosperous, so I came to the capital to open a branch. These two ninjas investigated in great detail. They also found out how Kongja also went from a small ramen restaurant in Konoha to the largest restaurant in the capital of the Land of Fire. After all, these things are not secrets. Anyone who finds an older resident in the capital can tell them. As for the guys in his shop, the chef was trained by Tetsuya Chiba himself, and most of the others were recruited from locals. Mikako frowned slightly. a down-and-out ninja clan's only child, who has no ninja qualifications, so he chooses to go into business. Yes, sir, my subordinates have investigated and found that the Chiba family was indeed one of the many families that followed Senjo Hashirama back then. After Senjo Hashirama established the Konoha ninja village, most of them died. Only Chiba Tetsuya, who cannot refine chakra and cannot become a ninja, is left. According to the tradition of the Chiba family, if Chiba Tetsuya could also practice, he would have died on the battlefield long ago. Judging from the results of the investigation, this Chiba Tetsuya seems to be an ordinary person, not even a ninja. But her intuition told her that this Chibaja was not simple either. No, I still think there is something wrong here. Find an opportunity to try this Chiba Tetsuya again to see if he is a ninja. Yes. Asterisk 2. As night fell, Jai lay in his room and practiced with his eyes closed. My cheat sheet is really unreliable. After receiving various rewards, Kaka suddenly realized that he could learn all kinds of ninjutsu secret techniques in just 1 second. But as a dim Erha, the things he gave me were basically scrolls. I still have to learn the ninjutsu on the scroll bit by bit, except for physical things like the evil god's undead body and fire-style ninjutsu enhancement, before I can give it directly. But fortunately, he still has some talent for learning ninjutsu. Coupled with the long life of his evil god's immortal body, learning ninjutsu is really not difficult. As long as it is not the kind of ninjutsu restricted by blood, theoretically he can learn all the ninjutsu in this ninja world. Tetsuya, who was practicing sage jutsu with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed abnormal natural energy fluctuations in nature. Suddenly he opened his eyes and knew that someone was coming. Haha, why are you so stimulated by what I said during the day that you don't worry about letting someone come to find out the details? Before Tetsuya could take action, another figure appeared directly on the roof. It's Izuna. Apparently Izuna also discovered that someone had evil intentions. As a ninja who was active during the Warring States period, Izuna's perception of danger is better than many people of this era. This is an instinct he developed in a dangerous and chaotic era like the Warring States period. Obviously those two stupid guys haven't realized that the danger has quietly arrived. Just when Izuna was about to kill the two thieves directly, Tetsuya's voice sounded in his ears. Leave them both alive, use genjutsu to control them, and bring them here for fun. Seeing that Tetsuya had already spoken, Izuna didn't say anything more and directly activated the teleportation technique and appeared directly in front of the two little idiots. Who? Asterisk 2. Before the two little idiots realized what was going on, they felt something suddenly appear in front of them, and subconsciously raised their heads. Just when they raised their heads, a pair of scarlet Sheri-non came into their eyes. They saw the three Megatama in the Sheri-non rotating and connecting into a special pattern. Sheri-non Genjutsu is activated, and with Izuna's powerful eye power, it is not easy to control two ninjas of average strength. Stupid ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder, who gave you the courage? Izuna snorted coldly, turned around and led the two of them towards Tetsuya's room. Coming. Seeing Izuna walking into the room with two masked ninjas, he smiled and said hello. If you don't kill these two guys, what else will you do with them? Tetsuya tilted his head and smiled. Of course I'm asking for information. Aren't you a ninja? Don't you know what to do in this situation? Izuna pouted. Of course I know, but people like this probably don't know any important information. What else can you ask from their mouths? Hehe, I know, don't I also want to experience what it's like to be a ninja? Don't you think it's interesting to torture information or something like that? Really? I don't think so. Izuna said somewhat proudly. In front of these eyes, no information can be hidden. Indeed, Sheri-non, one-handed genjutsu, unless the other party is prepared in advance, is much more convenient in terms of interrogating information than the Yamanaka family's secret technique. Use genjutsu to control your opponent, and then ask directly what you want to know without fear that the opponent will deceive you. But Tetsuya didn't care and came to the two masked ninjas. Who are you? Who sent you? The two ninjas replied respectfully. We are from Union Village. Lord Okai sent us here to find out the details of Chiba Tetsuya. Oh, Okai. Jae also fumbled down with great interest. Who is this Okai? Is it the courtesan Mikiko? Yes, Okai-sama is the special jonin of our cloud-hidden village, responsible for lurking missions. Mikiko is Okai-sama's code name for lurking in the land of fire. Hey, that's really awesome. Izuna, did you hear that? That Warren is really from the Kingdom of Thunder. You have such good taste. Izuna raised her chin proudly. I said, don't question me. I am Uchiha. There is nothing that is invisible to Uchiha's Mangekyo. Tetsuya ignored the proud Izuna and continued to ask. Then, why is that Okai of yours lurking in the land of fire? What is your purpose? We don't know much about this either. We only know that the village has formulated a series of detailed plans, which are related to the development and future of our Union Village. After the end of the Ninja World War, because Second Raikage died, Second Hokage strongly demanded a large amount of compensation from us, Cloud Shadow, regarding the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. This seriously affected our Cloud Shadow's development. To this end, our senior leaders in Union have formulated a series of plans, including plans to undercover major countries. These two stupid ninjas told each other all the information they knew, and they had no secrets at all. After listening to what the two of them said, Jia basically understood the thoughts of Union Village. In this first ninja war, their village, Kumagakur, did not gain any benefit at all. Because of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's troubles, and their own intervention, the surviving second generation killed Kumogakur in a big way. With the character of the gangsters in Union Village, can you bear it? You can't bear it even a little bit. But a war has just ended, and even if they want to cause trouble, they don't have the ability. However, although they cannot cause trouble immediately, it does not prevent them from taking some small actions in advance to prepare for trouble in the future. So they formulated a series of plans, and then placed undercover agents in various countries to collect intelligence information to prepare for the next trouble, which was the Second Ninja War. These reckless men from the Kingdom of Thunder really can't live in peace at all. They have to cause something to happen. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period and responsible for the wisdom of the Uchiha clan, Aizuna naturally took out the opponent's purpose. The war has only ended and they are already planning for the next war. Normally, when will the ninja world be truly peaceful? Before the establishment of the ninja village, the major ninja families continued to fight for years. Only a dozen years after the establishment of the ninja village, the First Ninja World War broke out. 20 years after World War I was World War II, and only 10 years after World War II ended, World War III broke out. After the three wars, the ninja world finally stabilized, but this was only a superficial stability. Under the illusion of stability, undercurrents were still surging until the prince, Naruto, grew up and participated in the Fourth Ninja War. What are you going to do with these two guys? Aizuna watched Tetsuya use genjutsu to play with the two ninjas from the Land of Thunder in front of him, and he didn't quite understand Tetsuya's thoughts. Now that you have obtained the information you need from these two guys, you can just kill these two people and leave them to do something else. What to do with it? Of course, send it back. Send it back. Hearing this, Aizuna asked subconsciously, are you going to let them go back to work as undercover agents? Yay, don't you think it's fun to do this? Tetsuya looked at the two ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder in front of him, and suddenly felt that these two guys had become cute. With the two of them here, it should add a bit of fun to the boring life ahead. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Aizuna. By the way, if I use genjutsu to control them, will they be seen? Haha, are you looking down on our Uchiha clan genjutsu? Aizuna gave a sneer typical of the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha clan genjutsu, unless we encounter ninjas like Grandmaster Genjutsu, most people will not be able to see the problem at all. As far as I know, there is no Grandmaster Genjutsu among those reckless people in Kumogakur village. Really? Then help me give these two guys a hint, saying that they have found out the truth, and that I am just an ordinary person with no power. Then, let them find an opportunity to inform me about what actions I made, as well as what movements there were in the Kingdom of Thunder. Although Aizuna didn't know what Tetsuya wanted to do, he applied genjutsu to the two of them and sent them back to the roof again. The cold wind blew by, and the two people controlled by genjutsu suddenly woke up. Let's go. Now that we've investigated clearly, let's go back. Good. The two of them didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, Sharinan was really an extremely heaven-defying existence in the ninja world. Moreover, the one who applied genjutsu to them was Uchiha Sengoku's second-in-command who possessed Mangekyo, the ninja Uchiha Aizuna who was said to have no flaws. The days seemed to have settled down just like that. Aizuna's genjutsu is very reliable, and the two idiot ninjas who are being controlled will pass on some information through some special methods from time to time. However, this information is indeed a bit boring, and it is all irrelevant information. Seeing these two idiots always passing on irrelevant information so frequently, such as what color pants Okai wore today, whether he wore underwear today, etc., Tetsuya was annoyed and a little impatient. I know what these are for. Think of yourself as an old pervert like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya? But since it was sent over, let's take a look. After all, I also lack some entertainment items at this time, so I just look at entertainment magazines to relieve my boredom. Time flies so fast, Jia has finally taken root in the capital. However, he is still thinking about plans to open branches and cup noodle sales. During this period, Tetsuya only went back to Konoha a few times. One time I got married by hand. As a teacher, I had to go back and see if it was okay. Tai-Dai is only a little younger than Tetsuya, but getting married at this age is relatively late in the generally precocious ninja world. You know, Uchiha class and others have already started killing enemies on the battlefield when they were only a few years old. On the day of Xiao Da's wedding, quite a few people came to Tetsuya and said they wanted to marry him. After all, Tetsuya is now more than just a single member of the declining ninja clan. The people in Konoha naturally know about the prosperous business he has done in the capital of the Land of Fire. As a wealthy civilian, it is natural that many people are interested in him. There were several people talking about getting married every day, and in the end, there was nothing he could do, so Tetsuya ran to the Hokage office and made a request to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to help stop these crazy people. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to get involved in these matters. After all, he also felt that if Tetsuya could get married, it would be best to marry someone from the village, so that he could be bound to Konoha by fetters. If Konoha needs anything in the future, he can lend a helping hand. But after seeing the commission money that Tetsuya took out, he felt that as a Hokage, the shadow of a village, he should help villagers in need solve their problems. Besides, although Tetsuya is quite rich now, compared with the ninja clan of Konoha, he is still far behind. After all, Tetsuya is only one person, and he has only been running a business for a few years. The ninja clan of Konoha had their own heritage before the village was founded. Another year passed when he returned to Konoha for the second time, and his son was born. Jai looked at the child in his wife's arms and felt quite emotional. After all, this person is a key figure in Konoha in the future, an important guiding light on the prince's dark life path, and the controller of Konoha's designated safe zone. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Ichiraku. The man called it Satsuki Ichiraku by netizens. It is said that the reason why Ichiraku squinted his eyes was because his eyes were the legendary 9 Megatama Samsara eyes. But when Tetsuya saw his hand beating the baby in his wife's arms, he knew that the so-called Satsuki Ichiraku was just a joke. Teacher, this child doesn't have a name yet. Please ask the teacher to give the child a name. Ah, shall I come up with a name? Je was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shouda would let him name his son. Hand nodded. Yes, my wife and I no longer have any elders at home, but luckily I still have a teacher, so please ask the teacher to name our child. That's it. To be honest, he used to let Shouda call him teacher just for fun. After getting along for so long, the relationship between him and Shouda was more like friends and brothers. But elder brothers are like fathers, after all, neither he nor Shouda have any relatives. Then, let's call him Yul from now on. I hope this child will be happy every day in the future and have no worries. Yul, good name, thank you teacher. Thank you, teacher. Haha, son, your name will be Yul from now on. I hope you will be happy every day. Seeing the happy look of Shouda's family, Jai couldn't help but sigh, it's so beautiful. But the next moment, Jai felt that it was not so wonderful. Teacher, you are 1 year older than me. When do you plan to get married? Do you have someone you like? Teacher has been in the capital for several years, so he should know a lot of girls in the capital. As he spoke, Jai's face darkened. Hand beating, why didn't I notice it before? Your mouth seems to be poisoned. Tetsuya went back a few times later, but just to have a look, and by the way, he completely handed over the ramen shop in Konoha to the hand, and changed the name of the Chiba Ramen shop to Ichiraku Ramen. After all, Tetsuya felt that there would be no problem if Konoha lost the Chiba Ramen shop, but if there was no Ichiraku Ramen shop, it would lose some flavor. After so many years, Jia accumulated a lot of wealth, but he did not choose to resurrect a certain person. After all, his dog system is really a scam, and the person he arranged for his second clever move was Senju Tobirama. If Senju Tobirama is not drawn out, then this masterstroke will not update the next character. But at this stage, he doesn't really want to resurrect Senju Tobirama. After all, this guy is very arrogant. After being resurrected, he will definitely return to Konoha to help Konoha develop. Even if he restricted him from returning to Konoha, he would probably find a way to get in touch with Konoha and then help Konoha. This kid Tobirama has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You might be able to come up with some bad ideas. After not spending money for a long time, Jai also started the carousel lottery again under Guz's hard work. A big spend. Nowadays, Jai's strength has improved a lot again. Name, Chiba Tetsuya. Identity, Fire Nation businessman. Physique, evil god immortal body, fire style ninjutsu strengthening, immortal body, Mangekyo Sherinon. Eye technique, Susanoo, Qingheng Divine Kingdom, Yun Gauging. Skills, chakra refining technique, chakra sealing techniques, clone technique, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, psychic technique, 8-sign seal, lightning style chakra mode, dispelling technique, fire style fire dragon bullet, fire style go fire extinguishment, water style water dragon bullet, lightning style thunder plow hot knife, lightning style lateral bolt of pain, earth style earth dragon bullet, earth style yellow spring marsh, shuriken clone. Technique, wind release vacuum wave, wind release slashing the sky, wind release vacuum jade. Possessions, omitted. After obtaining the identity of a businessman, Erha unlocked a new carousel, and the price of the draw was actually the same as the highest-end carousel. The curious Jay also drew 10 shots in a row. The result is a lot more business skills and some props. For example, how to explore mineral veins, how to smelt steel, etc. Although it is a bit expensive, Jay also thinks it is acceptable. After all, these things can make money. Anything that makes money is good. Over the years, he has also mastered his increasingly powerful strength. Now he has the immortal body of the evil god and the human body of an immortal. He was originally immune to death and can still recover quickly. Aside from sealing techniques, it's not too difficult to kill him. The huge chakra brought by the immortal body, coupled with the N-card chakra he got from the lottery, he no longer knows how huge his chakra is now, and it should soon catch up with Senju Hashirama. But compared to these gains from ninjutsu and chakra, he liked the Sherinon he got from Izuna even more. It is said that Sherinon is the eye that reflects the soul. Although he obtained Izuna's Mangekyo, his ability is something that even Izuna and Uchiha have never heard of. The ability of the left eye is called Qingheng Divine Kingdom, which translated means the eternal kingdom of gods. It sounds weird, but after knowing the effect, Tetsuya prefers to call him Tetsuo in the duel arena. To put it simply, as long as he can see the other party, he can activate the pupil technique to pull the other party into a divine kingdom of his own. In the kingdom of God, I will continue to steal the opponent's chakra and physical energy. An absolute one-on-one skill, this is much more disgusting than Obito's Kamui space. But, Kamui also has the advantage of Kamui, it can pull everything into the space. and this Qingheng divine kingdom of my own can only pull people in, and it must have a target before it can be activated. Of course, things carried by people can also be pulled in. Unlike Obtou, he can freely enter and leave the Kamui space, and can also blur and avoid damage, and can also be used as a portable space. Alas, how can I believe that I love you more than Kamui? Although in the kingdom of God, I can constantly steal chakra and physical strength from the opponent, I don't lack chakra at all. The immortal body adds a massive amount of chakra. Unless the opponent has a dirty earth body and unlimited chakra, who can fight for chakra better than myself? Moreover, my future self will only be stronger, and I feel like I won't be able to use this ability. But there is another one. The pupil technique cloud outer mirror in his right eye is more interesting. As long as it is the person he has seen, Yun Weijing can create an identical copy. The copy has all the abilities of the original body and is controlled by Jai's thoughts. Of course, depending on the strength of the copied object, the pupil power consumed will also be different. At present, he thinks there is no problem in copying a shadow-level strongman, such as copying Sarutobi Hiruzen or something. But if he is allowed to copy the peak Hashirama, with his current Mangekyo eye power, he may be able to choke. It is estimated that ninjutsu will be unable to withstand it in just a few copies. However, pupil power can be improved. Since he resurrected Izuna, Urguza thoughtfully added pupil power to the big carousel as a reward. The original 0.5 card of chakra has also become 0.5 of the eye power. Who is this 0.5 Suzuki? Of course it is future Suzuki. But to be honest, Tetsuya felt that Suzuki's eye power during the Mangekyo period really wasn't that great, and he almost became blind after just a few uses of Amaterasu. But it doesn't matter to Tetsuya, anyway, every draw is several 0.5. After some time passed, Tetsuya finally gave up the idea of copying the current model and opening a branch. He has discovered that the road to the Chiba Grand Hotel is difficult to replicate in other cities in the Land of Fire. After all, even the second largest city in the Country of Fire cannot find so many nobles and rich people in the capital. If we continue to open branches on the scale of the Chiba Hotel in the capital, then the final result may only be a loss. In the end, he chose to settle for the next best thing and continue to open ramen shops as planned in several larger cities. However, he himself would not come forward to do this kind of thing, leaving it directly to Shadow Clone. At his current level, even Shadow Clone's combat power is quite astonishing. Time flies, and people in Konoha have almost forgotten that there was once a person like Chiba Tetsuya in Konoha. The Tate family took Tetsuya's place in their memories. The only ones who still remember Jai are those who had frequent interactions with him in the past. For example, Heitake Sakiya. Even Jiraiya and the other three have forgotten Tetsuya in the corner of their memory. After all, they have grown up and are no longer ordinary ninja students, but have begun to perform tasks as ninjas. More stories intervened in their lives, and the ordinary and less important things in the past were gradually forgotten by them. In the Land of Fire, in a primeval forest, two figures were darting between the tall trees, colliding with each other from time to time, either in close combat, or in ninjutsu collision, and the fight was inextricable. What's interesting is that the ninjutsu, physical skills, and even some subtle movements and habits used by these two after images are almost identical. If you take a closer look, you will find that the two people fighting are almost carved out of the same mold. Those who don't know it may think that someone is bored and fighting with his own clone. It's time to end it. Uchiha Izuna jumped into the air, quickly formed seals with his hands, and chakra surged. Fire style, the art of singing with dragon flames. In an instant, ferocious flames spurted out from Izuna's mouth, and 4 fire dragons formed in the air and rushed towards the other Izuna from up, down, left, and right directions. The other person, Izuna, also formed seals quickly and performed exactly the same ninjutsu. The 8 fire dragons suddenly collided together, and an astonishing pillar of fire erupted in the forest. However, looking from the higher sky, one can see that the entire forest has been shrouded in barriers, and it is impossible to see what is happening in the forest from the outside. Click. Izuna fell from the tree with a long sword in his hand, sheathed the sword and looked back at the ruined battlefield, then walked towards the river. By a small river, a young man was sitting on a chair, holding a fishing rod in his hand and fishing leisurely. Hey, I'm back. This time it's 5 minutes faster than last time. I'm so happy and happy. Izuna walked to the campfire, picked up a bunch of cooked fish and ate it. There is nothing exciting. According to my plan, I should be able to resolve the battle 15 minutes earlier than last time. Your pupil technique cloud outer mirror has become stronger. Ha ha ha, there is a slight improvement. What's more important is that Izuna, you have become stronger, so the clone Izuna I copied has become even more powerful. Tisk, you can copy all the abilities of the person you saw. How could there be such a perverted pupil technique in this world? Obviously your Mangekyo comes from my Mangekyo, and both of my Mangekyo abilities are self-amplifications. Izuna complained with some dissatisfaction. He also knew very well that after Tetsuya resurrected himself, he gained all his abilities, including the Sharinon that the Uchiha clan is proud of. But those eyes of his were clearly his own, so why did the awakened pupil technique be so much more powerful than his own? Haha, don't be angry. Jai laughed twice, twitched the fishing rod suddenly, and a big fat fish was caught by him. He took off the hook and threw the fish into the wooden barrel next to him and said, No matter how powerful my eye skills are, they are all from the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan. This means that the eyes of your Uchiha clan are the most powerful. As for why our eye skills are different, this is also easy to explain. Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. He looked at Izuna and said, "You are a proud Uchiha, and all you think about is how to make yourself strong. And I am just a weak and pitiful businessman. Naturally, I hope that someone can protect me, so I awakened such an eye skill." Listening to Tetsuya's words, Izuna suddenly felt that the grilled fish in his hand no longer tasted good. What nonsense are you talking about? You, Chiba Tetsuya, are weak and pitiful? So who am I who is suppressed by you all the time? Hey, I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Goo goo, goo. While the two were chatting under the grilled fish, a ninja pigeon flew over and landed on Tetsuya's shoulder. Tetsuya took out a note from the ninja pigeon and read it. Seeing the content on the note, Tetsuya's smile became even brighter. What's wrong? Did those two idiot Cloud Shadow ninjas pass on any interesting information to you? Ever since they took control of those two stupid ninjas from Cloud Shadow, information would be passed on from time to time. The information that was passed on was basically inconsequential, and Jia usually watched it for fun. Well, those two idiots spread the news that a Uzumaki orphan from the kingdom of Uzumaki has left for Konoha. Kumokage's people are interested in this Uzumaki bloodline, and plan to find an opportunity to sneak into Konoha and snatch the Uzumaki orphan. The Uzumaki orphan Tetsuya in the information knew without guessing that it must be Kushina. Calculating the time, Uzumaki Mito might not be able to hold on any longer. In order to ensure that Nine Tails stays in Konoha, they are thinking of bringing Kushina to Konoha to become the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Those reckless men in Union know how to rob. During the Warring States period, the Kingdom of Thunder was a gathering place for bandits. Now that the ninja village has been established, it has created a bandit den. Hey, what you said is right. Judging from the things they did, Union Village is really a bandit den. As he spoke, Tetsuya stood up and stretched. What? Are you planning to go back? Yes, go back to Konoha. Are your Chiba family familiar with the Uzumaki clan? Tetsuya thought for a while and said, it should be familiar. After all, our Chiba family was a vassal of the Senju clan, and the Senju and the Uzumaki clan have been allies since the Warring States period. So, you, the last orphan of the Chiba family, plan to go back to meet the orphan of the Uzumaki clan? And at the same time, protect him from being kidnapped by Union Village. Tetsuya tilted his head and looked at Izuna. He didn't quite understand. He just said that he planned to go back to Konoha. How did Izuna figure out so many things? Could it be said that this is the way geniuses look at things? Will any simple thing that enters their minds be constantly analyzed and added to? What are you thinking about? I just want to go back and have fun. Kumigakure robs Kushina, and then Minato makes a stunning appearance, and the tomato scrambled egg combination has been in love ever since. How could I miss such a famous scene? For fun. Izuna was speechless for a moment. Although he had been with Tetsuya for a long time, he still couldn't understand Tetsuya's brain circuit. To be precise, Tetsuya's brain circuit is different from anyone he has ever seen before. After all, if it were other people with Tetsuya's powerful strength, how many people would choose to go into business and become a businessman? Also, knowing that someone else is coming to rob someone, you neither tip off nor threaten Kumigakure to obtain benefits, but simply want to go back and have fun. How can Izuna understand this? Seeing Izuna's puzzled and speechless look, Tetsuya didn't explain much, just narrowed his eyes slightly and kept smiling. Izuna, it has been a long time since you were resurrected. Do you want to go back and see the current Uchiha clan, and see the Konoha established by your brother and the Senju family? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna's eyes dimmed a bit. Oh, forget it, except for the name, I have nothing to do with the current Uchiha clan. As for Konoha, Izuna took a deep breath. The place that put my brother in pain, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but destroy him. Listening to Izuna's words, Tetsuya didn't say anything. His slightly narrowed eyes made it even more difficult to guess what he was thinking. As for Izuna talking about destroying Konoha, he really has the ability. After being resurrected by Tetsuya, Izuna's body returned to its peak state and is still growing. He is a genius of the Uchiha clan and has amazing learning ability. He has learned a lot of powerful ninjutsu from Tetsuya. Paired with a pair of mangekyo, if he were to fight, few people in Konoha could stop him. Bulldozing Konoha might be a bit bragging, but causing serious damage is absolutely fine. After all, when Uchiha Madara wanted to destroy Konoha, it was Hashirama who pushed him out. Although Izuna is not Uchiha Madara, there is no second Hashirama in Konoha. I'll stay here to help you look after the scene. Although no one dares to cause trouble with the Chiba Hotel's current reputation in the Land of Fire, but, as you often say, if you are not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. Okay, as long as you're happy. By the way, Tetsuya, when can I resurrect my brother? Resurrect Uchiha Madara. Tetsuya touched his chin. It's still early, don't worry. It is indeed still early. After all, Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. How can a person who is not dead be resurrected by himself? Believe me, when the time comes, I will resurrect your brother. Well, I believe you. Then I'll go back and pack my things first. I should be back in a few days, gonna. Tetsuya waved his hand and turned to leave. Izuna looked at Tetsuya's leaving back, thought for a long time, and finally walked to his previous seat and sat down. picked up the fishing rod and started fishing. After severing ties with the family, Izuna feels that life is pretty good now. Of course, it would be even better if her brother is here too. Well, I have to help Tetsuya manage his business and resurrect his brother as soon as possible. Back at the Chiba Hotel, Tetsuya symbolically packed some things and prepared to return to Konoha. Apart from anything else, he can now be considered a wealthy businessman. After all, the reputation of the Chiba Hotel is quite large in the Land of Fire. As the saying goes, wealth is like walking at night in brocade clothes if you don't return home. Boss, please. Outside the door, the carriage driver, who had been waiting for a long time, made an invitation gesture. Jai stepped onto the car and sat in the carriage. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and 2 white horses pulled the carriage slowly away from the capital of the country of fire. Enjoy, since you have money, you must learn to enjoy. Hey, although with his current strength, if he ran by himself, he would be able to return to Konoha very quickly, but running by himself would not be as comfortable as traveling by car. Hey, this extravagant life is really depraved. Sitting on the soft couch in the car, eating exquisite pastries and drinking wine, Zhe was enjoying it happily, even though he had never experienced this kind of life in his previous life. Putting down the wine bottle in his hand, Tetsuya's slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his black pupils instantly turned red. Interesting, I've only been out for a long time and I can't bear it anymore. He sensed a chakra full of malice, and it was obvious that someone was coming towards him. Over the years, it's not like no one has had bad thoughts towards me. It's just a pity that when he was in the capital, Tetsuya made good friends with the dignitaries, and those nobles would not allow anyone to attack him in their territory. Therefore, after leaving the capital, many bounty hunters would come after hearing the news, wanting to try their luck at Tetsuya's wealth. It's just a pity that these guys don't even have a chance to rush in front of Tetsuya. The moment they show malice, Izuna will cut off their heads. This time, Izuna did not appear with Tetsuya. It had only been half a day since they left the capital, but someone couldn't help it anymore. Whoosh! A Konao penetrated the carriage and went straight to Tetsuya's head. Shua! In the blink of an eye, Konao flew out from the other side of the carriage and was nailed to a big tree. Ah! The carriage driver screamed in surprise and the horses neighed, frightened by the sudden attack. Boss! The carriage driver exclaimed, but the next moment he calmed down, and a pair of scarlet pupils appeared in his eyes. The next moment, the driver jumped out of the carriage and ran away. Obviously, the ninja who came to attack Tetsuya had no interest in a carriage driver. Tetsuya walked out of the carriage, jumped off the carriage, slapped the horse's butt, and the carriage chased in the direction where the driver escaped. Okay, it's okay now. I bought the carriage with money. It would be bad if it gets damaged. As he spoke, Tetsuya stretched. Why, aren't you planning to come out yet? Swish swish. Before the words could be finished, several sounds broke through the air. The 6 shurikens went straight to Tetsuya's throat like a lion majesty. Seeing this, Tetsuya turned sideways, and the shuriken flew past Tetsuya's neck without hurting a hair. Aren't you going to come out yet? You can't take my head away with just your tricks. The intelligence is wrong. Didn't it say that the owner of the Chiba Hotel is an ordinary person, and it was the ninja protection around him that prevented him from being assassinated by the bounty hunter? Now it seems that you are not that simple. A figure appeared above the treetops. The man was wearing a black vest and a black mask. His head was tightly wrapped, with only a pair of green eyes exposed. Obvious stitching marks can be seen on his arms, making it look like his hands are a bunch of fragments sewn together. He wears a metal forehead protector on his forehead. The logo of Takigakure village is engraved on the forehead protector, but the logo of Takigakure village is crossed with a line, indicating that the person in front of him is a rebel ninja. With such a conspicuous sign, Tetsuya recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Oh, I thought someone was coming to take my life, but I didn't expect it to be you? Mr. Kakuzu, the famous bounty hunter and trader of Takigakure village. Seeing Kakuzu, Tetsuya was not afraid, but became excited. Why? Because he appreciates Angle's talent. It's not that he appreciates his secret technique of turning himself into a monster, but he appreciates his talent for making money. What do I need most? Isn't it money? It can be said that Tetsuya and Kakuzu are very close to each other. A hint of surprise flashed through Angle's green eyes. Oh, I didn't expect that you, a wealthy businessman from the Fire Country, would actually know about me. Of course, after all, who doesn't know Kakuzu, the top bounty hunter? Tetsuya looked at Kakuzu, very calm, and even started to chat. I heard that you accepted the mission to assassinate our first Hokage in Konoha, and ended up running away after losing a shuriken 800 miles away. Is this true? Hearing this, Kakuzu suddenly became angry. Are you kidding? Do you know how far 800 miles is? I actually fought against Senju Hashirama back then. Well, what you said makes sense. If you can throw shurikens in 800 miles and hit the target, if you don't say anything else, you have this strength. If you fight head-on, there will probably be very few people who can be your opponent. Stop talking nonsense, give up resistance and die. This way you can suffer less pain, and I can exchange your head for money at the gold exchange earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu jumped down from the tree and rushed towards Tetsuya. With a punch, his fist separated directly from his arm and struck towards Tetsuya. The fist and arm were connected by black silk threads. Is this the earthly resentment you? It looks disgusting. He said he was disgusted, but Tetsuya was curiously looking at Kakuzu's secret technique. Tentacle fist, release your fist, and then rely on the silk-like tentacle control to achieve the purpose of surprise and increase the attack distance. Kakuzu's taijutsu ability is very good, but unfortunately, all his movements were seen through by Tetsuya. Easily dodging and retreating, Kakuzu couldn't even touch the hem of Tetsuya's clothes. Quite clean and neat skills. Sure enough, the information is wrong. Seeing that Tetsuya easily avoided his attack, Kakuzu's eyes were sharp, and he was ready to go back and dig out the heart of the information dealer. After several rounds of taijutsu battles, Kakuzu felt more and more familiar with Tetsuya's taijutsu, as if he had seen it somewhere before, or had fought against someone who also used this type of taijutsu. This is the taijutsu of the Uchiha clan? How is this possible? Isn't this kid from a vassal family of the Senju clan? Kakuzu was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to confirm it. However, Tetsuya spoke again. Mr. Kakuzu, I don't think we need to go to war. In fact, I admire you very much. What? Are you afraid of death? Are you planning to bribe me with money? I just really don't think we need to do this. Doesn't Mr. Kakuzu like money? I think we can make money together. Haha, it's really interesting. If I kill you, all your money will be mine, and your head can be exchanged for a generous bounty. Stop talking nonsense and accept death. Tetsuya couldn't be helped by the body sighting technique, so Kakuzu changed his mind and prepared to use the number of people. After all, no matter how powerful Tetsuya's physical skills were, it didn't mean anything to him. He didn't feel the fluctuations of chakra in Tetsuya's body. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. After the seal was completed, the threads of earthly resentment in Kakuzu's body surged, and a mask emerged. It looked like a mask growing on a large mass of black seaweed. Lightning-style's U-mask instantly ejected powerful thunder and lightning from its mouth, shooting towards Tetsuya from near to far. The speed is amazing. Well, it seems that I need to teach you a lesson first before you can listen to me honestly. Jai sighed, but his tone was full of excitement. Since the end of the ninja war, he has never fought with anyone else except Aizuna. Meeting Kakuzu really made him feel a little itchy. Chakra sealing techniques, solution. Tetsuya directly untied the chakra sealing techniques he had applied to himself, and the majestic chakra erupted the next moment. Tetsuya's whole body seemed to glow with blue light at that moment, which was a manifestation of the actualization of chakra. Chakra was released, and Kakuzu's attack was avoided with a teleportation technique. What's going on with that chakra? The intelligence is wrong, damn the intelligence dealer. I will dig out your heart and chop off your head. Everyone in Kakuzu was paralyzed. The moment Tetsuya released the chakra, Kakuzu seemed to have the illusion of confronting Senju Hashirama due to the pressure generated at the moment. But after being shocked, he wanted to kill the guy who provided him with information. Is this guy named Chiba Tetsuya an ordinary person? However, the experience he accumulated over the years of fighting told him that he had no extra time to be idle here. Form seals quickly. Water-style water barrier. Another mask appeared, and a violent jet of water spat out from the mask's mouth. Jai saw this and had a whim. Water-style, water dragon bullet. After the seal was completed, the water surged, and a huge shunlong rose around Tetsuya's body and rushed straight towards the water column released by Kakuzu. Pfft. The water splashed everywhere, and the water waves from the collision were able to cut off several large trees. So strong water style. Tetsuya exclaimed. With such a powerful water style, Kakuzu felt that he could almost catch up with second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the famous water style master in the Jonin world. What? Why do you think a Hokage would be a famous water style master in the ninja world, instead of a Mizukage? Just kidding, Mizukage himself didn't dare to say that he was the master of water style in front of second Hokage. Wind escape, pressure. Seeing that water style was ineffective, Kakuzu quickly retracted his two masks and switched to wind release. You must know that relying on the secret technique of earth resentment and he has 5 hearts in his body, and each heart can provide chakra of 1 attribute, which allows him to use 5 escape techniques with different attributes. It can be said that Kakuzu is the 5-release ninjutsu master who became famous earlier than the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, it's unfortunate. Tetsuya doesn't have much else, he just knows a lot about ninjutsu. After all, he couldn't even remember how many ninjutsu scrolls he had drawn out over the years. Wind escape vacuum jade. Tetsuya took a deep breath and exhaled it instantly. With the blessing of chakra, the power was amazing. The vacuum jade collided with the pressure and exploded instantly, tearing the ground apart and toppling trees. I still don't believe it. Kakuzu didn't expect that Tetsuya could actually grandmaster ninjutsu with 2 different attributes at such a young age, but it was okay. After all, the compatibility of wind style and water style was pretty good. As a master of the 5-release ninjutsu with 5 hearts of different attributes, how could he not be a match for a young man? Fire style head hard work. Fire style fire dragon flame bullet. The same fire style is still amazingly powerful. Kakuzu gritted his teeth, determined not to give in now. Wind escape press. Lightning style pseudo darkness. Water style water barrier. Fire style. Ninjutsu with different attributes are combined together and released continuously. Wind assists the power of fire. Fire takes advantage of the wind, thunder travels along the water, and water assists the power of thunder. Kakuzu is worthy of being a famous ninja for a long time, and his abilities are quite impressive. Seeing Kakuzu releasing ninjutsu continuously, Tetsuya became even more excited. He followed suit and began to release various ninjutsu continuously to fight against Kakuzu. The battle between ninjas is a game and an assassination. Those are things that only little scumbags without blue would do. People like them who have Shadala play ninjutsu. Fire style the art of singing with dragon flames. Water style water dragon wave bullet technique. Earth style earth dragon bomb. Lightning style wind escape. Various ninjutsu are thrown out as if they are free of money. Everyone in Kakuzu was almost dumbfounded. Damn it, what is this guy's background? You must know that the reason why he was able to release ninjutsu in this way was because he had 5 hearts and was blessed by the secret technique of earth resentment and you. The amount of chakra he possesses is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Why does this guy seem to have more chakra than himself? If Tetsuya knew what Kakuzu was thinking at this moment, he would probably die laughing. How could the mere earth resentment you secret technique be compared to my own immortal body plus the chakra accumulated over many years of drawing cards? Now, even if I compare with Hashirama, chakra would probably be worthy of him. Looks like I need to show some real skills. Kakuzu knew that if he didn't show his special skills, let alone exchange Chiba Tetsuya's head for money, he might not be able to go back. Composite ninja technique, strange face explosive flame. Chakra surged crazily, and 2 earthly resentment masks emerged, namely the wind side and the fire side. The next moment, the wind surged and flames burst out. The storm merged with the fire, turning into terrifying flames and sweeping towards Tetsuya. Feeling the terrifying temperature coming towards him, Jia also became serious. Well done, you are indeed the long-famous S-class rebellious ninja Kakuzu. The hands respond quickly and chakra surges. Water-style water dragon bite. Ho! A loud roar sounded, as if a giant dragon was roaring. The water surged and turned into a water dragon that was even bigger than the previous water dragon wave bomb. The water dragon rolled up a furious wave and rushed towards the flames. Pfft! Laugh! Water and fire met, making a loud noise. At the same time, scorching steam emerged from the forest, and all the flowers, plants, and trees were eroded and destroyed by the scorching steam. Even the ground was soaked. By this time Kakuzu was breaking out in a cold sweat. With this level of water style, aren't you really fighting against second Hokage Senju Tobirama? This is too outrageous. At the same time, Angle also thought quickly. Next, he should run away, otherwise he might end up here. The strong wind blew away and swept away the white water vapor in front of his eyes. Kakuzu saw Tetsuya again, and saw that Tetsuya was actually forming seals again. Seeing the situation, I no longer thought about it and made a decision. Earthly resentment, final shot. Kakuzu raised his hands, and the tentacles of the earthly resentment expanded rapidly, and 3 masks appeared in front of him, namely wind, fire, and thunder. This is his strongest attack, a chakra attack that combines 3 different attributes. Are you enlarging your move? Then I'll give you some face. Seeing this, Jia simply gave up the seal, and his black pupils turned into blood. The 3 megatama in the blood pupils rotated at high speed and finally formed a special pattern. The third power is Susanoo. A golden bust of Susanoo rises from the ground. Half-length Susanoo held a tachi in his hand and slashed directly towards the angle. Kakuzu is a human being. You're a. Isn't your name Chiba Tetsuya? Where did you come from Sherinon? Where did you come from Susanoo? Don't think I don't know, this thing belongs to the FG Uchiha clan. Your surname is Chiba, and Chiba is a vassal of the Senju clan. You said that someone in your ancestors was married to a Senju, and you have Senju blood in your body. I can understand that you can use wood style. But what's going on with your Sherinon and Susanoo? I'm done with it, I'm dead this time. Seeing the huge golden blade falling from the sky towards him, Kakuzu felt powerless. With one strike, a gap was opened in the forest. Tetsuya put away Susanoo and Sherinon and walked towards where Kakuzu was sitting. Except for the huge knife marks, nothing is left here. It was as if Tetsuya had killed Kakuzu with his sword. However, Kakuzu can deceive people who don't know him well, but he cannot deceive Tetsuya. With the secret technique of earth resentment and you and 5 hearts, it is not that easy for him to die. After all, after he joins the Akatsuki organization in the future, Kakuzu and Hiruzen will be known as the immortal duo. Okay, come out, stop hiding. Your hiding ability is indeed very good, but it's not that good in front of my eyes. Tetsuya stamped his foot on the ground. Now that I'm in a good mood, I plan to save your life, but don't force me to kill you and silence you. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu knew that there was no point in hiding. A large number of black lines began to appear on the ground. These are the black lines of earth resentment. The black threads combined to form Kakuzu. Kakuzu clutched his chest and panted violently. What do you want? Kakuzu looked up at Tetsuya in confusion. He had already admitted defeat. This guy is really weird. He is clearly called Chiba, but he has chakra as huge as a whirlpool, eyes like Uchiha, and ninjutsu with multiple attributes like Grandmaster. It's like a monster that combines the characteristics of several powerful forces in the ninja world. Tetsuya glanced at the angle and narrowed his eyes slightly before laughing. There are still 2 hearts. Well, it's pretty much what I expected. He left room for the last stab. Otherwise, with an angle that has almost consumed chakra, how could he really be able to withstand his own Susanoo's sword? Kakuzu, I admire you very much. Come hang out with me. Don't you like money? It just so happens that I also like money. What? Kakuzu didn't quite understand the other party's brain circuit. He clearly came to assassinate him, and they had a fight just now. Now that he has won the battle, he didn't ask for his secret skills or ask himself who wanted to kill him, although he didn't know it either. The job of the money exchange never announced the employer, and now he actually said that he admired himself? This is what to do? Tetsuya continued. Kakuzu, I know that you are running around killing people and doing missions all over the ninja world, just for money. But do you know how to make money the fastest and most stably? Is it by completing tasks bit by bit like the ninjas in the ninja village? Is it by going to the underground gold exchange to exchange for bounties? No, it's neither. It's business, especially business with nobles. You should know that I opened a hotel and made a lot of money in the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. My daily income alone is an astronomical figure. But do you know? The money I earn is just a meal for those dignitaries. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu's eyes widened. Two figures sat down on the roots of a big tree among the woods. Kakuzu listened to Tetsuya telling him about money-making plans. Listen to me, look at the entire ninja world, who is the richest? Is it those ninjas? Is it those ninja villages? None. The really rich people are those high-ranking officials and famous kings. Is the ninja village awesome? It's true that those ninjas are very good at fighting, but at critical moments, don't they have to rely on funds from the Daiming Palace? Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu was thoughtful, and then nodded in approval from time to time. So, you can't make a fortune as a ninja, but you can do business, especially with those nobles. Jay also continued to paint angles. What about market monopoly, capital accumulation, money and power transactions, land enclosure production, financial control of the market, and capital kidnapping the ninja world? These things almost gave Kakuzu an OM. The excited Kakuzu immediately stood up and bowed to Tetsuya. A certain person has been wandering around for half his life, running around for money, and thinks he is the best person in the world who knows how to make money. When I met my husband today, I realized that he is just a frog at the bottom of a well, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Compared with my husband, I am like the light of a firefly seeing the bright moon in the sky. Listening to my husband's words, my admiration for him is like the endless river. In the future, I am willing to serve as a pawn in front of my husband, but I will always follow his lead. Tetsuya was happy to hear Kakuzu's words. He didn't expect that you, a black-faced BD, could actually talk. That's right, even if the other person can't speak, he has lived for such a long time and has met many people, so he will be influenced by what he hears and sees. Oh, Kakuzu, it's meaningless for you to say this. You and I both have a common hobby or ideal. We are like-minded partners. You and I can make money together. Then Kakuzu is more respectful than obedient. First beat this guy for a while, and then take out something that the other person is interested in. This two-pronged approach will ensure that Kakuzu will not pay for his own life. Okay, we will be friends and partners from now on, so don't be too nervous. Tetsuya patted his shoulder. In the battle just now, you lost 4 of your 5 hearts. Go and replenish your hearts first to regain your strength. After that, you can wait for me at the Chiba Hotel in the capital of the country of fire. You can take this. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a key from his pocket. Is this the key? Kakuzu was a little excited. Could it be the key to the vault? This is the key to the door of the Chiba Hotel. It is also a token. If you take this to the Chiba Hotel, the people staying there will not make it difficult for you. Hearing this, Kakuzu suddenly recalled the previous intelligence, which said that there was a powerful ninja protecting Chiba Tetsuya. After a previous battle with Tetsuya, he thought that the information was wrong. There were no ninjas, but he himself was the most powerful. Now it seems that there is no problem with the intelligence, but because there was such a ninja protecting him before, no one can force Tetsuya to take action, so that the intelligence dealers think that Tetsuya is just an ordinary person who is protected by others. If you think about it carefully, following Tetsuya, there will be at least 2 masters in charge, including Tetsuya. 2 strong men with S-level renegade strength and above, their background is extraordinary. Coupled with what Jai said to him before, Jiao Jiao was shocked. This Kanbaja also wants to do big things. He needs money, he needs experts, and he wants to follow them. Wouldn't it be smooth sailing? But even so, that doesn't stop Kakuzu from going back and taking out the heart of the information dealer. Okay, then I will leave first. After I recover, I will go to the Chiba Hotel to find you, the boss. Goodbye, then. He waved goodbye to Kakuzu. Kakuzu disappeared into the woods in an instant. Ah, that's great. Kakuzu's strength would have been considered a master even in any era when wall hangings were rampant, let alone now. What's more, the most promising thing about Kakuzu is not his strength, but his ability to make money. Kakuzu likes money, and he is also a good hand at making money, plus he shows him a path. Thinking about it, the corners of Tetsuya's mouth couldn't help but curl up. To put it bluntly, the ninja world is a feudal society, allowing Kakuzu to engage in the rise of capital in such a world. Hey. Just as he was imagining, a wave of chakra came. Tetsuya reacted immediately. It seems that the ninjas of Konoha noticed the fighting and came over. Tisk, I don't know if they saw Susanoo. But it doesn't matter, Izuna is guaranteed anyway. When he used Izuna's identity to save Tobirama, he didn't believe that Tobirama didn't tell the 3rd generation that Izuna was still alive. Thinking about it, Tetsuya also quickly evacuated the scene. Here, let Izuna take the blame for now. Not long after Tetsuya left, several Konoha ninjas wearing animal masks appeared. It should be right here. It looks like someone did have a fight here. The leader of the masked ninja couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he looked at the traces left by the battle in front of him. This level of destruction is probably not something ordinary people can survive, and the golden giant they saw before. Inspect the scene and don't let go of any clues. Yes. The masked ninjas began to survey the scene and investigate the clues left here. Soon a piece of information was delivered to the desk in Konoha Hokage's office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen read the information carefully, his brows gradually tightened. The golden giant, could it be Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Thinking about it, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, and smoke filled the Hokage office for a while. According to their teacher's teachings, the Uchiha clan has always been the target of their wariness. Whether they are performing tasks inside the village or outside, there will always be people watching the Uchiha clan. He knew everything about Uchiha in the village, so it couldn't be Konoha's Uchiha. He remembered what his teacher Senju Tobirama said to him at that time. The strong man of the Uchiha clan, the resurrected Uchiha Izuna, is now somewhere in the ninja world, and the opponent may come to Konoha at any time. And now, could it be that Uchiha Izuna is back? What should I do? He took another deep puff of the pipe, and the smoke rose. Dang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the door of Hokage's office was pushed open. A one-eyed man walked in. This one-eyed man had a cold face and an obvious cross scar on his chin. Monkey, something happened outside the village. The Uchiha clan went out of the village without authorization and started fighting with ninjas from other villages. This behavior is undoubtedly treason to the village. We will punish this evil Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. I have just received information from Umbu. How did you, Shimura Danzo, know about it? Are there any root people in Umbu? Good on you, Shimura Danzo, you are very kind. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating about? The people of Uchiha dare to leave the village without permission to fight with people from other villages. They undoubtedly do not take the village seriously, nor do they take you, the Hokage, seriously. Danzo, what you said is serious. I arranged for Umbu's people to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. Those who don't have them leave the village without authorization. People outside are not necessarily Uchiha people. Seeing that his old friend was actually speaking for the inherently evil Uchiha, Danzo's expression became a little dark. Hiruzen, what does that mean? That's Uchiha who is born evil. Who knows if they used some method to circumvent your surveillance. It's not as serious as you say. Uchiha is also part of the village. You regard them as part of the village. Do they themselves recognize this? From my perspective, the battle happening outside this time must be the Uchiha clan fighting against other villages in the name of Konoha. When the time comes, other people will be provoked. The village attacks Konoha so that they can take the opportunity to rebel. We must suppress and punish the Uchiha clan first so that they don't have that chance. Danzo, you passed. Monkey, have you forgotten what the teacher said? Uchiha are a naturally evil people. Danzo, have you forgotten the mirror? He died to save you. When Danzo mentioned the Uchiha realm, he felt a sting in his right eye. Hiruzen, if you don't suppress the Uchiha clan today, you will regret it in the future. That's enough Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Bang! With a loud noise, Danzo slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left alone sitting in the Hokage office. The sad-looking Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but light up his pipe again and smoked. Suppressing the Uchiha clan is the policy set by their teacher Senju Tobirama. He also wants to do this, but the current situation is too special. The Uchiha clan is restless, and there is an Uchiha Izuna outside the village who doesn't know when he will come back. The teacher asked himself to be careful not to push Uchiha too hard, but his friend Danzo did not want to miss any opportunity to suppress the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Although he was still in his prime, he seemed to be much older. Uchiha Izuna, you are a dead person, why do you want to come back? In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair was almost turning grey, but Tetsuya on the other side returned to his own residence in Konoha leisurely. His old wife had already been dealt with long ago, and when his business picked up, he had already bought himself a single-family house in Konoha. You are also a wealthy businessman now, so you can't let yourself be wronged. Teacher, I heard that you are back and we came to see you. There was a knock on the door, and a familiar call came from outside the door. Coming. At the moment when the gate of opening was opened, Tetsuya was stunned for a moment when he looked at the still young Tetsuya in front of him. Teacher. Tate looked at Tetsuya in front of him with some doubts. Are you the teacher's child? I couldn't help but wonder. After all, the person in front of me was so similar to the teacher in my memory, almost exactly the same, but he still looked like a teenager, but the teacher was obviously 1 year older than me. Seeing the uncle-looking figure in front of him, Gio was also stunned for a moment. It turns out that so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. The old man who was a little shy and learned to make ramen next to him has turned into an uncle who is 46-7 and is about to reach 50. And because of the evil god's immortal body, he is like the scorpion who transformed himself into a human puppet. He will always be in his teens and 20s, always in his prime. Thinking of this, Jai smiled and said, You just hit me with your hands, senior brother. I heard my father mentioned you. My name is Qinyi Liang. Senior brother, come in. Chiba Ryo, you are really the teacher's child. You look exactly like the teacher when he was young. Shouta also burst out laughing. He patted the 11 or 12-year-old child next to him on the shoulder. Yi Eli, Kui, call me Uncle Master. The young manual's eyes widened. He looked at the man in front of him and respectfully called him uncle. Although Xiaode is only 1 year younger than Tetsuya, one should never forget the kindness of teaching him. Even if Tetsuya and Xiaode call him brothers, Xiaode is still Tetsuya's disciple. Naturally he is the same generation as little Tetsuya, and the same generation as Tetsuya's child. And his son Yul naturally wanted to call him Master Uncle when he saw Yang. Tetsuya also smiled and patted Ichirika's head. Okay, don't stand outside, come in. Then we won't bother you. Inviting the two people in, Jia poured tea to greet them. The hand slap was full of emotion. He also didn't expect that his teacher's children were so old, much older than his own children. Thinking about it, the teacher has developed so well in the capital, so he must have been married long ago. When Yul was born, he said that the teacher was not married yet, so maybe he was already married. Soon it was lunchtime, and Jai personally cooked a few dishes to entertain Xiaode and his son. Handbeating lamented that Liang had received the teacher's true message and asked about the situation of the teacher and his wife. Tetsuya could only casually say that they were living a good life in the capital, but after all, he was getting older and didn't like to go back and forth, so he allowed himself to come to Konoha alone to see the place where he grew up. Xiaode also fully agrees with Tetsuya's words. After all, he is getting older now and doesn't like to travel far away. The two chatted a lot while eating, most of the time chatting with each other. He lamented that time flies by and people become old without realizing it. Gio was also quite emotional about this. After sending away his son and his father, Tetsuya could no longer sit still. He walked alone on the streets of Konoha. When he was in the capital, he was either fishing in the mountains and forests outside the capital or making money. At that time, I didn't have any deep feelings about time. But when he returned to Konoha, he realized that so much time had passed. The streets of Konoha have changed. The original low-rise houses have been demolished and turned into taller and larger houses. The streets have also become wider and cleaner. In fact, it seems now that Konoha managed by Hiruzen Sarutobi in his prime was pretty good. Hey, Tetsuya. Hearing a familiar call, Tetsuya turned around and saw a ninja with white hair and a vicissitudes of life on his face. Huh? Tetsuya, why are you still so young? Sakuya walked forward quickly and looked at Tetsuya curiously. Looking at the man in front of him, Tetsuya suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. Haha, the high-spirited Heitake Sakuya has now become an uncle with a face full of vicissitudes of life. Although he wanted to laugh and say, "Hey Shui, why are you so old?" But he knew he couldn't say that, so he just smiled politely. "Hello, uncle, my name is Kinyi Liang. Do you know my father?" Like, the person in front of me is really like the original Tetsuya. If he hadn't felt a little bit of chakra in the person in front of him, he might have thought that this was Tetsuya. After all, after Tetsuya first cultivated chakra, he still taught him the art of cloning. "Are you the son of that guy Tetsuya?" Jai nodded. There was nothing he couldn't accept as his own son. Tisk, it's a shame that I regard him as my brother. He didn't even call me when he got married. I didn't expect the child to be so old. Looking at Sakuya, I felt envious and a little unhappy. We agreed to be single together back then, but I didn't expect that boy's children are so old, and he is really untrustworthy. Your name is Liang, right? Yes, my name is Ryo Chiba Ryo. White hair, Jonin vest, oh, I know, you are Heitake Sakuya-senpai, right? My father said that you are a very amazing ninja, but you are not, come to think of it, you look better than I thought. You're going to be a lot older, aren't you? Sakuya laughed. Ha 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 ha, this is normal. After all, I am a few years older than your Tetsuya guy. How is that Tetsuya guy? I haven't seen him in many years. It's okay, but I'm getting older and don't like to move around much anymore, so I'm the only one coming back to Konoha this time. He's a real guy, Sakai said with emotion. When he was young, he and I traveled all over the Land of Fire in order to open a branch. I didn't expect that now he is too lazy to even go back to Konoha. As a businessman, my father has been socializing all these years, eating and drinking. His body is no longer as good as when he was young. Unlike you, Senior Sakai, you are still as strong as you are. Ha ha ha, you kid, you can talk better than Jia, ha ha. Sakai laughed twice happily. But, I'm not as skilled as I used to be. I plan to retire after 2 more years of work. It would be nice to go home and drink tea and play with flowers and plants. Maybe I'll have time to go to the capital to have a drink with that boy Tetsuya. It's a good relationship. I believe my father will be very happy for Sakuya-senpai's visit. Really? Then you go back and tell him to wait for me. Sakuya-senpai. While the two were chatting, several young ninjas ran towards Sakuya. It seemed that these people should be Chunin. Okay, good boy, I won't chat with you anymore. You've seen it. It's time for me to go on a mission. Tetsuya looked at the arrangement of this Jonin and several Chunin and couldn't help but feel curious. With so many people, is Senior Sakuya leading a team on a B-level mission? Sakuya smiled quite proudly. That's wrong, good boy, this is an A-level mission. In recent years, the borders of the Fire Country have become increasingly disharmonious. Well, according to the ninja rules, I can't tell you more. Goodbye. After that, Heitake Sakuya waved to Tetsuya and left with his team towards the entrance of the village. Jia looked at the people leaving and couldn't help but think. Is the Fire Nation's border becoming unstable? He carefully estimated the time. Oh, the 20-year period of peace is almost over. So that means that the second war in the ninja world is about to begin, and the fighting factions in each village have begun to rise. Thinking about it, Je also started to walk back. It seems that he came back early. Pepper was kidnapped after the second ninja war. The second ninja war is about to begin. Is there anything I can plan for it? After living in Konoha for a few days, Tetsuya didn't show much of his face. Except for the Shouta family and Sakiya who was out on a mission, not many people knew of his existence. For Tetsuya, there is nothing he wants to see in Konoha. Hey, take Shuomo. To Tetsuya, he is just Sakiya's younger brother, and his relationship with him is not that good. Sunin, they are just his former customers, and their interactions are not very deep. In other words, among the Sunin, only Orochimaru has a better relationship with him. However, if Orochimaru were to see him now, he might not want to drag him into slices for study. After all, Orochimaru has been pursuing the true meaning of life. How will he feel when he sees himself as a life that will not age or die? It's almost time to go back. Kakuzu must have been waiting for me for several days. After packing his things, Tetsuya was ready to leave Konoha. Sir, the carriage is ready. The driver greeted him outside the door, and a carriage stopped on the street outside the house. Not to mention, traveling by carriage in Konoha is quite prestigious these days. After all, most people can't afford a carriage, and even hiring one is expensive. Generally, only those from the ninja clan would ride a carriage. The carriage drove on the street, attracting many people to watch. Teacher, look, the carriage is a two-horse carriage. Is this a member of the ninja clan in the village? A 10-year-old young ninja pulled his slightly pale-skinned teacher and pointed at the carriage that was slowly driving out of the village. Orochimaru touched Nesuke's head and said, "It doesn't look like it. There is no ninja clan badge hanging on the carriage. It should be the carriage of a wealthy businessman." Speaking of wealthy businessman, Orochimaru also thought of a boss he knew. I still remember that at that time, I was still learning ninjutsu from my teacher. After the hard training every day, the biggest pleasure was to eat a bowl of Chiba boss's ramen. Moreover, the Chiba boss was different from other businessmen in that he liked to innovate. At that time, experiencing the new flavor of ramen developed by the Chiba boss was one of his greatest joys at Orochimaru. As if he had a tacit understanding, Tetsuya opened the curtains behind the carriage and looked out the window. And Orochimaru also saw the familiar face revealed in the carriage window. Suddenly Orochimaru's pupils trembled. How is this possible? After so many years, how can the Chiba boss still look like a young man? Could it be that this is not the Chiba boss himself, but his descendant? Tetsuya on the carriage also saw Orochimaru and the rope tree on the road at this time. Is that Orochimaru? He's grown up, but he doesn't look as dark as in the anime. Who is the young man next to him? Judging from their intimate appearance, could it be Orochimaru's disciple, Tsunade's younger brother Naoki? It looks like it should be. Orochimaru looked at Tetsuya, who smiled back, nodded and closed the curtains. It's him, it must be Boss Chiba, he recognized me. But why hasn't he aged after so many years? Teacher? What's wrong with you? The call of the rope tree brought Orochimaru back to his senses. Haha, it's nothing. The teacher just saw an acquaintance. Orochimaru turned around and smiled, but his eyes were still on the carriage that was going away. The capital of the Land of Fire, Chiba Hotel. I'm back, did you miss me? Returning to the tea room on the second floor of the hotel, Jai pushed open the door and greeted with a loud laugh. Aizuna, who was sitting behind the coffee table sipping tea, didn't even raise his head. Kakuzu, who was sitting on the side, was looking through the account book. When he heard Tetsuya's voice, he stood up excitedly. Boss, you're back. When he saw Jia, his hands holding the account book couldn't stop shaking. Seeing this scene, Aizuna couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you didn't know, you would think it was called Hyaga Aizuna. Where did you find this weirdo? He's a money grubber. He wanted to see the account book right away. If he didn't have the key in his hand, someone would have thought he was here to cause trouble. When Kakuzu came to Chiba Grand Hotel with the key, Aizuna thought he was a thief and used Sherinan to control him. However, after careful questioning, it was discovered that this guy was recruited by Jai and was holding a key in his hand. Aizuna asked him why he chose to come so late at night, and the guy replied that he was used to it. This means he is Uchiha Aizuna, not his brother Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, Kakuzu would have been reduced to ashes by now. Hi, I met Kakuzu on my way back to Konoha. He wanted to trade my head for a bounty at Jinsho, but I thought he was talented, so I recruited him and asked him to follow me. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. Kakuzu did not feel ashamed at all, but felt very proud to be recognized by Tetsuya. After all, after looking at the account book, he realized that it was possible to make money this way. A table of food could be equivalent to the money he earned from a mission. If you go on a mission by yourself, you might lose a heart or two, but you don't have to worry about that here. You just have to sit back and wait to collect the money. If Tetsuya knew what Kakuzu was thinking, he would just tell him. This is really too normal. The life of rich people is unimaginable to ordinary people. There are situations where the money for one meal is enough for others to live a lifetime. By the way, why did you come back so soon? Have you finished watching the fun you wanted to see? Jie also sat down beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. No, we went back too early. It's not time for the fun to happen yet. It's not time for fun yet? Have those people from the Hidden Cloud Village cancelled their operation? They just had this idea in mind, but haven't officially started yet. It seems that they are still collecting intelligence. After all, at present, Konoha is the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages. If we take action, it will easily lead to revenge from Konoha. After the First World War, Konoha was the village that suffered the least damage. All the other second-generation Kages were gone, but Konoha's was still there. Relying on the surviving Senju Tobirama, Konoha demanded a lot of benefits from the defeated village to offset the consumption brought by the war and stabilize the development of the village. Nowadays, Konoha is the strongest and most powerful village among the 5 major ninja villages. In addition, Konoha occupies a rich land like the Land of Fire, and its development is smooth. However, this also aroused the jealousy and covetousness of other ninja villages. But this trip to Konoha did not end in vain. I got some very exciting news. What news? Aizuna cast a curious look at him. After all, since his resurrection, he had been either helping Tetsuya run his business or just idling away his time, leading a life like a salted fish. As a proud Uchiha and a powerful ninja, he also felt that such days were a bit boring. Tetsuya grinned. I'm afraid a new ninja world war is about to begin. I have a hunch that within 3 years at most, the ninja world will be in a bloody turmoil. When they heard about the Great Ninja War, the expressions of both Aizuna and Kakuzu changed. Kakuzu is serious. As someone who witnessed the first ninja war, he knows the cruelty of ninja war. Aizuna, on the other hand, is excited to fight. Although he is not a fighting maniac like his brother, as an Uchiha, he is still full of desire for fighting in his bones. He had experienced the chaos of the Warring States period, but at that time their battles were all based on family units. Aizuna is still very curious about the current village-based ninja war. He wants to see the difference between the current war and the war of their time. Is there a war in the ninja world? It's really interesting. Do we need to participate? In what situation? Which side are we on? Or should we say that we are participating in the war as one camp alone against the 5 major ninja villages? Tetsuya and Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Aizuna at the same time. Kakuzu couldn't help wiping a cold sweat, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this Uchiha Madara's brother? He is really that guy's biological brother, and he is as crazy as his brother Uchiha Madara. But Jia slapped the table and shouted, "Hey, who are you? You dare to take Aizuna's body, please do it for me." Seeing Tetsuya like this, Kakuzu thought that Aizuna had really been taken away by someone. Then Aizuna rolled her eyes at Tetsuya, and then showed her middle finger. These are all things she learned from Tetsuya over the years. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought you Uchiha Aizuna had been taken away. It was just the 3 of us who joined the ninja battle and fought against the 5 great ninja villages? You thought you were your brother Uchiha Madara and I was Senju Hashirama? Are you kidding me? I don't want to fight against the entire ninja world. Kakuzu on the side nodded in approval. He didn't want to just hang out with Chiba's boss and then follow him to die. Then what do you mean? Aizuna asked curiously. This guy just said excitedly that the ninja world war was about to begin. Didn't he want to get involved in this war and become famous in the ninja world? Tetsuya smiled. We are businessmen. It's boring to fight and kill. What I want, of course, is to rely on war and make a big fortune. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and rubbed his thumb back and forth on his index and middle fingers. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly lit up. The boss is wise. Besides doing business with high-ranking officials, what other business can bring in quick and big money? Naturally, this is to make war fortune. Hi, so, low-key and low-key. He waved his hands and continued. The question now is, since we know before others that a war will break out in the near future, how should we use this information gap to make money? Kakuzu said as he clapped his hands. Boss, I have a plan. Oh, do you have a plan? Tell me. Kakuzu said very confidently. Hoard food. When a war breaks out, food is the fastest rising commodity. As long as we hoard enough food, as soon as a war breaks out, what we hoard is not food, it is simply gold. Tetsuya nodded. Grain storage is indeed a good choice, and since we run a hotel, there will be no problem even if we hoard food on a large scale. Seeing that Tetsuya agreed with his idea, Kakuzu had already begun to calculate how to store food and how many granaries should be built. As expected of Kakuzu, as long as he can make money, his enthusiasm for work is absolutely top-notch. But I think besides stocking up on food, there is another thing we can plan for. What? Kakuzu looked at Tetsuya curiously. He also wanted to know what else could make money besides hoarding food before the war came. Aizuna, how did you do with the things I asked you to do before? No need to ask, I am Uchiha Aizuna, this is what you want. Although Aizuna's character is considered to be the better among Uchiha, as an Uchiha, that special pride is always engraved in their bones. As he spoke, he took out several documents from the drawer of the cabinet nearby. This is the land deed for the largest blacksmith shop in the capital, as well as the transfer documents for the blacksmith shops in several surrounding cities. This is the contract for the iron ore cooperation in the country of fire. Contracts were placed on the table one after another, and Kakuzu, who was extremely keen on money, immediately smelled the problem. Boss, are you planning to hoard iron ore? Tetsuya grinned. Yes, I just plan to hoard iron ore. Oh, I asked you why you wanted me to buy a blacksmith shop. I thought you were going to switch to selling farm tools. Aizuna suddenly realized that although he thought a lot when he received Tetsuya's mission, he did not know that a war was about to break out in the ninja world before that, so he did not think about hoarding supplies. But now that I think about it carefully, it turns out that he planned to hoard iron ore, and the acquisition of the blacksmith shop was just a cover for his own hoarding of iron ore. Wonderful, really wonderful. Kakuzu clicked his tongue in surprise. Once the major ninja villages have the intention to launch a war, they will inevitably increase the production of ninja tools. Although the top ninja tools require some rare ores in addition to fine iron, most of the ninja tools used by ninjas, such as senbon, kunao, shuriken, etc., only require fine iron. With the large-scale production of ninja tools, the iron ore needed by those ninja villages will increase. The more severe the situation in the ninja world, the higher the demand for iron ore will be. As a result, the value of iron ore will also increase. When the time comes, relying on the iron ore hoarded in our hands, we will be able to make a lot of money. You are right. Even if there is a chance, we will directly cover the iron ore flowing on the market. How to sell the iron ore and at what price to buy it, isn't it all our decision? Tetsuya laughed as he spoke. Kakuzu also laughed in agreement. Ha ha ha, this is the capital monopoly you told me about before, boss, right? Exactly. With that said, Tetsuya looked at Kakuzu and said, Kakuzu, I have a mission for you. Boss, just ask, I will do my best. Very good. Tetsuya took out a banknote, and the numbers on the banknote made Kakuzu's 5 hearts beat wildly at the same time. You have been walking in the ninja world for so many years. You should have mastered many channels. I need you to hoard as much iron ore as possible on the market in other countries. Taking the banknote, Kakuzu nodded solemnly. I see. Since you want to play Monopoly, then just a fire nation is definitely not enough. If you want to play bigger. Even if they cannot monopolize the iron ore on the market, they still have to hoard most of the ores circulating on the market. Tetsuya could already imagine how high the price of iron ore on the market would be when the major ninja villages began to frantically build ninja tools in the early days of the war. As for whether his doing this will usher in the revenge of the major ninja villages. Are you kidding me? Is he afraid of something like this? Not to mention that neither Izuna, nor Kakuzu's own strength is comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Secondly, his interactions with the Daming Mansion of the Fire Country over the years were not a waste of time. Okay, let's arrange it like this. Kakuzu will collect the iron ore that is flowing in other countries outside of the Fire Country. I will contact the daimyo and ask him to provide us with the iron ore produced from the Fire Country's veins first. Izuna, you will be in charge. Stock up on food. Saying that, Tetsuya stood up. Everyone, as long as the ninja war breaks out, we will gain unprecedented wealth. Are you ready to get rich? I'm ready. Kakuzu shouted excitedly, as if he had seen mountains of gold and silver waving to him. Izuna, on the other hand, was thoughtful. After you finish this job, will you be able to resurrect my brother? Time flies, Tetsuya collects almost all the iron ore from the Land of Fire according to the plan, and Kakuzu lives up to Tetsuya's expectations, continuously transporting seal scrolls back from other countries, and among these seal scrolls are piles mountains of iron ore and refined iron. At the same time, the Chiba Hotel was also undergoing an expansion. In the name of expansion, a granary was built, and a large amount of food was sent into the granary. Not only the Chiba Hotel in the capital, but also the Chiba Ramen Shop, Chiba Fried Chicken Shop, and Chiba Milk Tea Shop that Tetsuya has opened in major prosperous cities in the Land of Fire over the past few years, all began to hoard food, just to wait until the second time. The Ninja World War is coming. As time goes by, the development of various countries becomes more and more unbalanced. With the development of the major ninja villages, the internal conflicts intensify, and the fighting factions among the ninja villages begin to rise. What should we do when the development of a country or a village cannot meet internal needs? Two options are to develop internal productivity and increase production to meet demand. Either launch a foreign war and use war to plunder external resources to meet internal needs. Obviously, for the ninjas in the ninja village, their only choice is to launch a foreign war and mediate the internal conflicts in the village through foreign war. In the 34th year of Konoha, the friction between the major powers intensified, and the smoke of war began to fill the ninja world. In the 35th year of Konoha, a ninja team from Konoha had a conflict with a ninja team from Earth Country, and the two sides started fighting. In this fight, Tetsuya's old friend Heitake Sakuya died. The death of Heitake Sakuya intensified the conflicts between the ninja villages, and more ninjas were sent to the border of the Land of Fire, including Orochimaru. Now that things have developed, everyone in the ninja world knows that a new round of ninja war is about to break out. For a time, the price of food in the ninja world skyrocketed, multiplying several times. At the same time, major ninja villages also started an arms race and began to vigorously produce ninja tools to cope with the upcoming ninja war. The price of iron skyrocketed. Kakuzu went crazy with joy when he heard the news. Boss, we are getting rich, getting rich. Kakuzu opened the door of the tea room and danced excitedly. In the tea room, Tetsuya and Izuna drank tea calmly. Kakuzu, calm down, learn to be calm. As long as the ninja world is not destroyed, we must learn to treat it calmly, do you understand? I understand, boss, I am too excited. Kakuzu took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down his excitement. Sure enough, my choice to follow my boss was the most correct choice I made in my life. Just this time, relying on the money earned from hoarding food and iron ore, I'm afraid I won't be able to earn so much even if I complete all the tasks of the gold exchange. Come sit down and drink tea. Tetsuya poured Kakuzu a cup of tea. Kakuzu said after sitting down and taking a sip. Boss, several groups of people have approached us. They hope we can sell iron ore to them, and they are willing to pay 30% more. How many waves of people are there? Kakuzu thought about it carefully. Well, 4 waves of people, except Kurigakure village, are here from the other 4 major ninja villages. Boss, do you need me to hold an auction and let them bid? It has to be said that as long as it involves making money, Kakuzu's mind is active. The ninja war is about to break out, and this guy actually wants to recruit people from the 4 major ninja villages to hold an auction to make money. Tetsuya shook his head. No, if you do it like this, it's a bit too much. It's easy to get into trouble. Then we just sold it at the price they gave us. That's not possible. In this case, you tell them and add 0.5%. Clear. Kakuzu nodded. Even if they only added 0.5%, it would still be a lot of money based on their current inventory. By the way, remember to give these 4 companies similar products. Don't sell to one family alone, and don't sell less to one family. Do you understand? I see. In response, Kakuzu left happily. Aizuna asked, why do you want to sell similar goods to 4 companies? Can't you just sell the goods to one company individually? Tetsuya smiled. This is called equilibrium. Based on our current iron ore stock and the current price, no one can take all the iron in our hands alone. In a country, if someone can really eat the inventory in our hands, just imagine how many ninja tools can be made with so much iron? If so many ninja tools are put into the war, I am afraid it will have a negative impact on the war situation. Small impact. This is not what I want to see if one side has too big an advantage. After all, the longer they fight, the more we can earn, right? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Aizuna couldn't help but be speechless. You are really scary. In the Ninja World War, the ninjas from various villages paid their blood and lives, but when they came to you, they became your business. If they knew this, I'm afraid they would do whatever they could to do it. Come and kill you. Oh, what you said is wrong. Was it me who initiated the Great Ninja War? Tetsuya spread his hands and shrugged. No, they are the ones who started the war. I also want peace in the ninja world, so that I can do business well. But they don't want to. They are the ones who want to start the war. I just took it. This war only made me a small fortune. After all, I am a businessman. How can a businessman not make money? Aizuna was silent. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. After a long silence, he spoke. To tell you something you may not want to hear, I can't resurrect Uchiha Madara for the time being. Aizuna frowned upon hearing this. My ability to resurrect people is limited. I have a special order of resurrection. I can only resurrect others in a specific order. Then who can you resurrect now? Tetsuya grinned. An old acquaintance of yours, Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is born evil? How could he be this guy? When Aizuna heard the name, he suddenly became angry. This hateful Baimao, even if I die, I will never forget that he stabbed me in the back in a sneak attack. This is a mortal enemy. In the true sense of the word, I was killed by him. Why is it this guy? Can't you resurrect others first? Jay also spread his hands. No, that's why I didn't resurrect the second person even though I saved enough money before. Once I resurrect Senju Tobirama, he will most likely run back to Konoha directly to help Konoha develop. Uchiha Aizuna clenched his fists, stood up and paced back and forth. Do you think this will work? Then you can resurrect him, and then the two of us will join forces to kill this guy. Hearing this, Tetsuya could only say 6. There is no one left in this brain circuit. Resurrect the opponent first, and then kill the opponent. I'm afraid this won't work. I resurrected you. As long as I don't die, you won't die. There is also the second half of the sentence that Jia didn't say, that is, he has the immortal body of the evil god and theoretically cannot die. Then, how about sealing him? Well, why don't we wait until the Ninja World War is over? Alright. Aizuna sighed. It seems that the seal is not very effective. With the talents of the naturally evil Senju Tobirama, I am afraid that no seal can seal him. Although I really don't want to admit it, that guy's brain is a little bit better than ordinary people. Give him enough time, who knows what kind of magic he will come up with. After all, he can even develop insidious moves like Flying Thunder God Slash. Tetsuya smiled, and it was obvious that Aizuna's opinion of Tobirama was not that big. What would happen if he knew that he had used his name to save Tobirama's life? After thinking about it, Jai decided not to tell the other person. The contradictions in the ninja world are becoming more and more serious. Especially with the large amount of iron ore and food, each ninja village has directly increased its investment in the front line. There is food and equipment. If you don't increase investment at this time, what are you waiting for? Waiting for others? Should we invest more first? However, I am afraid that what I didn't expect was that not only one of their villages purchased grain and iron ore, but also that the grain and iron ore they bought came from the same person. The wealth of the 4 major ninja villages went to the same person at the same time, and the Kakuzu people who collected the money almost died laughing. Boss, we are getting rich. We are really getting rich. All the money from the 4 ninja villages is in our hands. I can't even dream of it. Kakuzu took the seal scroll and placed it on the coffee table. He was smiling so much that his grin almost reached the back of his head. Jai smiled, opened the scroll and checked it. All the things sealed in the scroll were money. Even he couldn't help but be a little excited when he saw so much money. Putting down the scroll, he asked vigilantly. Well done, you didn't leave any tail for them to catch. Don't worry, boss, they will never find out that the person selling them the things is actually the same person. Kakuzu said with a wicked smile. Very good, Kakuzu, I really saw you right. Tetsuya nodded in approval, then took out a key and threw it to Kakuzu. This is the key to the vault. If you need money in the future, you can get it yourself. Just keep a record of how much you get. After taking the key, Kakuzu was in a daze and was stunned for a long time. Vault, key to the vault. He didn't expect Tetsuya to directly hand over the key to the vault to him. Does he trust him so much? This feeling is really great. Thank you boss for your trust. Kakuzu knelt down to Tetsuya excitedly. Hey, don't act like this. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? We are partners, not a master-servant relationship. Get up quickly. Tetsuya quickly helped Kakuzu up. Kakuzu said gratefully. Boss, Kakuzu is willing to do his best for the boss until he dies. A man dies for a man who knows himself, and a woman looks good for a man who pleases her. Kakuzu thought it was good that Tetsuya was willing to give him a share, but he didn't expect that he would directly give him the key to the vault. For a person like him who loves money, this really thinks too highly of himself. Okay, I don't want you to die, I want you to live. The time is still long, and there will be many opportunities for us to make money in the future. The boss is right, I want to live well, make good money, and make more money. Kakuzu's eyes lit up when he heard Tetsuya say there were still opportunities to make money. Seeing Kakuzu's condition, Tetsuya was very satisfied. The reason why he dared to hand over the key to the vault to Kakuzu was simple. He was a money fanatic, an extremely stingy money fanatic. Making money is his biggest hobby, but spending money is not. If you give him the key to the vault, he will live in it at most, but if he is asked to spend money, he really won't do that. Kakuzu, you have been running outside during this period. You should know the situation outside. How far has the war between countries developed now? Kakuzu recalled it carefully and then said. The battle situation is very anxious, and there are frictions between all parties. I have to say that Konoha, as the biggest winner of the first ninja war, has indeed become stronger after these years of development, and the war is on 3 fronts at the same time. However, the other major ninja villages are not weak in strength. Now they are in a stalemate. It is not known which side will be the first to break the balance. As he spoke, Kakuzu suddenly thought of something and smiled. Boss, I remembered a very interesting piece of information. What information makes you laugh like this? Je was also a little curious. Kakuzu replied. Just 2 days before I came back, on the frontline battlefield, Senjo, the grandson of Konoha's first Hokage, died, being blown up by a detonating talisman. Funny or not, first Hokage's grandson, a 12-year-old genius ninja, was killed by a detonating talisman. It seems that the Senjo family is really inferior to the previous generation, or in other words, the appearance of Hashirama and Tobirama back then was a complete accident. As he spoke, he shook his head with some emotion. Senjo Hashirama is so powerful. He is also a hero who became famous at a young age. How come his grandchildren were killed by the detonating talisman? Can something like an explosive charm really kill people? The rope tree is dead. Tetsuya recalled Orochimaru and the rope tree beside Orochimaru he saw on the road when he left Konoha that day. He couldn't help but shook his head. It was really fate. Life is really fragile, but fortunately, I will never die. Not to mention detonating charms, not even tandem paper bombs can blow you up. Hearing the word Senjo, Izuna, who had been sitting aside drinking tea, also raised his head. Senjo Hashirama's grandson. Yes, Senjo Hashirama seems to have a grandson and a granddaughter. The granddaughter is one of the disciples of the third Hokage and is currently on another battlefield. Humph, you deserve it. Izuna snorted. Neither my brother nor I left any blood inheritance, but Senjo, who was born evil, actually has a grandson. The death of the rope tree, no matter what the reason, will inevitably arouse the anger of the people of Konoha. I am afraid that the offensive of Konoha will be even more fierce. Indeed. Kakuzu nodded. Before I came back, I had seen Konoha sending a large number of ninjas to the front line. I heard that Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, had been retrieved and sent to the battlefield. If nothing else goes wrong, the 3 proud disciples of the third Hokage will gather on the front line, and the war will become more intense. Fight. Anyway, no matter how hard they fight, the war will never burn down the capital. Je also took a sip of tea and then said, How's it going? Have you contacted Yuyin village? We got in touch. You are indeed the boss. Everything is as the boss thought. Sancho Hanzo, the leader of Yuyin village, is willing to buy the blades we made, and they also plan to get involved. Normal. Hearing that Sancho Hanzo was willing to buy their equipment, Tetsuya showed a satisfied smile. He is an ambitious man and has always aspired to become the leader of the 6th largest ninja village. Moreover, the 3 major countries of Wind, Fire, and Earth used their Kingdom of Rain as a battlefield to fight. The people of the Kingdom of Rain were displaced and suffered heavy casualties. It is said that he has half hidden the pepper fish, but as long as the leader of Yuyin village is a bloody person, he will choose to fight. It's just that no matter how hard Sancho Hanzo struggles, he can't change anything. Izuna nodded in approval. Judging from the geographical location of Rain Shinobi Village, the Land of Rain is a natural battlefield for the 3 great powers of Wind, Fire, and Earth during wartime, and it can also serve as a buffer zone for the 3 great powers during peacetime. If you want to change all this, unless one person can stand up and defeat the 3 major countries. Saying that, Izuna looked at Tetsuya with an inquiring look. In his opinion, in order to defeat the three kingdoms, in addition to his brothers Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, Chiba Tetsuya should also be able to do it. Tetsuya didn't pay attention to Aizuna's gaze, but took out a map and spread it on the coffee table. But, then again, if it works well, the location of Rain Shinobi Village will actually develop very quickly. A small country is connected to 3 large countries and 3 small countries, and is close to 6 countries. It is absolutely possible to open up post roads and become a transportation hub connecting countries and a trade center for mutual trade between countries. As long as the trade routes are opened up, the country of Rain can completely rely on commerce to establish a country. It only needs to collect customs duties and commercial taxes to make a lot of money. Kakuzu also studied it carefully and found that it was really like this. The 3 major countries all have their own special products and needs. You only need to be a middleman to purchase the corresponding products from each country and then resell them to the countries in need. Isn't this a money-making business? Thinking of this, Kakuzu's eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, let's go and defeat the Kingdom of Rain. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Tetsuya couldn't help but cough twice. Do you know what you are talking about? Fighting the Land of Rain? Just the 3 of us. Yes, I believe that with the boss's strength and the assistance of Mr. Aizuna and I, it will not be a problem to get rid of Sancho Hanzo, take over Rain Shinobi Village, and rule the Land of Rain. Rule a country. Aizuna thought about it carefully and it seemed that it was not impossible. During the Warring States period, when the major ninja clans were fighting each other, Aizuna thought about relying on the superior strength of their Uchiha clan to conquer a country. According to his judgment, it should be feasible to rely on his brother's strength and his own assistance. It's just that his brother was bewitched by that hateful guy Senjo Hashirama in the end. He obviously had the strength to conquer a country, but he went to build some kind of ninja village. It was really ridiculous. But it makes no sense to say this now. He was already dead before the ninja village was established. Shortly after the establishment of Ninja Village, his brother also died. Hey, you two, aren't you serious? Tetsuya couldn't help but slap his forehead when he saw the 2 people's reactions. You two, don't mess with me. Things can't be that simple. We are still fighting. Ninjas from the 3 great kingdoms of Wind, Fire, and Earth have gathered in the Kingdom of Rain. The Kingdom of Rain also has the Hidden Rain Village led by Hanzo. Even if this is not the time to conquer the Land of Rain. You say, even if we push forward now, kill Hanzo, take over the Rain Hidden Village, and rule the Kingdom of Rain, what will the 3 major powers of Wind, Fire, and Earth think of us? What will the other ninja villages think? What will the famous names think? Do you think they will allow people as unconventional as us to exist? After listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu also sighed and said with some regret. Indeed, if we do this, we will undoubtedly provoke the entire ninja world, and by that time we will become the public enemy of the ninja world. Public enemy of the ninja world, that's not a good title. We are businessmen, and the most important thing for a businessman is to make money, right? If we do what you say, how can we still make money? Kakuzu nodded again. If he became a public enemy of the ninja world, he wouldn't be able to make money. He couldn't exchange his head for money at a gold exchange. Seeing that the 2 of them had put away the idea of going to the Land of Rain now, Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It's crazy to go to the Land of Rain now. Uchiha Madara is still alive. He probably just found Nagato to store his samsara eye. If he goes to the Land of Rain, he will probably have to lure Uchiha Madara out. Uchiha Madara is also accompanied by an old Yinguan Heizetsu. Although this thing has no ability, it is basically unkillable. And exposing their existence prematurely now will most likely attract the attention of another old coin, Akatsuki Ishiki. This old guy, Yishi, has been looking for a suitable target to seize the body. Maybe that old Yin-shun would be tempted by me. After all, my body now is probably one of the best in the ninja world. Before he finds the ability to restrain Akatsuki's dogskin plaster-like wedge, he doesn't want to be targeted by this old guy's Heike. After all, I am already strong enough now, and I don't need a portable grandpa to guide me to become stronger. Besides, having a Erha around is annoying enough. Oh my dear master, are you thinking of me? A mean voice sounded, and a virtual Erha appeared in front of Tetsuya. The expression on Tetsuya's face stiffened for a moment. Okay Kakuzu, you have traveled all over the ninja world during this period of time. Take a good rest for 2 days. Let the kitchen cook what you want to eat. I will go back and lie down. After that, Tetsuya left the tea room. Aizuna and Kakuzu were the only 2 people left in the tea room. Kakuzu glanced at Aizuna, and Aizuna looked at Kakuzu, and then took out a chessboard. Can you play Go? Kakuzu glanced at the chessboard. Understand a little bit. Back in his room, Tetsuya's face suddenly fell. Dog system, you little brat, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? Erha showed a puzzled expression. Oh, my dear master, what are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Then why did you run out just after I cursed you in my mind? Master, how could you do this? I helped you become stronger in the ninja world, but you actually scolded me in your heart. The second Hai's sad, the second Hai's crying, and the second Hai's wronged. Okay, then why don't you explain why you suddenly ran out? Erha saw that there was no point in pretending to be wronged, so he immediately put away his acting skills and showed a mean smile. What is that? This Erha smells the smell of money. Master, it seems that you have made a fortune recently. Erha is here to congratulate you. How about a draw? Yes, co-authoring Erha is for money. Tetsuya sat down on the bed, leaning against the soft mattress. I said, haha, the two of us have been together for 10 or 20 years. I have almost drawn all the good things in the highest level prize pool. If nothing else, I only have ninjutsu. I'm afraid ninjutsu has gathered ninjutsu from all sects in the ninja world. What else can I draw? The 0.5 Ka chakra, or the 0.5 Ka pupil power. When Erha saw this, he rubbed his hands confidently. Oh, my dear master, you are too young, your world is too small. Open up your mind a little more, take a longer view, and don't let your eyes stay on this tiny ninja world. Benguza said it at the beginning, I have everything that the ninja world has, and I also have what the ninja world doesn't have. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. Then you've only given me ninjutsu and things from the ninja world for so many years. I thought these were the only things in your prize pool. Hey, don't be angry, master, I'm doing this for your own good. Take a look at your current ninjutsu collection and your understanding of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing but Professor Ninjutsu. Compared with you, he is just a new apprentice. Master, you are Professor Ninjutsu. Okay, stop flattering me, let me ask you a question. Do you know the secret of the Akatsuki clan? Look at what you said. Didn't I say before that there is nothing in the ninja world that I can't find here? Then I want to be immune to the wedge, or do you have a method to target the wedge? This is too simple. The Erha dog waved its paw, and a large turntable glowing with metallic green light appeared in front of Tetsuya's eyes. My dear master, please see, your consumption over the years has reached a new level, so I have applied for a new card drawing prize pool for you, which I call the Platinum Wheel. Looking at the big turntable in front of him, the corners of Jai's eyes twitched twice. Hey, Guze, you are really good at playing. All the good things about love are hidden in here. The big platinum turntable, are there emerald turntables and diamond turntables behind it? Ding. Congratulations on getting a copy of Hashirama cells with no side effects. Congratulations on getting a copy of the Weapon Wave God. Congratulations on getting a pair of Mangekyo. Congratulations on getting a Gadu statue. Congratulations on getting a Three Tails Isabu. Congratulations on getting a copy of Sage Jutsu Chakra. Congratulations on getting a copy of Sage Jutsu Chakra. Congratulations on getting a scroll of the Forbidden Magic Tandem Paper Bombs. Congratulations on getting a copy of Sage Jutsu Chakra. Congratulations on getting a copy of Sage Jutsu Chakra. The huge platinum turntable stopped rotating, and Jie also received 10 brand new rewards. Of course, he also spent a lot of money. Guzi, you are such a fool. You gave me a 10-fold increase in the previous 3 levels of turntables. The 3rd level gold turntable is only 100 times more expensive than the 1st level bronze turntable. That's all. Damn it, the platinum turntable is directly 100 times more expensive than the gold turntable. Even if I have money, I can't afford such consumption. It is true that Jai is rich now, but he can't bear such consumption. Looking at the reduced wealth, Jia couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and wince in distress. Fortunately, this time I made a lot of money by relying on war fortune. You can't say it's so early, master, the things in this new prize pool are all good things. Just tell me, which thing in it is not worth the price. If you put these things outside, there will be no market. The price is great. If you want to spend money to buy it, no one else has this opportunity. Guza said this with a frank look on his face. He was indeed right. After all, this platinum pool even has a Gadu statue. And he also drew a tailed beast by the way. This is the rhythm that intends to directly let Tetsuya draw cards to reach the Six Paths realm. Indeed, the things I drew this time are indeed good things. Even the reward for making up the numbers is Sage Jutsu Chakra. Tetsuya asked while looking at himself. No, what do you mean by Hashirama cells without side effects? It literally means the same as normal Hashirama cells, but without the side effects of normal Hashirama cells. Side effects? You mean Hashirama's face tattoo? This counts. This side effect-free version of gradual cells does not have any abnormal effects when used. It will not be swallowed up by Hashirama cells and turn into trees. It will not turn pale like white Zetsu, nor will it grow a pillar on your body, between the faces. Oh, that's it. Jai nodded, and then he said again. But, what is the use of this thing for me? Not to mention that I have a fairy body, and I also have an evil god's immortal body. The self-healing ability does not require Hashirama cells. As for chakra, I am not lacking. Master, you don't lack this thing, but you can give it to others. Master, you are not alone. In the future, you will need your own team to unify the ninja world, okay? Saha, don't tell me, this is really the truth. Tetsuya nodded. He did use it a lot, and he could save it for Izuna or Kakuzu when the time comes. But then again, Kakuzu's whole body has been replaced by the tentacles of the earthly resentment. Are Hashirama's cells still useful to him? This is a question worth thinking about and try again. Then tell me what this Mangekyo Sherinon means. Simply put, it is a strengthening material. Guzi explained the function of this Mangekyo Sherinon very simply and clearly. A Mangekyo Sherinon needs a blood relative's Mangekyo Sherinon to be upgraded and evolved into an eternal Mangekyo. A kinship Mangekyo Sherinon can be seen as a Mangekyo Sherinon of a non-existent brother of yours. It can perfectly match the user and help the user ascends to eternal Mangekyo. Oh, come to think of it, it really is an upgrade material. Fine, save it for Izuna, so that he doesn't have to go and take out Uchiha Madara's eyes later. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Hey, Brother's eyes, Hashirama's cells, Izuna can upgrade the Samsara eye. In theory, it is possible, but master, why don't you keep it for yourself? Ja also smiled and said very wisely. After Uchiha Madara bit Hashirama and faked his death, how many years did it take for him to upgrade to a pair of Samsara eyes? He wasted his own energy to death. I won't do something that takes so much time. So, master, are you planning to let Izuna upgrade his Rinnegan, and then when the time comes, you can just take his ready-made pair? Tisk, Guze, how could you do this? Why didn't I realize you were so selfish before? Erha, black question mark face. No, why do you call me so selfish? I've already given the things away, why should I take them back? They're just Rinnegan. When Akatsuki comes to the ninja world in the future, I can have as many as I want. I can just hold them down and pluck out their eyeballs. As he said this, Ja also looked at Erha and said, didn't you say that you have everything that the ninja world has, and you also have things that the ninja world doesn't have? Then I can just draw out a pair of Samsara eyes when the time comes. Erha was stunned for a moment and thought carefully. Tisk, that makes sense. You are worthy of being your master. Erha is still very happy about this. Ja also wants to draw the Rinnegan, which means that before the Rinnegan comes out, he will definitely recharge money continuously. As long as you have money, everything is easy. His Erha system only recognizes money and not people. By the way, Guzi, I have another question. Please go ahead. Ja had just spent a lot of money on it, so naturally it had to show its attitude. I drew the Gadu statue and 3 tails Isabu. Does that mean the ninja world is missing a 3 tails and a Gadu statue? No, the Gadu statue and 3 tails Isabu produced by our company are from other places. They are not the original tailed beasts and Gadu statue of this ninja world. Oh, I see. I thought if this Gadu statue was the one from the ninja world, without the Gadu statue to extend his life, then old Madara would have died early, and Sasuke would have been born before Naruto. Not only that, if the Gadu statue is gone, will the 5 spirit kings not be disabled? Well, it's possible that they can't even survive 3 battles. Dear master, do you have any questions? If not, then this service ends here. Erha looks like a heartless BD who has just had his pants pulled up and doesn't recognize anyone. Go away, I'm fine now. Goodbye, see you next time when I recharge. Without any hesitation, Erha disappeared directly in front of Jia. What a dog that only cares about money and not people. What a dog. The country of rain, the village hidden in the rain. Heavy rain enveloped the entire ninja village. In the tallest building in the hidden rain village, Sanshou Hanzo and his cronies were looking at the map of the land of rain to discuss the current situation. Chief, this is the latest disaster situation. A war broke out between the ninja troops of the country of fire and the puppet troops of the country of wind in a village on the front line. The village was destroyed by the war, and our people only had time to respond. A small number of villagers evacuated. As he spoke, the ninja couldn't help but clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. There is obviously a conflict between 2 big countries. Why is it that it is their small country that is hurt? Just because they are caught in the middle of these big countries, are they destined to become their battlefield? Another ninja came forward to report. Chief, we have contacted the buyers on the black market. They are willing to provide us with ninja tools and equipment. Moreover, they gave us 10% of the goods first, and they will continue to send us the rest. Several trusted ninjas continue to report the latest information. Sanshou Hanzo sat in the main seat without saying a word, just listening silently. Call. Hanzo, the masked Sanshou, let out a long sigh of relief. This ninja world is cruel. If we, the Rain Country, are sandwiched in the middle of 3 big countries, we will inevitably become their battlefield. For the sake of their own interests, the big countries will make the small countries suffer. However, from now on, I, Sanshou Hanzo, will not allow this to happen. I want to return all the pain that those big countries have inflicted on us. Send my order to all the ninjas in Yuan village to prepare for war. When the equipment arrives, we will declare war on these big countries. Even if our Yuan village is destroyed, we also want these big countries to feel our pain. Yes. N. The crowd is furious and they have endured too much pain. If it were before, even if they endured the pain, they would have nowhere to vent. But things are different now. The appearance of Sanshou Hanzo allows them to see a possibility, a brand new possibility. The war is still going on, but the 3 parties fighting in the Kingdom of Rain never thought that a 4th party would soon join the battlefield. The country of fire, the outskirts of the capital. Jai was in the mountains and forests where he was on vacation. A huge blue Susan Titan collided with a huge golden Susan Titan. Just one collision erupted with astonishing power, and the terrifying impact tore the woods apart. The forest in front of them was already in a mess due to the battle between the 2 people. This shows how fierce the battle between the 2 Susannas was. The next moment, the 2 Susanna giants simultaneously drew out their giant swords and slashed at each other. Dang! The moment the giant swords collided, there seemed to be a loud noise but there seemed to be no sound at all, or perhaps the sound erupted from the collision had exceeded the limit that humans could accept. Hey, Izuna, how are you feeling? Are there any changes in your eyes? Susanna disappeared, and Tetsuya jumped extremely hard and came to Izuna's side. Izuna stood there, his whole body aura different from before. If Izuna was as calm as water and as proud as ice before, then now he is as full of murderous aura as the Death Star. Especially his eyes. The original Mangekyo Sherinon has changed. The original Mangekyo was black and blood red with a black rounded pupil, and 3 cylindrical branches, one upper and one lower, connected the edges of the pupil. But now his Mangekyo Sherinon has changed. The original hollow ring in the middle of the blood-colored pupils has become 3 hollow Megatama connected end to end. If this were Aiham Madara here, he would definitely exclaim, Aizuna's pair of eternal Mangekyo are almost exactly the same as his previous eternal Mangekyo. The similarity is inevitable. After all, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Aizuna are brothers, and Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo was upgraded using Aizuna's eyes. The parent Mangekyo used by Aizuna is produced by Erha. This pair of Mangekyo is theoretically the most suitable for Aizuna and the most perfect material for upgrading into an eternal Mangekyo. Still not. Can the cells you injected into me really allow my eternal Mangekyo to evolve into the legendary Samsara Eye? Those are the eyes of a sage. Hey, what's the Samsara Eye? What's the fairy eye? I still have a fairy body. Tetsuya groped his chin and looked into Aizuna's eyes carefully. Is there really no change? It's not like there's no change at all. Aizuna reached up and covered her right eye. I can feel that the pupil power of my eyes is increasing every moment. This feeling is not the feeling of recovery after consuming my pupil power. It is more like the upper limit of my pupil power is constantly increasing. Although it's subtle, but the change is real. That's right. Tetsuya nodded with satisfaction, patted Aizuna on the shoulder and said, maybe when the pupil power of your eyes grows to a certain limit, it will cause a qualitative change, and maybe you can evolve into the Samsara Eye by then. You're right, maybe the eternal Mangekyo can really evolve into the Samsara Eye, but it just takes time. Just as Tetsuya and Aizuna were studying the eternal Mangekyo, the ground beneath their feet suddenly stirred. A weasel emerged from the ground. Hey, 1 against 7, why are you hungry here? The yellow weasel, known as 1 to 7, shook his head. Boss, that tentacle monster asked me to send you a message. Oh, Kakuzu's letter? Is it what happened in the land of rain? As he spoke, Tetsuya took the letter, then took out a seal scroll with his backhand and threw it to the dozen or 7. You worked hard and this is your reward. Thank you, boss. 1 dozen 7 held the scroll in great joy. Otherwise, what is stored in the seal scroll is the chicken that the Yellow Weasel clan likes to eat most, all kinds of chicken, roasted chicken, grilled chicken, hand-shredded chicken, saliva chicken, white-cut chicken, etc. After Tetsuya got rich, he never lost money to the Weasel clan who signed a contract with him, and sent a lot of food to the Weasel clan. The Yellow Weasel clan is also very strict about rules. After receiving Jai's things, they must do things for Jai. But now Jia doesn't have any use for the Huang Weasel clan in battle, so Mr. Huang simply asked the younger members of the clan to come over and help Jia do some errands. The Weasel clan is good at stealth, transformation, and genjutsu. It wouldn't be too convenient for them to run an errand and deliver something. This is also one of the reasons why Tetsuya and his gang have not been discovered by the major ninja villages in their large-scale acquisition and sale of grain and iron ore. Opening the envelope, Tetsuya was curious about what happened on the front line. Aizuna also came over and took a quick glance to get a rough idea. This Sanshouyo Hanzo has something special. He actually repelled the attack of Earth Country. Tsukikage announced that it would withdraw from the war. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Sancho Hanzo led Rain Shinobi village to appear. Sancho relied on his poisonous mist to directly repel the Uegakur army. The tactic that Uegakur is best at is explosive troops, relying on the numerical advantage and the number of people in the military formation Earth style to sweep the battlefield. This style of play that relied on the number of people to release overwhelming ninjutsu made Uegakur invincible on the battlefield, but encountering a battlefield killer like Sancho Hanzo made Uegakur suffer a big loss. The poisonous mist of Sanshouyo Hanzo likes your style of fighting in groups. A piece of poisonous mist can cover all of you. Union Village is not good at using poison and detoxification. If we continue to fight, we will not get any benefits except increasing casualties. In the end, 3rd Tsukikage Onoki made a decision and chose to withdraw his troops from the country of rain and stay at the border of the country of earth. The military morale of the people in Yuyan village who successfully repelled the Earth Kingdom was greatly boosted, which made them even more convinced that following Sancho Hanzo was the right choice. Only Sancho Hanzo can change everything. Having won a great victory, the army of Amegakur village turned their spearhead and attacked Tsunagakur village of the Wind Country and Konoha village of the Fire Country. However, things did not go so smoothly in these two battlefields. The reason is very simple. Cho from Tsunagakur village is a master of poisoning, and he quickly developed an antidote to the poisonous mist of Sancho Fish Hanzo. On the other side of Konoha, the disciple of the 3rd generation, the granddaughter of Senjo Hashirama and the princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade Haim joined the battlefield. Tsunade, the grand master of medical skills, quickly cracked the toxin of the Sancho fish. Although they encountered setbacks and Sancho Hanzo's poisonous mist tactics were not as effective against Uegakur, the ninjas of the Land of Rain, under the leadership of Sancho Hanzo, united as one and were bound to drive out the invaders from these big countries. These people, under the command of Sancho Hanzo, also broke out with quite astonishing fighting power. Even when they encountered the elites of Konoha and Tsunagakur, they were still extremely brave. In addition, Tsunagakur and Konoha were also attacking each other. For a while, it seemed that Sancho Hanzo had a slight advantage in 1 versus 2. Looking at the intelligence coming back from these angles, Zhe also gained a new understanding of the development of World War II. Tetsuya's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his eyebrows and asked Izuna beside him. Izuna, how do you think the situation of this war will change now that things have developed now? Hearing Tetsuya's question, Izuna thought seriously. I think that although it seems that Hanzo from the Land of Rain has the upper hand now, it is really remarkable that a small country living in the middle can fight against two big countries. But the disadvantages of a small country are there, and I'm afraid Sancho Hanzo's advantage will not last long. The country of Rain cannot supply Sancho Hanzo and the others to fight for a long time. After all, their country is so poor and its production capacity is limited. Moreover, the reason why they are able to take advantage now is because the three families of Wind, Fire, and Earth have been fighting for a long time and consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. As long as Sunagakur village and Konoha village come down and reach an agreement, they will first eliminate this guy who is interfering, and then the two great powers of Wind and Fire will decide the final winner on the territory of Rain country. After all, the war has been going on so far, and it will not benefit anyone if it continues to drag on. The right choice is to decide the final winner as quickly as possible. Izuna's analysis is quite accurate. After all, during the Warring States period, his position among the Uchiha clan was the think tank of Uchiha Madara. Izuna is responsible for making suggestions and formulating big strategic policies and plans, and what Uchiha Madara needs to be responsible for is to lead the Uchiha clan with strong strength, and then lead the Uchiha clan to implement Izuna's tactics. Your analysis is very good, but have you ever thought that Konoha and Sunagakur will not work together? Konoha and Sunagakur will not cooperate? Why are you so sure? Izuna was a little confused. Sancho Hanzo from the Land of Rain is a spoiler, and his existence is not in the interest of either Konoha or Sunagakur. Tetsuya explained. These big countries all have a problem, that is, they never take small countries seriously. Even if Sancho Hanzo and the others first defeated the Earth country and now have an advantage on the battlefield with them, they still don't care. I will put Sancho Fish Hanzo in my eyes. In their opinion, Sancho Hanzo is just a vicious dog that follows a lion to pick up food. Even though Sancho Hanzo seems to be suppressing them, they don't care. This is just like the Warring States period. Do you, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, care about a small ninja clan who is trying to survive between the big clans? The little ninja clan has only one choice, and that is to become a vassal of the great ninja clan. It's like Chiba became a vassal of Senju during the Warring States period. In the same way, in their view, these small countries have only one choice, and that is to become vassals of big countries like them. Izuna looked at Tetsuya and suddenly said, if you were in our time, I think maybe the Chiba clan would not become a vassal of any ethnic group. It makes no sense for you to say that. Tetsuya smiled and shook his head before continuing. Let's bring the topic back to the Ninja World War. Whether in the eyes of Konoha or in the hearts of Sunagakur, the only thing they really care about is the other party, and they all believe that only the other party is their real competitor. After all, the conflicts and battle lines between Yugakur and them are all in the Kingdom of Rain, and the battle lines between them exist in multiple places. The losses caused by both sides due to each other are too great. It is impossible to shake hands and make peace or temporarily unite before the end of the war. It's just a Yugakur. After defeating the opponent, it can be easily eliminated by gathering strength. There is no need to worry too much. Then according to what you said, the final trend of this war should be for Sunagakur and Konoha to decide the outcome first, and then the final winner will deal with Rain Shinobi village, right? Yes, and Konoha will win in the end. However, it may not be easy for Konoha to defeat Sancho Hanzo head-on. Jie spoke with certainty, as if what he said would definitely happen. Izuna didn't completely believe what Tetsuya said. Although Konoha is stronger than Sunagakur in terms of overall strength, Konoha has been fighting on multiple threads since the beginning of this Ninja World War, not only fighting the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth on the frontal battlefield, but even the Kingdom of Thunder on the side. There was also a war with Konoha. After many battles until now, a large part of Konoha's vitality has been consumed. If they really put it all together, it is still unknown who will be the final winner between Konoha and Sunagakur. In fact, according to his understanding, the most correct choice is to eliminate the troublesome guy like Sancho Hanzo first. After all, Rain Shinobi exists. Even if Sunagakur and Konoha want to decide the outcome, Rain Shinobi's interference will not be so easy to bear. What? You don't believe what I said? Seeing that Izuna didn't completely believe what he said, Tetsuya smiled. Just wait, I believe there will be news back soon. The battlefield of Rain Country, Konoha Station. Another day of fighting came to an end. Rain Shinobi's attack also gradually lost its power as reinforcements arrived from Konoha from other directions. However, Konoha has never cared much about Rain Shinobi. What really caused trouble for them was Sand Shinobi's puppet army. These puppet masters hid behind the puppets and controlled the puppets to fight against Konoha's ninjas. Even if the ninjas of Konoha paid the price with their lives, it would be difficult to kill the puppet master hiding behind. Moreover, the various hidden weapons, mechanisms, and toxins on these puppet masters are difficult to guard against. Tsunade, how are you? Have you got any results from your research? The curtain of the big tent was opened, and the white-haired boy Jiraiya walked into the tent. Inside the camp, a table was filled with bottles and cans, and Tsunade led a group of medical ninjas who were working overtime to analyze toxins. Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows, looking slightly tired. It can only be said that there is progress, but it will take time to completely crack the toxin of the old woman Cho. This guy actually added Sancho Hanzo's poison to the toxins in their sand-hidden village. Sancho Hanzo's toxin made the original sand. The nature of shinobi's toxins becomes more complex. Are you okay? Seeing Tsunade's tired look, Jiraiya was a little worried, but when he thought that Tsunade now had a boyfriend, Jiraiya didn't go too far. I'm fine, I just suffered a lot from those ninjas who were poisoned, and I need them to hold on for a while longer. I believe everyone can understand you. The inhibitor you developed before is still effective. Although it cannot completely detoxify, it has succeeded in delaying the onset of the poison. However, the process of waiting like that is extremely painful. As she spoke, Tsunade couldn't help but clenched her fists. How could she feel better when the toxins in her body were constantly destroying cells and organs? Even if inhibitors could temporarily inhibit the spread of toxins, they still could not reverse the effects of the toxins' harm. It is even possible that by the time he develops an antidote, those poisoned ninjas will have long since suffered from disabilities and diseases due to the erosion of the poison. Calm down, Tsunade, you have done a good job. This is not your problem, the fault is the war itself. Jiraiya comforted Tsunade and at the same time comforted himself. It would be great if there was no war. Why can't everyone live in peace? As he said that, he thought of the son of prophecy that Great Toad Sage once told him. It would be great if he could find the son of prophecy. Since Great Toad Sage said that, as long as he lands the son of prophecy, he should be able to bring it to the ninja world. Come to peace. But now that things have happened, I hope this can end as soon as possible. It will not be good for anyone to continue. The war will be over soon. A hoarse voice sounded, and a man with slightly pale skin walked into the camp. Orochimaru. When Tsunade saw the person coming, she immediately clenched her fists tighter. Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade again, his eyes filled with guilt when he looked at his former partner. After all, Tsunade's brother, his favorite disciple, died while following him on a mission. For a while, the atmosphere in the camp became a little awkward. When Jiraiya saw this, in order to ease the awkward atmosphere, he immediately asked, Orochimaru, what did you mean when you said the war would end soon? Did you mean that the teacher has found a way to end it all quickly? Seeing Jiraiya hand over the steps, Orochimaru also replied, yes and no. What's the meaning? The teacher sent Sakumo to sneak into the Kingdom of Wind, intending to directly attack the Tsunagakure village to cut off the supplies of the Tsunagakures on the front line and force the other side to end this war. Sakumo? Is it the Heitake Sakumo from the Heitake family? How many people did he bring to Tsunagakure village? Orochimaru was silent for a moment before answering. One person. What? One person? Is the old man crazy? He is not asking Shimao to carry out a mission, he is asking him to die. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. No, I have to talk to the old man. How can we let Sakumo go to the sand village alone? Going to the enemy camp alone at this time is like seeking death. It wasn't the teacher's request, it was Sakumo's own request. He asked for it? Why? Jiraiya was puzzled. Normally, to carry out such a mission, at least 1 or 2 ninja teams would have to be sent out. Tsunade, who had been silent all this time, answered Jiraiya's question. Because of Sakuya-senpai. Sakuya-senpai? Is that the Sakuya-senpai that I used to run into at the Chiba ramen restaurant? Hearing such a familiar name, Jiraiya also recalled such a person. Yes, Sakuya-senpai is Sakumo's older brother. He died at the hands of Tsunagakure on the eve of the war. Tsunade said as she sighed and loosened her clenched fists. I think that the reason Shu Mao went there alone was that he probably had no intention of coming back alive. This time he went on a mission not only to cut off the supply of Tsunagakure, but also to avenge Senior Sakuya. Just at this moment, there was a commotion outside. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The madman from the Hidden Rain village is here. Hearing the enemy attack, the 3 rushed out immediately. It was raining heavily outside, and the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village followed the rain and rushed into the Konoha camp. Tsunade, Orochimaru, let's go together. Good. Clear. The 3 of them rushed towards the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village together. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo, Shadow Snake Hand, Heavenly Feet Hurt. Jiraiya and the other 2 used their own ninjutsu to attack Rain Shinobi. Obviously, these ninjas who came to attack the Konoha camp were no match for the 3 men. However, even though these ninjas from the Hidden Rain village knew that they were no match for the 3 men, they still charged towards them fearlessly, shouting as they charged. You evil Konoha ninjas, get out of our country. Evil Konoha ninja, get out of our land. Everyone, fight the evil invaders. For the land of rain. For the Hidden Rain. Jiraiya was shocked as he saw the Rain Shinobi rushing towards them shouting loudly. In the land of wind, outside the sand village in the desert oasis, 2 ninjas led the team out of the village. However, in this desert with yellow sand flying all over the sky, a little white seems particularly abrupt. What is that? I don't know if everyone should be careful. In the desert, Heitake Sakumo locked onto his target and drew his short sword from his waist. A cold light flashed across the blade. Konoha White Fang is destined to become famous in the ninja world today. The rain curtain above the sky dispersed, and Jiraiya and others saw the rising sun in this country where it is rare to see the sun. After a night of fighting, it was over, and everyone in Konoha began to clean up the battlefield. Blood mixed with rain soaked the land. Jiraiya looked at the corpse being dragged away on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. What did the war bring? Orochimaru on the side stared at the corpses and gave his own answer. Die. Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at the coldest Orochimaru. He didn't expect Orochimaru to express such emotion. Unfortunately, he didn't know that what Orochimaru lamented was not the cruelty of war, but the fragility of life. A face that had not changed in more than 10 years appeared in Orochimaru's mind. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Is there immortal life and ageless appearance in this world? There's no point in lamenting here. Tsunade turned and walked towards the tent. What we should do is end this war as early as possible. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with Tsunade's statement. Orochimaru was silent for a while, and finally walked towards the tent. Let me help you prepare the antidote. Time flies. With the help of Orochimaru, Tsunade developed an antidote to the toxin in Sunagakure village in less than 3 days. At the same time, news came from Heitake Sakumo that he had cut off Sunagakure's supply line. It would take time for the other party to reorganize the supply line, and he also killed the son and daughter-in-law of Cho, elder of Sunagakure village. The name of Konoha's White Fang was well known in the ninja world, and he entered the hostile village alone to cut off the supply line. Such a ninja is really terrifying. With Tsunade's antidote and Sunagakure's supply lines cut off, Konoha launched a general attack on Sunagakure. The Sunagakure side was defeated across the board, and in the end, in order to preserve its strength, Kazekage, the third generation, surrendered to Konoha's third Hokage on behalf of Sunagakure village. This battle between Konoha and Sunagakure ended with Konoha's victory. The ninjas of Sand Hidden Village withdrew one after another and withdrew from the country of rain. In the capital of the Kingdom of Fire, Tetsuya had milk tea in his left hand and fried chicken in his right hand. He drank a sip of milk tea and took a bite of fried chicken. Then he picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard with his oily hands. Look at my divine hand, hee, it's awesome. Izuna, who was sitting opposite Tetsuya, couldn't help but sigh and rubbed his eyebrows. What a god's hand, but you have once again put yourself in a desperate situation. As he spoke, Izuna placed a piece in another inconspicuous position, directly killing all of Tetsuya's pieces. You lost. This is the 6th time you have tricked yourself. If it doesn't work, just play with your own shadow clone. Oh, don't. Playing with your own shadow clone isn't fighting each other. What's the point? Why don't you play with me again? I won't play anymore. It's boring. I'd rather go fishing than play chess with you. Izuna clapped his hands and walked outside in unison. He planned to go for a walk outside, catch a fish or something. Boss. Suddenly a cloud of white mist appeared, and a dozen or 7 jumped out. Hey, 1 against 7, you came just in time. Come and play a game of chess with me. Fried chicken is enough. 1,7 saw the steaming fried chicken on the table next to them, and their mouths couldn't help but drool. But in the end, reason defeated desire. He wiped his mouth with his little paw and took out a letter. Forget about playing chess. I'm here to deliver a message. There's new news about the tentacle monster. Oh, there's some new news from Kakuzu, let me take a look. Jai put down the milk tea and took the letter, taking down the plate of fried chicken on the table and handing it to a dozen or 7. After hearing the new news from Kakuzu, Izuna, who originally planned to go fishing, also retreated to the room. Is it Kakuzu's letter? Is it the latest information on the war situation in the Land of Rain? It should be done. Open it quickly and take a look. I would like to know whether the war will develop as you predicted. Just watch it. Jai quickly opened the letter. There wasn't much on the letter, but the events recorded were quite shocking. Everything was as Tetsuya predicted. Nothing happened to Megakure village, but Konoha and Sunagakure village took the lead in deciding the winner, and Konoha finally won. On the frontal battlefield, Konoha's Tsunade Haim cracked the poison of the puppet master of Sunagakure village and lost the suppression of the poison. On the frontal battlefield, the ninjas of Sunagakure village were at a disadvantage against the ninjas of Konoha. The leaf ninja is unstoppable. At the same time, in the rear, Konoha White Fang went deep behind enemy lines alone, disrupting the supply of Sunagakure village. Both the front and the rear suffered blows. Kazekage, the third generation of Sand Hidden Village, knew that they had lost the capital to compete with Konoha in this war, and finally surrendered and withdrew from the struggle for hegemony. Look, the development of this matter is exactly as I said. Seeing the content on the letter, Jia showed a proud smile. Are you kidding? How could it be different from what I predicted? I am a man who has read the script. Izuna felt a little surprised. Tetsuya really got everything right. It's exactly what you said. Then the war between Konoha and a Megakure village will follow. I'm afraid this war won't last long. Well, almost. However, Konoha has just finished the battle with Sunagakure village, and it still needs time to adjust its state and gather manpower. And Sancho Hanzo is not weak. As long as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take action himself, it may not be that simple to defeat him. Oh, is this Sancho Hanzo that strong? He actually needs a disciple taught by the inherently evil Senju Tobirama to defeat him. Although Izuna hates Senju Tobirama very much, she still recognizes Senju Tobirama's strength. After all, that guy killed her with his own hands. But that was in the past, and now that he has opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he is not afraid of that inherently evil guy at all. What's more, now that he knows that this inherently evil Senju Tobirama also has the flying thunder god slash, he will definitely not be easily attacked by the opponent if he is prepared. It's not bad, this guy is known as the demigod of the ninja world. By the way, your brother's good friend Senju Hashirama is called the god of ninja by the ninjas in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama? God of ninja. Aizuna pondered for a moment, and he recognized that the guy Senju Hashirama could get such a title. After all, that guy was on par with his brother, and seemed to be stronger than his brother. But Hanzo, a mere Sanshouyo, why is he called the demigod of the ninja world? Thinking of this, Aizuna couldn't help but think of trying the ingredients of Sancho fish Hanzo. Seeing Aizuna's reaction, Tetsuya also understood what the other person was thinking. After all, Uchiha Aizuna is also an Uchiha. Looking at Aizuna with strong fighting spirit in his eyes, Tetsuya couldn't help but ask. What do you mean, you want to try the ingredients in Sancho fish Hanzo? Well, I want to give this guy a try. Why is he called the ninja demigod? Since you have such an idea, let's try it. Maybe we can also see the decisive battle between Konoha and Amegakuer. To be honest, Gio was also moved and wanted to go out for a walk. Always sitting here and watching the battle situation information sent back by Kakuzu made him feel itchy. You must know that he is a man who participated in World War I. The blue lightning on the battlefield killed countless ninja men with elbow strikes. Nowadays, I just sit at home and watch World War II. What does this sound like? Are you going too? Why don't I go? Aizuna smiled and replied. Didn't you say that you are a businessman, and killing is not what you, a businessman, should do? Hey, fighting and killing is really not what I, a businessman, should do, but I am going to the theater. No one said that businessmen are not allowed to join in the fun. You are really a smooth-talking businessman. Hey, that's natural. As a businessman, good eloquence is also necessary. As he spoke, he popped up a flame and burned the letter. 1 against 7. What's the matter, boss? Yidoki, who was holding a big oily chicken leg and munching it wildly, raised his head. His whole head was shiny with oil. Please go there first and tell Kakuzu that we plan to go there. Boss, where are you going? The country of rain. That's right. I got it, boss. 1,7 opened their mouths, stuffed the entire chicken leg in, and then pulled out a complete chicken bone. Throwing away the bones, he clapped his hands, and after doing a backflip, he exploded into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. The country of rain, the village hidden in the rain. The war resulted in a large number of refugees in the Kingdom of Rain. There were wars everywhere in the Kingdom of Rain, which caused these refugees to flock to the hidden rain village. Kakuzu also disguised himself as a refugee and sneaked into the rain-hidden village early. At this moment, the streets and alleys in the most prosperous area of Yin village are already full of refugees. They are hiding in the corners and under the eaves to avoid the rain. In a place like this, kind-hearted people occasionally distribute food and daily necessities. If they are far away, nothing will be left when they arrive. And it's in a remote corner of Yin village. Kids, why are you here again? Kakuzu, who was disguised as a refugee, came back from gathering information and saw 3 little ghosts outside the door of his temporary stronghold. These 3 little ghosts, 2 boys and 1 girl, one has orange hair and a silly smile on his face, one has red hair with long hair covering his eyes, and there is a little girl with blue hair. Not long after Kakuzu lurked in, he met 3 of them. He exchanged the food in his hand for some information. Then these 3 little ghosts would come over every once in a while. Uncle, we are. Before the orange-haired kid finished speaking, Kakuzu took out some bread from his sleeve and handed it to them. Take the food and leave quickly. We're not here for food. The orange-haired kid still wanted to explain, but at this moment, the red-haired kid next to him made a growling sound from his stomach. Sorry Yahiko, I couldn't help it. Okay, you 3 brats, grab your food and leave quickly. Kakuzu stuffed the bread into their hands, then turned and walked into his temporary stronghold. However, as soon as he walked into the stronghold and was about to close the door, it suddenly started raining outside. Seeing that the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, Kakuzu sighed. Okay, you 3 brats, come in. I have no choice but to let the 3 little brats get wet in the rain outside. The parents of these 3 brats all died in the war, which is really pitiful. But at this time, there are poor people everywhere in Amegakuer village, and it is impossible for him to take care of all the refugees. Kakuzu still feels that it is better for him to put away his ridiculous mercy. After all, before he followed his boss, he was a cold-blooded killer. Now, I should be considered a businessman. Kakuzu's temporary stronghold is not large, with 1 room and 1 living room inside and outside. In the small living room, 3 brats were sitting at the table eating bread, and Kakuzu was sitting aside looking at the rain outside the window. He couldn't help but wonder, was this shabby place really as good as the boss said? Could it develop into a business empire? Ever since he arrived in the country of rain, especially after entering the hidden rain village, he had only one feeling, that is, discomfort, all kinds of discomfort. It's always raining, the roads are slippery and muddy, and whether it's buildings or anything else, it gives people a dark and damp feeling. It's a good place to connect 3 big countries and 3 small countries, but the weather conditions here really don't make transportation convenient. But since the boss said it was feasible here, there must be something special here. Just when Jiao Jiao was sighing, Yahiko, who had eaten enough, walked up to Jiao Jiao. Kakuzu also looked at him strangely. What do you want to do, kid? Uncle, thank you very much for giving us food, so in exchange I will tell you the latest information we got. Hehe. Hearing this, Kakuzu couldn't help laughing. What kind of information can a brat like you get? Damn it, uncle, don't underestimate me. I will become a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama in the future. As if to prove himself, Yahiko began to talk about the information he and Nagato had collected. It is said to be intelligence, but in fact it is just some things that happened in Yuyin village. These things mean nothing to Kakuzu. As if he noticed Kakuzu's nonchalant look, Yahiko put his hands on his hips in anger, and then started to break the news. He began to tell some news about the battlefield that he had learned, about how the Konoha White Fang went deep into the Kingdom of Wind and cut off Tsunagakure's supplies. Why did Tsunagakure lose to Konoha on the frontal battlefield? Then what happened to Hanzo, the Sancho fish, who led people to attack Konoha stations scattered throughout the Land of Rain? Kakuzu noticed that when Yahiko mentioned Sancho Hanzo, his eyes looked particularly admiring and a little longing. Hey kid, do you admire that man named Sancho Hanzo? Of course. Yahiko nodded and said. Hanzo-sama is the most powerful ninja in the world now. He is the great hero of our Rain country. I believe that Hanzo-sama will be able to drive all those bad guys out of the Rain country. In the future, I will become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo, so that I can protect everyone, Nagato and Konan. The most powerful ninja in the world. Hearing this title, Kakuzu's mind came up with not only a figure who was always smiling, but also the golden giant who was like a god. Listening to Yahiko's admiration and praise for Hanzo, Kakuzu smiled. Children are children, they always think that what they have seen is the best. However, Sancho Hanzo is not bad, and he can be regarded as one of the stronger ones among the known strongmen in the ninja world today. Kid, why do you want to become a ninja? Kakuzu didn't want to continue listening to a brat praising and worshipping his idol, so he changed the topic. Do you know that becoming a ninja is a very dangerous thing, and you may die? Just like in the current war, many people died one after another on the battlefield, and those were all ninjas. I know, but I'm not afraid of death. Yahiko raised his head and spoke in a very firm tone. Nagato, who had been sitting quietly beside him, suddenly began to tremble. Although his eyes were obscured by his long bangs, Kakuzu could tell that he was very excited. Not all ninjas died, there were civilians too. My parents are obviously not ninjas. Why did they kill my parents? Nagato is okay, I will protect you. Seeing Nagato who was shaking all over, Yahiko stepped forward and hugged Nagato's shoulders. Konan also came to Nagato's side and comforted Nagato together. And I will protect everyone too. Yahiko looked at Kakuzu and said, I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of not being able to protect Yahiko and Konan. I want to become a ninja, the most powerful ninja. Only in this way can I protect everyone, and can I change this country and the ninja world? Let's no one in this country and this world will suffer anymore. Looking at the ambitious Yahiko, Kakuzu was also stunned for a while. He noticed that when Yahiko was saying these words, his eyes seemed to be shining with light. No, his whole body was shining, and this light was shining on the other two brats around him. Hehe. Kakuzu laughed. He's obviously just a kid, talking big words. I'm not talking big words, I will definitely become a ninja in the future. Kakuzu shook his head. A ninja can't necessarily change everything you wish to change. Well, Yahiko's eyes widened. In his eyes, ninjas are incompetent. Everyone in the ninja world is very envious of people who can become ninjas. Why would this uncle say this? But aren't ninjas the most powerful people? Kakuzu looked at the innocent Yahiko and two other brats. Since these guys always came to annoy him, he decided to teach these brats a lesson and directly expose their beautiful illusions. A kid is just a kid, he doesn't know anything and still likes to talk big words. This world is not as simple as you see. A kid like you can't do anything even if I give it to a ninja. The world is complicated. In some eyes, a ninja is just a knife. The blade will be polished when needed and thrown away when not in use. Damn uncle, why do you talk about ninjas like that? Hanzo-sama and the others are the heroes of the Land of Rain, they are not just swords that will be thrown aside. Yahiko refuted vigorously, but Nagato seemed to be thinking about something. Kakuzu's evil taste came out, and he planned to teach these little devils a good lesson, telling them what a ninja is and what the real world is. Killing the innocence of a child, oh no, Kakuzu is really too bad. Little ghost, let me tell you, the so-called ninjas are just servants in the eyes of the rich and powerful. They only need to spend some money to let the ninjas run around for them. Kakuzu began to give the three kids a long speech about the truth about the world, puncturing their beautiful fantasy about ninjas, and also telling them how cruel the world is. The expressions of the three people changed from confusion, to shock, to numbness. Konan, the only girl among the three, was almost crying because of what Kakuzu said. After all, for these children who were still full of fantasies about the future, being suddenly dragged into the cruel world of adults was like a dream. The feeling of having your wishes shattered is just too cruel. So, even if you become a ninja, as long as you are not strong enough to change the rules or strong enough to ignore the rules, then you can't do anything, you can't change anything, you can only play by the rules set by others. Inside, you bow your head and work like a slave, running around for a tiny amount of mission rewards. After the mission is completed, the rewards you get for risking your life to complete the mission will be taken away by your village. Money, 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 pay, pay, pay. The uncle only cares about money and pay. The uncle is an evil adult. Humph. Konan held back his tears and turned around. His entire body seemed to swell up with anger. Looking at the angry Konan, Kakuzu felt particularly happy. He didn't know why, but he felt particularly happy bullying these 3 brats, especially the little girl with blue hair. Humph? You evil uncle, since you said being an ordinary ninja can't change anything, then I will become the most powerful ninja, the powerful ninja that you said can ignore and change the rules. Yahiko said angrily that he just didn't want to accept and he wanted to be a ninja. Oh, really? You want to be a really powerful ninja? Kakuzu smiled. Are you born into a ninja family? What is a ninja family? Yahiko scratched his head in confusion. That is, have any powerful ninjas ever appeared in your family? Yahiko shook his head. So is there any powerful ninjutsu passed down in your family? Yahiko shook his head again. Not to mention passing down anything, because after this war, he was the only one left in their family. Okay, it's settled. In your future life, unless you encounter some kind of adventure, you will never be able to become an absolutely strong person in this life. How could it be? Haha, that's the truth. There are countless ninjas in the ninja world, but looking back, how many Senju Hashirama have appeared? How many Uchiha Madara? How many Salamander Hanzo? Without inheritance, without bloodline, without adventure, you want to become stronger? Dream on, you can have everything in dreams. Yahiko was devastated when he heard this. After Yahiko calmed down, Nagato on the side asked at this time, what if I become a powerful and wealthy person? Can I change the world if I become the kind of person who can make the rules that you mentioned? Looking at Nagato, Kakuzu became interested, as if this red-haired kid was more interesting than that naive kid. I can't tell you anything that is 100% certain, but there is one thing I think makes sense. Money is not everything, but being without money is absolutely impossible. In life, 8 out of 10 things are not satisfactory, but if you have money, you can make your life path much smoother. Seeing that Nagato didn't seem to believe him, Kakuzu asked, you don't believe it, do you? Then let me ask you, why do you think the land of rain will become a battlefield for those big countries? Before Nagato could answer, Yahiko answered first. Because we, the country of rain, are caught between those big countries. Those big countries are all bad people. They are unwilling to start a war in their own country, so they came to our country. Kakuzu ignored Yahiko, but looked at Nagato and asked again, do you think so too? Isn't that why? Hearing Nagato's answer, Kakuzu laughed. Yes, that's not right either. Let me ask you another question. Why do you think those big countries launch wars? What is their purpose in launching wars? This involves the knowledge blind spots of the 3 little guys. Although they have experienced a lot and appear to be much more mature than their peers in order to survive in the entire war-torn country, they are still just children after all. I can tell by your looks that you don't know, so let me tell you. Kakuzu explained. The reason why these big countries launch wars is naturally for the resources and wealth of other countries. There may be more reasons, such as using external conflicts to quell internal conflicts, and using war to eradicate dissidents, but they can win after fighting. After defeating the opponent, the loser will definitely want something. The loser needs to hand over his things to the winner, whether it is land, materials, or something else. But to put it bluntly, they have reached the end of the war. In the end it's all about money. Money. Asterisk 3. At this time, all 3 little ghosts were attracted by what Kakuzu said. Yes, it's money. So money is a very important part of this world. With money, you can do a lot of things. Kakuzu said while looking out the window. For example, if Rain Shinobi Village has money, then they can cultivate a large number of ninjas. If Rain Shinobi Village has money, then they can build shelters and let refugees enter the shelters instead of hiding in Rain Shinobi Village. Take shelter from the rain in the streets. If Rain Shinobi Village had money, then everyone would be able to have enough to eat without having to fight for a tiny bit of food. If Rain Shinobi Village has money, they can spend money to bribe those powerful ninjas to help them fight. If Rain Shinobi Village has money, Kakuzu listed various possibilities and at the same time singled out various problems in Rain Shinobi Village. All of these problems can be attributed to one point, that is, Rain Shinobi Village has no money and is extremely poor. But Yahiko, a stubborn person, still refused to accept it. But, uncle, no matter how rich you are, as long as I become a ninja, won't I still be able to steal your money? Oh, kid, you've got it right. Kakuzu smiled evilly. Do you know what will happen if you rob a rich person, especially someone with money and power? Seeing the evil smile on Kakuzu's face, Yahiko couldn't help but swallow. What will be the outcome? The end result is that person will put out a lot of money to reward you, your village will come to arrest you, you will become a traitor, and many people will come to hunt you down, because your head can be exchanged for a lot of bounty, and even that person will issue tasks to the major ninja villages and ask for your head. By then, the major ninja villages will send ninjas to hunt you down. By that time, the entire ninja world will have no place for you. Land. Don't chop off my head to exchange for money. Yahiko screamed, then huddled in the corner and hugged his head. Ha ha ha, kid, what are you afraid of? Your head is worthless now. No one will come and chop your head off. After laughing a few times, Kakuzu continued. Also, why do you think that after becoming a rich and powerful person, you can't become a powerful person? There is no conflict between one's own strength and being rich, right? Think about it, if you are not only powerful, but also very rich, all the shops in the land of rain will be yours, and you will be so rich that everyone has to buy food, clothing, and clothes from you, and your strength is still very powerful, so powerful that even Sanshou Hanzo is no match for you, so why don't you just do whatever you want? Nagato was moved after hearing Kakuzu's words. Yahiko on the side also felt that what Kakuzu said made sense. So uncle, what should we do to become rich? What? You want to make money? Yahiko nodded. With money, can we change this country, or even change the world? Ha 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 ha, you are quite good at daydreaming. Go to sleep. There is everything in your dreams. When Yahiko saw Kakuzu laughing at him, he jumped up in anger. Ah, damn bad uncle, we will definitely become very rich and powerful in the future, and then change the kingdom of rain. Not paying attention, he glanced outside the window and saw that the rain had stopped. Okay kiddos, the rain has stopped, you can go. Nagato stood up and pulled Yahiko's sleeve. Thank you uncle, let's go. Seeing this, Yahiko also thanked him honestly. After all, although this uncle was a bit venomous, he gave them food and left them here to take shelter from the rain. In fact, he was a good person. Watching the three brats leave, Kakuzu shook his head. Hey, kid, try your best to survive in this cruel ninja world. If you can really survive, then maybe I can talk to the boss and let you make money with the boss. As he spoke, he looked in the direction outside Rain Shinobi village. By the way, boss, when will they arrive? Before he came back, he received 6 or 7 messages saying that the boss and boss Izuna were coming over. In fact, he doesn't quite understand what the boss and the others are doing here. Everything here is wet, and the war is not over yet, and there are victims everywhere. Even if it is doing business, it is obviously not a good time to do business. However, these things don't matter. He is very aware of the strength of his boss, let alone a small Rain Shinobi village. Even if he is told that the two of them came here to participate in the war, boss Izuna is very unhappy when he sees that Sanshou Hanzo. I plan to teach the other side a lesson or something. Wait a minute, is this really the case? Kakuzu suddenly felt as if he had discovered the truth. What, you think this is outrageous? There is nothing outrageous. Although boss Izuna usually seems to be quiet and likes playing chess and fishing when he has nothing to do, he knows very well that boss Izuna is an Uchiha, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. As we all know, Uchiha is eager to fight, especially to challenge the strong. Boss Izuna has nothing to do at the Chiba Hotel. One reason is that he is very aware of the gap between himself and his boss, and the other is because boss Izuna feels that no one is worthy of his challenge. Aim Hidden Village, Kakuzu's temporary base. You stupid brat? You can't even understand arithmetic, how can you talk about making money? Ah, bad guy, I want to be the strongest ninja, why do I need to learn this? Yahiko looked at the dazzling numbers in front of him and felt that he had a huge headache. Haha, I didn't force you to learn. You can leave at any time. Kakuzu drank from the cup and ignored Yahiko, but looked at Nagato who was studying seriously and nodded with satisfaction. Yahiko pouted, looked at Nagato and Konan who were studying seriously, and finally sat down and continued studying. Ever since Kakuzu exposed the cruel reality of the ninja world to the three brats that day, Nagato made a decision. He wanted to learn to make money. As long as he had enough money and enough strength, he would be able to change the ninja world. At Nagato's request, the three kiddies found Kakuzu and said that they wanted to learn to make money from Kakuzu, because they felt that Kakuzu seemed to know a lot. Kakuzu also became interested, so he started teaching them the simplest calculation of accounts. After all, if you don't even know how to settle accounts in business, then you're still doing a crappy business and making crappy money. Nagato could patiently learn things like settling accounts, but Yahiko couldn't. He was an active character, so letting him sit there and figure things out would kill him. Fate. It's okay Yahiko, just leave this kind of thing to me and Konan from now on. You can continue to be responsible for becoming a powerful ninja, so that you can protect us. Nagato looked at Yahiko who was a little depressed and couldn't help but comfort him. Nagato. Yahiko was very touched, he was indeed his good brother. However, he looked back at Kakuzu with a smirk on his face, as if he had decided that he couldn't do it, and couldn't help but curl his lips and snorted. Huh, isn't it just about learning to settle accounts? I can definitely do it. Don't worry Nagato, the three of us are one, no one should leave the other behind. Yahiko. Looking at Yahiko who was serious, Nagato nodded solemnly. Then Yahiko started the painful arithmetic study again. I really didn't expect you, Kakuzu, to become a teacher in a place like this. Boss. Hearing the familiar voice, Kakuzu stood up and looked towards the door. Tetsuya and Izuna walked into the room without even pretending to be refugees. The reason is very simple. Most of the capable people in Rain Shinobi village have gone out to fight. There is really a big difference in strength between the ninjas who stayed in Rain Shinobi village and Tetsuya. A simple genjutsu, they just walked in without anyone thinking there was anything wrong. Jai, who walked into the room, looked curiously at the three children sitting in front of the table. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to meet the three of them here. What's wrong? Do you know the three of them? Izuna cast a questioning look. The three little ones sitting in the room also cast curious glances. Tetsuya smiled. No, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet three children here in Kakuzu. Yahiko stood up curiously and asked. Big brother, are you the boss of this bad uncle? Why do you look so much younger than him? Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. This kid's mouth is really vicious. Tetsuya smiled. Yes, I am this uncle's boss, but little brother, why do you call this uncle a bad uncle? Humph, he is a bad uncle to begin with. Yahiko raised his mouth, looking a little unhappy. Seeing Yahiko like this, Tetsuya was more interested in what happened between them. You know, these three people in front of you are the three key figures of the Akatsuki organization in the future, Nagato, Konan, and the future Tendo Chao Ji. No, it's Pain Tiandeo. In Kakuzu's original destiny, he would also join the Akatsuki organization and become Konan's wallet. Kakuzu, who worked hard all his life to save money, died without spending it. After all, it was all used by Konan to make detonating charms, and then blew up in one go. If Kakuzu knew about this, he would probably have a heart attack. Kakuzu also became interested and started to tell Tetsuya how he was angry with Yahiko. On the side, Aizuna kept staring at Nagato. He felt a very familiar aura, or chakra, or pupil power on Nagato's body. The crimson bangs covered Nagato's eyes. Maybe others didn't find it strange, but for Aizuna, who had the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, he could see through what was hidden underneath at a glance. It was a pair of lavender eyes with circles of special patterns. Special eyes? Aizuna doesn't know the Rinnegan, but he can feel that these eyes are very special and very close to him. What's going on? Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, you are so bad. After listening to Kakuzu's story, Tetsuya couldn't help laughing. Humph, I just said, this uncle is a bad uncle. Tetsuya looked up and down at Yahiko in front of him. He looked curiously at this rare little sun in the ninja world. In this world, there were three little sun-like people who warmed others in the dark ninja world. One is Yahiko, Nagato's little son, the son of the Akatsuki organization, who warmed the people of the land of rain with his actions. Unfortunately, he died in the end because of the old and comatose Hanzo and the old Yin Quandanzo, and finally became Pain 6. The way of heaven in paths. One is Minato, Konoha's little son, who warms the people around him, especially Kushina's heart, and finally becomes Konoha's fourth Hokage. It's a pity that it was killed by the plot later. The last one is Naruto. Naruto, who has been discriminated against since childhood, still remains optimistic and cheerful, warming the people around him like a little son. Hinata, Sasuke, Gaara, etc. have all been warmed by Naruto. You want to become the most powerful ninja in the ninja world, don't you? Yahiko nodded firmly. Yes, I want to become a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama. Jai nodded, and then took out something from his pocket that he had kept in his hand for a long time. Okay, I'm very energetic. I've given these things to you. What's this? Yahiko curiously took what Tetsuya handed over. These are several books. The covers of the books say chakra refining method, clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique respectively. That's right, what Tetsuya gave was the most basic method of refining chakra, as well as the basic three-body technique. These things are the basis for becoming a ninja, but they are not easily available to ordinary people. Death is enough? This? Do you really want to give these to us? Yahiko's eyes lit up as he looked at the chakra refining method and the three-body technique in his hand. Although he has been clamoring to become the strongest ninja, in fact he has no way to become a ninja. But now this big brother who met for the first time gave them the chakra refining method and ninjutsu. Of course, he did not forget his little friend and distributed the books in his hand. After receiving the book from Yahiko, even Nagato and Konan were a little excited. The moment Nagato took the book, Tetsuya carefully observed Nagato's condition, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he smiled and said, "Of course, I never regret what I say." Aizuna came to Tetsuya's side and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Have you noticed? The kid named Nagato has something wrong with his eyes. I noticed that, if nothing else, those eyes should be the final product of your eye's evolution, the reincarnation eyes. Reincarnation eye. Even Aizuna, who has always been very calm, couldn't help but change his expression when he heard the name, but he quickly returned to normal. Are you sure? I'm sure. I can resurrect the dead. What's wrong with my eyes? This child is from Uchiha. In Aizuna's knowledge, only the Sharinon of their Uchiha clan can evolve into the Rinnegan. This child has the Samsara eye. Doesn't that mean this child is from the Uchiha clan? No, something doesn't seem right. It's okay, this child is too young. According to my own personal experience, it will take several years for my eyes to evolve into Samsara eyes. Not to mention, before that, one pair of eternal Mangekyo, one pair of eternal Mangekyo, and two pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon are needed. How old is this child? At his age, even if he opened a San Magadama, he would be a genius among geniuses. He would definitely be strictly protected and carefully cultivated by Uchiha. Not to mention sacrificing a pair of Mangekyo to achieve the eternal Mangekyo. No, this child's eyes are probably not his own. With his appearance, I think he looks more like a member of the Uzumaki clan. During the melee of the Warring States period, the Senju clan had teamed up with the Uzumaki clan to fight against their Uchiha, so he was particularly impressed by this red hair. As expected of you, Aizuna, I think so too. After all, this is the only reasonable explanation, isn't it? But Aizuna quickly thought of many things. It's been a long time since the Uchiha clan had an eternal Mangekyo. He had investigated before, and it seems that the strongest among the Uchiha clan in Konoha is the 3 Megatama. So, looking at it, the owner of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon who can successfully evolve the Samsara Eye can only be that one person? His older brother, Uchiha Madara, a ninja Shura who merged with his own eyes? Thinking of this, Aizuna's heart beat faster. My brother's eyes? Those are my brother's eyes? That's right. No wonder I feel inexplicably close to this child. It would be right if his eyes were those of my brother Uchiha Madara. But why would his brother's eyes be on this child? Thinking again, Aizuna came up with an answer. Perhaps his brother finally completed the evolution of the Samsara Eye when his longevity was approaching. But at that time, he could no longer use these eyes, so he found this child. This child might have something special that could support these eyes, so he gave his eyes to him before he died. Reasonable, very reasonable, it must be like this. Aizuna spoke again. Tetsuya, these eyes are probably those of my brother Uchiha Madara. The moment he heard this, Tetsuya's eyes widened and he looked at Uchiha Aizuna in disbelief. I'm sorry? No, I've read the script, so I know who has these eyes. How did you come from it? It's not you, Uchiha Aizuna. How did a person who has been dead for many years and was resurrected by himself know this? You also did you read the script? Or did the old man from Six Paths read it for you in the Pure Land? Seeing Tetsuya's expression, Aizuna thought Suyuan didn't believe what he said, so he told Suyuan his reasoning process. After listening, Zhe was speechless. I can only say that you are worthy of being Uchiha Aizuna. You are worthy of being the external brain of Uchiha Madara, a being who can compete with the scheming Tobirama. He could actually deduce the correct answer in such a short period of time with almost no clues. He could only say that he admired him, but he couldn't be more impressed. So, what are you going to do? Get your brother's eyes back. Tetsuya was a little curious about what Aizuna would do next. You must know that at this time, Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, just sleeping. Moreover, he definitely sent White Zetsu to monitor Nagato and the others. But it should not be attached to Nagato. After all, he had Sage Jutsu Chakra attached to the 3 books he just gave to Yahiko and the others. If there are White Zetsu spores on their bodies that are watching them, then the power of the Sage Jutsu Chakra will force them out and reveal their true colors. If Aizuna chooses to take away the reincarnation eye at this time, it will be great fun. I want to accept him as a disciple. What? This decision of Aizuna is really surprising. He originally thought that he would take away the Rinnegan of the full-length gate. After all, he owns half of these eyes. After all, Uchiha Madara is the eternal Mangekyo who was awakened only after fusion with Aizuna's Mangekyo. Therefore, even if Aizuna wants to take away Rinnegan Tetsu, he still supports it. Besides, the Samsara Eye is like a light bulb, plugged in and used. But in the end, Aizuna suddenly said that she wanted to take Nagato as a disciple. Are you planning to take Jiraiya's job, Wardfa? What's going on? I said, I want to accept this kid named Nagato as my disciple. Boss, do you have any opinions? Aizuna looked at Tetsuya solemnly and changed his name from Tetsuya to Boss. This shows that Aizuna's attitude is very determined. What else can he say if he is like this? You decide for yourself, but what are you going to do if they don't agree? No, he will agree. While the 3 children were looking through the books in their hands with great interest, Aizuna took a step forward, knelt down, and spoke to Nagato. Your name is Nagato, right? Nagato was a little confused. He didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was going to do, but he still nodded. Yes, big brother, do you have any questions? Aizuna glanced at the clone jutsu book in his hand. Do you want to learn ninjutsu? Want to become a ninja? Nagato nodded honestly. Well, I want to accept you as my disciple. I can teach you and make you an excellent ninja, so are you willing to become my disciple? Before Nagato could answer, Yahiko came forward and asked excitedly. Really? Big brother, are you also a ninja? Kakuzu, who had been dealt with by Aizuna several times, said with emotion. Of course. Boss Aizuna is definitely the strongest person in the world. Really or not? I want to listen to you, big brother, and I won't listen to the bad uncle. You brat, believe it or not. Aizuna nodded and simply answered. I'm strong. Really? Yahiko is a little curious about how strong Aizuna is. Is big brother as strong as Hanzo-sama? Hearing Yahiko ask this, Tetsuya was happy. Well, how about I just let Aizuna prove it to you? Prove it to us? How to prove it? The 3 little ones were a little curious about how the other party wanted to prove it. Let Aizuna compete with Sancho Hanzo to see who is stronger. Alas. Asterisk 3. The 3 little ones let out an exclamation. The big brother in front of them was going to compete with Master Hanzo. This is not good. Hanzo-sama is still fighting, and Hanzo-sama is super powerful. If you are not careful, someone will die. Big brother is a good person, and we don't want to see you have any accidents. Aizuna waved her hand. Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion, and I came here originally for Hanzo the Sancho fish. As expected, I told you that Boss Aizuna came all the way here because he definitely didn't want to travel to a humid place like the Land of Rain. Kakuzu looked like that. Okay, let's set off without further ado. We've already inquired about it when we arrived. The decisive battle between Konoha and a Megakure village is about to begin. We can just go and join in the fun. Tetsuya looked like he was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. So, Kakuzu, you should be able to protect these 3 little guys on the battlefield, right? It's really a troublesome task, but since it's a task assigned by the boss, I don't have any problem. Then let's set off. As Aizuna walked towards the door, He looked back at Nagato. I will show you how powerful I am. Let me teach the successor of your brother's eyes, and I, Uchiha Izuna, will train him to become a powerful ninja like his brother. The three of them, Nagato, were still a little confused, so they were led to the battlefield by Tetsuya and the others in a daze. In the Kingdom of Rain, on the battlefield between Konoha and Rain Shinobi, ninjas from both sides fight together. A heavy downpour fell from the sky, and the continuous heavy rain washed away the corpses and bloodstains on the ground. In one part of the battlefield, the ninjas from both sides had a tacit understanding to avoid an area. That area was the area where the two sides would fight with the highest combat power. The three disciples of Konoha's third Hokage fought against the leader of a Megakure village, Sancho Hanzo. The battle has gone on for several rounds, and the three Tsunade men relied on their numerical advantage to barely suppress the weak Sancho Hanzo. However, even at this moment, there was still no trace of panic in Sancho Hanzo's eyes. Cry Yusai? Psychic technique. After repelling the three Jiraiya with a sickle, Hanzo Sanshouyo quickly formed a seal and slammed it onto the ground. In just an instant, a huge array appeared on the ground. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and white mist rose everywhere. That's right. Jiraiya, who was gasping for air, immediately widened his eyes when he saw the huge figure appearing in the white mist. When the white mist dissipated, and a giant mountain pepper fish appeared in front of them. Here is Sancho Hanzo's psychic beast. With the cooperation of this psychic beast, his Sancho Hanzo's strength is complete. Standing on top of Sanchoyo's head, Sanchoyo Hanzo crossed his arms and looked down at the three people below. Swish swish. Suddenly, several kunao were thrown out, and there was actually a detonating charm tied to the end of the kunao. Sanchoyo took action, and it was something like a detonating talisman kunao. Tsunade, Orochimaru, get out of the way. Jiraiya shouted, reminding his teammates to avoid it. The three of them jumped up and jumped away in different directions. The detonating talisman kunao accurately hit the location where the three of them had just landed. Bang, bang, bang. The horrific explosion caused an impact, and several deep craters were blown out of the ground. Smoke spread everywhere, and the three people were scattered in different locations in the smoke. This is what Sancho Fish Hanzo wants. Now, fire style detonate the flame formation. What? Tsunade felt as if something was crawling up her feet. When she lowered her head, she saw that it was actually the bullying detonation talisman attached to it. Be careful, Tsunade. Jiraiya reacted immediately. Ninjutsu, needle jizo. The long hair danced, and Jiraiya's hair was thrown out. The white hair stretched like a tentacle, and directly rolled up Tsunade to protect it. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the detonator spontaneously ignited and exploded. The explosion produced flames, which directly engulfed Ran. Oh, Sanchoyo Hanzo sneered. How could his hair be able to block the flames of the detonating talisman? However, the flames dissipated, and both Tsunade and Jiraiya were fine. Apparently the Sanchoyo underestimated Jiraiya's ninjutsu, and how could Jizo's enhanced hair be ordinary hair? Nanny. Latent shadow snake hand. Just when Hanzo was surprised, Orochimaru was already lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Several big snakes with white scales rushed over and directly wrapped and tied Sancho Hanzo. That's right now, Jiraiya. Orochimaru shouted. As a teammate, Jiraiya naturally understood. I know, ninja technique, hair needle senbon. In an instant, Jiraiya's long white hair exploded, shooting out a large amount of hair like a hedgehog spraying spikes. These hairs shot towards the restrained Sancho Hanzo like the senbon needles used by ninjas. Seeing the ninjutsu bursting in, Sanchoyo Hanzo didn't react much, he just activated the ninjutsu silently. The art of water teleportation. Wow. The moment ninjutsu was activated, Sancho Hanzo, together with the hill-like Sancho fish at his feet, turned into flowing water and dissipated, and then reappeared in another location in an instant. What? Orochimaru was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and immediately retreated to join Tsunade and Jiraiya. And Jiraiya dispersed the needle jizo ninjutsu, and a feeling of weakness suddenly came over him. It's okay, Jiraiya. I'm okay. This level of burn is not serious, but the previous battle was a bit exhausting. After all, it took a lot of effort for the three of them to force Sanchoyo Hanzo to use his psychic abilities. This guy is so strong, even our combination ninjutsu can't do anything to him. Orochimaru sighed with emotion. The three of them have not yet reached their peak period. Tsunade has not yet developed the Baihao Jutsu, Jiraiya has not yet learned Sage Jutsu, and Orochimaru has not yet started various transformations. At this time, they faced Sancho Hanzo in his prime, and the fight was really difficult. The three of them were about to reach their limit, but Sancho Hanzo seemed to be able to continue fighting. Is this the end of it? Jiraiya looked unwillingly at Hanzo the Sancho fish and the huge Sancho fish psychic beast in front of him. The three of them panted violently. If the three of them could not defeat Sancho Hanzo, what would happen in this war? It seems that Konoha has the advantage in the overall situation. However, at this moment, Sanchoyo Hanzo spoke. I'm afraid Konoha has won this war, so I'll let you live. Hearing such mocking words, the stunned Jiraiya yelled unwillingly. I don't need your sympathy, we can still fight, just come here. Stop talking, Jiraiya. Although Tsunade was also surprised that Sanchoyo Hanzo actually planned to let them go, when she saw that Jiraiya still wanted to fight, she quickly shouted to stop Jiraiya. Sanchoyo Hanzo ignored Jiraiya and just continued. You three are very powerful, and you are able to persevere in this situation. From now on, I, Hanzo the Sanshouio, will call you Konoha-sunin. From now on, you can call yourself the title you paid for with your life. Hateful. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give in, but the enemy in front of him was very powerful. At this moment, two figures fell from the sky and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Hello, who? At this moment, both Sancho Hanzo and Jiraiya became extremely nervous. This could all be over, but why did two people suddenly run out? The two men were wearing red and black robes, and one was wearing a yellow whirlpool mask, with only one eye exposed in the whirlpool. The other person is wearing a white mask, with circles of patterns and 3 megatama carved on it. A pair of eyes are exposed from the 2 megatama at the bottom. Are you asking me what my name is? My name is Afei. Tetsuya is possessed by drama. He raised his hands and waved as if he was attending a fan meeting. As for the person behind me, his name should be familiar to you. He is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. That person is Uchiha Madara? How is that possible? He can't be Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather in the Valley of the End. Tsunade's eyes widened with disbelief written all over them. However, when Tsunade said that Uchiha Madara was killed by her grandfather, Izuna, who had originally focused all her attention on Sancho Hanzo, suddenly turned around and stared straight at Tsunade with her pair of scarlet eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. At that moment, Tsunade actually felt the threat of death, and the naked murderous intention was as terrifying as a knife. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Feeling Tsunade's hand holding him tremble, Jiraiya quickly asked Tsunade what was wrong. Jiraiya, that guy's eyes. Those are Uchiha Madara's eyes. As the disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi of the third Hokage, they naturally recognized that pair of eyes at a glance, the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, eyes that were regarded as ominous by the Senju Tobirama lineage. Could it be that that guy is really Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara is really not dead yet. Not likely. There must be something wrong with that guy. Oh my, Senior Uchiha Madara, you are the great Shura of the ninja world, how can you get angry with a junior? Let's get down to business. Tetsuya also felt Izuna's sudden burst of murderous intent. One can only say that he is worthy of being an Uchiha. He is really good at brother control. Tsunade's words aroused Izuna's murderous intent. Fortunately, Izuna was still rational. After being reminded by Tetsuya, he changed his target again. However, when he looked at Salamander Hanzo again this time, his eyes were even sharper. Hanzo Salamander, you are the one who calls yourself the demigod of the ninja world, right? I came here today to test you. Why do you dare to call yourself a demigod? Salamander Hanzo also lost his temper. He was planning to stop and end the fight, but this guy dared to question him. You are such a coward that you don't even dare to reveal your true appearance. What qualifications do you have to question me? Whether I am qualified or not, you will know if you try it yourself. Izuna quickly formed a seal. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The terrifying fire style was released, and in an instant, the rain around was directly evaporated, and the terrifying flames turned into a sea of fire and swept towards the Salamander Hanzo. How is this possible? How can a fire style of this level exist? Salamander Hanzo widened his eyes, but at this moment he could only use the instant body movement technique again. Everyone present saw it transform into a stream of water and carry the salamander, barely avoiding the terrifying fire style. This move put out the raging fire, and the ground that was originally soaked by the heavy rain was directly scorched dry and cracked. Seeing that Hanzo had dodged his ninjutsu, Izuna naturally couldn't just sit there and watch. He also activated the instant body technique and came directly to the top of the salamander's head, pulling out a ninjutsu from his sleeve. The knife slashed towards the Salamander Hanzo. Salamander Hanzo hurriedly waved the sickle and chain in his hand to resist, and the two began to fight with physical skills. Jiraiya, who was still doubting whether the masked man was Uchiha Madara, suddenly believed that this man was Uchiha Madara. After all, even their teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen could not do this level of fire style. However, in shock, Jiraiya asked his two companions, Tsunade, Orochimaru, what should we do next? This guy, whether he is Uchiha Madara or not, is not something we can easily deal with. Orochimaru stared at the back of Uchiha Madara and answered in his unique hoarse voice. I think maybe we can wait and let them fight each other, and then we can reap the benefits. However, Tsunade shook her head and gave a completely opposite suggestion to Orochimaru. I think we should take this opportunity to retreat. We have already won this battle. Except for Hanzo, the rest of Rain Shinobi has been defeated. We should take advantage of Hanzo being held back. End the battle. And the most crucial point is that no matter whether this masked man is Uchiha Madara or not, we must pass the message back. Hey, I'm talking to you three. Je also folded his hands and tilted his head to look at the three people. What are you guys talking about here? Can't you see that Madara-senpai is having an intense fight with that fellow salamander? As an audience, please be more professional. What on earth do you want to do, UBD? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Oh, you are so rude. I won't call you that guy. I have a name. My name is Afei. Je also twisted his body, like a person with ADHD. Jiraiya and the other two exchanged glances and came to the conclusion that this funny-looking guy was definitely not simple. What on earth do you want to do? What's the ulterior purpose of wearing masks? Jiraiya asked loudly. Tetsuya looked back at the direction of Izuna, who was having a heated fight with Sancho Hanzo. It can be seen that Izuna vented all his anger on Sanyo Hanzo. Holding the short sword and relying on his physical skills to suppress Sanyo Hanzo, he was miserable. Not using ninjutsu and only using taijutsu is like using Sancho Hanzo as a punching bag to vent his dissatisfaction. Sancho Hanzo is also a master of physical arts. As the saying goes, the weirder the weapon, the faster it seems. No, the weirder the weapon, the more dangerous the moves. Unusual weapons often give people a feeling of being difficult to defend. The weapon used by Sancho Hanzo is a sickle connected to a chain. This weapon can be used as a hard weapon when holding the sickle, and it can be used as a soft weapon when holding the chain. The attack range can be far or near. However, no matter how weird Hanzo's weapons are or how dangerous his moves are, it's not a problem in front of Izuna. The super dynamic vision brought by Sherinan can see through all the little moves of Sancho Hanzo. Looking back, Tetsuya tilted his head. Ah, haven't I told you our purpose? I remember what I said. We are here for Hanzo the Sancho fish. Upon hearing this, Tsunade spoke hurriedly. Since you are here for Sancho fish Hanzo, can we leave here? Of course, no problem. Hearing that Tetsuya agreed to let them leave, Jiraiya was a little surprised, Tsunade was a little surprised, and Orochimaru felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, just as he thought, Jia continued to speak. If you want to leave, just leave. Just don't disturb me watching the show. I suggest that you'd better withdraw your troops and leave the country of Rain as soon as possible. The war between Konoha village and Rain Hidden village should also be over. You understand me? I mean, Jiraiya was still a little dissatisfied. This is a matter between our country of fire and the country of rain. Why should you decide it? Hearing Jiraiya say this, Tetsuya couldn't help but shook his head. Not Jiraiya, is this your line? Is this what you should say? Shouldn't you be happy to be able to stop the war? Isn't your ideal the peace of the ninja world? Tisk, 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 why do you ask me? As he spoke, Tetsuya's pupils turned into blood. In the blood-red pupils, 3 Megatama quickly rotated and then turned into a special pattern, and at the same time, an astonishing chakra aura erupted from his body. Just because I can save the lives of everyone on this battlefield forever, do you think this is enough? This. Sunin couldn't help but tremble all over when he saw the monstrous chakra in front of him, as if his soul was trembling with fear. The gap is really too big. They feel that there is an insurmountable gap between themselves and the masked man named Afei in front of them. This feeling was something they had never felt even when facing their teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi. But soon Tetsuya restrained his chakra and responded with that humorous tone. Oh my, look at how scared you are, don't be afraid, I can't eat people. Do you understand that it will be easier for everyone to leave now and end the war? Besides, what my Madara senior wants is just to compete with Sancho Hanzo without killing him. When we leave, do you think Sancho Hanzo will do what he received today? Who should I vent my shame on? As soon as these words came out, Sunin also felt a little numb. They don't have much physical strength now. If these two mysterious masked men leave later, won't they become the targets of Hanzo Sanchoyo? It was extremely difficult for them to fight Sancho Hanzo before, but now they faced the furious Sancho Hanzo again. We understand. Thank you for reminding us. We will go back and tell the higher UPS in Konoha to end this war. That's right. Ending the war as soon as possible will be beneficial to you. Do you understand, Tsunade? Tetsuya glanced at Tsunade meaningfully. You must know that Tsunade has a boyfriend now, and if Tetsuya remembers correctly, Tsunade's boyfriend Kato Takashi, no, Kato-dan died after their son in battle with Sanchoyo, and the war was almost over at that time. But Kato-dan, the unlucky young man, still died in an insignificant conflict, and his death was particularly miserable, and Tsunade also suffered from anemia. However, Tsunade obviously did not hear Tetsuya's hint. What he was thinking was that Konoha had already taken advantage of it. If he took the initiative to stop the war now, Konoha would even take advantage of the last great cause. Whether it is for the subsequent negotiations or for Konoha's future image, it is excellent. I understand, then let's take our leave first. Come on, don't disturb me watching the show. After waving his hand, Tetsuya turned around and continued watching the show. Seeing Tetsuya just turning around, Orochimaru suddenly felt an urge to attack this guy now and take away his eyes, but he soon suppressed his thoughts. What was he doing? Doing so would undoubtedly lead to death. Not to mention that there is not much chakra left in his body, and the opponent is extremely powerful. Even when he is at his peak, there is no guarantee that he can kill the opponent in one sneak attack. Let's go back to the station first. Orochimaru reminded Tsunade and Jiraiya in a hoarse voice, and also reminded himself. Sunin left quickly and at the same time notified other Konoha ninjas to evacuate. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Izuna's anger was almost vented, and he didn't intend to waste any more time. Defeat Sancho Hanzo, the so-called ninja demigod, earlier, and then go back and accept Nagato as his disciple. But it seems that Nagato likes to stay with the other two brats, so he will accept the other two as his disciples. After thinking so much, in just a split second, the ferocious fire-style ninjutsu was released instantly. Seeing this, Sancho Hanzo also activated his own ninjutsu. Water-style waterfall technique. Sancho Hanzo also activated ninjutsu to counter Izuna's fire style. The violent water flow gathered together and turned into a huge water column, rushing straight towards the scorching flames. Pfft! The flames and water columns collided together, instantly releasing a large amount of water vapor, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in just a breath. This water vapor is extremely hot. If an unprotected person comes into contact with this water vapor, they will be steamed in an instant. Oh my, what a big scene. Jai continued to use the teleportation technique and retreated out of the range of the steam. Although he wasn't afraid of the steam, he didn't like getting wet. Fire style, the art of singing with dragon flames. Water style, water turbulence. Another wave of ninjutsu duel. The two of them seemed to never run out of chakra. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? Is he really the legendary Aiham Madara? Sancho Hanzo was already a little weak at the moment. Although he won the previous battle with Sunin, he still consumed some chakra. But the guy in front of him is obviously not on the same level as those three people. As we all know, under normal circumstances, water style can suppress fire style. After all, the second Hokage of Konoha trained himself as a water style master in order to target the Uchiha clan who were good at fire style. But this masked monster was actually able to use fire style to suppress his water style. No, continuing like this is not an option. Ibushi, poisonous mist spray. Hanzo shouted loudly, and not far away Sancho Yuefa, who was waiting for Hanzo's order, opened his big mouth, and in an instant, a large amount of purple poisonous mist was spewed into the air. When Izuna saw this, he immediately ran away. Where to run? Sancho Hanzo used a water teleportation technique and came to Izuna. He threw out the chain from his hand and instantly wrapped it around Izuna's body. Chungalong. The other hand held the scythe and slashed at Izuna. Hehe. Facing Sancho Hanzo's attack, Izuna sneered twice. Susuna. Click. The blue Susanna skeleton emerged, directly breaking Sancho Hanzo's chain. Immediately afterwards, Susanna's skeleton expanded rapidly and turned into a half-length Susan, who directly slashed at Hanzo the Sancho. What is this? Sancho Hanzo's eyes widened, but as a ninja, he immediately activated the water teleportation technique to avoid Izuna Susanna's sword. Sancho Hanzo, who escaped the attack, came to the top of Sancho Ibushi's head. Is this the legendary power of God that resides in the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Looking at the blue Susanoo in front of him, Sancho Hanzo was under great pressure. The blue giant just stood there, motionless despite the poisonous mist spitted out by Sancho Yujingfu. However, these poisonous mist couldn't do anything to the masked man standing in Susanoo. Is this all the strength of your Sancho Hanzo? It's nothing more than that. How dare you be called a ninja demigod? Izuna opened her arms and her eyes were scarlet. Let me show you what the true power of God is. Complete Susanoo, open. Boom. Half-length Susanoo changed again, just like a giant stood up, and the earth shook. The complete form of Susanoo appears, a huge blue giant wearing armor, with wings on his back, wearing a Tengu mask on his face, and holding a huge tachi, which is full of oppression. Everyone in Konoha who was evacuating saw the huge Susanna, and the older ones directly recalled the fear in the past, and the source of that fear was named Uchiha Madara. It's so domineering. The Susanoo is blue. Why is mine gold? It looks so tacky. Tetsuya, who was watching, murmured to himself that it must be the good deeds of that money-grubbing dog. He might have thought that gold was the color of gold, so he gave himself a golden Susanna. Sancho Hanzo, come on, take my blow. If you are still alive after this, I will recognize the title of Ninja World Demigod. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge perfect Susanoo slashed directly at Sanyo Hanzo and his psychic beast Sanyo Ibushi. With this knife, the mountain peaks were cut into plains, and the flat bottoms became canyons. This sword is destined to cause an even more violent storm in the already restless ninja world. Well, Izuna won't kill the Sancho with one knife this time, right? Now is not a good time to take over the rain country. Susanoo dispersed, and several Izuna teleported to Tetsuya's side. It's over, let's go back. Well, you wouldn't just chop Hanzo to death, would you? No, I controlled the power. That guy twice used his psychic beast to bear the attack for himself at critical moments. That's it, as long as you're not dead, it's not the time for us to take over the Kingdom of Rain yet. I know, let's go, it's time to find my disciples. Tisk, 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 look at you, I haven't become a disciple yet, and you are one of your disciples. Tetsuya smiled, but still followed Izuna in the direction of Kakuzu and the others. Not far from the battlefield, in a safe corner, Kakuzu and three imps watched the three people fighting Hanzo and Izuna fighting Hanzo. At this moment, the three little guys were so excited that they were speechless. Especially when the blue giant appeared, Yahiko had completely become Izuna's little fanboy. There is no way, he is so handsome, and there is that little boy who can reject such a handsome giant. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so powerful. Even if someone as strong as Hanzo was in charge, it would only be a matter of one blow. We're back. Tetsuya smiled and took off his mask, and Izuna also walked up to the three of them with a white mask. How is it? Am I strong? Yahiko said excitedly. Brother, you are so awesome. What's going on with that blue giant? Is it ninjutsu? Can I learn it? Izuna was silent for a moment and then shook her head. That's not ninjutsu, it's an ability unique to our family. Ah, so that's it. Yahiko was a little disappointed, but he was still very excited. After all, even if he couldn't summon the blue giant, it would be very powerful if he could learn ninjutsu. And Izuna also looked at Nagato and asked, what about Nagato? Are you willing to worship me as your teacher and become my disciple? Apart from Susanoo, I can teach you any kind of ninjutsu you want to learn. Nagato, please agree. Yes, Nagato, agree. Yahiko urged somewhat obediently, and even Xylan was helping. After all, she also wants to become a ninja, and she also wants to protect Yahiko and Nagato. However, Nagato opened his mouth and said, Brother Izuna, if I learn ninjutsu from you, can I continue to learn how to make money? As soon as these words came out, Izuna was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned his head away, not daring to look at Izuna. Ha ha ha, of course, why not? Tetsuya couldn't help but burst into laughter. He couldn't help it, it was really interesting. Unexpectedly, Nagato, a kid who stayed with Angle for a long time, also fell in love with making money. No, it probably wasn't that he fell in love with making money, but that he understood that if he wanted to change the land of rain and the ninja world, force alone would not work. He also had to have money and understand economics. Okay Nagato, you three will follow us from now on. Izuna will teach you how to practice ninjutsu, and I will teach you how to make money. Really? Although there was a small episode on the battlefield at Rain Shinobi Village due to the intervention of two masked men, this did not affect the outcome of the war. Konoha has won victories on many battlefields, and the overall trend of the Ninja World War has tilted towards Konoha. At the same time, with the outbreak of this battle, the name of Uchiha Madara reappeared in the ninja world, causing a great sensation. Konoha, Hokage Building Conference Room. Konoha F4 gathered together, and sitting opposite them was Sunin, who became famous in this Ninja World War. In order to pass the information back, the three of them broke away from the large army and took the lead in returning to Konoha with the information. The above is everything we encountered on the Rain Shinobi battlefield. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed particularly depressing at this moment. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Afei. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered these two names, and he didn't care too much about the one named Abi at the back, although Jiraiya and the others said that this person was very powerful, as well as Mangekyo Sharinon. But having never seen it in person and felt that sense of oppression, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think how strong this Afei was. He only felt that his three students were too young. But Uchiha Madara is different. This name represents too many things. Shura of the ninja world, the founder of Konoha village, the leader of the Uchiha clan, the most powerful rebellious ninja since the founding of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely stressed and wanted to take a puff of a cigarette, but found that his cigarette rod was not at hand. He had to look at his old friends. Danzo, Tsubaki, and En, what do you think? Before Kohara and Mito Manabu decided how to talk, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Uchiha Madara is dead a long time ago. It was solved by the first generation himself. Do you still dare to question the first Hokage? It must be the evil Uchiha clan who is responsible for it. He is obviously with the village. When he went to conquer the land of rain, he actually asked someone to come out and pretend to be Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen, the ambition of the Uchiha clan has been revealed. They just want to pretend that Uchiha Madara is still alive, and then look for opportunities to seize the position of Hokage to rule Konoha? We must punish the Uchiha clan. Danzo Shimura spoke with certainty, as if the truth of everything was what he said. There is no Uchiha Madara at all, everything is a conspiracy of the Uchiha clan, and their goal is the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond to Shimura Danzo immediately. He knew very well what kind of character his old friend was. Whether it was the Uchiha clan or not, he would put his hat on it first. Obviously before, among the teacher's disciples, Uchiha Kagami had the best relationship with him, but after Kagami's death, Danzo began to crazily target the Uchiha clan. Although targeting Uchiha was the strategy left by their teacher, Danzo was a little too extreme. Xiaochun, Yan, what do you think? The old BD Mito minion said. Hiruzen, I also think Danzo is right. Uchiha Madara is dead. Go to bed. Koharu also nodded. There was nothing they could do, after all, they had never seen it with their own eyes, they had only heard what Sunin said and read some intelligence passed back from the front line. Seeing that these guys didn't believe they had met Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya slapped his hands on the table, stood up and said eagerly, but old man, we really didn't lie, that guy was really Uchiha Madara. He summoned the complete Susanoo, and defeated the Sanyo Hanzo who summoned the psychic beast with one sword. What we said is true, and everyone else on the battlefield also saw the huge blue giant, like a god. Okay, Jiraiya, I know everything. You three have worked hard. Go down and rest first. Konoha still needs you. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke up and asked the three of them to leave first to rest. Jiraiya wanted to say something more, but Tsunade held him down. Let's go Jiraiya, let's go rest, the old man and the others have made their own decision. Seeing what Tsunade said, Jiraiya had no choice but to give up. Then, let's leave first and say goodbye to the teacher. Orochimaru stood up, said goodbye and left with the two of them. As the door of the conference room closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Well, there are some things that I couldn't tell you originally, but it seems that I won't be able to tell you at this time. The three of them were a little confused and didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing. Shimura Danzo said bluntly, Monkey, if you have anything to say, just say it. Is there anything else you can't tell us? The paddling duo also nodded. They were all old acquaintances and considered themselves to be a unit. They should have nothing to hide from each other. Even the monkey would use a crystal ball to peek into the women's bathhouse. They all know it too. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, "Actually, when the teacher was still alive, he once told me something alone. At that time, the teacher asked me not to tell anyone, not even to you." Hearing this, the paddling duo didn't have much reaction. However, there was a trace of envy, jealousy, and complaint in Danzo's eyes. Sure enough, the teacher was partial to Monkey in his heart. "Isn't it because I stood up a little late at that time? I am no worse than Monkey." Although he had complicated thoughts in his heart, his face still showed nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to the different emotions that flashed across his old friend's face, and he continued. "Do you know how the teacher escaped back then?" "Go to bed," Koharu replied matter-of-factly. "Isn't it true that our teacher was so powerful that he used the Flying Thunder God's technique to severely injure the Golden Horn and Silver Horn and then escaped?" This is what Tobirama told them at the beginning. At that time, he did not intend to tell others about the existence of Uchiha Izuna. But today, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the need to tell them the truth. "I'm afraid what Jiraiya and the others said about Uchiha Madara may be true, and the possibility is very high." "Monkey, what nonsense are you talking about? Your apprentice lost his head after fighting. Are you also lost?" Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately stood up and loudly questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still looked serious. "Danzo, listen to what I have to say." "That's right, Danzo, don't get too excited. Let Hiruzen finish his story first." "Yes, we are all old friends. There is nothing that cannot be discussed slowly, right?" The paddling duo immediately spoke out to persuade and acted as a mediator to calm everyone down. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. "At that time, the teacher asked me to have a conversation, and the content of the conversation was the truth about the teacher's escape from the battlefield. The truth." This time, Mitaman and Koharu's expressions became a little less calm. Although they did have doubts before that their teacher's ability to come back alive from that life and death battlefield might have happened because of something they didn't know about. After all, if their teacher could easily defeat the pursuer and escape head-on, then there would be no need. Let them go first, and then stay behind. Of course, it is also possible that their teacher used some kind of secret technique after letting them leave. This secret technique was very powerful and uncontrollable, so they were allowed to leave first. This was also the most reasonable explanation they thought before. After all, after Tobirama came back, his health was very poor, which was very consistent with the sequelae caused by using secret techniques. "Monkey, you are saying that there are other reasons why the teacher was able to come back alive?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and told the truth that Tobirama asked him to hide. On the battlefield, the teacher stopped Yunying's pursuit force. Although these pursuit troops were all elite ninjas, the gap between them and the teacher was still too big, and they were no match for the teacher. At this moment, Golden Horn and Silver Horn arrived. The two men were armed with 6 paths blades and once forced the teacher into a desperate situation. At this time, Uchiha Izuna, who was killed by the teacher himself, appeared. Uchiha Izuna rescued the teacher and helped the teacher kill Jin Jiao, but after that, Uchiha Izuna disappeared with the captured 6 paths ninja tool. After speaking, the entire conference room fell into silence. Finally, Danzo, who still couldn't believe it, broke the silence. He slapped the table and stood up. "Impossible? This is simply impossible. How can a dead person come back to life?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who couldn't believe it, and said sternly, "What? Just like what you said to Jiraiya and the others before, are you questioning Teacher Tobirama? Do you think Teacher Tobirama was lying to me at the beginning? Or do you think I was lying to you? You. What are you? Answer me, Danzo." Okay, we didn't question the teacher or what you meant." "That's right, Danzo, please sit down quickly." Snort. Shimura Danzo grunted and sat back in his chair. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he didn't say anything more, but continued the previous topic. "Then the current situation is that there have been resurrected Uchiha tribesmen, and the Uchiha Madara who appears now is very likely to be the real Uchiha Madara. If that person is really Uchiha Madara, then the ninja world may not be peaceful." Depressing, the atmosphere in the conference room was particularly depressing. At this moment, Mito Minion suddenly spoke. "If the person who fought Sancho Hanzo was really Uchiha Madara, then who was the masked man named Fei?" As soon as this question was raised, everyone had different opinions. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and asked. "According to Jiraiya and the others, the masked man named Fei wears a mask with only one eye, which means he only has one Sharingan. Who do you think that person could be, Danzo?" One eye was a Sharingan. Danzo's expression was a little embarrassed when he said this, and his right eye, which was covered with a bandage, seemed to be stinging. At the same time, in the mountain cemetery, in a cave, an old man with gray hair and an aging body who looked like he was about to die was lying on the stone bed. There were tubes connected to his body to maintain his vital signs. At this moment, a pure white creature and a half-white and half-black creature came over. If Tetsuya were here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this old man is Uchiha Madara, who was all-powerful back then, and the white one is Haku Zetsu, and the half-black and half-white one is Haku Zetsu, who was possessed by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu steps forward and wakes up the sleeping Uchiha Madara. The aging Uchiha Madara opened her eyes. "What time is it now?" Ju, what happened when you woke me up? Is there something wrong with the samsara eye, or the carrier of the samsara eye? Or, have you found the right chess piece to start executing the plan? Aiham Madara sat up and looked up at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu standing in front of him. He felt that he had been asleep for a short time, but he was awakened now. Although Aiham Madara is now very old, the aura of a strong man is still the same as before. Master Ban, it is now the 39th year of the ninja village calendar, and the second ninja war is going on in the outside world. The second ninja war. Hearing that the second ninja war broke out in the ninja world, Aiham Madara couldn't help but sneered. Haha, Hashirama, is this the peace you long for? It's really ridiculous. It's impossible for people to understand each other. After laughing, Aiham Madara asked again. So, what happened to wake me up? Black Jew said in a deep voice. Master Ban, someone is doing high-profile things in the ninja world in your name. I'm afraid the news that your ninja Shura Aiham Madara is still alive has spread throughout the ninja world. Oh, someone actually dares to act in my name. Yes, that person appeared on the battlefield between Amegakur village and Konoha, and summoned the complete form of Susanoo, defeating Sanyo Hanzo. Complete Susanoo. Aiham Madara was a little surprised. Could it be said that another genius has appeared in the Uchiha clan? But why does he do things in my name? Is he also dissatisfied with Konoha, or does he have some other ulterior secrets? Please tell me carefully what is going on. Someone is working in the ninja world under his own name, which may have an impact on his plans, but he is also very curious about who he is who dares to pretend to be himself. Heiju told everything he knew, but he didn't know some details. After all, he didn't dare to get too close. Whenever he wanted to get closer, he felt particularly nervous, as if someone was staring at him. It stands to reason that most people cannot discover themselves, unless that guy knows Sage Jutsu. But every time he wanted to get closer, the feeling of being watched would be particularly strong. Aiham Madara listened quietly. When he heard that the person who called himself Aiham Madara summoned a perfect blue Susanoo that was almost exactly the same as him, Aiham Madara also showed a puzzled expression. How is this possible? How can there be a Susanoo who is exactly the same as me? Even if it is similar, it is unlikely. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan differs from person to person, unless... Suddenly Aiham Madara thought of something, and he ordered with a serious expression. Heiju, I order you to investigate the guy who claims to be me, do you understand? Give me all the information about him. The Ninja World War has entered its final stages. Large-scale wars have stopped, but small-scale local conflicts are still ongoing. Compared with these small-scale local conflicts, the news of Aiham Madara's resurrection will have a greater impact on the major ninja villages. The Land of Thunder, the Hidden Cloud Village. In the conference room, the third Hokage convened a meeting of the top leaders of the Hidden Cloud Village for discussion. Okay everyone, I'm sure you've all received the news that Aiham Madara has reappeared in the ninja world. The purpose of calling everyone to this meeting is to listen to your opinions on how our Hidden Cloud Village should go in the future. If you have anything to say, just say it. You know I don't like beating around the bush. The still young Tutai spoke after some thought. Master Hokage, is it possible that this incident was a smokescreen released by Konoha? What do you mean? Speak more clearly. Sir Hokage, here's what happened. The intelligence says that the guy who claims to be Aiham Madara wears a mask, and no one has ever seen his face. So whether this guy is Aiham Madara is still a question mark and cannot be confirmed. I think this might be some conspiracy of Konoha. It is possible that they found a member of the Uchiha clan to disguise as Aiham Madara, in order to achieve their own goals while intimidating other ninja villages. As soon as these words came out, other senior executives immediately expressed different opinions. I think there is such a possibility, but it is not very likely. You know, ever since the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, that old fox, became Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has been very delicate. Unless it is something like the Ninja World War that concerns the entire ninja world, the Konoha high-level officials cannot command the Uchiha. As everyone in the ninja world has seen this time, at the very beginning, the Uchiha clan acted completely alone and were active on the battlefield outside of Konoha's main force. But if this person is not someone else in disguise, is he really Aiham Madara? Isn't he dead? How can someone who has been dead for a long time be resurrected? During this period, impure world reincarnation had not yet been fully developed. Although second Hokage Senju Tobirama developed this technique, it was not perfect enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also felt that the living should not disturb the dead, so no one tried it. This technique is so popular that the ninjas in the ninja world think that the resurrection of the dead is just a fantasy. In the Hokage's office, everyone started arguing. The people in the Hidden Cloud Village were relatively direct and even a little irritable. They spoke a little loudly at first, and then slowly started to quarrel. There's no way, this matter is really too weird. Aiham Madara, the Shura of the ninja world who had died many years ago, has been resurrected. You say he is real, which is illogical, but if he is not real, there are doubts in all aspects. That's enough. Suddenly the Hokage shouted, and the conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone who was about to start elbowing each other sat back in their seats, confusion and bewilderment written all over their faces. What on earth was going on? I called you here to ask you about the future of the Hidden Cloud Village, not to ask you to argue about whether that Aiham Madara is the real Aiham Madara. However, Hokage did not mean to blame them. After all, the existence of Uchiha Madara was too special in the entire ninja world. Finally, after careful consideration, the think tank Tutai said, Master Raikage, I think that no matter whether that person is Uchiha Madara or not, no matter whether that guy is a conspiracy arranged by Konoha or not, the most important thing we should do now is to improve the strength of our hidden cloud village. After hearing Tutai's words, the senior executives of Union nodded in approval. There is something wrong with what he said. As long as your fist is strong enough, no matter what conspiracy or tricks the enemy has, as long as they dare to come, you can break them with one punch. You are right. We, Union, have just escaped from the quagmire of war. We should recover as soon as possible. No, Raikage-sama, it is not enough to simply recover. Tutai added. No matter who that person is, it is an indisputable fact that he defeated Salamander Hanzo. Facing such an enemy, it will be useless no matter how many mid and low-level forces we send out. What we need to do should be to improve our cutting-edge combat effectiveness. I propose that we should find ways to use the power of tailed beasts for military purposes. Imagine if we can send tailed beasts to participate in the war when the Ninja World War starts again. What a scene that would be. The power of the tailed beast is recognized by the ninja world as being powerful. It can be said that as long as the tailed beast goes berserk, it can destroy a city effortlessly. If the power of the tailed beasts can be used in war, then Union will have a very powerful helper. Using tailed beasts for military purposes. The third Raikage fell into deep thought, and finally made a decision to raise his head and look at his partner, and his nephew, the contemporary Bai, Burabi. Bai, the village needs you to make some contributions, can you do it? Blubby nodded. I will do my best for the village, Raikage-sama. Thank you for your hard work. Not only in Kumagakure village, but also everywhere in the ninja world, similar people are happening. Either for self-protection or for other purposes, those ninja villages or organizations began to look for ways to improve their strength, whether it was tailed beasts, secret techniques, or other ways to improve their strength. The purpose is to obtain sufficient capital to cope with the general trend that may occur in the future. But compared to those busy ninja villages, the culprit who caused all this has returned to the capital of the Land of Fire with the souvenirs of their trip, 3 children. On the luxurious carriage, the curtain of the window was opened, and 3 little heads squeezed out. Wow, is this the capital of the Kingdom of Fire? So beautiful. Wide streets, neat houses. And it's not like Rain Shinobi Village where everything is wet. What are they selling in those shops? I don't know, I've never seen it, but it looks delicious. Look over there, over there. When the 3 little ghosts arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire for the first time, their eyes shone when they saw the city, which was countless times more prosperous than Rain Shinobi Village. They turned into curious babies and looked around, taking in all the strange and novel things around them. Walking through the bustling streets and smelling the fragrance wafting from the shops, Yahiko's stomach made a growling sound. This is truly the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. Just smelling the fragrance wafting from those shops makes me hungry. Haha, don't worry, we'll be there soon. When we get home, we'll have all the good food we want. Je also laughed twice. Since these 3 brats are willing to call me teacher, then I should be nicer to them. They just like to eat. This doesn't matter to Jia at all. Oh? Can you really eat whatever you want? Yahiko's eyes were so bright that they seemed to be shining. Kakuzu on the side smiled. Kid, don't you know this? As long as there are shops selling food on this street, they are all owned by their bosses. Alas. *3 on the outskirts of Konoha, Chiba Manor. Yes, this is the so-called Chiba Manor, the forest where Tetsuya and Izuna often competed and fished. Under the influence of Chien's ability, this place has been circled and became Chiba Tetsuya's private estate. Although he is still just a businessman now, the aristocratic circle of the Fire Country has shown good intentions and wants to accept Tetsuya as a noble of the Fire Country. The reason is very simple, they really like the new things that Jia has come up with. All kinds of things for eating, drinking, and enjoying have become standard equipment for the aristocratic class. Although they were rich and powerful in the past, they could only eat, drink and enjoy those things. But after Tetsuya came to the capital, everything changed. In addition, Tetsuya knows how to deal with people and has a huge wealth. Although he is not a noble yet, he already has a place in the aristocratic circle. It's nothing more than seeding a useless forest, and it's not like Tetsuya doesn't want to pay. On a flat open space, Yahiko, Nagato Konan stood side by side. Their original clothes had been replaced by ninja training clothes, and Izuna stood in front of them. Listen now, you 3. Since you have become my disciples, I will train you according to the strict requirements of our Uchiha clan and let you grow into an excellent ninja. However, this process may be very hard. Are you mentally prepared? Ready? *3. The 3 people answered in unison that they had been waiting for this moment for too long. Eager to become stronger, eager to gain power, eager to change that backward country and this cruel ninja world. And today, they will take their first step to learn how to become a ninja. Very well, on the way back, you have all successfully extracted your own chakra, so the first thing you need to do to become a ninja is to test your own chakra properties. Everyone's chakra attributes are more or less different. Only by understanding your own chakra attributes can you learn the most suitable ninjutsu. Izuna said as he took out 3 test strips for testing chakra. This is a test paper specially used to test chakra. Hold this paper and inject your own chakra. Based on the reaction of the paper, you can judge the properties of your own chakra. Take it and try it. The three of them had never seen anything like this before, so they took the test strip from Aizuna's hand with some excitement and curiosity. On the steps of the wooden house not far away, Tetsuya sat on a soft cushion with a teapot and fruit plate beside him. He looked at Professor Aizuna's disciples with interest. Aizuna is a very serious person, and when he decides to do something, he will go all out. The process of learning from such people may be a lot harder. After all, their requirements will be very strict, but there is absolutely no doubt about the speed of progress. But fortunately, it can be said that the three of Yahiko are all rare geniuses. Needless to say, Nagato has the Uzumaki bloodline and the blessing of the Samsara Eye, so he can learn and understand things very quickly. Konan is also a genius and will develop a unique paper escape in the future. Among the three, only Yahiko is slightly less talented, but his own optimistic personality does not make him feel that Aizuna's attitude is very harsh. The test results came out quickly. Nagato's chakra attributes can be said to be rich, with all 5 attributes. Konan has 3 attributes, wind, water, and earth, among which the wind attribute is more abundant. Yahiko has 3 attributes, water, wind, and fire, of which water accounts for the largest proportion. In addition to testing the chakra attributes of the 3 people, Aizuna already has a basic arrangement for the future of the 3 people. He began to teach the 3 of them some basic ninja skills, starting with the classification and use of blades. After all, the 3 of them have just refined chakra. Before chakra has accumulated to a certain level, teaching how to control and use chakra is of little use. After teaching them and guiding them on some of their respective shortcomings and problems, Aizuna let them start practicing on their own. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Aizuna. Let's have a cup of tea. Looking at Aizuna walking towards the wooden house, Tetsuya smiled and poured Aizuna a cup of hot tea. How are the 3 of them doing? Aizuna picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying, Yahiko and Konan are fine, but Nagato has some health problems. Oh, what do you say? Jae also knew that it must be a problem with the reincarnation eye, but he didn't know the specific situation. Aizuna replied, Nagato's reincarnation eyes belong to my brother. They are foreign objects. Nagato has no way to close these eyes. As a result, a large amount of chakra and life energy need to be consumed to support these eyes, which causes Nagato's body to be extraordinarily weak. As a Uzumaki bloodline, Nagato should have strong vitality and huge chakra, but now he is weaker than Yahiko and Konan. I see, that brat Nagato looks much weaker than the other 2. So, is there any way you can help Nagato close those eyes? Well, Tetsuya scratched his head. Kaido. How about you dig out Nagato's Rinnegan eyes and replace them with a pair of ordinary eyes? Then find a new carrier for these Rinnegan eyes? Since they are your brother's eyes, it shouldn't be a problem to install the Rinnegan eyes on you. It's not big, but it may affect the evolution of your own eyes. Maybe your eyes will no longer be able to evolve into reincarnation eyes now that they have left your body. After hearing what Tetsuya said, Aizuna lowered his head and really started thinking. Hey, what are you thinking? You don't really plan to take off your own eyes and replace them with Nagato's eyes? Aren't you afraid that your eyes won't be able to complete the evolution? Aizuna replied calmly. It doesn't matter, those eyes evolved from the fusion of my brother's eyes and my eyes. In theory, those eyes are also my eyes. But, where should I find a pair of eyes suitable for Nagato? Okay, I'm just talking casually. Isn't it just a pair of reincarnation eyes? Isn't it enough to seal the power of the reincarnation eyes? Just like Sherry-non, when you don't use that power, your eyes and mine won't. Are they just ordinary black eyes? Upon hearing this, Aizuna felt that it made sense. But can the power of the Samsara Eye really be sealed? That is the eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Tisk, why are they 6 paths Lao Den's eyes again? Didn't you just say they were your eyes? Tetsuya spread his hands and said, let's do this. I will apply the sealing techniques, and then you will use your own power to assist me in closing the Samsara Eye that is fused with your eyes. It shouldn't be a big problem. On the corridor of the wooden house, Nagato looked at his 2 teachers nervously for a moment. Because at this moment, his 2 teachers were staring directly at him, and there was nothing more terrifying than his own teacher staring at him. Usually at this time, the student being stared at may have recalled all the mistakes he has made since childhood. Teacher Aizuna, Teacher Tetsuya, what are you doing? Looking at me like this makes me a little scared. Nagato spoke timidly. He was really scared. Tetsuya saw Nagato's scared look and comforted him gently. Don't be afraid, Nagato. Actually, we have something to tell you. Teacher, tell me. I'm listening. Nagato, your eyes are very special. There is powerful power in them, but you cannot control this power now. Not only will it not enhance your own strength, but it will consume your power. If this continues, it will be extremely difficult for you to control it. May cause damage to your body. So I discussed it with you, Mr. Aizuna, and we plan to temporarily seal the power in your eyes. When you grow up and have enough power to control these eyes, we can then unlock the seal. What do you think? This is not because Tetsuya is intimidating Nagato. He really feels that these Samsara eyes are limiting Nagato's growth. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato also looked like he was suffering from kidney failure before he was drained by the Gadu statue. Those who didn't know thought he was drained by Konan, and Nagato's strength was still ridiculously weak. Can the power in my eyes be sealed? Nagato felt a little dreamy. He knew that his eyes had very powerful power, but not only was he unable to use the power in his eyes, the eyes were even consuming his body. Of course, why not? You must know that the sealing techniques in this world are very magical things. Things like tailed beasts can be sealed into a baby's body, just a pair of reincarnation eyes. Why not? Okay, I trust the two teachers. Please ask the two teachers to seal the power of my eyes. Do you need me to cooperate? Very good, just do it well and leave the rest to us, he said as he glanced at Izuna. Izuna understood and took a step forward. Nagato, extend your hand. Nagato heard this and stretched out his right hand, and Izuna held Nagato's right hand. Get ready to start, Tetsuya. Clear. Tetsuya nodded and started preparing the sealing techniques. At the beginning of the ceremony, Izuna transferred his chakra into Nagato's body, and it was at this moment that Izuna realized how weak Nagato's body was. Let's put it this way, if Nagato was not from the Uzumaki clan, he would have been drained of the reincarnation eye at a young age. As another owner of this pair of samsara eyes, Izuna's chakra quickly reacted to the samsara eyes. He immediately nodded towards Jia, indicating that he could start. Seeing this, Tetsuya began to use the sealing technique. Don't worry Nagato, it will be over soon. Special characters fell on Nagato's forehead one by one, and Nagato felt the power in his eyes slowly being gathered. This feeling is like a person carrying a heavy burden, and the weight on both ends of the burden is being taken away bit by bit. In this comfortable feeling, Nagato fell into a deep sleep. Nailed it. Tetsuya clapped his hands, and a special mark appeared on Nagato's forehead. This was the sealing techniques that Tetsuya improved by combining the chakra sealing techniques he extracted and the 8-sign seal. In these years, he didn't just eat, drink and have fun. There are so many ninjutsu and sealing techniques out there, and while he is learning, studying the connections and special features is his greatest pleasure. Tetsuya-sensei, Izuna-sensei, Nagato, what's wrong with him? Teacher, Nagato, is he okay? Looking at Nagato lying in the corridor, Yahiko and Konan came over worriedly. It's okay, he was just a little tired and fell asleep. In this weather and sunshine, it's good to let him sleep in the corridor for a while. As he said this, he looked at Yahiko and Konan and suddenly gave a kind smile. Why, have you two finished your training? Yahiko patted his chest and said. Of course I did. Not only did I complete the training tasks assigned by Izuna-sensei, I also added 2 more sets of training for myself. Really? That means you're awesome. Of course, I'm the best. I want to be a powerful ninja like Izuna-sensei in the future. Seeing Tetsuya praising Yahiko with a smile, and Yahiko still feeling smug, Konan suddenly had a feeling that Yahiko was going to be in big trouble. Well, now that you're done with your ninjutsu training, let's do this. As he spoke, Tetsuya pulled out 2 exercise books from his wide sleeves and stuffed them into the hands of Yahiko and Konan. I knew it would be like this. Looking at the exercises in the workbook, Konan shook his head. These things were fine for her, but for this guy Yahiko, it was like the sky was falling. The expression on Yahiko's face froze. No. Ha ha ha, you little brat, are you still laughing? Are you still proud? Jae also smiled with a look of success. He, young devil, feel the fear of being dominated by homework. Don't just stand there and do your homework. If you don't finish it, you won't have any food. Yahiko suddenly had an idea and took 2 steps back, sitting down on the ground. Oh, Mr. Tetsuya, I was training too hard just now and I got hurt. Can you please not do your homework? Jae also narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Haha, what do you think? How about this? I heard that electric shock can help tired people relax their bodies, how about you try it? Seeing lightning flashing on Tetsuya's right hand, Yahiko immediately got up from the ground. Teacher, please don't do it. I'm fine. I'm fine now. I'll do my homework now. He turned around, grabbed Konan and ran, fearing that he would be too late and Tetsuya's fist would hit him on the head. Yahiko, why are you dragging me along with you? Of course. Am I, Yahiko, the kind of person who would abandon my companions? Konan said somewhat speechlessly. But, the teacher wanted to beat you up from the beginning to the end, and that was the only one. Konan, you can't be disloyal. Looking at the 2 people running away, Jae also smiled and shook his head. Remember, if you don't finish your homework, you won't have any food. After instructing them both, Jae also sat back on his mat. What a funny little kid. Watching Yahiko running away, Tetsuya was thinking about how to deal with Uchiha and how to deal with Hanzo of the Salamander. Whether it is Yahiko, Nagato or Konan, they are all people with ideals. Although they had persuaded them to follow them to the Fire Kingdom, they would definitely return to the Rain Kingdom after they finished their studies, because that was where they were born, and their ideal and wish was to change the Rain Kingdom. But as long as they return to the Land of Rain, they will face Salamander Hanzo sooner or later. Salamander Hanzo, tisk, why don't we just kill him directly? Just when he wanted to kill Sanshou Hanzo directly, Tetsuya shook his head again and rejected the idea in his heart. Bah, I've really been with this guy Izuna for too long. It's not okay to think about killing. I am a businessman, and a good businessman will not kill someone by himself. Tetsuya picked up the fruit in the fruit plate and took a bite. Moreover, if we kill him directly, there will be too many troubles in the future. If other people in the ninja village see Sanshou Hanzo dead, they will definitely have some other ideas. By then, the situation in the Land of Rain will only be worse. How about killing the person and replacing him with someone else pretending to be Sanshou Hanzo and secretly controlling Rain Shinobi Village? This idea is actually what Tetsuya thinks is the most reliable way to find someone to transfer Sancho Hanzo, or directly control Sancho Hanzo, and then secretly control everything in Rain Shinobi Village. When Yahiko and the others returned to Rain Shinobi Village after completing their studies, they secretly manipulated Sancho Hanzo to re-employ Yahiko and the others, and then helped them establish their prestige in Rain Shinobi Village. When the time was right, they abdicated directly and handed over the position of leader of a Megakure village to Yahiko and the others. Oh, this is a great idea? I am simply a genius. Aizuna sat aside and looked at Tetsuya talking to himself, a little speechless, but he didn't react much, and he didn't have any old problems. Over the years, Aizuna has often seen Tetsuya sitting there muttering to himself. What's wrong, genius? What good thing have you thought of that makes you so happy? The word genius, Aizuna even deliberately raised her voice. Jia didn't care, but smiled proudly. Hehe, I have found a good path for the future of Yahiko and the three of them. Oh, what's the future for the three of them? Upon hearing this, Aizuna also became interested. Tetsuya told Aizuna his plan. As the operator of the entire Uchiha family, Aizuna felt that this idea was very feasible. However, there were still many details that needed to be optimized, so the two sat together and discussed it. The two of them became more and more enthusiastic as they chatted, and even began to plan the future of the Kingdom of Rain. The sun gradually tilted, and the warm sunlight turned into an orange-red sunset. Nagato slowly woke up from his deep sleep. What time is it now? How long have I been asleep? You're a good sleeper, kid. You've been sleeping all day. Tetsuya, who was sitting there drinking tea and reading a volume of ninjutsu, answered Nagato's doubts. I've been sleeping all day, and I haven't finished the training Aizuna-sensei gave me yet. Okay, there's no need to worry about this kind of thing. You finally got rid of the heavy burden on your body. Resting for a while will be good for you in the future. Putting down the scroll, Tetsuya looked at Nagato. After completing the seal, Nagato's eyes finally changed from the samsara eyes back to normal eyes. A pair of black eyes looked particularly sharp and domineering. These eyes have a feeling that does not belong to Nagato's stage, a feeling of looking down on the world, which makes the young Nagato look a bit stronger. How about reaching out and letting me check on your recovery? Oh. Nagato honestly stretched out his right hand. Tetsuya clasped Nagato's wrist and released chakra to check his condition. After a simple inspection, he had to sigh with emotion. He was worthy of the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato, who was originally at a loss due to being squeezed by the samsara eye, is now full of vitality. However, this is not Nagato's best state. It has only been a day, and if he slowly adjusts to it, he should be able to become stronger. The recovery is good, but it still needs to be adjusted slowly. I will ask the chef of the restaurant to make some more nourishing dishes for you later. Thank you, teacher. Hi, thank you. Nagato noticed the ninjutsu scroll in Tetsuya's hand and asked curiously. Sensei, are you studying ninjutsu? Tetsuya replied with a smile. That's right, unlike Mr. Aizuna, I am born with enviable talents, so I just find time to study more and research on my own. Nagato curiously took a second look at the ninjutsu that his teacher was studying. He found that he only knew the words on it, but when he combined these words, he couldn't quite understand what they meant. But even so, he still discovered an interesting thing, that is, the ninjutsu on this scroll actually uses a variety of chakra. Teacher, why does the ninjutsu on this scroll use both wind attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra? Seeing Nagato's interest, Tetsuya showed a proud smile. This is something I researched myself. I haven't thought of a name yet. The effect of ninjutsu is very interesting. It can give a ninjutsu the effect of chakra with other attributes. For example, when using wind release ninjutsu to attack places, generally wind release attacks the enemy by rotating, cutting, impacting, or squeezing to damage the enemy. However, if it is equipped with a chakra that has the fire attribute, wind release ninjutsu can have the effect of fire. It's amazing. Although Nagato didn't understand the principle, he instinctively felt that it was very powerful. Yeah, come here and let me demonstrate it to you. Just watch. Jai jumped down and landed not far from a big tree. Watch out for Nagato. Fire-style fire bullet technique. With a flick of his hand, a ball of flame came out of his hand. Jia deliberately missed this blow. The flames fell on the ground and instantly exploded and spread backwards. The explosion produced a pretty good impact, and at the same time, the flames bloomed and continued to cause burning effects. Immediately afterwards, Tetsuya pushed out something. Wind escape fire wind palm. The strong wind compressed in the palm of his hand, and as Jai struck out with his palm, a strong wind suddenly set off, and flames actually appeared in the strong wind. Bang! This palm successfully hit the big tree, and the thick trunk broke and fell instantly. Flames ignited on the fallen tree, constantly burning the trees. You see, Nagato, this is the effect of the technique I studied. Give a ninjutsu with another new effect, increase the changes of ninjutsu, and make your enemies unable to figure out your ninjutsu. It's amazing, teacher Tetsuya. I want to learn this, is it okay? You can tell by looking at Nagato's excited look how much he likes this ninjutsu. In fact, this is normal. After all, when Nagato grows up and is squeezed dry by the Gadu statue, he will be the king of 5 spirits. This ninjutsu was developed based on the skills of the 5-spirit king young Nagato. He was really looking forward to the scene in the future where Nagato would chase others with his thunderbolt on the battlefield of the ninja world. Of course, if you want to learn, I will teach you after I develop the complete version of ninjutsu. Grow up well, say onion, and look forward to the day when you become the king of 5 spirits. In the ninja world, outside Rain Shinobi village, an aloe vera plant emerged from the ground. Damn, why is this happening? Why is it missing? Why is this happening? At this moment, Lao Yinguan, who had been planning for thousands of years, became extremely angry. He looked at the Baiju people who appeared with him and couldn't help but curse. How did you do this? You can't even look at me. You're trash. You are just a bunch of trash. This could not be explained by Heiju's anger, because Nagato was missing, and such a big living person was missing. This is not the most important thing. Nagato is just a carrier and a chess piece. What is really important is the samsara eye on Nagato. That was the key to rescuing his mother in the future. He had been busy in the ninja world for so many years and had finally acquired a pair of reincarnation eyes. Faced with the angry scolding from Black Zetsu, most of the white Zetsu lowered their heads. Only one figure complained with some dissatisfaction with the other white Zetsu. There is nothing we can do, Heiju. The situation at that time was too complicated. There were fighting everywhere. We had to spread out and stare at the battlefields of all parties. We couldn't take care of it at all. Besides, didn't you arrange that brat yourself? Seriously speaking, this is your main responsibility. You BD, you still dare to talk back. Black Jew was numb with anger. Well, what happened has happened. Instead of getting angry here, it's better to find a way to find Nagato as soon as possible. It's easy for you to say, the ninja world is so big, where can I find a brat? Another Baiju spoke. I have seen those 3 little ghosts often coming into contact with a disaster victim before. Maybe those 3 little ghosts were taken away by the disaster victim. Disaster victims. I know where he lives. Under the leadership of White Zetsu, Black Zetsu found Kakuzu's temporary base where Kakuzu was hiding. When he came in, relying on his years of voyeuristic experience in the dark corners of the ninja world, Black Zetsu immediately recognized that this place should be a stronghold, not a place where disaster victims lived. Damn it, what kind of disaster victim is that guy? He's a spy from other ninja villages who infiltrated Rain Shinobi. I really admire Sanchao Iohanzo. The village has been infiltrated like this, but he can still fight off other ninja villages. Did Nagato be taken away by people from other ninja villages, and someone discovered the Rinnegan eye? Black Zetsu thought about ordering to White Zetsu behind him. Go, you guys find a way to go to other ninja villages to find out information and find out who took Nagato away. Clear. These White Zetsu, the best workers in the ninja world, sneaked underground and began to perform tasks, preparing to collect information from other ninja villages. However, Black Zetsu probably never imagined that the person who took Nagato away was not a ninja village at all. He avoided the correct answer from the beginning. At the request of Black Zetsu, the White Zetsu began to collect information on major ninja villages through various methods. It's okay if we don't check, but if we check, there will be problems. Black Zetsu received information from White Zetsu from different directions. These ninja villages were secretly researching and preparing something. Judging from the intelligence alone, no matter which village it is, there is a possibility that Nagato has been kidnapped. Damn it, what is going on? Are all these villages crazy? Or are they not fighting enough yet and are planning to save their strength for another fight? After finishing the information, Heiju couldn't help but curse. Continue the investigation and find out for me what they are doing. While Black Zetsu was busy investigating who took Nagato away from these ninja villages, Nagato was currently spending every day to the fullest. The cultivation of Chiba Manor and Nagato and the 3 of them is on the right track. When they get up every morning, they start with basic ninjutsu practice. After the practice, Tetsu will give them lectures on mathematics and economics. After lunch, continue practicing, start doing homework in the evening, practice chakra after dinner, and finally go to bed early. Life is fulfilling and stable, and the 3 of them are growing up rapidly under the guidance of Tetsuya and Izuna. In Chiba Manor, a masked ninja who didn't look like he was from the country of fire came outside the manor. Izuna, who taught the 3 people to practice, saw this ninja and recognized him. Wasn't this guy one of the 2 idiot ninjas he controlled with Sherinon? Those 2 idiot ninjas have sent Tetsuya a lot of useless information over the years, and Tetsuya usually used it for fun. Interestingly, they were originally subordinates of a female spy, but the female spy was eventually removed because of her old age, but they stayed. Sir, I have something to report. Isn't it usually the ninja pigeon that delivers the message? The situation is special, this time. Okay, I'm not interested in this. Just go in, that guy is inside. Thank you, sir. The idiot ninja thanked him and walked towards the direction of the wooden villa. Heyu, good morning. Tetsuya, who was woken up by the 4 Izuna who got up to practice early in the morning, and then fell asleep again, finally got up from the bed and came to the corridor with a glass of milk in his hand. Grown-ups. When the idiot ninja saw Tetsuya appear, he immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted. Hey, you are that undercover ninja from Hidden Cloud Village. Why did you come to see me today? Don't you usually use ninja pigeons to convey information? Sir, there is important information that needs to be conveyed, which cannot be explained on the letter. Really, it looks like Union Village is doing something big. After saying that, Tetsuya took out his hand and sat down directly in the corridor. Okay, you get up and sit next to me and tell me slowly what happened. Yes, thank you sir. When the idiot ninja heard about it, he sat down in the corridor and began to report the information. The origin of the specific incident can be traced back to the time when Uchiha Madara was born on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara greatly stimulated the nerves of all major ninja villages in the ninja world, and Kumigakure is no exception. In order to have the power to fight Uchiha Madara, the people of Cloud Shadow Village began to develop the power of the tailed beast in Jinchuriki. The idea is good, but the ending is not so good. How could Jinchuriki master the power of the tailed beast so easily if the tailed beast didn't cooperate? As a result, 8 Tails Jayaki went berserk many times, causing great damage to Cloud Shadow Village. In order to subdue 8 Tails, he paid a heavy price, and many ninjas died. In order to perfectly control 8 Tails, Union Village urgently needs a better method, but after studying it for a long time, there is no good method. At this time, a wise man thought of the descendant of the Uzumaki clan whom the intelligence had mentioned before, the Uzumaki descendant living in Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps by bringing this Uzumaki descendant back and studying their Uzumaki clan's special chakra, we can find a way to perfectly control the tailed beast. Because Yurubi and I have been active within the Fire Country all year round, we were ordered to lead the team to participate in this mission. After listening to the idiot ninja's report, Tetsuya was a little surprised. You and another idiot ninja are responsible for leading the team? Are you too strong enough? Plunder the Uzumaki Kushina is going to invade the Leaf Village. In his impression, this idiot ninja named Yelika and another idiot ninja named Yurubi were not very strong. After all, they didn't even have the ability to resist at the beginning. Jian seemed a little surprised that they would also participate in the mission and lead the team. Yelika immediately explained. Sir, actually Yurubi and I are both special jonin, we're just not good at fighting. Oh, that's it. Special jonin has been active in the Land of Fire all year round, so it makes more sense for you two to lead the team. As he said this, Jai had a flash of inspiration and thought of something interesting. You must have dispatched a lot of people on this mission. Let's see if there is any chance for me to sneak in. Sir, do you want to participate in this mission? Yes, that's quite interesting, isn't it? He was also a little curious. With only 2 special jonin leading the team, Union Village would send out 2 more jonin and a few chinin to tie up Kushina. You know, Kushina was living in Mito's mansion at that time. She was first Hokage's wife. Would there be no one in the mansion to protect her? Also, how did they enter Konoha, and where were the people in the barriers class and the sensing class? Where are the people from Hyuga and Uchiha? One rolled his eyes and the other Sharingan. The village was invaded and they didn't even know what they were doing for food. Or do these guys have some special ability to fool the barriers class and the perception class, and then evade the Byakugan and Sharingan? If they were really so powerful, how could they be defeated by the young Minato in seconds? So he wanted to see how they kidnapped Kushina and how they were killed by Minato. It's okay, sir, there are people coming to participate in the mission this time. Yelika began to report on the personnel configuration of this mission. After hearing this, Tetsuya realized that there were people from Kumigakure inside Konoha. No wonder they could sneak in. Co-author discovered the breach from the inside. Their specific plan was to sneak into Konoha first, and then separate to wait in several whirlpools where Kushina was most likely to appear. As long as one party succeeds, there is no need to notify others and they can evacuate directly. The first priority for others changed to survival after one party succeeded. When will you act? Sir, all of us will gather in the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow, and then we will set off for Konoha together. Okay, I understand. In that case, let's set off now. Tetsuya was in high spirits. He was already looking forward to this trip to Konoha. After explaining to Izuna, Tetsuya and Yurika returned to the capital of Konoha. Sir, I think I still have to remind you that if you want to join this mission, you still need to change your appearance. Returning to where Yelika stayed, Yelika looked Tetsuya up and down and gave a careful reminder. How to say? Among the people coming this time are the elites of Union Village. They are all natives of the Kingdom of Thunder. Oh, I understand, please keep an eye on it. Jai understood immediately, formed a seal with his hands, and changed his appearance in a flash. His originally fair complexion became dark, and his height also increased, becoming much taller. The original black hair has also disappeared, turning into a shiny bald head, which looks like a braised egg from the back. He has 2 eyebrows that are darker than his skin color, piercing eyes, and a confident smile, revealing his front teeth that are so white that they shine. Hey, man, what can I say? Mamba out. Seeing Tetsuya's change in appearance, Yelika was also stunned for a moment. No, why does this look more like a person from the Kingdom of Thunder than myself? It's bad, and I have become a member of the Kingdom of Fire. How's it going? Is there something wrong with me looking like this? Nothing wrong, sir. Have you been to the Kingdom of Thunder? No, but I saw many ninjas from Union Village on the battlefield. Tetsuya always kept a big smile on his face, but while smiling, he said that he had been on the battlefield, and Yelika felt a little cold on his back. By the way, just to be on the safe side, don't call me sir in the future. Then what should I call you, sir? Call me Mamba. Time flies and it's time to gather. In a forest outside the capital, a group of ninjas from Union Village gathered. Tetsuya scanned it and found that there were 9 people in total excluding himself. He roughly estimated their strength. In addition to the 2 special jonin, Yurika and Yurubi, there were 2 jonin and 5 chinin. It happens that every 3 people are in groups, divided into 3 groups. The 2 jonin each take 2 chinin, and the remaining chinin is taken by Yurika and Yurubi. but because of his own participation, it has now become 10 people. Yalika looked at the gathered ninjas. Okay, now that we're all here, let's get ready to go. Wait a minute, why is there an extra person? One of the two jonin suddenly spoke and looked at Tetsuya. Explained by Ruby. This is Mamba, he joined our team temporarily. Temporarily joining? Could he be a spy from another village? What do you mean? Ruby, I should be the one asking you what this means? Have you defected to Konoha a long time ago and arranged for such a spy to join the mission just to destroy our plan? You. Okay Ruby, leave it to me. Tetsuya looked at the jonin. He knew this guy. Yesterday, Yalika mentioned this guy in his staffing report to himself. This guy had conflicts with them before in Union Village. I didn't expect him to jump out and cause trouble at this time. Do you still want to explain Konoha's spies? Haha, I am Konoha's spy. Tetsuya sneered twice, then activated the lightning-style chakra mode instantly, possessing Leikai. Eat my black mamba elbow. Man. He stepped forward so fast that no one could react. Tetsuya hit the opponent's heart directly with an elbow, using super speed, powerful strength, and Leikai's reinforcement. This blow instantly killed a crispy ninja. You, out. Who has any questions now? Jai looked at the others, with a harmful aura blooming all over his body. The moment they saw Leikai, no one dared to say no. Are you kidding? This is lightning-style chakra mode. It is the secret skill of their third Raikage. Only ninjas Huyalika and Yurubi were a little confused. Is this adult so strong? They also thought that when they entered Konoha, they would need to take action to protect this adult who was watching the fun. As a result, he is so strong. Who protects whom? Moreover, isn't this lord from the land of fire? Why did Raikage-sama invent ninjutsu? Could it be that this gentleman is really from the Kingdom of Thunder, a spy who lurked in the Kingdom of Fire earlier than they did? But no matter what, they just need to follow closely behind this adult. Okay, the person he was originally responsible for leading is following me. When we take action next, I don't want to hear any discordant sounds. Do you understand? Understood. N. All the ninjas responded in unison. A jonin was killed in one move. The strength of the Mamba in front of him should not be underestimated. Although I have never heard of such a strong man before, it is possible that he came out to engage in lurking work very early. After all, he knows lightning-style chakra mode, so he must be a direct descendant of Raikage-sama. What else is there to say? He is powerful and a direct descendant of Raikage. When such a person speaks, he is right and wrong. All subsequent actions went smoothly, and no one dared to make any mistakes. The 9 people were divided into 3 groups and sneaked into Konoha one after another, and Tetsuya was the first to sneak into Konoha. Looking at the barrier's gap in front of him, Tetsuya crossed his arms and looked at it carefully. Good guy, this is a dog hole, do you want to get in? With such a small gap, no wonder it was missed by Konoha. Sir, let's go in quickly. We only have 10 minutes. Once the 10 minutes are up, Konoha's patrol troops will come to patrol. I understand, let's go there. Tetsuya said, and will activate ninjutsu to shrink his body a little, and successfully pass through the barriers, followed by the others. Follow me? Tetsuya took the 2 of them and began to go deep into Konoha. He had lived in Konoha for so many years and knew where to go and how to go. It was evening at this moment, and there were not many people outside the village, so the sneaking in was very smooth. According to the plan, they speculated that the 3 most likely places where Kushina Uzumaki would appear were the training ground, the ninja school, and Kushina Uzumaki's home. The goal of Tetsuya's team is the training ground. The ninjutsu training ground in Konoha is very large. This is a place for civilian ninjas in the village to practice ninjutsu. As for the ninjas of the ninja clan, they have their own special training places. Although it is said that Uzumaki Kushina lives in the first Hokage's mansion and Uzumaki Mito lives together, there is no place to practice ninjutsu in the Hokage mansion in the first generation. After all, Senju Hashirama has no need for such things. Therefore, Kushina practices ninjutsu on weekdays and comes to the ninjutsu training ground for training. I see, I finally understand why it's so easy. After successfully arriving at the lurking point outside the practice site, Tetsuya finally understood why they were able to sneak in smoothly. The war has just ended. Konoha was fighting many parties at the same time in this war. Although it won, the price paid was heavy. A large number of ninjas died on the battlefield, and Konoha was already very weak during this period. It seems that the interior of Konoha is emptier than we imagined. Yes, sir, even though Konoha seems to be the biggest winner in this ninja war, Master Todai has calculated that Konoha's losses are actually the largest among all ninja villages. This is why we dare to formulate this kidnapping plan. The reason. In this case, do you dare to play a big trick with me? If you succeed, Lord Raikage will definitely reward you greatly. Jie also showed a big smile, and his white mouth was particularly shining. The 2 Chunin looked at each other, and when they thought of Tetsuya's amazing strength, coupled with the emptiness of Konoha right now, they couldn't help but nod. We are completely at the mercy of the adults. If the adults tell us to go east, we will never go west. Very good. Jie also nodded in satisfaction. According to the information I have obtained, there is a sealed scroll left by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama in Konoha. On that sealed scroll are a large number of forbidden techniques created by 2nd Hokage. If we can steal it and bring it back to the village, it's definitely a great achievement. Hearing this, the 2 Chunin were also excited. But they still patted their faces and calmed themselves down. But sir, what about our mission? Yes, our first priority is to kidnap the descendant of Uzumaki. Hey, look at what you said. Do you think that the person from the vortex will show up if we wait here? Tetsuya asked, pointing to the sky. It's already evening. Will you go to training at this time? The two shook their heads. That's it. If we continue to stay here, it will only be a waste of time. We might as well steal the sealing scroll. That would be a great achievement. After listening to Jai's words, the two thought about it carefully and felt that what Jai said made sense. At this time, most people should go home for dinner, so there is no point in waiting here any longer. So, the task of capturing the descendants of Uzumaki will be handed over to others, and we will steal the Book of Seals. This is called risk sharing. Even if the other party fails to kidnap the descendants of Uzumaki, if we can steal the Book of Seals, then on the one hand, wouldn't it also be able to make up for the losses caused by the mission failure? Your Excellency is right. It's all up to you, my lord. Okay, follow me. Tetsuya led his men straight to the Hokage building. He was too familiar with this road. When the second Hokage Tobirama was still in power, he often went there to deliver takeout for him. The closer the three got to the Hokage building, the more guards and secret agents they encountered. Be careful and watch out for hidden patrolling ninjas. After being reminded, the three of them hid quickly. Two Konoha ninjas wearing green Jonin Mego were seen walking down the street. After confirming that they were far away, the three of them continued on their way. Although there were two Chunin following Tetsuya, they were obviously specially trained and were extremely good at hiding their bodies and conducting reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. The level of hiding of Konoha's Umbu ninja is already very high, but their two Chunin are able to find the hidden Umbu ninja while avoiding each other's sight. It has to be said that even Jie is not as good as them in this regard. Moving forward, the three successfully entered the Hokage building. It was early evening, and not many people were still in the Hokage building at this time. Jie also gestured to them, indicating that they should separate. The Hokage building is huge, so if you want to find the seal scroll, it's best to act separately. After they separated, Jia transformed himself into Jiraiya, walking in the Hokage building with arrogance. Where is it? Isn't it possible that Hiruzen Sarutobi hid in his home instead of in the Hokage building? No, isn't it usually hidden in the Hokage building? Are the novels I read all blind? Written. Tetsuya, who transformed into Jiraiya, was looking for traces of the sealed book in the Hokage building, but he couldn't find it after searching several places. Jiraiya-sama, when did you come back? As soon as a door was opened, a ninja who was sorting and collecting documents saw Jiraiya standing at the door. Ahahaha. Tetsuya imitated Jiraiya and laughed twice. Not long after I came back, the old man came out and he wanted me to find something. Maybe I can tell you what you need to find. It's like this. I was researching a new ninjutsu recently, but I had no idea. The old man asked me to look at the Book of Sealings, but I forgot where the Book of Sealings is. The sealed book, I know where it is, please come with me. Under the leadership of this ninja, Tetsuya came to a room that looked ordinary. This is it. I'll take my leave now. There are some things that I'm not comfortable seeing. The ninja who led the way bowed slightly to Tetsuya and turned around to leave. Is it inside? It doesn't look like anything special here. Curious, Jie also turned on the Sharingan. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. He was shocked when he saw it. Good guys, the ordinary room is full of chakra fluctuations, various special barriers and sealing techniques. If you do not follow specific rules to unlock these barriers and sealing techniques, I am afraid that the seals and barriers inside will be directly triggered. But Tetsu doesn't have any other abilities, he just lives a long time and likes to study various sealing techniques and ninjutsu when he has nothing to do. After all, among the first rewards he drew, the most commonly used ones were 8-sign seal and chakra sealing techniques produced by Guze, which made him very interested in this aspect. Pushing open the door, Jia stepped inside and started researching. Tetsuya moved quickly and successfully arrived in front of the seal scroll before the sun set. This is the sealed book of Konoha. Let me see what is written in it. Opening the sealed book, the first ninjutsu recorded on it is the multiple shadow clone technique. This technique is very classic. Naruto relied on this ninjutsu and a Rasengan to clear the entire Hokage ninja instance. He learned it after just a few glances. After all, Tetsuya himself knew the shadow clone technique. When he had no time to study ninjutsu, he studied multiple shadow clone techniques. Not only does he have multiple shadow clone techniques, he also has Rasengan. Basically, apart from those forbidden arts and secret arts, ninjutsu Tetsu also knows a little bit about other techniques. Well, it's not much different from the technique I deduced myself, but the control of chakra is more delicate. Next one. The second forbidden technique is the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. Tetsuya glanced at this and ignored it. It was a useless garbage ninjutsu. He could resurrect a person in a real sense. Izuna was resurrected by himself. What else did he want from this ninjutsu? Besides, even if I want it, I want the version after Orochimaru perfected it, the original version of the filthy earth reincarnation, so forget it. The third technique, 8 Gates Dungia. This technique immediately caught Tetsuya's attention. After all, when he first obtained the evil god's immortal body, he was already thinking about the 8 Gates armor. After all, people who have seen Hokage may have thought about adding the 8 Gates armor to the immortal body. Bar. Good stuff, this is really good stuff, I have to write it down quickly. He had no intention of taking the sealed book directly. After all, he wanted to have fun waiting for the Crown Prince Naruto to steal the book in the future. What would Naruto do if he took it away now? After a few quick clicks of 8 gates Dungia, Jia continued to look at the next forbidden technique. The fourth technique, the technique of tandem paper bombs. This technique is good, Deidara will definitely like this technique. It's just that this technique cannot be used by ordinary people, it must be done with a body made of dirty earth. The explosion range is too large, and the explosion speed is also fast. Once it is turned on, it will trigger a series of explosions until the enemy and yourself are blown to ashes. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be me and steal the sealed book? Just when Jia was watching fascinated, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Jiraiya himself actually appeared at the door. Oh my, what a coincidence. Jia rolled up the sealed book and smiled wickedly. I didn't expect to run into the real one. What a pity. I haven't found Flying Thunder God yet. I don't care who you are. Put down the sealed book right now and surrender. I will try to get you leniency. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the habit of surrendering myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Jai jumped directly, broke through the window and fled the scene. Don't even think about running. Jiraiya shouted and was about to chase after him. Before leaving, he said to the ninja who had led the way, go and inform everyone that an enemy has invaded and has stolen the Book of Seals. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Soon the ninjas of Konoha village took action. There was no way. After all, the two people who were running around on the roofs of the village, bursting out dazzling flames from time to time, made too much noise. Fire style, big flame bomb. Jiraiya, who was chasing Tetsuya, jumped onto a telephone pole in front of him and spewed out a fierce flame from his mouth. The flame illuminated the village and swept towards Tetsuya. Nice fire style, but the flame is a little small. As he spoke, Tetsuya quickly formed a seal with one hand, and before Jiraiya's fire style arrived, he also spit out a mouthful of flame. Fire style Great Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, the flames turned into a huge fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed Jiraiya's big fire bomb in one gulp. After swallowing the big fire bomb, the fire dragon exploded directly. The horrifying shock echoed across the street, but fortunately there weren't many people in the direction Jai was running. What an amazing fire style. Jiraiya was shocked when he saw the Great Dragon Fire technique released by Tetsuya. He immediately realized that the enemy this time might not be simple, but it made sense. This person dared to run to the Hokage building of Konoha to steal the sealed book, so how could he be a simple character? Who are you and why are you trying to steal our Konoha's things? Oh my, didn't your teacher teach you not to argue with your enemies? As he was speaking, Jai completed the seal for another person. Fire style Fire Dragon Bomb. Another fire dragon flew out and rushed straight towards Jiraiya. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Seeing this, Jiraiya also hurriedly performed ninjutsu. The two fire dragons collided with each other, causing a shocking explosion. This time, almost the entire Konoha heard the explosion, and more people rushed over here. What are you looking at? While Jiraiya was still looking for Tetsuya's figure, his voice sounded behind Jiraiya. Nani? The secret of ninja taijutsu, 1000 years of killing. Tetsu immediately used a secret ninjutsu 1000 years of death and headed straight for Jiraiya's back door. Shadow Snake Hand. Just when Jiraiya was in danger of losing his back, several white snakes opened their mouths wide and came towards Tetsuya to bite. Orochimaru didn't know when he appeared behind Tetsuya. His hands turned into several big white snakes and bitten towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya dodged to avoid it, but the big white snake twisted its body and bit into the sealed book that Tetsuya was carrying on his back. Succeeded. Orochimaru pulled hard and pulled the sealed book back. Seeing the sealed book fall into Orochimaru's hands, Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Orochimaru, who has the highest IQ among the Sannin. Did he come here for the sealed book in my hand in the first place? Haha, I can fight this idiot Jiraiya for several rounds and gain the upper hand. I don't think my sneak attack can succeed, so I just need to get back what belongs to our Konoha. Orochimaru laughed twice with his unique voice, then summoned a big snake as thick as an arm to swallow the sealed book directly into his belly, and escaped into the ground. Really, but don't you think I would do some crazy things without the book of sealing in my hand? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. You don't seem like such a person. Although you use the face of Jiraiya, an idiot, I know you are definitely not a lunatic. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you mean? Why do you still call me a fool when facing the enemy? Am I a lunatic? Shut up you idiot Jiraiya. Tsunade also arrived at the battlefield at this moment, and Sannin gathered again. The last time Sannin gathered to face Sancho Hanzo, who became famous in the ninja world, but this time the three of them gathered to face an unidentified enemy. In addition to Tsunade, a large number of Konoha ninjas arrived. However, when they saw that Sannin was there, they also knew that the enemy invading the village might not be simple, so they just surrounded the scene and kept a distance and did not dare to approach easily. Are you stalling for time? It's interesting, then let me meet you three from Konoha for a while. While speaking, he made seals with his hands. Fire style triple fire dragon flame bullet. Call. Fire surged in the air, and in an instant 3 terrifying fire dragons flew out and rushed straight towards Sannin. Orochimaru and Tsunade quickly dodged, while Jiraiya completed the seal. Fire style, big fire bomb. Bang. The fire exploded, and orange-red flames illuminated the entire street. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru took advantage of Jiraiya's attraction. Several more big snakes rushed towards Tetsuya. Haha, old tricks are useless to me, lightning-style razor. With a flick of his right hand, the golden thunder turned into a giant snake and rushed out. The violent thunder instantly shattered Orochimaru's snake and rushed towards Orochimaru. Scare. The golden thunder snake rushed in front of Orochimaru and bit it. Nanny. Orochimaru has, how come ninjutsu himself has never seen this before? He quickly activated his teleportation technique and avoided the attack. My feet hurt. A female voice sounded, and Tsunade fell from above and kicked Tetsuya. Bang. When this foot fell, the house collapsed instantly. Tsunade stood in the ruins, looking for Tetsuya's figure. When that kick fell, Tsunade realized something was wrong. What he kicked was not an enemy, but a piece of wood. Eat my elbow. As soon as Tsunade turned around, a figure rushed up like the wind and hit her in the face with an elbow. Tsunade hurriedly raised her hand to block, but she underestimated the power of this blow. Boom. With a muffled sound, Tsunade's body crashed through the wall and rolled twice on the street before stopping. Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly stepped forward to help Tsunade up. Careful. Tsunade shouted, and Jiraiya looked up and saw a fire dragon rushing over. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. He saw the terrifying fire dragon and then Tsunade who fell to the ground. Jiraiya hugged Tsunade, and then activated Needle Jizo. His long white hair instantly grew and wrapped around the two of them. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Orochimaru saw this and immediately activated Ninjutsu. Ninja Technique, Formation of 10,000 Snakes. The next moment, a large number of long snakes came out of Orochimaru's mouth, and the snakes rushed towards Tetsuya like crazy. Earth-style Yellow Kwanuma. Ninjutsu activated, and the entire circle around Tetsuya turned into a swamp, and all the swarming snakes were swallowed up by the swamp. Are you okay, Jiraiya? Tsunade looked at the burned Jiraiya and immediately used Sage Jutsu to treat him. I'm okay, it's just a minor burn, Saha. Jiraiya said it was okay, but his whole body couldn't help but tremble because of the pain. It seems that you look down on me a little. Even now, the psychic beast is unwilling to use it? In that case, I will take my leave. Je was a little tired of playing. After playing for a long time, the psychic beast didn't even call out to play. As soon as he finished speaking, Jai turned around and left. Don't even think about leaving. Jiraiya saw this and shouted loudly. Immediately he used his psychic skills. Bang! A giant toad appeared next to Jiraiya, with dark red skin, a coat on his body, a huge pipe in his mouth, and a long knife on his waist. Jiraiya, who is the enemy this time? It's the guy who wants to escape. Please stop him, Buntai. Jiraiya jumped onto Buntai's back. Learn. Buntai jumped up and rushed out. Although he looked a bit too big and clumsy, his speed was surprisingly amazing. In one leap, he surpassed those Konoha ninjas who chased him out one step ahead. Boom. Wenta and Jiraiya blocked Tetsuya's way, and Wenta saw a person who was the same as Jiraiya. Is this guy? He actually disguised himself as you. Wenta, let's stop him and use that move. Clear. Jiraiya and Buntai cooperated tacitly, and chakra exploded. Fire-style toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya spit out fierce flames from his mouth, while Buntai spit out thick and flammable toad oil. The flame ignited the toad oil, and instantly turned into a huge fireball and swept towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya quickly backed away. Water-style water barrier. Faced with the flames caused by toad oil, Tetsuya did not choose to resist, and released water barrier for defense. After all, once it is contaminated with toad oil, the flame cannot be extinguished so easily. Psychic skills, come out, Orokai. Orochimaru did not choose to summon 10,000 snakes. After all, 10,000 snakes are extremely violent. To summon him requires a living sacrifice. This is not a battlefield. It would be bad if 10,000 snakes couldn't think of enough to devour the Leaf Village name. The psychic technique was activated, and a big snake was summoned. Orochimaru directed the blue-gray snake to rush straight towards Tetsuya. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Jai, and a rotten smell hit his face. Oh my, your wormy mouth smells so bad. While he was speaking, his hands had already finished responding. The art of psychics, come out, Wang Tai-sin. The huge python stretched out its neck and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Jai. The bloody mouth was so huge that everyone felt that Jai had nowhere to escape. However, at the critical moment, a giant furry claw grabbed the python's vitals and knocked it to the ground in an instant. Everyone in Konoha looked up and saw a huge furry creature. Yellow fur, sharp claws, and a long tail with a tuft of white hair at the tip of the tail. What is that? A tailed beast. Seeing the giant yellow furry creature, everyone in Konoha was a little scared. After all, 9 tails had left such a deep impression on them. It is also huge, also furry, also yellow, and has the same long tail. It's hard not to be reminded of the 9 tails who returned with Uchiha Madara to destroy Konoha. No, it shouldn't be a tailed beast, but some kind of summoning beast. Oh, I haven't seen such a big worm for a long time. It looks like it must be the worm from Longi Cave. Such a big worm can't be found in other places. Little kid, you finally asked me to come out and fight. I'm waiting for you. This day has been a long time coming. But then again, how did you end up fighting the guys from Longi Cave? Those standing on top of Huangbai's head laughed. Nothing, just came to Konoha to borrow something, and then they didn't really want to borrow it, so they started fighting. Jiraiya, who was standing on Gamabunta's head not far away, was shocked to see Huangbai holding the giant snake with one hand. How could there be such a large summoned beast, and the summoned beast had such a strong natural smell? Energy. Bunta, do you know that guy? But when Gamabunta spoke, Jiraiya found that the big guy's voice began to tremble. That guy is from the Yellow Weasel clan in the Yellow Skin Tomb. Yellow Skin Tomb? What kind of place is that? Is it a sacred place for summoning spirit beasts like Mount Mayaboku? Yes, Gamabunta replied. But I also heard about this place and the Yellow Weasel clan from the elders of Mount Mayaboku. It is said that a long time ago, when we summoned beasts were still active in the ninja world, there was a place called the Yellow Weasel Grave. The Weasel clan is very powerful. The most important point is that there is nothing they don't eat. Be it snakes, toads, or even insects, they will become food for weasels. Many spiritual beasts have died in the mouths of weasels, so their territory is called a grave. But later they disappeared from the ninja world. I didn't expect to see a living weasel today. They actually signed a contract with the people in the ninja world? Jiraiya, who is that person pretending to be you? Why is he able to summon a weasel? This question also confused Jiraiya. Is this strange summoning beast so scary? It actually feeds on the summoning beasts from the 3 holy places. Although he knew that the 3 holy places seemed to have a mutually restraining relationship, he didn't know what was going on when someone suddenly appeared and could kill all 3. Looking up, I saw that the weasel had torn the giant snake's scales and sent it back to the Longi cave with one claw. Orochimaru, don't you want to call out Manda for some fun? Tetsuya smiled and looked down at Orochimaru who had already dodged below. Orochimaru felt cold sweat on his back as he looked at the summoned beast in front of him. If we want to find out what's going on, it looks like we have to defeat the summoned beast and capture that person. Wentai, let's go. Good. Bunta drew the sword from his waist. Toad flame blade. Gamabunta spit out toad oil from his mouth which stained the sword, and then he spit out flames from his mouth, igniting the blade. The flaming sword stabbed towards Huangbai. Flame sword? Don't be so funny. Huangbai stretched out his claws and took out a pipe from somewhere, and then he slashed upward to deflect Wentai's flaming sword. Then he held the pipe in his mouth and blew out a deep breath. Call. In an instant, sparks filled the sky from the pipe, and they exploded instantly when they fell. Wentai, get out of the way. Jiraiya shouted loudly, and Gamabunta quickly jumped back to avoid the attack. Haha, Toad of Mount Mayaboku, you are a bit more powerful than that dragon cave worm just now, but that's all. Huangbai showed a very human expression. Don't be too arrogant, this is Konoha. Katsuyu, let's go. Okay Tsunade-sama. A huge white Katsuyu appeared and sprayed out thick acid directly towards Huangbai. Huangbai's figure was agile and he avoided the attack directly, and the acid directly corroded a building behind Huangbai into disgrace. Katsuyu from the Shigebone forest, you guys got it together at once. Seeing Katsuyu appear, Huangbai rubbed his paws excitedly. It had not fought with these prey for several years. Huangbai from Huangpaizifen, I didn't expect you to appear in the ninja world again. Hehehe, you all can be active in the ninja world, why can't I? With that said, Huangbai took the pipe and pot in his mouth again. It's useless to talk more. Feel the flame of your yellow and white grandpa. Call. He blew out another breath, and sparks flew out all over the sky in an instant, and the flame exploded in the next breath. Everyone, be careful. With the last experience, Jiraiya hurriedly reminded everyone. However, the Konoha ninjas on the periphery have already run away, and the current battle is no longer at a level they can contact. Don't engage in battles that are not at the same level. If you dare to fight at a level that is not your own, unless you have a cheat, you will be dead. At this moment, the Second Ninja World War had just ended. Most of the ninjas in Konoha village had fought hard from the battlefield and finally came back alive. They understood this truth very deeply. We have to drag him outside the village and fight inside the village. The damage will be too great. But how are we going to get him out? At this moment, a figure as vigorous as a monkey appeared. He holds a huge stick. Beat me immediately? Come on. Ape demon. Oh. The giant stick in his hand suddenly swelled and turned into a long rod, stabbing Huangbai's body. What? Before he could react, Huangbai and Tetsuya were pushed out together, and the stick extended directly outside the Leaf Village. Great, it's the teacher. The person who came was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, you are finally here. Now the battlefield has finally been moved outside the village. Withdrawing the giant stick, with a bang, the giant stick turned into a psychic beast, an ape demon. Be careful Hiruzen, that big guy is from the Yellow Weasel clan of Huangpaizifen. He is very powerful and is good at many strange spells. After seeing his enemy clearly, the ape demon only felt a little scared. Fortunately, the opponent was not prepared just now. I understand, but next, please protect the village with me. No problem. Outside Konoha, Tetsuya patted his clothes with a smile on his face. Oh my, you finally came out monkey. I thought you didn't even plan to come out. Who are you? Why do you want to destroy Konoha? Destroying Konoha? I didn't. It was your 3 students who clung to me, and I fought back only after they showed up. From the beginning, I just wanted to borrow something. As he spoke, Tetsuya waved his hand and dispersed the transformation technique on his body. However, he used the cover of smoke to put on a black robe and put on the yellow one-eyed whirlpool mask again. A scarlet Sherry-non emerges. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened a bit when he saw Tetsuya's appearance. Sherry-non. The moment the yellow vortex mask and a single Sharingan appeared in front of everyone, the identity of the mysterious man who stole the sealed book was already very obvious. He was the masked man Afei who appeared on the battlefield with the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Hello. He opened his arms like this and shouted hello, then twisted his body like crazy. How about it? You didn't expect it to be me. Are you surprised or surprised? Hooligan. With Bunta's help, Jiraiya also brought Tsunade and Orochimaru outside the village. What exactly do you want to do? What is the purpose of stealing our Konoha's sealed book? For what? Of course it's for fun. By the way, I'd like to give you a warning to Konoha village. Please withdraw the troops who are still in the country of rain as soon as possible, otherwise you will regret it. As he spoke, Tetsuya glanced at Tsunade meaningfully. He had reminded them before to let the people of Konoha evacuate the Kingdom of Rain as soon as possible, but there were always some people in Konoha who did not evacuate, and Kato-dan was among them. Counting the time, Tsunade's first boyfriend is about to die. As for why he repeatedly reminded them to withdraw their troops, it was not because he was out of love and wanted to save more people. It's just that he wanted to see if Kato-dan came back alive and whether he and Tsunade would achieve success. If Tsunade becomes a wife, will Jiraiya still like Tsunade? Or, will he like her even more? Wife Tsunade, tisk tisk tisk, seems to be a bonus, ha 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 ha. Sharingan, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tetsuya and asked, you Uchiha clan are also part of the village, why are you doing this? Do you know that doing this will make your clan members criticized in the village? Haha, monkey, are you planning to morally kidnap me? Tetsuya put away his funny and playful tone, and the Sharingan glowed dangerously red. You guys have changed. Have you been a Hokage for a long time and changed from a ninja to a politician? It's really disgusting. The current Hiruzen Sarutobi feels completely different compared to the Hiruzen Sarutobi he saw at the noodle shop, or the Hiruzen Sarutobi when he first became Hokage. He used to think that Sarutobi Hiruzen was pretty good, but now he made people feel uncomfortable. Is this what power brings? It makes a passionate person condescending and unpleasant. I didn't mean that, I was just reminding you that after all, you also have a Sharingan, you are also an Uchiha, aren't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He calls himself Monkey, which means that this person has known him before, and the people who call him Monkey are more or less good friends. He also said that he has changed. He has been a Hokage for a long time and has changed from a ninja to a politician. So this person is most likely to have known him before he became a Hokage. And, one-eyed Sharingan, Uchiha. Don't tell me, Mirror, is it you? Uchiha Mirror. What? The Sunin on Bunta's head looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen together, and they felt a little incredible. This mysterious Afei is actually Uchiha Mirror, the same generation as the old man. But isn't Uchiha Mirror dead? Uchiha Mirror couldn't come back during the battle? Jai also froze when he heard this. No, what happened to this Sarutobi Hiruzen? He thought he was an Uchiha Mirror? How do I look like Uchiha Mirror? No, it seems that this vest can be used by itself. Wait and think about it. Uchiha Mirror, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I see. In just a moment, Jai had already thought of the script. Sorry Obtou, your script belongs to me. While Tetsuya was thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tetsuya who was standing there without any reaction and suddenly felt that he must have guessed correctly, and only if he guessed correctly would the other party have this reaction. Just when he was about to say something, Tetsuya took a deep breath and replied, King Uchiha is dead? He died on the battlefield, you picked it. Tetsuya almost yelled the last sentence. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no Uchiha Mirror anymore. My name is Afei. My name is Afei. Do you understand? As he spoke, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Lightning-style thunder technique. In an instant, crazy thunder fell from the sky. Everyone, be careful. Jiraiya immediately activated ninjutsu to protect everyone. Old man. After ninjutsu was activated, Jiraiya discovered that his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of defending at all. There was crazy thunder, explosions, and smoke. But soon the violent thunder subsided. Okay Jiraiya, he's gone. Old man, what on earth is going on? Sunin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's complicated expression and was a little curious about what was going on. Let's go back. We'll talk about it later. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt so tired. At first, the teacher told him that Uchiha Izuna, who was killed by the teacher himself, was resurrected. Although he trusted his teacher very much, he also kept what his teacher said in his heart. But, how is it possible for the dead to be resurrected? Although one of the forbidden techniques left by the teacher can do it, it is not resurrection in the true sense. Then his disciple met the resurrected Uchiha Madara on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Regarding this matter, although he had the teacher's previous experience, his disciple also said it clearly, and he also somewhat believed in the resurrection of the dead. However, after all, I have never seen this with my own eyes. But today was different. I actually saw the mirror of Uchiha who had long been sacrificed on the battlefield. Although he was wearing a mask, his aura had also changed somewhat. But judging from various clues, it is unmistakable that the masked man is Uchiha Kagami. The dead are resurrected one after another, and they are all Uchiha. There may be big trouble behind these things. Under the command of Hiruzen Sarutobi, all Konoha ninjas returned to the village and began to repair the walls of the village and the streets damaged by the battle, and at the same time strengthened patrols of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned several of his old buddies and started an emergency meeting. In a corner where no one cares, one of the 3 teams from Cloud Hidden Village successfully kidnapped Kushina Uzumaki and took her out of Konoha village. Haha, it's really great. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. That's right, I didn't expect that someone was invading Konoha. With such a big movement, I'm afraid everyone in Konoha went to deal with the intruders. Originally, what we did was very secretive. Now no one will notice that there is a little ghost missing in Konoha village. The 3 of them were very happy and felt that today was their lucky day. The 3 of them moved very quickly, taking Kushina with them and evacuating far away. They are not stupid. They will not let down their guard just because Konoha has been invaded by others and attracted people from Konoha. They will not relax until they successfully leave the country of fire with Kushina. However, he was still a little excited because of the success of this mission, and did not notice Kushina's little movements. Kushina followed the 3 of them obediently, but secretly threw her special long red hair on the ground, leaving clues in the hope that someone would find her traces. But at the same time, I am a little sad, because after all, I am just an outsider, and I am afraid that no one will risk their lives to save me, an outsider. It was dark at night, the dark clouds in the sky covered the moon, and the road in the forest seemed particularly dim. Even experienced ninjas need to proceed with caution. Suddenly, an afterimage passed by, and a Kumigakure ninja disappeared. What's going on? The other 2 people turned around and saw only their companions lying on the ground, but nothing else. The next moment, another person fell to the ground. Jonin, who was leading the team, also knew that someone was conducting a sneak attack in the dark. They were careless just now. They were so excited because of their success that they didn't realize that someone was attacking them. Jonin, who was leading the team, suddenly became nervous and quickly jumped and hid in a tree. Observed the surroundings carefully and vigilantly. But he didn't notice the figure coming from behind. Minato made a clean move, hitting the man on the back of the head. With one successful blow, the person instantly lost consciousness and fell from the treetops. After successfully defeating all the enemies, Minato jumped down from the tree. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the moon. The moonlight shone on the road in the forest, and Minato's figure appeared in front of Kushina. You're not hurt? I'm here to save you. Kushina, who was forced to run wildly all night by 3 Kumoyan village ninjas, raised her head tiredly and looked forward. Only then did she notice that the ninjas from other villages had disappeared, and a boy she knew was standing in front. Seeing Minato coming to save her, Kushina smiled in surprise, but after relaxing, she suddenly felt tired and fell forward. First being kidnapped, and then running so far at night, she was exhausted both mentally and physically. Minato hurriedly stepped forward and helped Kushina. It's okay now. I'll take you back to the village. As he spoke, he picked it up. Wait a minute. Kushina wanted to say something else, but Minato jumped up and rushed out of the woods with her. Under the moonlight, Kushina carefully observed the handsome beauty of the young man in front of her. As expected of you, Minato, flirting with girls under the moonlight. Tetsuya, who had finished his acting skills with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, rushed over here immediately. It was better to arrive early than to arrive by chance, and he happened to see Minato flirting with a girl under the moon. Very good. All this is quite reasonable. The only thing that is not very reasonable is that the strength of these 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin is a bit weak. As he spoke, he came to the 3 ninjas who were collapsed on the ground, looked at them carefully, and kicked them twice. Didn't you kill him, just knock him unconscious? As expected of you, Minato, you are really a little son. Unfortunately, it is not good to be too kind to the enemy. Tetsuya took out 3 kunao from his pocket, threw them away, and directly pierced the hearts of the 3 of them. In order to better implement his next plan, the only people who can successfully return alive from this mission are the 2 idiots Yalaka and Urabi. After removing the roots for Minato, Tetsuya turned around and left, heading to the meeting point first to wait for other Kumigakure ninjas who could come back alive. In Konoha's Hokage building, in the conference room, Konoha F4 gathered again, and Konoha Sunin was also there. Danzo came up with just one sentence. Hiruzen, the village was attacked just after the war ended. This is your dereliction of duty as a Hokage. It can only be said that Danzo is still the same Danzo, and he has never given up on the matter of getting Sarutobi Hiruzen to dismount and himself ascending to the throne. Okay Danzo, please stop saying a few words. No one has thought of the enemy attacking the village. It was Mito Minoyan who came out to smooth things over. It's getting late. The village has just been attacked and it needs to be repaired tomorrow. If you need anything, just tell Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone present and said, Everyone, I already know who the person who attacked the village is. Who is it? That person is Kagami, Uchiha Kagami. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. When he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say that the mysterious man who attacked the village was Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo stood up directly, slammed the table and shouted, Uchiha Mirror is dead. He is already dead. How can a dead person be resurrected? Danzo, are you questioning me? Sarutobi Hiruzen also responded unceremoniously. Danzo, Hiruzen, you two should calm down and talk to each other if you have anything to say. That's right. Let's talk carefully. Is there anything we can't talk about? Although the paddling duo were a little surprised, they didn't really believe that the dead could be resurrected, but rather than yelling like Danzo, they wanted to find out what was going on. Hiruzen, please tell me clearly, why are you so sure that that person is Uchiha Kagami? Is there any reason? Danzo sat down and stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi with his only remaining eye. He wanted to see what Hiruzen Sarutobi could say. Actually, I had already begun to suspect that the masked man named Fei was Kage as early as the last time Jiraiya and the others came back. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the reason why he judged that the opponent was a mirror. First of all, Jing's body was scattered outside and was not recovered. They were not sure whether he was really dead or not. Then, the masked man seems to be very familiar with his own moves and calls himself Monkey. The only people who can call themselves monkeys are the group of people who followed second Hokage. And that person is an Uchiha, or an Uchiha who is very familiar with the village. Moreover, not many people outside Konoha knew that the sealed book existed, and as soon as that person arrived, he went straight to the Hokage building to look for the sealed book. As well as, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thoughts one by one. The paddling duo nodded repeatedly, feeling that it made sense. The most important thing is that when I revealed the identity of the masked man and called out Uchiha Kagami's name, he reacted very loudly and strongly denied that he was Uchiha Kagami. And this just makes me more convinced that the person hiding behind the mask is the mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen said and looked at Sunin. Jiraiya and the others can also testify to this last point. They also saw it at that time. Jiraiya and the other three nodded, proving that what their teacher said was true. At that time, the masked man's reaction was indeed great. At the same time, Jiraiya added, now that I think about it carefully, the masked man must be very familiar with the village. He evacuated in a direction with fewer people in the village, and during the battle, he also deliberately avoided places with many people. Obviously, that person had some feelings for the village. Orochimaru continued to add, that person is very strong. Although it doesn't sound nice to say it, when that person fought against us, he never made a killing blow. It was more like giving guidance to the incompetent juniors. No matter what you say, I still don't believe that person is Jing. That's it. I still have a lot of things to do at the root, so I'll leave first. After that, Danzo got up and left directly. Danzo. Okay, let him go. Mito Katoyan originally wanted to persuade Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen directly stopped Mito Kadoyan. Hiruzen. It's okay, Danzo needs to calm down, let's continue the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table and said, now it is basically confirmed that the masked man named Fei is mirror, so what we have to do now is to figure out why they were resurrected, what their purpose was after resurrection, and why they came to Konoha to steal the seal book. Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke. Teacher, I have a guess. What guess? Perhaps, Senior Jing was reincarnated for the purpose of dirt. Reincarnation in the dirt. The one developed by Lord Second Hokage, a technique that can resurrect the dead. As the current Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi has naturally read the Book of Sealings, and he knows that there is such a forbidden technique in the Book of Sealings. Yes, I speculate that Senior Jing was resurrected by someone or some force after his death. However, the opponent's resurrection technique may have some flaws or limitations. Therefore, in order to perfect their technique, they wanted to steal the sealed book and study the reincarnation of the dirty earth on it to perfect their technique. At this time, Jiraiya raised his own question. But, judging from what happened just now, it doesn't seem like the resurrected Senior Jing has any flaws. No, maybe there is a flaw, but he just covered it up. Tsunade said thoughtfully. From the very beginning, he used the transformation technique to become Jiraiya. Even if his identity was exposed later, after the transformation was released, he also put on a mask for himself. If the other party put on the mask to conceal his identity, then it would be meaningless to continue wearing the mask at the moment when the old man exposed him. But he still continues to wear the mask, which means that the other party wears the mask not only to conceal his identity, but also to conceal his own flaws. After hearing what he felt, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Teacher, do you still remember when second-generation Sama told you that there was something unusual about the resurrected Izuna-senpai? When asked by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled it carefully. Yes, the teacher told me at the beginning that the resurrected Uchiha Izuna seems to have gained immortality, and even having his chest pierced has no effect. At this point, everyone understood that it was probably just as Orochimaru said, the method of resurrecting Uchiha Mirror and the others was flawed, so they put on masks, and the reason why Uchiha Mirror came to steal the sealed book was I hope to obtain the reincarnation of the dirty earth in the sealed book to perfect the technique of resurrection. Now that I think about it, it makes more and more sense. Orochimaru continued. Teacher, then, I'm afraid there is a person behind all this. He is resurrecting those powerful ninjas who have died, and he may have a secret that we don't know about. Well, it sounds like things are a bit serious. Originally I thought it was just an ordinary attack, but when the clues were connected together, it seemed that a bigger conspiracy was involved. It can only be said that the results of their reasoning are getting more and more outrageous. And just when everyone in Konoha was feeling troubled by this huge conspiracy, the real mastermind behind it had returned to the capital of the Land of Fire. Successfully wiped out all the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village who participated in this mission, leaving only Yelika and Urabi. Sir, how should we return to Union Village this time for business? After disposing of the body, Yelika asked. The two of them survived. Unless they defected to Union Village now and became traitorous ninjas from then on, they would eventually have to return to Union Village to hand in the mission, even if the mission failed. I have already thought of a way to do this. You can take these things and go back to deliver the work. Tetsuya took out a few scrolls and handed them to the two of them. Here are some ninjutsu from Konoha. When the time comes, tell me that you too stole it during the chaos. I think you should be able to get some credit. The two of them were extremely happy holding the scroll in their hands. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me in a hurry, I have a task to give you. My lord, please give me your instructions. Tetsuya hooked their shoulders on the left and right and said, as for me, I hope that you two will have a good time after returning to Union Village, strive to get to the top, and become my eyes and ears in Union Village. Do you understand? Whatever you need in Union Village, I will go through it all and provide you with some help. As long as you can climb higher and get better at it, the more help you can give me in the future. No problem, I promise to complete the task. Very good, I believe you. With that said, Tetsuya let go of the two of them and patted their shoulders. You two should go back to Cloud Hidden Village sometime. By the way, you can also learn the ninjutsu on the scroll if you are interested. Thank you, sir. After arranging the two of them, Tetsuya left their stronghold. On the outskirts of the capital of the country of fire, Chiba Manor, the morning sun was rising, and dew was still hanging on the branches and leaves of the flowers, plants, and trees in the manor, and the sound of throwing shurikens could already be heard in the open field. Nagato's 10 rings, Konan's 10 rings, and Yahiko's 10 rings. Aizuna walked past each wooden stake and checked whether the shuriken on the target hit the mark. The result is quite good and meets Aizuna's requirements. Very good, it seems that your practice during this period has not been in vain, and you have made great progress. Okay, I just said I was a genius. Yahiko put his hands on his hips and was very happy with his results. Oh, really? Such a talented kid, Yahiko. I have a mock test paper for 3 years of study and 5 years of business. Would you like to take a look? I heard this familiar voice full of bad taste coming from behind. Yahiko couldn't help but tremble all over, and a chill rose up from the back of his spine and went straight to the Tianling cap. Yellow, teacher. Tetsuya-sensei. Welcome back, teacher. The three of them looked back at the door of the manor. Jai narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. He walked slowly from outside the manor with his hands behind his back. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? The three of them lowered their heads in perfect agreement and did not answer the question. Obviously, they were very happy during the past few days when Tetsuya was away. After all, no child likes to be tortured by math problems. In this ninja world that advocates force, they all like to practice ninjutsu more than solving problems. Oh my, you really make people sad. Fortunately, I brought you delicious food. Since no one misses me, I will eat it myself. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out various snacks from behind. When the three little guys saw the food, their eyes lit up and they immediately gathered around. Of course I miss you, Teacher Tetsuya. We are thinking of you every day that you are gone. Teacher Tetsuya is the best. Haha, since you all miss me so much, I'll give you all the food. After taking the food, the three of them immediately took it apart and started dividing it. Just when the three of them were happiest. Eat, eat. After you finish eating, it's time for me to check your homework. You haven't missed any of your homework these days. Ah, that's it, it should be almost done. In Chiba Manor, Tetsuya sat in the room of the wooden house and finished writing 2 scrolls. These 2 scrolls are the multiple shadow clone techniques and the 8 gates armor technique that Tetsuya wrote down from the Book of Ceilings. Although it is said that these forbidden arts can be extracted from Erha, according to the character of Erha, I am afraid that I have to spend a lot of money to get them. After all, until now, I have only drawn one forbidden spell, and that is tandem paper bombs. Oh, it's such a pity that he was discovered before he even turned to the page about Flying Thunder God. As he spoke, Tetsuya put down his brush, picked up 2 scrolls, and checked them carefully to make sure there were no problems. What are you writing? Aizuna passed by the window and saw the scrolls and pens on Tetsuya's table. Hey, I went to Konoha yesterday and memorized 2 of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Do you want to take a look and study them together? Konoha's forbidden technique? Let me take a look. Hearing that Tetsuya had stolen the forbidden technique from Konoha, Aizuna was also curious and climbed over the window and entered the house. She picked up the scrolls of multiple shadow clone techniques and started studying them. Tisk, the art of multiple shadow clone? Who studied this art? Is it so evil? After a brief glance, Aizuna asked why this technique was so evil. If Aizuna hadn't been turning on the Sherry-non all the time, he would have doubted whether the Aizuna next to him was Tobirama in disguise. Why is this technique evil? Isn't it just a larger number of shadow clone? No, it's not that simple. Aizuna explained. Shadow clone is different from the ordinary clone technique. The clone created by the clone technique is just an illusion used to confuse the opponent, while the shadow clone technique can create a physical clone that inherits the power, memory, and thinking of the original body. The most critical point is, after these physical clones dissipate, the memories of their existence will be brought back to the mind of the caster. Under normal circumstances, a few shadow clone hands are fine, and well-trained ninjas are fine. The memories brought back by these clones can be analyzed and processed. However, this technique can create hundreds or thousands of shadow clone at one time. Not to mention the consumption of this ninjutsu. Do ordinary people have so much chakra? Just say that once the spell is lifted, how can ordinary people withstand the massive amount of memories that flood in? Unless they are some ninja families with special secret skills in this area, or they are the kind of idiots who are extremely nervous. As he said this, Aizuna glanced at Tetsuya next to him again. Of course, for a monster like you whose appearance has not changed at all for decades, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, you have lived long enough and have enough experience. Well, I just thought you were complimenting me. Who invented this evil ninjutsu? It is so evil, no wonder it is listed as a forbidden technique in the Book of Sealing. Oh, this was invented by your old acquaintance Senju Tobirama. Huh, Senju Tobirama is born evil. It wouldn't be surprising if it was him. After all, he can invent techniques like Flying Thunder God / that don't respect martial ethics. Obviously, Aizuna is still upset about Tobirama killing him with Flying Thunder God / With that said, Aizuna picked up the 8 Gates armor and started studying it. No, is this technique suicide? After watching 8 Gates Dungeon, Aizuna was filled with questions as to why the 2 techniques Tetsuya brought back were so evil. Multiple shadow clone is okay. If you have a special physique, it is not impossible to use it. But this 8 Gates Dungeon is completely rushing to commit suicide. Opening the 8 gates of the body can indeed improve combat effectiveness, but as the number of gates of opening increases, the damage to the body will also increase. Until the 8 gates are fully opened, the user's combat effectiveness will have a qualitative leap, but when this happens, when everything is over, the user will die. After all, the last gate of 8 gates is the gate of death. Don't worry about whether it's suicide or not, just tell me whether this technique is powerful or not. Aizuna looked at Tetsuya, and he remembered that although this technique was dangerous and had great side effects, it had no effect on Tetsuya at all. He is immortal and has powerful self-healing abilities. If it's you, this technique is really powerful. No, this technique is tailor-made for you. No wonder you brought this technique with you. Hey, it's okay. Is this also a jutsu developed by the naturally evil Senju Tobirama? This one doesn't seem to be it, but this one is. Jia took out another scroll from his sleeve. Aizuna unfolded it and saw a few big words written on the first line, Tandem Paper Bombs Technique. Tisk, as expected of the naturally evil Senju Tobirama, this jutsu doesn't even intend for the caster to survive. Hey, I plan to teach this technique to Konan. Are you crazy? Aizuna stared at Tetsuya with wide eyes. You want to kill my disciple? I will never allow it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Konan is also my disciple. Do you think I will return my disciple to him? What do you mean? What do I mean? Of course, it's to let Konan learn this powerful forbidden technique. You should have discovered Konan's talent, that special escape technique. Hearing this, Aizuna calmed down a little. You mean, paper escape? Yes, exploding talisman is also a kind of paper. I think there is not much difference between manipulating paper and manipulating exploding talisman. And then add the tandem paper bombs technique. Looking at Tetsuya's smirk, Aizuna's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. He has already thought about the future battle, when Konan rushed towards the enemy with a paper clone in one hand, and then launched the tandem paper bombs technique. The paper that made up the paper clone all turned into detonating tags, and then exploded under the effect of the technique. My goodness, in the future Konan will become an explosion maniac in the ninja civilization. Seeing Aizuna's trembling face, Tetsuya asked with a smile. How is it? Does this technique suit Konan very well? What about the other 2? The 3 of them are one. You can't just give a jutsu to Konan without giving one to Yahiko and Nagato. Tetsuya rubbed his chin and thought. My idea is to give the multiple shadow clone to Nagato. He is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and is born with a huge chakra. With the Rinnegan, he should have no problem using this technique. You know, Nagato in the original timeline was able to control Pain's 6 paths to fight at the same time, and should be able to withstand the large amount of memories brought about by the release of multiple shadow clones. As for Yahiko, well, speaking of Yahiko, Tetsuya looked at the scroll of 8 gates. Yahiko is the least talented of the 3, but he has the passion and drive that the other 2 don't have. This 8 gates escapement is indeed suitable for him, but the side effects of this thing, how about this? As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a kunao and cut off part of the scroll. The 8 gates dungeon recorded on the scroll is missing one, and the last gate of death is gone. I'll give him the first 7 gates first. These 7 gates should be enough. How about I give him the last gate when I find a way to solve the gate of death? As he spoke, he added. If it really doesn't work, if I try to revive him, I'll have to spend some money at most. For a moment, Aizuna didn't know what to say. After all, Tetsuya said it for this reason. Yes, but it's too early to hand over this level of secret skills to them now. Let's wait until they grow up. Well, you have a point. Nagato and the others are still too weak now. They have just started to practice ninjutsu, and things like forbidden techniques are still too far away for them. At the same time, in the country of Thunder, Union Village, Yalika and Urabi finally returned to their village. As soon as the 2 stepped into the gate of Cloud Hidden Village, other ninjas surrounded them. Yalika, Urabi, why are you 2 the only ones who came back? Where are the others? Where are the Uzumaki descendants? The mission failed, but we brought back other things. The mission failed? It doesn't matter, just come back. After all, this is Konoha. Let's go, I will take you to see Raikage. Good. Raikage building. The physically fit Raikage sat behind the desk, but there were no official documents on his desk. All the official documents were on a table next to him, and an assistant was processing the official documents. Lord Raikage. The door to Raikage's office opened, and the ninja led Yurubi and Yelika into the office. Yurubi and Yelika, who went to Konoha on a mission, are back, but only the two of them are back. Raikage-sama. *2. The two of them saluted Raikage. Although they were hanging out with Tetsuya, as people from the Kingdom of Thunder, they also respected Raikage from the bottom of their hearts. You are back. Thank you for your hard work. I'm extremely sorry, Raikage-sama, our mission failed. The Uzumaki descendant was successfully kidnapped, but was rescued by people from Konoha. But we took advantage of the civil unrest in Konoha to bring back other things. Those brothers died trying to protect us. The two of them exchanged words with each other, without giving Raikage a chance to ask questions, which directly set the tone of this incident. The mission failed, but they got back other things, and the other ninjas died trying to cover them. With that said, the two of them placed a scroll on the ground. Third Raikage took the scrolls and unfolded them one by one. One scroll contained Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and the other contained Earth-style Yamorinuma. How can I say these two ninjutsu? They are quite rare and very unique to Konoha. One is the ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and the other is the ninjutsu of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin of Konoha. There is no doubt that they must have stolen this from Konoha. But how can I put it? These two techniques are not suitable for the ninjas of their union village. Compared with this kind of ninjutsu, they prefer to go straight to it. But after all, it is an A-level ninjutsu. Even if it is placed in their hidden cloud village, it is still very precious. I understand. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Third Raikage AI put away the scroll. Although the mission to kidnap the Uzumaki descendants failed, I don't blame you. The mission itself has a high risk of failure. You are very lucky to be able to come back alive. Not only that, you also brought back Konoha's ninjutsu scroll, which can be considered a meritorious service. We in Union Village have always had clear distinctions between rewards and punishments. Those who deserve punishment will of course be rewarded if they have merit. Just consider that you have completed this mission. Remember to collect your reward when the time comes. The Earth platform on the side reminded. Master Raikage, the two of them have been exposed now. It may not be appropriate to continue the previous mission. Well, that's indeed the truth. Third Raikage AI nodded in agreement. You two have been lurking in the Fire Country for many years. Yes, Raikage-sama. I dare not say anything else. We both understand the situation in the country of fire fairly well. Okay, very good. Third Raikage grinned and slapped the table and decided. Starting from today, a special operations ninja team will be established to target the land of fire. This ninja team will be managed by the two of you. You decide how many people you want and where to recruit them. I just have one request. From now on, the tasks related to the Fire Country will be handed over to you. You two must handle it well for me. Do you understand? Understood. I will never let down Raikage-sama's expectations. *2. The two men's voices were firmer than ever before. Are you kidding? Raikage only asked them to manage a ninja team, but what Raikage said later is the key point. He decides how many people he wants and where to recruit them. As long as the task is completed, the rest does not matter. Even if you have never been in the workplace, just hearing these few words can probably tell how powerful these rights are. Very well, you go down first and remember to collect the mission reward. Understood, thank you Raikage. Then we too will retreat first. The two of them bowed respectfully to Raikage again before leaving. After the two left, Raikage looked at Today aside and said, Tutai, do you think there is something wrong with the two of them? Although the Raikage of all generations have been quite reckless, it does not mean that they have no brains. On the contrary, those who can become the shadow of a village are somewhat clever. Master Raikage, I think there should be no problem between the two of them. Today replied. I checked the records. Yelika and Yurubi have been lurking in the country of fire for many years. Over the years, they have been passing information back from the country of fire one after another, and the information is all true and effective. Before the Second Ninja War began, they also found merchants selling food and iron ore and provided us with war preparation materials. You know, at that time, Konoha itself lacked these war preparation materials. I think it is unlikely that Konoha deliberately released them in order to confuse us. Raikage nodded after listening to Todai's words. Then Totai continued. Not only that, Lord Raikage, other intelligence channels also sent back news that Konoha was attacked by a powerful enemy not long ago, and a battle broke out with Sannin inside the Konoha village. In the end, it was third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Take action to repel a powerful enemy. By the way, Dode told Raikage the information he originally planned to tell Raikage, which confirmed from the side that there was no problem with the identities of Yelika and Yurubi. Okay, since there is no problem, let's reuse them. After all, the war has just ended, and our Union village is also short of manpower. I understand, Raikage-sama. However, the two people who left Raikage's office returned to their homes, and immediately channeled the messenger of the Yellow Weasel clan, passing the information about Union Village to Tetsuya. Tetsuya stole the sealed book. After Konoha's battle with Sannin, the mysterious masked man Faye was recognized by Konoha's top management as the former second Hokage Tobirama's guard, which means that Faye was identified as Uchiha Kagami. In view of the complexity of the matter, Konoha decided to withdraw all ninjas in the Land of Rain and end the war completely. However, tragedy still happened. Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Dan, who had mastered the art of spiritual transformation, died on the battlefield in a miserable and horrifying manner. Tsunade suffered from hemophobia after witnessing Kato Dan's death. The Second Ninja War also came to an end here, but it ended in a hurry, which also laid the foundation for the Third Ninja War. Konoha, somewhere in the roots of a secret research institute. Orochimaru studied what he copied from the sealed book, and from time to time he stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips due to excessive excitement. Sparasi, this thing is really great. Is this the art of reincarnation from the dirty earth? It's a great art that can bring the dead back to life. In excitement, he put down the scroll he was copying, picked up another scroll and started writing over and over again while muttering doubtfully to himself. However, this technique still needs to be perfected. Master Second Hokage, with your wisdom, you should not leave an incomplete technique. Why haven't you perfected this technique? However, he could probably guess what was going on. Needless to say, it was the benevolent First Hokage who stopped the research of this technique. After all, this technique would not only disturb the dead, but also require sacrifice of the living. With that person's character, he would never allow such a technique to exist. But it doesn't matter. I will perfect this technique for you, Master Second Hokage. When the time comes, I will let you witness the technique I have perfected with your own eyes. Orochimaru felt extremely excited when he thought that he could use his perfected technique to resurrect the Second Hokage who invented this technique. While Orochimaru was constantly researching and improving the reincarnation of the earth, a root ninja knocked on the door and walked into the research institute. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo-sama invites you? I understand, tell him I'll be there right away. Orochimaru continued his research without looking back. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo-sama has invited you, please come over immediately. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'll get there. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo. Before the root ninja finished speaking, a big snake appeared behind him without knowing when, entangled it directly, and then swallowed it in one gulp. What a shame, these basic ninjas really don't know how to measure things. Orochimaru snorted, quickly completed the final calculation, summoned a small white snake and swallowed the scroll. The ninjas at the root only recognized Danzo, the leader of the root, but not anyone else. Such an organization is really a bunch of lunatics. After packing his things, Orochimaru left his research institute and went to find Danzo. In another underground research institute, Danzo was staring at a pile of green bottles and cans in front of him with his one eye. Elder Danzo, what do you want from me? Orochimaru's hoarse and cold voice sounded, and Danzo slowly turned around. Orochimaru, I have gathered the things you asked for before. When do you plan to start the Hashirama cell experiment? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru glanced past Danzo and looked at the containers behind him. There were babies soaked in the green containers. As expected of you, Elder Danzo, you actually did it. It's not easy to deal with so many babies. Orochimaru smiled evilly and licked his lips, looking at Danzo with some curiosity in his eyes. I am the root of Konoha, the darkness of the ninja world. Some sacrifices are necessary. Everything is for Konoha. Danzo spoke plausibly. Those Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha class, Uchiha. In short, those dead guys are resurrected one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot protect Konoha by himself. In the end, the one who protects Konoha has to look to me. I will definitely destroy those inherently evil Uchiha and protect Konoha from those guys. Haha, it's you as expected, Elder Danzo, you are so great. Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud Danzo's statement. Do a good job, Orochimaru. After Monkey steps down, the next generation of Hokage will be the next generation. With Monkey and I supporting you, I think you are worthy of taking a seat. When he heard this, a strange look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Years go by and time flies. In the land of Rain, Kakuzu once again found the external person in charge of Rain Shinobi Village. Under the influence of money's ability, the person introduced Kakuzu to Sancho Hanzo. In the office, wearing a gas mask, Kakuzu met Sancho Hanzo, who claimed to be the demigod of the ninja world. However, at this moment, Sancho Hanzo seemed to be much weaker than the high-spirited Hanzo before on the battlefield. His eyes seemed to lack a look and a spirit. Kakuzu was happy, he could see why. It was probably on the battlefield that after he defeated Sunin, he met Boss Izuna when he was most energetic. All his energy and spirit were chopped off by Boss Izuna's sword. It's you, Kakuzu, the rebellious ninja of Takinin village. Kakuzu did not change his appearance this time, because he knew that transformation techniques would have no effect in front of masters, and would only have the opposite effect, making others think you have ulterior motives. Haha, Leader Hanzo is joking, I am no longer a ninja, I am just a businessman. You, businessman? Hanzo cast a questioning look. Kakuzu nodded and smiled. Yes, I have done so much for Taki Ninja Village, but in the end I was abandoned by Taki Ninja Village. This made me want to understand one thing. I have been busy in this life, and all I want is a word of wealth. When ninja, don't put your head in the belt and do tasks just for money. I simply won't be a ninja. I will become a businessman and focus on making money. This Ninja World War, one had a great time cooperating with you Rain Shinobi Village, didn't one? You got much needed supplies and won the war, and I got the money. Then what's the purpose of your visit this time? Hey, don't say such unpleasant things, Leader Hanzo. What purpose can I have? I am not a ninja now, and I do not represent a certain force. I am here to discuss cooperation. Cooperate. Sancho Hanzo frowned. What do you want to collaborate on? I have a big plan to make a fortune here. As long as Rain Shinobi Village is willing to cooperate with us, we can make a lot of money together. At Chiba Manor, Tetsuya stood in front of Nagato and the other two and spoke solemnly. You have been studying with me for a long time, and you have a basic understanding of business. The three of them nodded. During this period of time, they had indeed gained a lot of different understandings of the way of doing business, and they also realized that there were many principles in it that they did not understand before. As for ninjutsu, your teacher Izuna will test you every once in a while, and I think it's time for me to test your learning as well. As he said this, he took out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and divided it into 3 parts. I have prepared a startup fund for you. I will give you 7 days. During these 7 days, you can use this money to do business in the capital. As long as you can earn it back after these 7 days, you will be qualified if you can earn a profit of 1/3 of the principal. Remember, profit means the income after deducting the principal. Do you understand? The 3 of them responded in unison. I understand, teacher. *3. They are still very confident about this. They think that they have been learning from Ja for so long, so it should not be difficult to make 1/3 of the profit, let alone several times the profit. Okay, the exam has already started. I hope you guys hurry up. He handed the principal to the 3 of them, touched their heads, and signaled that they could start. The 3 of them ran excitedly towards the outside of Chiba Manor, discussing what kind of business they should do to make money. Watching the 3 people leaving, Ja also picked up the teacup and took a sip with a smile. Laugh, laugh, it will be great if you can still laugh after you experience the cruelty of reality. You just let them go like that? Aren't you worried that they might run into some danger? Izuna looked at Ja and let the 3 people leave like that, and couldn't help but ask with some concern. What are you afraid of? This is the Fire Nation. They are going to the capital of the Fire Nation. What danger can there be? As he spoke, Jai put down his teacup and said again. Besides, there are merchants from our Chiba Chamber of Commerce in every street and alley of the Fire Country's capital. If anything happens to them, it will definitely not escape my eyes. What can I say? You are truly amazing. I'm afraid you have already tied all the merchants in the capital of the Fire Nation to your ship. He had some understanding of Tetsuya's Chiba Chamber of Commerce. When he first heard about it, he thought it was the same as the ninja village, except that the ninja village was made up of ninjas, while the Chamber of Commerce was made up of businessmen. However, after a closer look, he discovered that it was not that simple. This Chamber of Commerce was much more relaxed than the ninja village, but once mobilized, the human, material and financial resources mobilized were enormous. More importantly, the Chamber of Commerce has huge potential. No matter how you develop a ninja village, it is still just a village. At best, it is just a little bigger in scale, with more people and more ninjas. But once the Chamber of Commerce develops, it is possible to monopolize the economic development of a country. Alas, that's not right. Why did I tie those merchants to my ship? I was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see them go out early and come back late every day just to make ends meet, so I let them join my Chamber of Commerce. Go and see, those businessmen who joined the Chamber of Commerce and followed me, which one of them didn't make a lot of money? They are so happy that someone can help them make money. Come on, what are you planning? You can fool others, but you can fool me. Hey, how can this be called cheating? They actually got some benefits. As the two were chatting, a cloud of white smoke exploded and a weasel jumped out. Oh, 1 against 7, it's you. Is there any new news from Kakuzu? Udashi nodded and took out an envelope. Boss, this is a letter from the tentacle monster. Okay, you can go to the kitchen by yourself. The kitchen is full of things you like to eat. Jia took the envelope and told the dozen or 7 to go to the kitchen if they wanted to eat. 1 did not show politeness to Tetsuya and ran directly to the kitchen. He opened the envelope and took out the slightly damp letter paper. After reading the contents on the letter, Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Sanshou Hanzo has agreed. Izuna, our plan can begin. Oh, really? Hearing this, Izuna's eyes also flashed with light. The two of them have always been thinking about Rain Shinobi Village. For no other reason than for their good apprentice, Sanshou Hanzo is destined to be unable to escape from their hands. Yes, Sanshou Hanzo has agreed to do business with us, but this guy is also greedy enough. He actually wants to take the lion's share and take 70% of the profits. Moreover, we actually need to come up with the funds for the early construction, which is really stingy. Hehe. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but sneer. If you like to be greedy, let him be greedy. In the end, his money and everything will become Yahiko's political property. Tetsuya had a flash of inspiration. He thought of an interesting idea, and couldn't help but smirk. Hehehehe, you are right. I thought of a great idea. Seeing Tetsuya's evil smile, Izuna felt a little numb. What evil plan have you come up with again? Oh, how can you say that? A plan is a plan, there is nothing evil or not. Tetsuya shook his head and said. My idea is that we can use money and wealth to corrupt Sanshou Hanzo. Doesn't he want money? Let's give him a little more to arouse his greed and make him greedy. It's best he was allowed to embezzle the money originally used to develop Rain Shinobi Village. Let him indulge in a life of luxury, only knowing how to enjoy himself. Not only that, we also want to let the people of Rain Shinobi Village know that their leader only knows how to enjoy himself every day and does not care about the life and death of other people. When the time comes, when Yahiko and the others take up the banner of anti-corruption, many people will surely follow them. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna felt a chill go down her spine. You are so evil. You are so full of evil that you are almost as good as Senju Tobirama, who is inherently evil. Hehehe, I just thought you were complimenting me. What do you think of my idea? Izuna thought carefully. I think your idea is quite good. If you follow the original plan and use Sherinon to control Sanyo Hanzo to give way to Nagato and the others, it actually means that Sanyo Hanzo has the intention to abdicate and make way for others. At that time, he will still exist in Rain Shinobi Village, and his influence will still be there, and Yahiko and the others will not be able to use their talents and ideas. It would be better to let Sanshouyo be ruined and let Yahiko and the others become the heroes who save Rain Shinobi Village. In this way, whatever they want to do will be much easier. Yes, that's what I thought. Sending money to Sanshouyo Hanzo? Why? After receiving the news from Tetsuya, Kakuzu returned from Rain Shinobi Village after spending a few days. As soon as he sat down, he heard Tetsuya say that he wanted to give money to that guy Sanshouyo Hanzo, and he stood up anxiously. Why? Who the hell is Sancho Hanzo? He's a useless person who was cut down by boss Izuna, so why should you give him money? It's obviously a win-win cooperation, but that guy actually wants to take away 70% of the proceeds, and he's going to take away 70% of the things without doing anything. Then aren't we just kneeling down to beg for food? Seeing Kakuzu's excitement, Tetsuya said with a smile. Oh, you are really right. Rain Shinobi Village is someone else's territory. It is someone else who controls the country of Rain. When we go to do business on someone else's territory, we are just kneeling down to beg for food. Just like this, how many people want to kneel down but there is no way? No, boss, you were never like this before. Kakuzu couldn't understand it for a while. He seriously doubted whether the Chiba boss in front of him had been replaced by someone. You have to stand up. You and boss Izuna, 2 pairs of Sherinon, 2 Susanos, why should you kneel down to Sancho Hanzo with such a hard bone? As for that guy, let alone you two, as long as he doesn't summon the Sanshou fish, I have the possibility of killing him. Seeing Kakuzu's anxious look, Izuna couldn't help but shake her head. Okay, that's almost it. Is it fun to tease him like this? Ha ha ha, okay Kakuzu, I'm kidding you. Although I do want to give money to Hanzo the Sanshouyo, I have a purpose. Purpose. Hearing that Tetsuya said it was a joke, Kakuzu calmed down a lot. He sat down again, picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a sip of tea to calm down and asked, Boss, do you have any plans that you can finish all at once? Okay, here's how it goes. Tetsuya told Kakuzu his plan to use money to corrupt Sancho Hanzo. It was not just money corruption, but also many other tricks. Anyway, it was how the great citizens of the Land of Fire played. He just wanted to corrupt Sancho Hanzo like this. Hanzo? He didn't believe that this martial artist who had been knocked out of spirit by Izuna could withstand the tricks played by those nobles. Wait until Sancho Hanzo becomes corrupted, then let Yahiko and Nagato take over the banner of justice, step on Sancho Hanzo into the mud, and let them step on Sancho Hanzo's head to become the Land of Rain. The heroes take over the Rain Shinobi Village to take over the Land of Rain. When the time comes, Yahiko and Nagato will be in charge of Rain Shinobi Village and control the military force of Rain Country, and we will control the business of Rain Country and the financial resources of this country. At that time, the money and wealth we invested in this country will not return in the end. Is it in our hands? After listening to Tetsuya's explanation, Kakuzu trembled with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful, this plan is so wonderful. As expected of a boss, he can actually come up with such a plan to control the economy and then control the country. Sparasi? This is really great. Okay Kakuzu, wake up. We haven't even started the plan yet. Why are you feeling so sad? You can feel sad after the plan is successful. I will let you be the finance minister of the Land of Rain. Hearing the name of finance minister, Kakuzu stood up immediately. Boss, if you have any orders, just tell me. Kakuzu is willing to work for the boss to the death, no matter how hard he goes, no matter how hard it is. Can he not be excited? That is the finance minister of a country, in charge of a country's finances. Although the country of Rain is a small country, it is still more powerful than the Taki Ninja Village. And he believes that with the boss's strength, the country of Rain is just a starting point, and the future is limitless. Okay, let's get down to business first. You have already contacted Hanzo the Sancho fish. Next, you need to continue to contact him and give him money appropriately, and give more and more. You have to be careful about the money you give. You can't give it directly. You have to find an excuse to give it directly. Giving it directly will show that you have some agenda. You give slowly, find excuses to give money, find opportunities to give money to him that he won't resist or reject, and at the same time, slowly introduce me to him. Do you understand? Boss, do you want to see Sancho Hanzo? Tetsuya smiled and nodded. That's natural. After all, if I don't meet Sancho Hanzo in person, how can he, a martial artist from a remote country, know what true luxury is, what is real life and enjoyment? As he spoke, the smile on Tetsuya's face became brighter and brighter, but Izuna and Kakuzu felt an extremely dangerous chill in his slightly narrowed eyes. Kakuzu understands that his contact with Sancho Hanzo to give him money is just a foreshadowing. The moment Sancho Hanzo comes into contact with Chiba's boss, this is the beginning of his true journey into the abyss. By the way, take this seal scroll. Tetsuya took out a sealing scroll and gave it to Kakuzu. Here is the gift I prepared for him. If you find a suitable opportunity, give this to him before introducing me. What's in this scroll? Kakuzu was a little curious as to what gift Tetsuya would give to Hanzo the Sanshouyo. You can open it and take a look. With Tetsuya's permission, Kakuzu opened the seal scroll. There were only two things in the entire scroll. One is a solid gold statue, in the shape of Sancho Hanzo standing majestic and domineering on the back of his psychic beast Sancho. And the other one is a hat. This is. Kakuzu couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw these two things, especially the bamboo hat. There was nothing wrong with the solid gold statue. It was indeed worth some money, but it was nothing to Kakuzu, who was used to seeing money. What really surprised him was the bamboo hat. A diamond-shaped purple hat, with pure white curtains on both sides of the hat, and the front corner of the hat is also pure white, with the word rain written in the white corner. This is a rain shadow hat made in the same style as the 5 shadows of the 5 ninja villages. You must know that the hats of the 5 major ninja villages existed when the ninja village system first appeared, when the ninja god Senjo Hashirama held the 5-Kage conference for the first time to set the tone of the genin world. Even though several ninja villages, large and small, appeared later, most of these ninja villages did not have the title of Kage, let alone such a hat. There can be many ninja villages, but the 5 shadows are only the shadows of those 5 ninja villages. How about it? He should be satisfied with this surprise. Tetsuya smiled. Didn't he always want the small country to be respected by the big country, and hope that he can have the same status as the 5 shadows? I gave him a shadow hat. I specially found someone to customize this, and I also chose the Sanjiao fish that symbolizes him, the purple color of half-hidden poison. Kakuzu couldn't help but smacked his lips when he looked at the Yukage bamboo hat. As a member of the Taki ninja village of the Xiao ninja village, he knew very well what the leaders of the Xiao ninja village wanted most. It is nothing more than catching up in the footsteps of the predecessors and becoming an existence on an equal footing with the 5 shadows. What's more, during the Second Ninja War, Sancho Hanzo drove the forces of many ninja villages out of his territory, and also had a showdown with the strongest Konoha. Although from the overall situation, they, Rain Shinobi Village, lost, but he, Sancho Hanzo, defeated the 3 disciples of the Hokage by himself. If he hadn't been chopped down by Boss Izuna in the end, I'm afraid his tail would have been raised to the sky at this time. And what does Sancho Hanzo need most now? That is of course the approval of others. The boss sent him a Yukage hat at this time, which was equivalent to recognizing his Sancho Hanzo's performance in this war and thinking that he could compare with the 5 shadows. Such recognition is undoubtedly a ray of light for him in a life that has been shrouded in gloom. I know the boss. I will give this thing to Sancho Hanzo at the right time, and then introduce the boss to him. Thanks a lot. It should. Kakuzu left in a hurry, just as he came in a hurry. After all, he really hoped that he could become the Minister of Finance of the country of Rain as soon as possible. Watching Kakuzu leave, Tetsuya stretched himself. I don't know how my lovely disciples are doing in business. The capital of the Land of Fire, Chiba Hotel. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko sat together. How are your profits these days? Yahiko asked anxiously. There was no way. Je also said that the time limit on the 7th day was coming soon, but obviously he didn't make much money. Nagato spread his hands. I barely made my money back. I did some calculations before I came back. I made no profit or lost any money. If I could sell the goods I squeezed, I should be able to make a profit of 15%. 1.5%. You don't even have enough. I'm counting on you to support me. Yahiko had a sad face. How much did you make? Seeing Yahiko's crying expression, Nagato asked. Profit? I lost a lot of principal. Yahiko took out the money he had, only 80% of the principal was left, and he lost 20%. How much do you earn, Konan? The two looked at their last hope. I'm okay, I just completed the task assigned by the teacher. As he spoke, Konan took out 2 wads of banknotes, one containing the principal and the other containing the earned money. Yahiko suddenly saw hope. Konan, can you tell us how you did it? The teacher said that good businessmen need to learn to use limited costs to earn unlimited profits. I can't make enough profits, so I choose to reduce costs. As she spoke, Konan raised her hands, and a large number of paper cranes, paper butterflies, paper roses and other origami artworks flew out from her sleeves. There are various shapes, and the colorful ones are really beautiful. When I first came to the capital, I went to the bookstore and bought a bunch of the cheapest colored paper. The price was wholesale, so the cost was extremely low. I used ninjutsu to make these works, so the production efficiency is extremely high. In this way, I produced a batch of beautiful origami artworks at a very low price and with extremely high efficiency and sold them to those older sisters who like origami. Nagato and Yahiko's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Can it still be like this? Okay, that's awesome. I also want to learn paper escape. Konan, can you teach me? Konan shook his head. Learning paper escape is not that easy. Even if I teach you now, it's too late. What's more, there are only 2 days left in the time specified by the teacher. Yahiko lowered his head in frustration. Am I going to have to fail this assessment? Don't be sad, Yahiko, there is still time and we will find a solution. Yahiko, what are you selling, and you lost so much money? I sell flowers. On the way to the capital, I passed by the house of an old lady who grew flowers. The old lady had limited legs and feet, so she sold flowers on the way into the city. How much could I get? So I went to the old lady's house every day, buy the goods and bring them to the capital to sell them. Yahiko sighed as he spoke. But the loss of flowers on the road is really big, and I think it's not easy for grandma, so the purchase price is a bit. Before Yahiko finished speaking, Master Nagato and Konan had already understood what Yahiko meant. Nagato couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Yahiko, you are really not suitable to be a businessman. After hearing his friend's comments, Yahiko lowered his head and said nothing. But as of now, it's not completely impossible. Really? Nagato, what else can you do? Yahiko raised his head and looked at Nagato in surprise. Nagato nodded. Yes, but next we need to unite and cooperate, do you understand? Clear. No problem. Okay, then let's do this next. The three little heads got together and began to plot. Time flies, and soon the 7 days specified by Tetsuya are over. Tetsuya got up and returned to Chiba Hotel from Chiba Manor. In the tea room, Nagato and the other three stood there respectfully. Hey, you three seem to be in a good mood. It seems that you have all completed my test. Yahiko said excitedly. Yes, teacher, the three of us have fulfilled your request. This is our principal, and this is the profit we earned. As he spoke, Yahiko placed wads of bills on the coffee table. Looking at the money on the table, Gia looked at the three people again. Obviously all the money of the three of them is here, and turning it in together means that they finally completed the task together. Very good. You successfully completed the assessment I arranged. This is very good. Hearing Tetsuya say this, Yahiko's excitement was palpable, but then the conversation changed. However, as far as I know, in the last half of the time, Yahiko, your flower business seemed to be losing money, and there were some of you, Nagato, who just barely recovered their capital, and only Konan made a profit. So how did you complete the assessment on the last day? Should you explain it to me? Hearing this, the smile on Yahiko's face suddenly stiffened, and he turned to look at Nagato. Nagato took a step forward. Teacher, let me tell you this. The thing is like this. To put it simply, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko integrated their respective funds and resources. Nagato asked Yahiko and Konan to find someone to promote it, saying that sweets symbolize the sweet memories of the past, flowers symbolize the beautiful love of the present, and origami art symbolizes the infinite possibilities of the future. The propaganda also set off quite a wave of waves in the capital. Then Nagato integrated the small businesses of the three of them together, and packaged and sold Yahiko's flowers, his own sweets, and Konan's origami. This bundle of past, present, and future products was immediately received by young lovers in the capital. Sought after. Their goods are in short supply, and the benefits can be imagined. Okay, very good, you did a good job. Tetsuya was very satisfied with their performance this time. Especially you, Nagato, you did a great job and successfully applied what I taught you into practice. You must learn to seize the trend and trend. If there is no trend and trend, then advocate and create it yourself. You performed very well this time. You all performed very well. I declare that all three of you have passed the assessment. Yeah. *3 Tetsuya smiled as he looked at the excited three people. I tell you three, don't get too happy first. Hearing what Je said, the three of them immediately calmed down. Could there be any change in the matter? The three of them looked at Tetsuya nervously, only to see Tetsuya still smiling, and then listened to him. The real joy is yet to come. Since all three of you have passed the test, I decided to give you prizes to celebrate your passing. The three people who were originally extremely nervous were stunned for a moment, and then jumped up excitedly. Yeah, and there are rewards. Great, I thought it wouldn't pass because the three of us cooperated. How could it be? We are doing business. Only by working together can we make the business bigger and bigger. Tetsuya took out 3 scrolls from his sleeves. Okay, now it's reward time, come and collect your prizes. The three of them looked at the scroll in Tetsuya's hand excitedly, wondering what it was. These 3 scrolls record 3 very powerful forbidden arts. After you learn them, you cannot use them easily until necessary. Remember. *3. The 3 Nagatos took their respective scrolls and opened them excitedly to read. Teacher, why does my scroll seem to be missing a section? An anxious Yahiko unfolded the entire scroll, and found that his scroll was missing a section. Upon hearing this, both Nagato and Konan fully unfolded their respective scrolls. They found that their scroll was complete and not missing a part like Yahiko's scroll. This ninjutsu of yours is quite special. It is divided into several realms. The last step is too dangerous. You can't grasp it now, so I've laid it off. But don't worry, I'll wait for you to grow up in the future. Get up and I'll leave this last part to you. Tetsuya patted Yahiko on the shoulder and said sincerely. Moreover, even if the last part of your jutsu is missing, its power will not be affected at all. If you can learn all the above contents, the power will definitely not be inferior to Nagato and Konan's jutsu. Really? Yahiko's eyes shone. The incomplete jutsu was so powerful, what would it be like if it were a complete jutsu? Okay, put the scroll away, I will take you back to Kinyi Manor, and you can practice well. As he spoke, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Your Izuna-sensei has missed you very much during your absence these days. Seeing Tetsuya's evil smile, the three of them suddenly felt chills running down their spines. In order to complete Jai's assessment, they had been busy in the capital for 7 days, and during these 7 days, they had missed many practice tasks. If we return to Chiba Manor, we will have to make up for it twice as much. Why are you scared? Seeing the timidity in the eyes of the 3 of them, Jia comforted them. Actually, you don't need to go back. I'll just go back and tell you, Mr. Izuna, that you 3 have experienced the joy of doing business and don't plan to become ninjas. Rather than being a ninja, you want to follow me and concentrate on doing something businessman. I believe that you, Izuna-sensei, should be able to understand you. How could it be? Yahiko stood up and shouted excitedly. I want to become the strongest ninja, the man who surpasses Mr. Izuna. I will never be afraid. I just need to double my training. Even if Mr. Izuna doesn't ask me, I will do it. Because this is my ninja way. Burn my youth. This. Yahiko's voice made Tetsuya confused. What's going on? Isn't the youth virus spread by contact? It's spread by ninjutsu? Why is it that Yahiko, who just got the 8 Gates dungeon, started shouting about youth? Tetsuya-sensei, let's go back. I will let Izuna-sensei see my passion. Looking at the excited Yahiko, Tetsuya felt a little headache. Yahiko was afraid that he was going to become another youthful brother. However, Nagato and Konan were infected by Yahiko's hot blood and became excited. Okay, then let's go back and give your Izuna-sensei a headache. As time passed, order was restored to the ninja world, and the wounds caused by the war in the ninja world were gradually repaired. Under Tetsuya's management, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce gradually spread from the capital of the Fire Nation to the entire Fire Nation. At the same time, under the operation of Kakuzu, Sanshao Hanzo opened up his business. Merchants from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce began to sell products from the country of fire to different countries via the country of rain. At first, big countries like the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth thought there would be any problems here, but they soon discovered that these businessmen from the Kingdom of Fire had nothing to do with Konoha, but came from a country called Chien, organization of the Ye Chamber of Commerce. After investigation, it was found that this organization was composed entirely of businessmen. The Ninja World War consumed a lot of manpower and material resources, and the materials brought by these merchants could help them recover quickly, so various countries also opened up trade channels. Not only that, the arrival of these businessmen also brought jobs to the ninjas in the ninja village. Running business in the ninja world is a very dangerous thing, but this is a good thing for the ninjas, because escorting the caravan in and out is a very cost-effective task. The appearance of these merchants brought not only houses but also tasks, and the village was restored and developed. The major ninja villages were naturally very friendly to these merchants. Some traveling businessmen have also discovered this and want to follow the Chiba Chamber of Commerce's business route to get a share of the pie. But after they actually did this, they discovered that things were not that simple. If they wanted to cross the land of rain, they had to pay tolls and tariffs, and the income gained by idle traveling merchants from a single crossing had shrunk greatly after deducting tolls and tariffs. And it's not that safe along the way. You need to spend money to hire bodyguards. If you hire a ninja, you need to spend more money. This is simply not something that idle traveling merchants can afford. But the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is different. As long as you pay the entrance fee, become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and abide by the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, then the Chamber of Commerce that hires ninja escorts can reimburse you a large part, but the merchants of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce only need to pay a very small part of the tolls in the Land of Rain, because the business roads in the Land of Rain are the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and Rain Shinobi Village for cooperative repairs. The Chiba Chamber of Commerce is still the leader. The merchants of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce made huge profits on this business road with very little effort, which made many people jealous, and finally chose to join the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. As the Chamber of Commerce grew, the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce no longer it was just limited to a certain country, but began to develop towards the entire ninja world. At Chiba Manor, Tetsuya smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the news brought back by the Yellow Weasel clan correspondents from all over the ninja world. It's wonderful. My business empire plan has finally taken shape, but this is just the beginning and the foundation. Izuna also took a look at the information and then asked, Tetsuya, the more you do, the bigger you get. Are you not afraid that if you keep doing this, the people in the ninja village will be jealous and eventually take away everything you have done? Ha ha ha, you don't understand here, Izuna. Tetsuya showed a proud smile. I just want to make it bigger and bigger. The stronger the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, the less those ninja villages dare to touch me. After all, everyone is smart. Smart people know the importance of the Chamber of Commerce. Some people want to control me. Chamber of Commerce, then naturally some people do not want their opponents to control it. If any of them dare to take something by force, wouldn't they be forcing us into the arms of others? Izuna nodded, thinking this was the truth. Originally, it was good for everyone to live in peace and harmony and make money. If this drives the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to the opponent's side and stops doing business with you, it won't be fun. Besides, I really hope someone can reveal his ambition and take action against my Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, Tetsuya rubbed his hands and showed a wicked smile. In this case, I had to go and talk to their leader in person all night long. I believe that as long as we have a cordial, friendly, and in-depth conversation with the other party will definitely understand the meaning of the saying harmony brings wealth. Friendly and in-depth conversation. Even Izuna couldn't control her expression. What you call in-depth communication is probably the kind where your Susanoo sword goes deep into his body and penetrates him directly. Oh, don't worry about the details, just say it's time for in-depth communication. Aizuna didn't want to talk. He felt that sometimes he really couldn't communicate with Tetsuya. But Tetsuya obviously didn't intend to end the chat here. How is Nagato's training going? If we were talking about those 3 outstanding disciples, Aizuna felt that we could continue to communicate with Tetsuya. They are all very good, and their qualifications are quite good. Nagato has mastered multiple shadow clone techniques, as well as the compound ninjutsu you taught him. Konan's paper release has been developed very well, and he can now do many things. And the art of tandem paper bombs is almost mastered. As for Yahiko, speaking of Yahiko, Aizuna paused. What's wrong with Yahiko? Yahiko is very good. 8 Gates Dunjia has been able to open the 5th gate. As he said this, he looked at Tetsuya with some displeasure. That's why you taught Yahiko so many water-style ninjutsu, such as hard vortex water blade, water shockwave, water barrier, water bomb. If it weren't for his particularly conspicuous orange hair, I would have doubted whether the person standing in front of me was the inherently evil Senju Tobirama. Except for the insidious and evil flying thunder god Slash, he has learned almost all the techniques commonly used by Senju Tobirama. Don't you think it's funny? Tetsuya smiled. When the day comes when Senju Tobirama is resurrected and sees that your disciples are all using his techniques, what will his expression be like then? After hearing this, Aizuna thought about it carefully, and her originally bad mood suddenly became beautiful. Then he turned and walked towards the door. What are you going to do? Some parts of Yahiko's water style are not quite up to standard. I'm going to give him some pointers and try to make him surpass that inherently evil guy in Senju Tobirama. Je was speechless for a moment. Time flies by like a flash, and a few more weeks pass by in the blink of an eye. In the Chiba manor, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko stood side by side, and opposite the 3 of them stood Tetsuya and Aizuna. Tetsuya looked at the 3 of them and said, "The 3 of you have been studying with us for a long time. Whether it is business or ninja, you have learned some real skills from us. As the saying goes, the master leads you in, and cultivation depends on the individual. Learning from us is stable, but the effect is limited. It's time to let you go out and have a try. Haven't you always wanted to return to the Kingdom of Rain? Now the war has subsided and you have learned something. Go back, go to your hometown. Teacher. *3. The 3 of them looked at Tetsuya and Aizuna, feeling extremely excited, with tears in Shinin's eyes. Aizuna spoke. The strength of the 3 of you is not to mention how top-notch you are. You should have no problem in protecting yourself. However, in the ninja world, you still have to be careful. Tetsuya continued to add. There's one more thing you should keep in mind. Don't use the forbidden techniques I give you unless you have to. Of course, it's best to run away if you can't beat them. You are still young and there is still room for growth. In the future, you at the peak, he is aging and outputting directly from his face. *3. As soon as these words came out, the somewhat sad parting atmosphere was instantly swept away. Haha, I just said it casually to liven up the atmosphere, but the meaning behind what I said is quite important. Just understand it. Gia laughed, and then said seriously, okay, you can leave. From the moment you step out of the gate of Chiba Manor, no matter what kind of trouble you cause, don't mention our 2 names, understand? After all, our 2 names are in your heart. The world is somewhat special, but Chiba Manor will always be your home, and you can come back anytime you want. Also, if you need any help, you can go to the Chiba Chamber of Commerce for help. Okay, that's all I've said, let's go. Aizuna also nodded and said no more. The 3 people who had grown up a lot looked at the 2 teachers in front of them who had not changed at all, and solemnly performed a master-disciple ceremony. Thank you very much for your teachings. My disciples will always remember the teacher's kindness. Okay, everyone, get up. After lifting the 3 people up and saying their final goodbyes, the 3 people left Kinyi Manor with all their skills and headed straight for the Land of Rain. Watching the 3 people leaving, Jai said with emotion, the manor will become much deserted from now on. As he spoke, he laughed again. But I'm afraid the ninja world will become lively in the future. Today's Nagato and the 3 are not as naive as they were brought out by Jiraiya. From here, they learned not only simple business methods and ninjutsu, but also learned Tetsuya's shrewdness and Aizuna's strength. In this way, even if they are separated from Tetsuya and Aizuna, it will be enough for them to gain a foothold in the ninja world. The activity of teaching disciples is over, so what are your plans next? Aizuna looked at Tetsuya and asked. He knew that Tetsuya was not a person who could live idle, and he would definitely look for opportunities to cause trouble again. I plan to go to Rain Shinobi Village. Tetsuya showed that familiar evil smile. It's time for that Sanshouyo Hanzo guy to experience what is called paradise on earth and what is called the ultimate enjoyment. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. In a building, Sanshouyo Hanzo looked at the village outside the window. Since they cooperated with the Chamber of Commerce represented by Kakuzu, the Rain Shinobi Village has also developed. The originally dilapidated village has also been renovated with high-rise buildings and new houses, and there are more people on the streets. The faces of the people in the village, whether they are ninjas or civilians, are full of hope. This is what he hopes to see most, and it is his honor as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village to be able to witness all this. But he still felt like something was missing. Thinking about it, Sanshao Hanzo left the bed and returned to his office. He sat on a luxurious leather chair and was covered with a complete tiger skin blanket. The table was made of precious sandalwood. The table above his head was a crystal chandelier, and on the display cabinet behind it are various rare ornaments. Rain Shinobi Village has been raining all year round, and the outside looks extremely humid, but the office is indeed very dry. Several dehumidification machines are operating to keep the expensive items in the office dry. It doesn't mean anything, just money. The money they earned in just 1 year was more than all the money they had accumulated since the establishment of Rain Shinobi Village. What am I missing? Sanshao Hanzo picked up the glass carved from crystal and poured himself a glass of red wine. He took off his gas mask and took a sip when no one was around. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door of the office. Sanshao Hanzo put down the crystal cup and put on his mask. Enter. A ninja from Rain Shinobi Village walked in. Lord Hanzo, Kakuzu would like to see you. Kakuzu? Oh, count the time, it's time to pay dividends again. Hanzo probably guessed what Kakuzu was going to do and nodded. Let him come. Clear. Soon Kakuzu was brought into Sanshao Hanzo's office. Oh my, Leader Hanzo, I miss you so much after not seeing you for a few days. I see that your complexion is getting better and better. Seeing Kakuzu, Hanzo also rarely smiled. Haha, this is all thanks to Mr. Kakuzu. You and the businessman behind you have brought huge benefits to our Rain Shinobi Village and allowed our Rain Shinobi Village to develop. As the saying goes, it is easier to do things if you have money. After having enough funds, it is easier for me, the leader, to do a lot, and my complexion naturally improves. As he spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. Come and sit down, Mr. Kakuzu, you just want to have a drink with me. Most people are not qualified to drink with Sanshao Hanzo. After all, Sanshao Hanzo has a poison sac transplanted into his body, which makes him highly toxic every time he breathes in. He has to wear a special gas mask to be able to interact normally with other people. Communicate. But Kakuzu was fine. Kakuzu, who had transformed his body with the secret technique of earthly resentment was not so afraid of poisons. Ordinary poisons had no effect on him. Even if it was a specially made poison, the worst he could do would be to change his heart. This advantage also makes Kakuzu one of the few people who can drink and communicate with Sanshao Hanzo. Okay, it just so happens that I'm also a little greedy for wine. Kakuzu was not polite to Sanshao Hanzo, so he sat down and took the wine glass handed to him by Sanshao Hanzo. The two of them didn't talk about money. After all, they had worked together for such a long time, so they still had the tacit understanding they should have. The two chatted over the fine wine. Kakuzu told about what he had seen when he was running business, and Hanzo talked about the things he encountered when he was the leader. The two of them had a pretty good time chatting. Seeing that the time was almost up, Kakuzu took out a sealing scroll. Leader Hanzo, I am here to give you this month's dividend. The dividend money is all in this scroll. You can pass it over and count the amount. No need, we have been cooperating for such a long time, and I have watched the changes you have brought to Rain Shinobi Village. I don't need points or anything like that. I believe in you. Okay, then thanks to the trust of Leader Hanzo, I'll toast you. As he spoke, Kakuzu picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Okay, come on, I'll fill it up for Mr. Kakuzu. Sanshao Hanzo also filled a cup of Kakuzu with his own hands. Kakuzu continued. Leader Hanzo, actually, there is a wealthy businessman in our Chamber of Commerce who admires you very much. He thinks you are a rare hero in the ninja world. With the power of one village, you can fight against several major ninja villages. This kind of courage has never been seen before. He asked I brought you some gifts, I hope you will accept them. Oh, someone in your Chamber of Commerce will appreciate me. Sancho Fish Hanzo was also a little surprised. He also asked you to bring me a gift. That's right, Leader Hanzo, please take a look. Kakuzu took out the seal scroll and opened it in front of Sanshao Hanzo. There are two more things on the table. One is a solid gold statue of Sanshao, and the other is the rain shadow hat that has been prepared long ago. When he saw the rain shadow hat, Sanshao Hanzo could no longer take his eyes away. This is the Yueying bamboo hat. That's right, that wealthy businessman thought that Leader Hanzo, you have fought on several major ninja villages and you have the qualifications to be on equal footing with their so-called 5 shadows, so he specially asked someone to customize such a hat. I hope you will like it. I like it. Of course I like it. I like it so much. This wealthy businessman from your Chamber of Commerce really understands me. He is really a confidant I have never met. Sanshao Hanzo stretched out his hands and picked up the rain shadow hat with some excitement. Kakuzu said with a smile. Then please ask Yueying to wear a hat and see if it fits. Hearing Kakuzu call himself Rain Shadow, Sanshao Hanzo felt particularly comfortable. He raised the rain shadow hat and put it on his head. It's suitable, it's really suitable, but there's still something missing. Is there anything left? Kakuzu was also stunned for a moment. No way, what else does this guy want? Is he so greedy? Yes, there is still a little something missing, but I have prepared it before. Sanshao Hanzo stood up and walked to a mahogany carved cabinet. He opened the cabinet door. There was only one piece of clothing hanging in this huge cabinet. Kakuzu could tell what kind of clothes it was. It was a rain shadow robe that matched the rain shadow hat. The white robe has purple raindrop patterns on the lower part and edges, and there are several large characters written on the back. First generation eyes rain shadow. Good guy, it turns out that this old boy has prepared this for himself a long time ago. Seeing this rain shadow robe, Kakuzu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was exactly what the Chiba boss guessed. Sanshou Hanzo put on the rain shadow robe, straightened the rain shadow hat, turned around and asked, "How about it, Mr. Kakuzu, does this fit me well?" Kakuzu clapped his hands and applauded. "It's so appropriate. As expected of Master Raincage, you should wear this outfit and become the Raincage of Rain Shinobi Village and the 6th cage in the ninja world." Ha ha ha, Mr. Kakuzu said it well. Later, thank the wealthy businessman for me for giving him the opportunity to visit our Rain Shinobi Village. I will entertain him well. After getting the Amekage hat, the Sanshou team, who had been cut down by Izuna, regained their confidence. He planned to find a time to officially announce himself as the first generation Mekage. As soon as this decision came out, the entire Yuyin village was in a state of excitement. Without him, during the Second Ninja War, Sanshou Hanzo's prestige in the Rain Hidden Village has reached its peak. At this time, he announced that he would become the Rain Shadow, and naturally the whole village supported him. As for the attitude of those big villages, who cares? In the eyes of the people, their Hanzo-sama is invincible. Of course, there are blind and fanatical people in a village, and there are also sober people. They knew that if the leader did this, he would be targeted by the 5 great ninja villages, and then their Yuyin village would be in trouble. But this small number of sober people seem a bit insignificant in the face of fanatical public opinion. A small number of people, without enough strength, are simply unable to fight against the general trend. Chiba Manor, by the small river, Tetsuya and Izuna are fishing. 107 brought a piece of information as usual, but in addition to this information, there was also a beautifully framed invitation. Oh, there is something new this time. Jai looked at the invitation in the hands of the 107 with some surprise. Yes, boss, this is a letter from the tentacle monster, and this is an invitation from Hanzo the Sanshou. An invitation from Sanshou Hanzo? Interesting, is this an invitation for me? Tetsuya took Kakuzu's letter and Hanzo's invitation. While Tetsuya was studying the envelope and invitation, Izuna handed his fish basket to a 107. A 107 people's eyes widened when they saw a basket full of fish. After opening the envelope, Tetsuya began to read. In the letter, Kakuzu briefly explained what happened in the Land of Rain. The key point is that under Kakuzu's operation, the management of Yuyin village has begun to become extravagant. At the same time, he gave the thing given by Tetsuya to Sanshou Hanzo, and this hat also became the key point that detonated Sanshou Hanzo's ambition, and Sanshou Hanzo planned to take up the position of Rain Shadow. Interesting, Yakage Sanshou Fish Hanzo. He handed the letter to the interested Izuna, and Tetsuya opened the invitation. Mr. Chiba sees words as if he had met each other. Although I have never met Mr. Chiba, we have known each other for a long time, and he should be my confidant. There are very few people in the ninja world who know what I want and hope for, and I should be one of them, sir. Although a certain person is not talented, he still has great ambitions, works hard to govern, and cultivates troops in the fields. During the war, he strengthens his troops and horses, drives away foreign troubles, stabilizes the country, and maintains peace in one place. Now that the country is stable and the people are prosperous, a certain person has ascended to the position of Yuing to intimidate Xiao Xiao from all directions. I sincerely invite Mr. Chiba to come and watch the ceremony and witness this glorious moment in my life. After reading the content on the invitation, Jia couldn't help but be speechless. Why does Sanshou Hanzo speak so elegantly? He doesn't look like a martial artist at all. It seems like someone else must have written it for him. Izuna glanced at the content on the invitation. Normally, he is also the leader of a ninja village, and he must have several educated staff around him. However, based on the level of this invitation, I guess the staff of the Sanshou fish are only half-assed. Ha ha ha, so Izuna, you are quite knowledgeable in this area. It's okay. During the Warring States period, when the ninja clan officially fought against each other, there was a stage of issuing a gauntlet. I usually write the gauntlet for our Uchiha clan. As for my brother, he only needs to go all out. Just fight. Well, that's awesome. It's indeed Uchiha Madara's external brain. Izuna did not take Tetsuya's words, but put away the fishing rod and said, "Then it's time to leave for the country of rain." "That's right, how about we go together?" "I'm not interested." Izuna shook her head. "If I really go to the country of rain, I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself and stab that guy again." "Okay, so what are you going to do? Stay here alone?" "Well, it's good to be alone. I can study those 3 volumes of forbidden arts." Ever since Izuna knew that Tetsuya would die and he would not die, he also became interested in the 3 volumes of forbidden techniques that could kill people. Tetsuya thought about it carefully, and suddenly he imagined Izuna driving 8 gates and using multiple shadow clone to summon the Susan army and rush forward to blow up others with the tandem paper bombs technique. Suddenly my whole body trembled and I shivered. My dear, it was too violent and the picture was so beautiful that I couldn't see it. Yes, as long as you are happy. In the land of rain, Nagato and the 3 returned to this once poor and impoverished country for some time. However, since the Chiba Chamber of Commerce reached a cooperation with the Hidden Rain Village, the changes in the country of rain have been a bit big, and it took them some time to adapt to and understand the current country of rain. The 3 of them bought a house as their residence with the startup capital given by Tetsuya. Standing upstairs, the 3 of them overlooked the current Yuyin village. Although it was still wet everywhere, it was much more lively than the Yuyin village they had seen before. As expected of the teacher, the arrival of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has brought huge changes to this village and this country. Konan couldn't help but sigh, and Nagato nodded. Yes, and what Mr. Kakuzu said was right at the beginning. All the problems of the rain country in the past were ultimately too poor. Now that we have money, everyone in the rain country is slowly getting better. Yahiko seemed a little excited. Doesn't this further prove that what Mr. Tetsuya taught us are all useful and real things? As long as we use all the skills that Mr. Tetsuya taught us, we will be able to develop the Kingdom of Rain better and let everyone live a good life. Moreover, the Kingdom of Rain is just a starting point. As long as the Kingdom of Rain is completed, we will be able to slowly influence the entire ninja world. By then, the era of peace in the ninja world will come with our own hands. Nagato, Konan, isn't this what we have always wanted? Now, the road to the ideal era has appeared in front of us. Yes, that's right, the road to the ideal era has already appeared in front of us. Influenced by Yahiko, Nagato also became excited. Looking at the excited two, Konan smiled. Yahiko extended his right hand and shouted, "Come on, let's work hard together." The three hands were stacked on top of each other. Come on, come on, come on. Asterisk 3. The three of them made up their minds to use the skills they learned to change the ninja world. The movements of the three people were noticed by a white creature. Oh my, the person Heiju is looking for has finally appeared. I have to bring this news back quickly. With the news about these three people, that guy Heiju should not be so irritable anymore. Baiju slowly blended into the underground and left Yuyin village. The news that Sancho Hanzo was going to become a rain shadow on his own and that he planned to stand side by side with the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages soon spread throughout the entire ninja world. All the major ninja villages have received the news, and even the smaller ninja villages that are not very powerful also know about this. In this regard, the Xionin villagers were envious, jealous, and ridiculed. They felt that a Megakure village was just a few battles in the Second Ninja World War. What qualifications did it have to keep pace with the 5 major ninja villages? Of course, the attitude of the small ninja village is not important. What really matters is the 5 major ninja villages. Konoha held a high-level meeting for this purpose. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat. Next to him were the elders, and then the leaders of the major ninja clans. Everyone, I believe you have also received the news that Hanzo the Sanshouyo of a Megakure village is going to establish his own Omekage and plans to become the 6th largest ninja village. What do you think of this matter? Before anyone could say anything, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What else do you think? A little rain shinobi actually dares to claim to be the 6th greatest ninja village. How dare he be on par with us in Konoha? It seems that the lesson he gave them before was not severe enough. Hiruzen has to deal with such a complacent person. Guy, we should teach him a profound lesson and gather people. Isn't he going to hold an inauguration ceremony? Let's go and cheer him up. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, he just glanced at Mito Minoyan beside him. Mito Minion immediately understood and said, Duenzo, please don't be so murderous. There is no need to fight and kill at every turn. Besides, our village is still in the recuperation stage and is not suitable for another war. Moreover, we in Konoha have always been harmonious and friendly, and taking the initiative to provoke a war will damage our image of Konoha. Go to bed. Koharu agreed. Yes, we are still recuperating now, and the finances are still relatively tight. If there is another war, it will be even more tense. Without enough funds, we cannot prepare enough war preparation materials. Everyone also started discussing the issue of whether to start a war. There are those who advocate war and those who advocate peace within Konoha, but in the end, the majority are those who advocate peace. After all, the war has just ended, and many major ninja clans have sacrificed their lives. Not many people are willing to start another war. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table. Everyone suddenly became quiet. They knew that Master Third Hokage must have made a decision in his mind. Okay, I understand your thoughts. Generally speaking, we need to counterattack the arrogance of Yuyin village, but it is not feasible to start a war again. If you don't want to fight, you can't fight. Everyone nodded, feeling that Sarutobi Hiruzen was right, and this was what they thought. They have to come up with a way to express their attitude without starting a war and causing sacrifices. Let's see, I believe that the actions of the Rain Country will not only displease us Konoha, but also other ninja villages, especially Tsunagakure village and Tsuchigakure village. We sent letters to them, and everyone united to boycott Yuyin village. So that Sanshouyo Hanzo knows that even if he calls himself a Kage and claims to be the 6th greatest ninja village, it is nothing but bullshit in our eyes. Everyone felt very satisfied, but Danzo snorted coldly. I couldn't help but secretly say in my heart, Hiruzen, you are too weak. But on this occasion, he still didn't speak. There were quite a few people present now, including the heads of the ninja clan. They had to save some face for Hiruzen, the Hokage. If only these old guys were present, he would definitely slam the table and shout, Hiruzen, you are too weak and you will regret it later. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, enough is enough, I am the Hokage, and turned around to leave, slamming the door of the conference room when he left. Only in this way can he bring out the incompetence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his determination for the village. Similar meetings were held in the 5 major ninja villages at the same time, but the most important thing was the ninja village of the 3 major countries of fire, earth, and wind, which was adjacent to the land of rain. After all, they bordered the country of rain. As for Cloud Hidden Village and Kirigakur Village, one was separated from Rain Hidden Village by several countries, and the other was isolated overseas. They didn't have much reaction to the actions of the country of rain. After all, there was no direct conflict of interest. As for reputation, this kind of thing is not useful if you call yourself the 6th greatest ninja village. Their names as the 5 great ninja villages were earned through the ups and downs of the ninja world for so many years. Okay, now let's discuss another issue. Sarutobi Hiruzen also set a tone for Rain Shinobi Village to call itself the 6th largest ninja village. He began to prepare to discuss other issues. After all, so many ninja clan leaders were summoned here for a meeting this time. We will only discuss a small Yuyin village. As for the development of the village, I would like to discuss it with the clan leaders. Although we won the war, we also paid a heavy price in terms of war losses, replenishment of war preparation materials, and the sacrifice of ninja families. The pension requires a lot of funds, and the village is indeed financially tight recently, so I hope to discuss it with the family patriarchs. His words were quite euphemistic, but his meaning was quite straightforward, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that these families could contribute some funds to the village. However, after this meeting, everyone did not have a very pleasant chat. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that since your major families enjoy the protection of the village and enjoy various welfare benefits from the village, you should contribute money to help now that the village is in trouble. After all, over the years, these major ninja clans have been doing various businesses, relying on the reputation of Konoha, and how much money they have made. It is nothing for each family to contribute a little money. At least they can help the village get through this crisis first. But the views of the major families are different. They feel that during the war, the members of their major families are at the forefront and are the absolute main force in the war, and they also sacrifice the most people. They have sacrificed so many clansmen for the village, why are they still asking for money from them now? What the hell is this? Why are they still eating and taking it? In the end, under the hard persuasion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the major families gave some symbolic money. After the clan heads of each family left, only Konoha F4 was left in the conference room. These hateful guys are clearly enjoying the benefits of the village, but they are unwilling to share the worries of the village. It's really hateful. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Especially the inherently evil Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan, who claim to be the largest ninja clan in Konoha, actually only contributed so little money in the end. It's really disgusting. Okay Danzo, it's useless to say anything anymore. The top priority now is how to make up for the shortfall. Although Mido Minion is also very dissatisfied with the attitude of these great ninjas, the top priority is how to get enough money to solve the village's urgent needs. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, lit it, and took a long puff before speaking. How about we give some more? Go to bed. Koharu shook his head. No, this amount is too big. Even our families can't afford so much money. Oh, I thought of someone. Suddenly Mito Kadoyan seemed to think of something. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, which has become famous in the ninja world recently, was probably founded by the Chiba boy who left the village. When the Chiba Chamber of Commerce was mentioned, a strange light flashed in the eyes of several people. After all, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce can be said to have become famous in the ninja world recently. After all, their business scope is quite wide and they make a lot of money. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the young man who opened a noodle shop in Konoha. His ramen skills were indeed good, and he was highly praised by his teacher. I had talked with Tetsuya back then. At that time, he also told me that he would use his own method to make Chiba's name famous in the ninja world. Now it seems that he has really done it. With the expansion of the influence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, the name of Chiba has really spread to all parts of the ninja world. Mido Minion suggested. The voice of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has spread throughout the ninja world. I think that Chiba family must be very rich. After all, he is Hiruzen who left the village. Maybe you can go and ask for some money from him, as his return to the village. Hearing Mito Kabuto's suggestion, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Since that Chiba was a member of the village before, then he will always be a part of the village. In my opinion, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce should be owned by the village, and let him, a commoner, control such a huge Chamber of Commerce organization. This is a threat. Hiruzen, let me go and have a good chat with the Chiba family member. I believe that under my guidance, he will obediently hand over the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to Konoha. As for the existence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, Shimura Danzo, who is the dark of the ninja world, naturally knows about it. He even has a rough idea of how much the Chiba Chamber of Commerce earns every day. To be honest, he is also very covetous of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. If he hadn't had the chance, he would have wanted to secretly control the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. As long as you control the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and have a lot of financial support, Orochimaru's experiment can proceed smoothly. By then, won't the position of Hokage be yours? You've crossed a line, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold shout brought Danzo back to reality from his fantasy. Stop your little thoughts. He knew very well what his old friend was thinking, and he must have had a wrong idea about the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. But he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would never allow Danzo to do this. Although he has been the Hokage for so many years, his mentality and thoughts have undergone some changes. But some things have not changed. The teacher once said that the Chiba family dedicated everything they had to Konoha. The only good ninja clan left is Chiba Tetsuya's. For such a family that has dedicated everything to the village, he will not allow Danzo to mess around. Moreover, the teacher also said that he should take care of the Chiba family, but so far, he has not been able to do anything, but at least not you can let your old buddy harm the other party. Although Chiba Tetsuya was once a member of Konoha, the Chiba family has paid enough for Konoha. A ninja clan fought for Konoha to the end, and now only his family is left. We cannot, it's too much to ask of a family like this. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. However, the village is indeed in some difficulties now, so let me go and talk to him. Jay is also a sensible person. I believe he will understand. Go to bed, Koharu reminded him at this moment. If that's the case, then Hiruzen, I suggest you hurry up. According to intelligence, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has cooperated with Sanyo Hanzo. Sanyo Hanzo invited the person in charge of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to Rain Shinobi Village to attend his rain ceremony. Filming the inauguration ceremony, if nothing else happens, he should be leaving soon. This Chiba Tetsuya, he actually dares to cooperate with a Megakur village. This is a betrayal of the village. What else is Hiruzen talking about? The right thing to do is to directly control Chiba Tetsuya and ask him to hand over the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. That's enough, Danzo. He is just a civilian and not a ninja of the village. He is free to do business and cooperate with whomever he wants. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Organizations like the Chiba Chamber of Commerce should be in the hands of the village. If you allow him to cooperate with a Megakur village, there will be big problems sooner or later. That's enough, Danzo. I'm the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo stood up and slammed the door. Looking at Danzo leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking, and the smoke filled the conference room, making it difficult to see his eyes. The next day, at the Chiba Hotel, Tetsuya, who was about to leave for a Megakur village, received news from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen invited me back to Konoha? Do you want to talk to me about something? Jaya looked at the letter delivered to him through the Chamber of Commerce channels, and his mind was filled with questions for a while. No, what is this? Are there any big events happening in Konoha during this period? And it seems that I haven't had any contact with Konoha for a long time. He wanted to ask Izuna what he thought. After all, he had a bright mind and might be able to see some problems. But Izuna is not here. He is still studying forbidden arts in Chiba Manor. It doesn't matter, let the soldiers come and cover up the water and the earth. It's impossible for that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen to use the ghoul seal to do it to himself when we meet. Just as Tetsuya was about to call the carriage to take him back to Konoha, he stopped when he reached the door. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to go back like this? After thinking about it, he activated his transformation technique and transformed himself into the image of a fat, middle-aged man with a big belly. Well, this fits the identity of Chiba Tetsuya. This trip back to Konoha was exceptionally smooth. There were no assassinations, no attacks, and no accidents. The carriage arrived in Konoha smoothly. At the gate of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in person at the gate of Konoha wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat to greet him. Mido Minion asked with some confusion. Hiruzen, is this a bit too much? You, the shadow of a village, do you need to come to greet him in person? Koharu, who was sleeping next to him, also nodded to express his confusion. Even if you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, want to pretend to be close to the people, why do you want them to come with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a smile while holding his pipe in his mouth. Haha, you don't understand this. Now you know the influence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce in the ninja world, but what you don't know is that Chiba Tetsuya himself and the princes and nobles in the capital have also gone very far. Recently, he has integrated into the circle of noble gentlemen. Although on the surface, he is just a civilian and a businessman, it would be wrong if you really think of him that way. As long as he wants, he can become a noble of the Fire Country at any time, and he is still a noble who is particularly close to the daimyo. As soon as these words came out, both Mido-Minyan and Koharu reacted. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be very powerful as a Hokage, that is only within the Leaf Village. Hokage has reached his Sarutobi Hiruzen generation, and he is no longer the same as before. In the past, whether it was the first generation project or the second generation project, he could ignore the Fire Country daimyo and nobles, but he, Sarutobi, Flying Hiruzen can't. This is the gap. The middle-aged Tetsuya got off the carriage and immediately smiled kindly when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Ha ha ha, Master Hokage, I haven't seen you for a long time. Oops, I didn't expect Master Hokage to actually bring someone to the entrance of the village to greet me. I'm really touched. Tetsuya smiled and stepped forward, shook hands with Hiruzen Sarutobi enthusiastically, and said hello to the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with the same smile. Haha, it should be. Back then, I knew that you, Tetsuya, would be able to achieve great things. Now, your name as the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is unknown to everyone in the ninja world. Your success also makes everyone in the village very happy. After all, you are also from the village. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen started to get close to him, Tetsuya had roughly guessed the other party's purpose. Most likely he was here to ask for money. Haha, what Master Hokage is saying is, let's stop standing outside here and get in the car. Let's talk in the car and go to the village first. Tetsuya invited Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to get on his carriage. At first, didn't other people think that 5 or 6 people sitting in a carriage were not crowded? After I got on the carriage, I realized, my dear, is this carriage so much bigger inside than it looks from the outside? And this cushion, this carving, this carpet, this is inlaid with precious stones? Is that a luminous pearl on the top? Is it mounted on the top of the carriage for lighting? It is said that Tetsuya Chiba is rich, but he is not so rich. After getting in the car, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to get close to Tetsuya and talk about their relationship. He also asked Jai if he needed help outside, if there was any commission from the Chamber of Commerce, or anything like that. Tetsuya answered very measuredly. He kept hanging on to Hiruzen Sarutobi even if he wanted to refuse. He wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. Until the carriage stopped in front of the Hokage building, the group of people arrived at the conference room. After entering the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen also changed the topic and began to complain to Tetsuya about how difficult the village's finances were now. Then he and Jia started talking about giving, dedication, reward, and the will of fire. It is said that Tetsuya also relied on the funding of Lord First Hokage to start his business. Now that Konoha is in trouble and needs help, Tetsuya can contribute a little to the village, donate a little money, return some strength to the village, and inherit the will of fire in the village. In the future, direct descendants of his Chiba family will be able to join Konoha's ninja school unconditionally, learn Konoha's ninjutsu, and receive the education of the will of fire. Tetsuya almost laughed when he heard that. As expected of you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, not only do you want to pay for yourself, but you also want your children and descendants to return to Konoha. You also talk about receiving the education of the will of fire. You are kidding, don't you just want to take the will of fire? Do you want to brainwash your descendants in the same way? I have never seen someone who wants so much and speaks in such a high-sounding way. But Tetsuya still smiled and said, haha, Lord Hokage is right. My achievements today are inseparable from the help of Lord First Generation. The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze, but he quickly covered it up. He understood the hidden meaning from Tetsuya's words. Chiba Tetsuya felt that his success was indeed thanks to the help of First Hokage, but he only admitted that he was helped by First Hokage, and other people, especially Konoha. It doesn't matter much. Now Konoha wants to get money from him, and wants to repay a favor. He will not forget his old feelings, but it is not that easy to get money. Now that everything has been said, everyone understands what the other person means. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled and said directly, haha, Lord First Generation established the village in the hope that people in the future can live a carefree and safe life without threats from the outside world. But the village is indeed in a bit of trouble now. Tetsuya, see if you can help the village. Of course, this favor is not in vain. You can also ask for anything. Okay, Master Hokage has said so. I am not an unkind person. I can invest a sum of money in Konoha. As for the conditions, Tetsuya thought for a moment, and he thought of Heitake Saki's younger brother, Heitake Sakumo, the ninja swordsman Konoha White Fang who would commit suicide in the future. Master Hokage also knows that I run business in the ninja world all year round, and sometimes I encounter some dangers. Well, I want to ask a few ninjas from Konoha to protect me. Master Hokage, do you think it's okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that Chiba Tetsuya would also make some difficult demands, but he didn't expect that he just asked a few Konoha ninjas to protect him. What's so difficult about this? Hey, what's the problem? I will select a few elite ninjas from my Umbu bodyguard to protect you. Tetsuya shook his head. No, let's forget about Lord Hokage's Umbu personal guards. They have important responsibilities and cannot be transferred easily. In fact, I already had a candidate in mind before returning to Konoha. Oh, I don't know who you have your eye on, Tetsuya. I hope that Konoha White Fang, who fought alone behind Tsunagakuer village during the Great Ninja War, can be my bodyguard. Konoha White Fang. As soon as the name came out, Sarutobi and Hiruzen exchanged looks. You know, during the Second Ninja War in Konoha, the White Fang became famous when he went deep behind enemy lines to fight alone. Heitake Sakumo's reputation in Konoha was directly on par with the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha. It even means to overpower Sunin. After all, many people think that Konoha White Fang went deep alone, disrupted Tsunagakure's rear, made great achievements and came back alive, while Konoha Sunin faced Sancho Hanzo head-on and still lost. Well, if Konoha hadn't won the overall situation, I'm afraid they would have died and the war would have continued. This makes many people think that the future 4th Hokage may be chosen between Konoha Sunin and Konoha White Fang. Among them, the most popular one is Konoha White Fang. In fact, as far as Sarutobi Hiruzen is concerned, he hopes that the 4th Hokage will appear among his disciples. He is more optimistic about Orochimaru now. After all, Orochimaru has been the best since he was a child. However, Orochimaru and Danzo have become closer and closer recently, which inevitably makes Sarutobi Hiruzen a little worried. As a Hokage, your image must be bright and majestic. It would not be good if you get too close to Danzo and become tainted with darkness. This will definitely affect Orochimaru's ability to compete for the position of 4th Hokage. If Orochimaru can't compete, Jiraiya will be even more hopeless. As for Tsunade, forget it, Tsunade today probably doesn't have this intention. The death of Naoki and Kato-dan was a huge blow to Tsunade. Of course, now that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can still sit in the position of Hokage for some more time, if necessary, he can let Danzo suppress the reputation of Konoha White Fang and create more favorable election opportunities for his disciples. But in the end, his kindness made him unwilling to take action against the villagers. After sitting in this position of Hokage for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that he was starting to get cramped. Now, a man told himself that he could give himself a sum of money to help him solve Konoha's financial problems, and also transfer the Konoha White Fang who made him a little nervous. Is there such a good thing in the world? No matter how high the prestige of Konoha White Fang is in the village, as long as he leaves Konoha, everything he does in Konoha will fade away under the influence of time and his own operations. This. Although he was very happy in his heart, there was still a troubled expression on his face. Tetsuya, you know that Sakumo is the great hero of the village. During the ninja war, he went deep into the rear of the Kingdom of Wind alone and disrupted the logistics supply line of Sunagakure village. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, Tetsuya secretly cursed in his heart. What a black heart, didn't he just want more money? What nonsense, when Heitake Sakumo died later, why didn't you say he was the great hero of the village? Already? But he still said with a smile. I understand everything, I can add money. Oh, what do you want me to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Since the appearance of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, we in Konoha have seen more products, and the lives of the villagers have become more colorful. This is all thanks to you, Tetsuya. You are very important to Konoha and the country of fire. Since your contribution is so great, your safety is naturally very important. I think your proposal is very good, and it is very appropriate to let a strong person like Sakumo protect you. What Master Hokage said makes sense, so we can have a happy cooperation. A pleasure to work with. The two shook hands and both showed satisfied smiles. Jai, you must be tired and hungry on the way back from the capital. I have prepared a reception banquet for you. The dishes should be ready now. Let's sit down. Okay, how about I have a nice drink with Hokage-sama today? Have a drink. Several people left laughing, obviously very satisfied with the final result. After a banquet, the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't even close his mouth with laughter after receiving the financial support from Tetsuya. However, Heitake Sakumo was on a mission and was not in Konoha for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to promise Tetsuya that when Heitake Sakumo returned to Konoha after his mission was over, he would let him find Tetsuya as soon as possible. Tetsuya is not afraid of Hiruzen Sarutobi going back on his word and taking his own money and not doing anything, so he doesn't need to be a third Hokage anymore and can wait to see his teacher. After the banquet, Tetsuya said goodbye. After all, he was rushing to Rain Shinobi village to witness the inauguration ceremony of Sancho Hanzo. Konoha, Root Base. Danzo sat on his own seat, which was a one-to-one replica of the Hokage throne, listening to the report of the Root Ninja below. You mean, in the end, Chiba Tetsuya gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a sum of money and then asked Heitake Sakumo to protect him? Yes. As expected of you, monkey, not only did you get a sum of money, but you also dealt with a troublesome Heitake Sakumo. After listening to the report, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but sneer. Has that Chiba Tetsuya left the village? He has already left. Judging from the direction in which he left, he probably does not intend to return to the capital, but intends to go directly to the Kingdom of Rain. The Land of Rain. Danzo lowered his head, a dangerous light flashing in his cautious one eye, wondering what conspiracy he was planning. As time goes by, Rain Shinobi Village has become more and more lively recently. The inauguration date of Sancho Hanzo's Rain Shadow is coming soon. It goes without saying that people in the Land of Rain are looking forward to this day, and many people who like to watch the excitement have also come to Rain Shinobi Village from all directions. Not to mention anything else, relying on this alone, the economy of Rain Shinobi Village, and even the country of Rain, has grown a lot. After all, these people have to eat when they come, and they have to spend money to eat. After all, before the store opens, you have to find a place to live, and you have to spend money to stay in the store. Even if you join in the fun and go back after watching the ceremony, you should take some souvenirs with you. This costs money, right? Funded by the Hidden Rain Village, Kakuzu led the team to preside over the newly built Rain Shadow building. Sancho Hanzo sat in the brand new Rain Shadow office and listened to the reports from his subordinates. I couldn't help but nod my head in approval. Okay, as expected of Mr. Kakuzu, he is really a business genius. This trick of sending invitations to other ninja villages is really clever. Regardless of whether they come or not, the publicity for this inauguration ceremony is in place. Other countries' people who rarely join in the fun came to the country of Rain, which in turn led to economic development. The hotels in the village were already full, and many villagers' BNBs were full of people who came to attend the ceremony. Many people could not find a place to stay in the village and had to live in nearby towns. Nowadays, Sanjiayu's face is full of red light, and the smile on his face cannot stop. There is no way, life is too good. The village is rich, and I am enjoying it too. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction, and both the country of Rain and the Hidden Rain Village are prospering. Haha, Mr. Yuying is joking. I am not a genius. Our boss Kianba is the real genius. I only became a monk halfway and learned a few things from him. Really? By the way, where is Boss Chiba? When will he arrive in our village? Let me know before you arrive so that I can personally greet him. After Kakuzu's continuous flattery, coupled with the previous operation of giving Hokage a hat, Sanyo Hanzo firmly believed that Chiba Tetsuya was his confidant that Sanyo Hanzo had never met, and he was also an important partner. You should have an attitude towards your close friends and partners. It should be soon. I received news from our boss this morning. He should be able to arrive at Yuyin village near evening. Oh, really? Then I have to get ready. Sanshao Hanzo stood up and straightened the rain shadow hat and shadow robe on his head. Someone is coming. Lord Yuying, what are your orders? A ninja from the Rain Shadow village walked into the office. Although Sanshao Hanzo had not officially assumed the position of Rain Shadow, all the ninjas in the village had already been ordered to change their words. Is the villa I asked you to prepare before ready? Lord Yuying, people have already been prepared. That's Lord Hokage. There are also Lord Rain Shadow's personal guards. Not only that, you see, there are also other high-level officials in the village. Hey guys, why are all the big shots here? They went to the entrance of the village. Village entrance? Hey, I saw the honor guard going to the village entrance before. Who are you welcoming? I don't know, could it be the shadows from other villages coming? No, look, there are many businessmen there too. They are businessmen from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Is it possible that a big shot from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is here? I don't know, let's go and have a look. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that the time was almost up, Sanshao Hanzo personally brought the top management of a Megakure village to greet Tetsuya on a top-notch scale. This caused many people who liked to join in the fun to follow. For a time, the entrance to Yuyin village was filled with people. On the broad road outside Yuyin village, smoke and dust suddenly rose, as if something was coming from afar. Soon, a luxurious carriage fleet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The carriage headed by it was pulled by 6 horses, and many people who saw it exclaimed. The carriages behind the lead car were mostly 4-horse carriages. The entire convoy was surprisingly luxurious. The motorcade is coming, let me set off all the salutes and fireworks. At the command, the salute was fired and the fireworks exploded. There were 2 rows of honor guards lined up to welcome the guests, and the drummers of the band began to play hard, making the entire entrance to the village extremely lively. Sanshao Hanzo straightened his cage robe and bamboo hat again, preparing to welcome his soulmate. Soon the carriage stopped, and a rich middle-aged man walked out of the carriage. Seeing the middle-aged man, Sanshao Hanzo also smiled. Tetsuya's acting skills were outstanding, and his expressions were extremely rich. His face was 3 parts surprised, 3 parts excited, and 4 parts uncontrollable. Just like a middle-aged old man meeting his idol, Tetsuya quickly got off the carriage and walked towards Sanshao Hanzo accompanied by 2 servants. Ha ha ha. Sanshao Hanzo also let out a hearty laugh and came forward. Boss Chiba, we finally meet. Lord Hokage, I have admired you for a long time. I have long heard that Lord Hokage fought against the 5 major ninja villages on the battlefield and defeated the Konoha Sennin. He is truly a true hero in the ninja world. I have great admiration for Mr. Yuying. Today I finally met Mr. Yuying in person. I am really lucky. Hey, Boss Chiba is joking. It's hard to find a confidant in life. Now in this ninja world, there are a few people who understand me. Sanshao Hanzo, you, Boss Chiba, are my hard-to-find confidant. Haha, thanks to Lord Yuying, I'm so proud of you. Tetsuya pointed to the convoy behind him and said, I know that Mr. Yuying will officially take office in the future, so I brought Mr. Yuying a congratulatory gift, some worthless trinkets. I hope Mr. Yuying won't dislike it. Sanshao Hanzo looked at the dozen or so carriages. Good guy, judging from the traces of the wheels of the carriages on the ground, you know there must be a lot of good things in them, and there are still more than a dozen carriages. You call them worthless. You are worthy of being your confidant, and you are generous in taking action. What are you saying? What are you saying? How could I dislike it? You are my hard-to-find confidant. Come on, come with me into the village. Now that you are here, stay a few more days and I will take you to have a good experience. The customs of our Yuyin village. The 2 chatted and laughed, and entered Yuyin village surrounded by a large group of people. There are so many people over there, what are they doing? Yahiko and Nagato, who were out shopping, were attracted by the lively movement not far away, and they looked in the direction of the crowd. It seems that Master Yuying has come out to greet some important person. Really? Let's go take a look. Yahiko became interested and immediately pulled Nagato to join in the fun. Nagato, who was holding a bunch of things, couldn't resist Yahiko and had to follow him. Excuse me, what happened here? Who is that person with Mr. Yuying? Oh, don't you know this little brother? That is the big boss of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, Chiba Tetsuya. Oh, Chiba Tetsuya? That's not old. Yahiko was about to say, isn't that the teacher, but Nagato grabbed him before he could say anything. Nagato reminded in a low voice. Yahiko, don't forget, the teacher said that we will not be allowed to reveal our identities outside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yahiko nodded repeatedly and smiled at the person just now. Oh, it turns out that's the big boss of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, but I heard isn't he very young and handsome? Why is this Chiba boss so old? The passerby explained with a smile. Ha ha ha, I understand, little brother, the one you are talking about is the son of Qinyi's boss, Qinyi Liang. I heard that the big boss of Chiba moved behind the scenes a long time ago and is in a semi-retired state. The business of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has been handed over to Chiba Ryo. The young and handsome one you see is probably Chiba Ryo. Oh, that's it. The two of them nodded and showed the same expressions as before. But this is all staged. After all, as Chiba Tetsuya's disciples, they know the truth of all this. There is no Chiba Ryo at all. Chiba Tetsuya and Chiba Ryo are the same person. Tetsuya, who was surrounded by the crowd, also felt something at this time and looked in the direction of Nagato and Yahiko. Sure enough, he saw the conspicuous flash of red and orange among the crowd. Having been with the three of them for a long time, he was very familiar with the chakra on them. And as time goes by, his sage jutsu practice becomes more and more rigorous, and his perception of chakra is also particularly keen. He nodded and smiled in the direction of the two of them. When the two of them saw that familiar smile, they immediately understood what was going on. You can't be wrong, it should be the teacher. But why does the teacher become like this? Well, if the teacher does this, he must have a serious illness. That makes sense. The two whispered a few words in a low voice, then turned and left. They are used to it. After all, when he lived in Chiba Manor before, Tetsuya didn't like to play by the rules. So much so that when I see Tetsuya turn into a middle-aged greasy uncle and come to Union Village, I just think he has some outrageous ideas. Forget it, let's go back, Konan is still waiting for us. Let's go. Seeing the two people leaving like this, Jia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Tisk, don't you two rebel disciples come to say hello to your master? How about a wave of hands, and there is no need to cry while clapping your hands. What's wrong, Boss Chiba? As a ninja, Sanshou Hanzo noticed that Tetsuya's eyes were looking in a certain direction, but he didn't find anything unusual when he looked over. Haha, it's nothing. I thought I saw an acquaintance just now. After a closer look, it doesn't seem to be the case. I must have admitted my mistake. In Yuyin Village, a high platform was erected on the empty square in front of Yuying Building. As if to coincide with today's important day, the cloud-shrouded Yuyin Village finally cleared up. There was no cloud in the sky, and the sun hung so lonely in the sky, shining on the earth. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. Not only the people of Amegakur village are waiting for the next inauguration ceremony, but unexpectedly, Iwagakur village, Sand Hidden village and Union village actually sent representatives. Konoha originally planned to unite with people from other major ninja villages to isolate and exclude Amegakur village, but what people didn't expect was that Iwagakur and Sunagakur village didn't care about Konoha's attitude at all, but chose to come to participate in Sancho Yuo Hanzo's ceremony. The reason is also very simple. Compared with the Fire Country, which has rich products and fertile land, the land of the Earth Country and the Wind Country seems barren. The emergence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce relies on the important transportation hub of the Country of Rain to transport and sell products from other countries to the Country of Wind and the Country of Earth, allowing these two countries to use products from other countries. Moreover, due to the special operating model of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, the foreign specialties sold to the two countries are not too expensive, and the specialties of their countries can be entrusted to the Chamber of Commerce to be sold back to the Land of Rain, which has enabled both countries to gain greatly benefits. Instead of following Konoha's suppression of Amegakur village, it would be better to continue doing business with Amegakur village and Chiba Chamber of Commerce. After all, it's good to make money, don't shiver. Especially in the Country of Wind, the poor can hardly afford to eat. The title and glory of the 5 great ninja villages are nothing. As for Union Village, it was purely because they heard that people from Sand Hidden Village and Union Village were coming, and they also sent representatives to join in the fun. Also, they heard that big figures from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce would appear, and Raikage also hoped that the Chiba Chamber of Commerce could also open up business routes in the Land of Thunder. They didn't send anyone to the last Kirigakur village. After all, they were too far away, isolated overseas, and such a lively scene had nothing to do with them. Directly below the high platform is the VIP seat, with representatives from Sunagakur village, Iwagakur village, and Kumigakur village sitting on top, and next to them is Chiba Tetsuya, the representative of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. The one who attended on behalf of Sunagakur village was Grandmacho, the top elder of Sunagakur village. Iwagakur village also sent out the third Tsuchikage Onaki's son, 20-year-old young ninja Huang Tu. The representative of Uniing village is Tutai, the think tank of Uniing village. Cho's mother-in-law and Tetsuya are considered acquaintances. Tetsuya personally went to Sunagakur village and met Cho when he was developing the trade route of Sunagakur village. Ha ha ha, it's easy to talk and do business. Harmony makes money and anger makes money. President Chiba is so happy, ha ha ha, I will thank President Chiba on behalf of Kaze Cage. Hey, Elder Kyande is too polite. It's a matter of mutual benefit. Why should I thank you? Cho's smiling old face was almost wrinkled into chrysanthemums, and they negotiated a big deal again. The money earned from this deal can help the village's turnover. Although Huang Tu is a young man, he has an honest personality and looks a bit dull. Onoki's original intention of sending him out was to temper him and let him change his reluctance to talk, but obviously, this was not something that could be changed so easily. Unless he takes the initiative to talk to him, he won't say a word. President Chiba, I have admired you for a long time. I am on the Earth platform of Union Village. After Tetsuya and Cho finished talking about business, Dode took the initiative to talk to him. Oh, it turns out to be brother today from Union Village. I have admired him for a long time. I have long heard that brother today has the title of the think tank of Union Village. I didn't expect Lord Raikage to actually send you out as a representative. Tutai was also a little happy to hear that Daoji also praised himself as the wise man of Union Village. After all, everyone is willing to hear a few good words. Haha, President Chiba is joking. I just gave Mr. Raikage a few ideas. I'm not a think tank. But President Chiba is well informed. Even a nobody like me has heard of it. Haha, brother Tutai is so humble. How can an outstanding person like you be a nobody? Alas, President Chiba, I am really a nobody. Tutai waved his hand and quickly changed the subject. President Chiba, actually, our Lord Raikage sent me here this time. One is to attend Yokage's inauguration ceremony, and the other is to hope that I can chat with you. Oh, Master Raikage wants to talk to me? Is Master Raikage also interested in doing business? Yes, our Raikage-sama is also very interested in doing business. We, Raikage-sama, also said that he particularly admires people like you, President Chiba, who can do business to the entire ninja world. He hopes that I can have a good chat with you. Let's talk and see if President Chiba has a chance to do some business with the Kingdom of Thunder and our Union Village in the future. Gio was a little surprised. Didn't he say that the people in Union Village were all a group of bandits? They could just grab what they wanted, so how could they think about doing business? Wait a minute. It seems that I have misunderstood others. They seem to like to rob the ninja clan members who have blood inheritance limits. The two started chatting, and Dode began to introduce Tetsuya to the specialties of their land of thunder. For example, some spirits, beef. However, due to the special geographical environment of their Kingdom of Thunder, only part of it borders the entire ninja continent, so they can only produce and sell most of their goods. If the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is willing to send a caravan into the Kingdom of Thunder, their products from the Kingdom of Thunder should be very popular in the ninja world. Tetsuya also started thinking seriously. The two idiot ninjas he placed in Cloud Hidden Village didn't send back any news, which meant that Raikage didn't have any special ideas about his Chiba Chamber of Commerce, and maybe he really just wanted to do business with him. There seems to be nothing wrong with doing business with Union Village. There are still a lot of benefits to be gained. No problem. Since Mr. Raikage has kindly invited me, then when I finish my work, I will personally lead a team to visit the Kingdom of Thunder. I hope Mr. Raikage will not dislike it then. Ha ha ha, absolutely not. When this matter is over, I will go back immediately to tell Mr. Raikage the good news. I believe that our Mr. Raikage will definitely welcome you. Along with several salutes, fireworks burst and the band began to play. The small talk ends here and the inauguration ceremony officially begins. After a simple cut scene, Sanchoyo Hanzo stood on the high platform in front of everyone and received the rain shadow hat from a respected old man in Union Village. Sanchoyo Hanzo put it on excitedly, officially announced that he has become the rain shadow of Rain Hidden Village. At that moment, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Although he had already started wearing this hat before, wearing it on this occasion felt completely different from how he usually wore it. It was so refreshing that the inauguration was successfully completed. From now on, there is no longer a leader in Union Village, only Yuying. Congratulations to Mr. Yuying for getting what he wanted. Jai walked into Yuying's office to congratulate Sanchoyo Hanzo. Ha ha ha, Boss Chiba is here, come on, sit down. Sanchoyo Hanzo enthusiastically invited Tetsuya to sit down. Although my inauguration ceremony is over, Boss Chiba, you must stay in our Megakure village for 2 more days so that I can entertain you well. Master Yuying invites you kindly, how can I refuse? Tetsuya said with a smile. However, I have prepared some good things for Lord Yuying, but Lord Yuying has not seen them yet. Oh, haven't I seen everything Boss Chiba prepared for me? That rare thing on the carriage. Oh, that's just a greeting gift. The things I carefully prepared for Mr. Yuying only arrived today. I sent someone to send them to the villa where I live first. If Mr. Yuying is free, why don't you come with me to have a look? Sanchoyo Hanzo's curiosity was also aroused. He took a look at the official documents on the table and finally made a decision. Let's go take a look. Office? Don't rush for a moment, fight for a lifetime, finally become a rain shadow and enjoy it. What's wrong? Seeing that Sanchoyo Hanzo agreed to his invitation, Tetsuya showed a satisfied smile. Okay, Sancho Fish Hanzo's plan to corrupt him has officially begun. Let this ninja world demigod enjoy it before he retires from the stage of history. At the same time, after witnessing Sancho Hanzo becoming the Rain Shadow, Yahiko and Nagato were also inspired. They decided to set up an organization to earn money from business while helping those in need in the Rain Shadow village. Nagato, Konan. In the small home of 3 people, Yahiko looked at the 2 of them excitedly and said, I have thought about it, and the name of our organization is Xiao, which means the light after darkness, the dawn before dawn. The goal of the organization is to help people in need and change the ninja world. Xiao, what a good name. Nagato felt strongly about this name. The 3 of them came together, stretched out their right hands, and folded their palms together. Okay, I announce that the Akatsuki organization is officially established today. The 3 people raised their hands and cheered in unison. The gears of fate start turning from this moment on. Is it so late already? Sure enough, good times are always short. It turns out that it is so comfortable to be able to live like this. He walked out of the villa he arranged for Tetsuya with a face full of comfort. He had learned a lot today. All I can say is that he is indeed a businessman from the richest land of fire, and he knows how to enjoy it. Lord Rain Shadow. When a ninja saw Sanshou Ayohanzi emerging, he immediately came up to meet him. What's wrong? Lord Rain Shadow, the envoy from Konoha village is here. Messenger of Konoha. Sanshou Ayohanzo suddenly frowned. What do these guys mean? They didn't show up before the inauguration ceremony, but they show up now? Are they completely ignoring me? The originally good mood suddenly turned unhappy, but he still decided to meet this messenger from Konoha. Where is the Konoha messenger? Forget it, just ask him to come to the office to see me. Sanshou Ayohanzo waved his hand and walked straight towards the Yueying building. In Yokage's office, Sanshou Ayohanzo was sitting in the office, and a ninja wearing a mask and without any ninja village logo on his body was brought in. The ninja who led the way wisely withdrew, leaving only 2 people in the office. Haha, Konoha's ninja, I think you are the root of Danzo's ninja. Sanshou Hanzo had some contact with Danzo of Konoha, so he naturally recognized at a glance that the ninja in front of him was not a messenger of Konoha at all, but a person from the root, and he was the messenger of Shimura Danzo. Yueying Mingjian, I am the envoy of Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo has a proposal. I hope to cooperate with you. Cooperation? What cooperation? The Umbu ninja said. We, Danzo-sama, hope to cooperate with you to kill Chiba Tetsuya and carve up the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Oh. Sanshou Ayohanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Tell me carefully. The root ninja thought that Sanshou Ayohanzo was moved, so he began to tell Danzo's plan. The rough plan was that Hanzo would secretly kill Chiba Tetsuya first, and then control all the information so that other experts would not know about it, while Danzo took the opportunity to send people to sneak into the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, and then take over everything. When he takes over everything, they will be able to divide all the wealth of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. He. After listening to the narration of Shinobi, Sanshou Ayohanzo laughed. The next moment, murderous intent suddenly appeared. Sanshou Ayohanzo suddenly activated the water teleportation technique and appeared directly behind the root ninja. Before he could react, he raised his sword and dropped it. The head of this even less ninja fell to the ground, and blood began to spurt out. Damn Shimura Danzo, you dare to murder Tetsuya Chiba. Don't you know he is my confidant? That is my confidant, my partner, how dare you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you, Konoha? Sanshou Hanzo's face was filled with chills. In his opinion, Shimura Danzo was just a rat in the gutter. How could he be compared with his confidant Tetsuya Chiba? Come here, wash the floor. A group of ninjas immediately rushed into the office. These ninjas were particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. The moment this root ninja died, they were already waiting outside the door. Wipe up the blood, pull the carpet out and throw it away. The damn guy wants to pollute my carpet even after he dies. I chop his body into pieces and feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something again. Put his head away for me. I'll take it to see my confidant tomorrow. He's been targeted by Danzo, the old dog, and I have to remind him. After giving all these instructions, Sanshou Hanzo sat back in his seat, and he couldn't help but snorted again when he thought of Danzo. Do you really think that he has never thought of taking the Chiba Chamber of Commerce as his own? Of course he thought about it, but he knew he couldn't do it. Not to mention that powerful ninjas like Kakuzu who had been famous for a long time were from Chiba Tetsuya. As far as he knew, there was a powerful person who followed Chiba Tetsuya. A ninja who has never been exposed in the ninja world. Over the years, that ninja had blocked countless secret whistles for Chiba Tetsuya. You know, Chiba Tetsuya's head is on the money exchange's reward list. After hanging up for so many years, no one has been able to successfully take his head to exchange for money. You can imagine how difficult it is to kill him. Even if he is in his own Yuyin village now, if he really wants to take action, Yuyin village may be destroyed like never before, which is not cost effective. Moreover, if you cooperate with him, you can earn a steady stream of wealth, so why take the risk? Boss Chiba. In the early morning, Sanshou Ayohanzo knocked on the door of Tetsuya's villa early. Master Yueying, oh my, why are you free to come to me so early today? Have you had breakfast? If not, let's have some together. Tetsuya opens the door and invites Sanshou Ayohanzo into the house. At the same time, he noticed that Sanshou Ayohanzo was holding a wooden box in his hand. The box exuded a strong strange smell, as if he had sprayed too much perfume, and it was too fragrant, making it stink. Why do you need to spray so much perfume to cover up the original smell? Haha, I've already eaten. Boss Chiba hasn't had breakfast yet? Then I suggest you don't eat it yet. I'm afraid you'll vomit it out later. Oh, why? Is it because of the things in Mr. Yueying's box? Tetsuya had already roughly guessed what would be in this box. It was probably some human part. The two sat down in the hall of the villa, and Sanshou Hanzo placed the box on the table. Sanshou Fish Hanzo Gate of Opening said straightforwardly. Boss Chiba, you are being targeted. Jai chuckled twice and waved his hand carelessly. Oh, Master Yueying, look at what you said. Of course I know that I am being targeted. Since I started doing business, I have encountered many people who are not dealing with me. They are trying every means to kill me. But don't I still live well? And I also know that in the underground world, there is a place called the Gold Exchange, and my head is on the reward list of the Gold Exchange. Haha, I underestimated Boss Chiba. I didn't expect that Boss Chiba even knew about the bounty on his head and took it so lightly. I can't help it, and I don't want to be like this, but life forces you to get used to it, so I can only take it a little further. It's better to be open-minded, but Boss Chiba, things are a little different this time. The guy who is eyeing you this time is not a good person. With that said, Sanshou Hanzo opened the box. Boss Chiba, you'd better be mentally prepared. Soon the box was opened, and a human head was just there, even with a mask on its face. Seeing this mask, Tetsuya guessed the identity of the owner of this head, a root ninja. This is a ninja from Konoha, to be precise, a ninja from a special department in Konoha. This department specializes in doing some shady work for their Hokage. And this time the one targeting you is the most despicable and filthy sewer rat who will do anything to achieve his goals, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Jai secretly laughed in his heart, it turned out to be him. Oops, I originally thought he should take action when he returned to Konoha, but he didn't expect that guy to wait until he came to a Megakure village to attend the inauguration ceremony of Sanshou Hanzo before sending someone over. Moreover, this guy is not here to kill himself. He secretly glanced at Sanshou Hanzo. If nothing unexpected happened, Danzo's original purpose should be to collude with Sanshou Hanzo and kill himself with Hanzo's hand. It was like in his original fate, he on the grounds of cooperation, with the help of Sanshou Hanzo, the first-generation version of the Akatsuki organization was eliminated. However, Sanshou Hanzo didn't mention Danzo's desire to cooperate with him. Is this because he was worried about affecting his cooperation with him? Boss Chiba, don't underestimate this guy Shimura Danzo. This guy is ruthless and will do anything to achieve his goals. He also hides in dark corners. He is as disgusting as a rat in a stinky ditch. You don't know what he will do. At what time and in what way can I make you sick? Thank you, Lord Amekage, for reminding me, but Lord Amekage, if you just kill Shimura Danzo's people, will it make him hold a grudge against you? Will this bring you trouble? Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about me, Boss Chiba. Shimura Danzo may be a bit tricky for ordinary people. After all, his root tissue is hard to guard against, but in my eyes, he is nothing. Sanshou Hanzo said quite proudly. I am Sanshou Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, and the rain shadow of the hidden rain village. He, Shimura Danzo, can't do anything to me. Lord Rain Shadow is mighty. Sanshou Hanzo said with a smile. Now you are being targeted by that Shimura Danzo guy. He won't give up on you for a while. It's not safe outside. Why don't you, Boss Chiba, stay in our rain hidden village during this period? As long as I'm here, I guarantee that no one can touch you. Okay, then I will stay in Yuyin village for a while and not disturb Lord Yuying. Oh, don't bother me, don't bother me. As he said this, Sanshou Hanzo rubbed his hands. What about Boss Chiba, yesterday's project? Jai immediately understood and smiled immediately. Ha ha ha, Master Yuying, no matter how good a good thing is, you will get bored if you play it too much, right? I have arranged something more interesting for Master Yuying today. Yeah, Sanshou Hanzo seems a little excited and more interesting than yesterday. What could it be? Then when will we? Haha, I can do it now, please. Jai stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Walk. Sanshou Hanzo couldn't wait to get up and walk outside. As for the head on the table, no one cared about it. When someone remembered it, they could just take it out and throw it away. Konoha, roots. A root ninja quickly walked into the hall and respectfully reported to Shimura Danzo who was above the main seat. Lord Danzo, the person we sent to a Megakure village is dead. Dead? Did that guy Hanzo Sanshou do it? Yes, after seeing Sanshou Hanzo, he was directly killed without any news or intelligence being passed on. After saying this, the ninja lowered his head and stopped talking. Danzo was also lost in thought. Is this stinky Sanshou fish planning to protect that guy Chiba Tetsuya? I want to see how long he can stay in a Megakure village. If he has the ability, he can hide in a Megakure village for the rest of his life. Tetsuya was hiding in the hidden rain village, and Hanzo the Sanshou refused to cooperate. He really had nothing to do for a while. But as long as he leaves Yuyin village, he will have plenty of opportunities. How is the investigation on the identity of the mysterious strong man next to Chiba Tetsuya? Reporting to Danzo-sama, we have only investigated a few clues so far. According to the information from the underground money exchange, the bounty hunter Kakuzu once purchased the information of Chiba Tetsuya and planned to assassinate Chiba Tetsuya. However, after the battle with Chiba Tetsuya's guards, Kakuzu gave up his identity as a bounty hunter and began to do business in various countries as the treasurer of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Chiba Tetsuya's guards were able to defeat Kakuzu and subdue him. Preliminary estimates suggest that the opponent is at least cage level in strength. A shadow level guard. Shimura Danzo covered his eyes which were covered by bandages. There are only so many cage level experts known to the ninja world. Who is the person who is willing to follow this guy and act as a guard in obscurity? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Tetsuya has lived in Rain Shinobi village for a month. During this month, Tetsuya took Sanshou Hanzo to eat, drink and play in various ways. The various ways to play were things Sanshou Hanzo had never seen or heard of before. During this period of time, under Tetsuya's deliberate manipulation, Sanshou Hanzo became more and more extravagant, and gradually, he became obsessed with enjoying it all. Haha, the effect is good. With a satisfied smile on his face, Tetsuya retreated from the dimly lit room, leaving Sanshou Hanzo alone to enjoy life inside. Small, I can't defeat you yet. For this day, I have been studying with the nobles of the Fire Country for a long time. If I can't defeat you, it can only show the life of the nobles of the Fire Country. Not that good either. As the saying goes, if you want to paralyze others, you must first paralyze yourself. In order to successfully corrupt Sanshou Hanzo, before coming to the Land of Rain, Tetsuya made a special trip to get in touch with the aristocratic circle of the Land of Fire and learn about their lives. Now it seems that all this is meaningful and not in vain. Mr. Chiba, where is Lord Hokage? Just when Tetsuya was thinking that it was almost time for him to withdraw, a ninja from Yuyin village walked towards Tetsuya. There was a large black birthmark on this man's right eye and right forehead. Although he had a respectful smile on his face, some arrogance as a ninja could be seen in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Tetsuya as a businessman, but due to the excellent relationship between Hanzo and Tetsuya, he had to put on a respectful smile when he saw Tetsuya. Jie also knew that this guy, Sancho Mida, was Sancho Hanzo's right-hand man. During this period, he had been handling various affairs for Sancho Hanzo. Jie also met him several times. It turns out to be Mr. Shen Da. Mr. Yuying is enjoying life. What can you do? Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with a smile. Enjoy life. Sanshou Shenda suddenly frowned. I have something very important to ask Mr. Hokage. Please give way to Mr. Chiba. Oh, Mr. Shenda, what you said is wrong. Is there anything more important than Yuying-sama enjoying life? A hole? I've seen it a long time ago. You're dragging Master Yuying to fall? You want to harm our Yuyin village. What are you talking about? Lord Yuying has spent half his life fighting and enjoying himself. What happened to him? Tetsuya said with a smile. It's just that I didn't expect that the small Yuyin village would actually have such a number one figure as you. In the original plot, shouldn't you be a little villain who would do whatever it takes to achieve your goals and even threaten civilians? It's actually you will be so loyal, but it doesn't matter, I will accept your loyalty. What do you mean? What do I mean? You'll understand when you look into my eyes. As a ninja, Mida instinctively avoided looking into Tetsuya's eyes, but it was too late. He saw Tetsuya's black eyes turn scarlet. In the scarlet pupils, 3 Megatama patterns began to rotate rapidly, and eventually turned into a special Mangekyo. The next moment, the same pattern appeared in his eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Mangekyo Sharingan's control effect has been activated. I was still wondering who would help me urge Sanshou Hanzo to continue enjoying life after I left. By chance, you came to my door yourself. Tetsuya stepped forward and patted Sanshou Mida on the shoulder with satisfaction. From now on, you will urge Mr. Yuying to enjoy life for me, do you understand? Yes, everything is subject to Master Chiba's instructions. Hehehe, this is the right thing to do. I promise, even if the weather in Yuyin village changes in the future, you will still be able to sit in a good seat. After the arrangements were made, Jie also began to plan to evacuate. But before evacuating Yuyin village, he planned to visit his 3 good apprentices. I don't know what happened to these 3 guys. They knew that they were in Yuyin village for so long, but they didn't find an excuse to come and see their teacher. Tetsuya found a deserted corner, changed back to his original appearance, and went straight to the Akatsuki organization base he had inquired about before. However, today's Akatsuki organization is somewhat different from the original first-generation Akatsuki organization. On a street in Yuyin village, a 2-story building stands here. His first floor is an ordinary grocery store, selling a variety of daily necessities and snacks. The entire store is opened by people from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. There is a signboard on the second floor of the grocery store. On the signboard are written the 3 words Gonggongjen Wanchai Wu, and behind these 3 words is a huge, somewhat abstract-looking word Xiao. Looking at this sign, Jai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. He heard from someone at the Chiba Chamber of Commerce that Yahiko and his friends opened a business house to help others while doing business. He also thought this idea was quite good. But now when he saw the Wanchai Wu sign with his own eyes, he couldn't hold it any longer. Everything Akatsuki? This is a Hokage ninja, not a Gintama? Don't let me just break in. Jai was roaring in his heart. He didn't know what kind of wind his 3 disciples had. Wait, they must have peeked at the comics they took out from Guze when they were at Chiba Manor. When I was working on the cup noodle production line, I pulled out a bunch of useless stuff, including various comic books, including Gintama. He left these comic books and novels in the study room of Chiba Manor. When he had nothing to do, he would read comics to pass the time. Do these 3 guys still have time to peek at comics under the double attack of Aizuna's rigorous training and his own math homework? With doubts, Tetsuya walked towards the everything room on the 2nd floor. Pushing the gate of opening, the bell on the door made a crisp sound. Welcome to Zaiaoyashiwa, do you need any help? Hearing the sound of the bell, Nagato, who was lying on his desk and writing something, immediately raised his head. It is a rectangular coffee table with sofas on both sides. The innermost one facing the door is a desk and a chair. Yahiko, who was lying on the sofa in a daze, also raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. Seeing these 2 guys, Jia couldn't help but harden his fists. Okay, you are really my good disciples. Why don't you come up with an excuse to come and see me, your teacher? You have to wait until I come to see you in person, right? Tetsuya-sensei. *2 Seeing Tetsuya's sudden appearance, the 2 of them immediately stood up. Tetsuya sat down on the sofa very calmly, and the 2 of them came to stand side by side in front of Tetsuya as a habit. Okay, this is your territory, not Chiba Manor. You, Mr. Aizuna, feel free to sit down. Why are there only 2 of you? Where is Konan? He waved his hands to indicate that the 2 of them should be more casual, and at the same time asked about Konan's whereabouts. Normally, the 3 of them wouldn't be separated easily. Nagato and Yahiko also reacted. Yes, they are no longer in Chiba manner. They relaxed for a while and sat down on the sofa opposite Tetsuya. Yahiko replied. Konan went out to help a neighbor aunt take care of her children. He said that the 2 of us would only make trouble with the children if we went there together, so he wouldn't let us go. As he spoke, Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder with some dissatisfaction. How can we be called making trouble? I was just playing games with the children, right? Nagato felt a little embarrassed and touched the tip of his nose. Haha, it's actually not bad. It's just that when you play games, Yahiko, you are a little too serious. Looking at the reactions of the 2 people, Tetsuya could probably imagine a scene where Yahiko was fooling around with a child and then made a mess, and he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Yahiko, now that you have left Chiba Manor, you should learn to be more mature. Yahiko was a little helpless, he sighed and said. Teacher Tetsuya, the world outside is a little different from what I imagined. With his sigh, the atmosphere in the living room became a little heavier for a while. Seeing Yahiko sigh, the smile on Tetsuya's face became less teasing and more relieved. But the world is like this, Yahiko. The world is real and cannot be what you imagined. But the teacher is very pleased because you realize the difference between the real world and the imagination, which means that you starting to grow up. Tetsuya-sensei, it's a good thing that the real world is different from the imagined world. He comforted with a smile. It is precisely because the real world is different from what we imagined that we can all rely on our own hands to make the world what we imagine it to be, right? Realizing the world of our own imagination through our own hands. No, the word imagine is not appropriate at this time. It should be called realizing the world in our ideals. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Yahiko cheered up again. The teacher is right. I will rely on my own hands to turn the world into our ideal world. Okay, you are very energetic. I feel relieved to see you are so energetic. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a seal scroll and placed it on the coffee table. With a press of his fingers, 3 small jars appeared on the coffee table. They looked a bit like the small tasting drinks in the supermarket. Perhaps we won't see each other again for a long time. This is the gift I leave to you. Each of the 3 of you has 1 share. If Konan doesn't share his share, keep it. You should give your share first. Drink it. What's this? Yahiko picked up a cup with some curiosity and held it in his hand. The cup looked a bit mini. Energy drinks. Energy drink? Can drinking it replenish energy and restore chakra? Yes, drink it. If I am your teacher, will I still harm you? That makes sense. Yahiko didn't think much, opened the lid and took a sip. Nagato did not hesitate, picked up a cup, opened the lid and took a small sip. Well, it's a little sweet and has a woody aroma. It feels okay. After confirming that it was not unpleasant to drink, Nagato drank it all in one gulp. Of course it smells like wood. After all, Tetsuya made it by adding Hashirama cells extracted with no side effects and honey water. For the safety of his 3 foolish disciples, Jie could be said to have taken great pains. It took a lot of money to extract 3 Hashirama cells with no side effects. Okay, please remember to leave 1 for Konan. I'll leave first. Saying that, Tetsuya stood up and planned to leave. After staying in Yuyin village for long enough, Jie felt like he was about to get moldy. Later, when Nagato and the others took over a Megakure village, they were so high that Nagato fired 2 Shinra Tensei in the sky to disperse all the dark clouds. As for the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, why do you need that thing? There are many sensory barriers, so you can just borrow 2 sets from Konoha. Goodbye, teacher. Teacher, walk slowly. Goodbye, keep working hard. I'm optimistic about you. Yuyin village will become better and better because of your efforts. Enjoy this last moment of leisure. When Sanshou Ayohanzo begins to become more greedy and corrupt, and Yuyin village begins to decline, your good days will be over. But then again, when Sanshou Ayohanzo starts to become greedy and corrupt, the business of his own chamber of commerce will definitely be affected. Well, it's time to open up new trade routes. It's time to put the previously planned Kawanoganai Trade Road and Grass Country Trade Road on the agenda. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that the trade routes in the country of grass may be in some trouble. In the Third Ninja War a few years later, the country of grass will be one of the main battlefields. If the trade routes open here, there may be some trouble. Alas, actually, that's not the case. Maybe we can use the Third Ninja War to find an opportunity to take down the country of grass. Jai had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea, but this idea still needed someone to carefully analyze the feasibility. Teacher, what's wrong? Yahiko looked at Tetsuya leaving with a puzzled expression. He saw Tetsuya laughing up to the sky from time to time, and denying himself from time to time. He muttered to himself, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. At first glance, everyone will think that he is talking crazy. Nagato said with a shrug as he put away the remaining energy drink. Who knows? It's not the first time he's done this. Aren't you used to it? What you said, how can I get used to this? It's really scary. Teacher Tetsuya, there must be something wrong here, right? As he spoke, Yahiko pointed at his head. Nagato shook his head. Do you think that if Mr. Tetsuya really thinks like you, he can still build such a huge family business? That should be just a special way of thinking of the teacher. As he spoke, Nagato pinched his chin and his expression became serious. When the teacher had this kind of symptom in the past, it meant that he was making big moves. I'm afraid he was planning something again. Yahiko couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and shuddered. Look what you said, it makes our teacher seem like a supervillain in a comic book story. He is thinking about this and that all day long. When he is finished, he will laugh weirdly and make some strange actions. Before he finished speaking, Yahiko suddenly felt that their teacher seemed to be quite a villain. I'm back, lonely Uchiha, have you missed me? Tetsuya kicked open the door of the wooden villa in Chiba Manor and started shouting loudly. However, all he received in response was a cold eye roll and a suppressed smile from Kakuzu. Ha 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 ha, boss, what are you doing? Unable to hold it back, Kakuzu laughed. There is no way, in Kakuzu's opinion, it is really funny for a person of Tetsuya's status to behave in such a childish way. Tetsuya ignored Aizuna's eyes that were about to catch up to Hyaga's house, walked straight to the two of them and sat down, pushed away the half-played chessboard on the table, and then flicked out a map. I've thought of a pretty interesting plan. You two can come and help me out. Seeing the disrupted chess game, even the arrogant and indifferent Uchiha couldn't help but feel his veins beating with anger. Your plan better be really interesting, otherwise even if I can't beat you, I still have to compete with you. Don't worry, this plan is definitely interesting. Tetsuya pointed at the land of grass on the map and said, I plan to take over the country of grass and become a daimyo myself. As soon as these words came out, the expression on Aizuna's face instantly changed from angry to full of question marks. And Kakuzu is directly a black question mark face. Boss, are you right? Take the country of grass? Now, the three of us? Well, with the strength of the three of us, it shouldn't be a problem to take over the land of grass, but if we do this, I'm afraid we will face a siege from the entire ninja world. So, boss, are you planning to make the entire ninja world an enemy? What words? What words? When did I say that I would be the enemy of the entire ninja world? I am a businessman. If I become the enemy of the entire ninja world, how can I do business? Tetsuya slapped the table and continued. Also, can you listen to what I have to say? Okay, you say it, you go on. Kakuzu shrank his neck and motioned for Tetsuya to continue. Tetsuya then pointed at the country of grass and said, I plan to open a trade route in the country of grass. The trade routes of the land of rain should gradually reduce trade in line with the degree of corruption of Sancho Hanzo, or in other words, the trade routes of the country of rain should reduce trade in accordance with the degree of corruption of Sancho Hanzo. In short, we must reduce the flow of funds on the Rain Shinobi Village trade route, look for opportunities to tarnish Sancho Hanzo's reputation, and create opportunities for Yahiko and the others. But the previous business must not be given up. It is necessary to open up new business routes, so the business routes in the country of grass are very critical. Not only that, we also need to sign contracts with the big names in the country of grass to help them develop. The two of them looked a little confused when they heard Tetsuya's plan. Seeing Kakuzu's confused look, Tetsuya asked, What's wrong, Kakuzu? Is there something you didn't understand? Boss, I don't quite understand. There's nothing wrong with opening up business routes, but why should we help the country of grass develop? And why should we sign a gambling agreement with the daimyo of the country of grass? Tetsuya replied. The reason is very simple. I have a feeling that the Third Ninja War will break out in a few years at most. This Third Ninja World War is a continuation of the Second Ninja World War. Although Konoha seemed to have won a great victory in the last war, other ninja villages were not convinced at all. It can be said that all the major ninja villages are holding their breath, and they only need a primer to detonate in an instant. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu nodded in approval. For a long time, he had been running business in various places in the ninja world, so he knew a lot of inside information. The major ninja villages are indeed working hard to develop their combat readiness forces. They are obviously preparing for a brand new war. Even if they do not plan to initiate a war, they are still accumulating strength to avoid the flames of war burning themselves. Think again, if another ninja war breaks out, where will the battlefield be? Tetsuya circled the aim hidden village on the map again. In the Kingdom of Rain, during the last war, several major ninja villages suffered losses in the Kingdom of Rain. Sancho Hanzo guarded this country and was a threat to everyone. Even if those great ninja villages concentrate all their efforts to defeat Sancho Hanzo, they will inevitably cause great losses, and if they fail to end the battle in the shortest time, Sancho Hanzo will most likely fall to other villages. No one wants to see such a result, so I think it is unlikely that a war will break out here. Then the only two places that may become battlefields are the country of Koha and the country of grass. War will bring destruction and losses, and as long as we sign a gambling agreement with the daimyo of the country of grass, the contents of the agreement will take effect, and then we can ask the daimyo of the country of grass to hand over their positions. But, what if the daimyo of the land of grass does not recognize this agreement? But this time, Aizuna answered Kakuzu's question without waiting for Tetsuya to speak. It doesn't make any sense what the daimyo of grass country thinks. This agreement was not written for him from beginning to end. Isn't it for the daimyo of the land of grass? That's right. Aizuna looked at Tetsuya and continued. This agreement is for the other countries in the ninja world, especially the daimyo of the big countries. With this agreement, Tetsuya can control the country of grass without being questioned by the daimyo of those big countries, even the daimyo of a small country. They are not looked down upon by those big countries, but that doesn't mean they can be replaced casually. With this agreement, it increases Tetsuya's legitimacy to take over the country of grass and become the daimyo of the country of grass. In this way, even if the daimyo of other countries feel a little unhappy, they will only think that it is the daimyo of grassland's own greed. On the contrary, if there is no such agreement, even if someone directly uses genjutsu to control the passing of the daimyo to himself, it will not be recognized by the daimyo of other countries. At that time, those guys will use the banner of crusade against the rebels and send troops to carve them up. You inherited this country. Yes, as expected of Izuna, your analysis is very spot on. Tetsuya gave Izuna a thumbs up. What I'm looking for is a legal basis. Although the ninja world has a bigger fist, sometimes there are still indispensable rules. I see, I learned it. I really learned it this time. Okay, now what do you think of my plan? Everyone can speak freely. It's best to help me give advice on how to make this plan more specific. Regarding Tetsuya's idea, Kakuzu and Izuna each put forward some ideas. After some discussion, the three finally finalized a specific policy. Once the plan was approved, the three of them immediately took action and got busy with the parts they were responsible for. At the Chiba Hotel, a white-haired ninja stood at the door of the hotel, just like the hotel's doorman. But this is no ordinary guard, this is the Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo, who made great achievements during the Second Ninja War. He went deep into the direction of Sunagakure alone and made great achievements. However, Heitake Sakumo is a little depressed now. 2 months ago, as soon as he returned to Konoha after completing his mission, their Hokage-sama found him personally. He told him that Chiba Tetsuya, who came out of the village back then, had contributed a large amount of money to the development of the village, and in exchange, he hoped that he could protect Chiba Tetsuya for a period of time. Then he was sent to the Chiba Hotel in the capital of the country of fire. But the result is that he stayed at the Chiba Hotel for more than a month, and he never saw Tetsuya Chiba. When will this day end? Heitake Sakumo sighed helplessly. For more than a month, he stayed in a hotel near the Chiba Grand Hotel. Interestingly, this hotel is also a property of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you stay at the Chiba Hotel? A certain guy who was scheming about this and that all day long was busy doing business in the ninja world. He forgot about Heitake Sakumo and didn't say hello to the people at the Chiba Hotel. As for the price of the Chiba Grand Hotel, Heitake Sakumo really can't stay there for a few days. Although he is quite wealthy, the accommodation conditions at the Chiba Hotel are in accordance with the standards of those nobles, so the consumption is naturally a bit exaggerated. Otherwise, I'd better go back to Konoha. After staying for more than a month and doing nothing, Sakumo felt like he was being tricked. He stood here and worked as a doorman for the hotel for more than a month. This was not the first time that he had thought of quitting, but he quickly gave up the idea. No, the task given to me by the village is to protect Chiba Tetsuya. If I fail to complete the task, it will have a bad impact on the village. After strengthening his heart, Heitake Sakumo finally chose to continue to stand guard at the Chiba Hotel. Since he can't find you Chiba Tetsuya himself, then just sit back and wait. A carriage slowly came from the front. Sakumo looked at the carriage in front of him with curiosity and thought to himself, is this a nobleman coming here to have dinner? A 6-horse carriage, what a grand spectacle. Just as he was thinking, a somewhat familiar young man got off the carriage. The figure of the man in front of him instantly overlapped with that of a ramen seller in Konoha. Are you, Boss Chiba? Tetsuya, who had just finished discussing business with Sunagakure and rushed back to the capital by carriage, saw Heitake Sakumo standing at the door as a security guard. He has white hair, a green vest, a Konoha forehead protector, and a knife on his back. Who are you? Heitake Sakumo. Jai recognized the person who was working as a security guard here, and immediately slapped his head, thinking secretly, how could he forget about him? Oops, I'm sorry, I was so busy with business that I forgot about you. Come on, stop standing outside the door and come in to talk to me. Seeing that Heitake Sakumo wanted to say something, Tetsuya quickly opened his mouth and invited him in to talk. Okay, Sakumo didn't hesitate. After all, the front door of the hotel was indeed not an easy place to talk. He led Heitake Sakumo to sit down in the tea room, and Tetsuya poured a cup of hot tea for Sakumo. It's really been a long time, Sakumo. I still remember the last time we met, you were still with Sakuya. At that time, you had a cold face, as if nothing in the world could attract your attention. Same, not what it is now at all. You look more and more like your brother now. Looking at Sakumo in front of him, Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh. He was indeed similar to Sakuya, and he was worthy of being a brother. Heitake Sakumo was stunned after taking the hot tea. He couldn't help but look up and down at Tetsuya Chiba in front of him. How is it possible? How can someone's appearance not change at all even after decades have passed? You are the Chiba boss who opened the ramen shop in Konoha back then? You are not some Chiba Ryo. How is this possible? How can someone not grow old? Nothing is impossible. There are many secrets in the ninja world. Although you are the White Fang of Konoha and can go deep into the back of Sunagakure village alone and come back alive, you can't know everything, right? You are right. There are indeed many secrets in the ninja world. Not everything is something I can see through. Although he is still curious about how Tetsuya did it, as a ninja, when getting along with his employer, he should not ask about things that the employer does not want to say unless it is related to his mission. When we were in Konoha, I had a pretty good relationship with your brother. It's a pity that he left so unexpectedly. In person, Tetsuya also thought about asking Sakuya to leave Konoha and follow him, but unfortunately, Sakuya is also a relatively independent person. He always thinks that he is a part of Konoha. At that time, the war had reached the edge of breaking out. Even if I issued a mission and assigned him to protect me, it would be too late. Not to mention, when Sakai died, the war had not officially broken out, and he died in a border conflict. This is really unexpected, who could have imagined it? If he was still alive when the war broke out, Tetsuya had plenty of ways to save him. When Heitake Sakuya was mentioned, Sakumo's eyes dimmed a bit, and he waited for a while before he said a word. My brother died for Konoha. He is a hero. Yes, your brother is the hero of Konoha, and so are you. After sighing with emotion, Je also laughed. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You were sent by Master Hokage to protect me. Do you know my basic information? Before I met you, I thought I knew something about you, but now, Sakumo stopped talking midway through his words, and his meaning was obvious. In the original information, Chiba Tetsuya was a middle-aged man with a big belly, but now Tetsuya looks like a young man. If even the appearance of the target person is wrong in the information, then other information may need to be verified. Okay, let me briefly tell you about my situation. I am currently busy with the new trade road. The trade road over to the Kawa country has just been completed. I will go to the country of grass in the next period of time, and we may still have talks at that time. Some other business, so it will be busier, and I may not be in the land of fire for a long time when I have to run outside. He asked as he spoke. By the way, is there anyone else at home? Do you need to tell them? Sakumo shook his head. No, I am the only one left at home with my son Kakashi. He has graduated from the ninja school this year and has a very reliable teacher. Also as a ninja, Kakashi will understand me. Oh, Kakashi, you have graduated from the ninja school. Seeing Tetsuya's surprised expression, Heitake Sakumo was a little proud. Yes, my son is very good. And Tetsuya was thinking about another question, that is, Kakashi had graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule. So how did he get assigned to Minato's class together with Obito and Lin? Heitake Sakumo persisted for more than a month, and finally successfully met Tetsuya and started his bodyguard career. The day after the two met, they made preparations and planned to leave for the country of grass. At the same time, a piece of information was quickly conveyed from the capital to Konoha. Konoha, the underground base of roots. Danzo-sama, there is new news. Chiba Tetsuya's next destination after returning from Kawa no Kuni is Kuzeina no Kuni. He will set off tomorrow. The only people accompanying him were a carriage driver and Heitake Sakumo, who was responsible for escorting him. Danzo raised his head and confirmed with sharp eyes. Are you sure there are only 3 people? The hidden shadow level guard is not there. Yes, Lord Danzo, the former bounty hunter Kakuzu went to the country of grass first to make preparations, so Chiba Tetsuya set out this time with only 3 people. And we have already confirmed that the driver is an ordinary person, does not have any chakra, and is not a warrior. It seems that he believes in the strength of Konoha White Fang. Upon hearing this, Danzo sneered. Continue the investigation and check to see if there is anyone secretly guarding me. If not. As Danzo spoke, murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The country of grass is his burial place. Clear. The root ninja responded and quickly retreated. Shimura Danzo stretched out his hand and grabbed the armrest of the chair, exerting force so hard that the chair made a creaking sound. Chiba Tetsuya, let me accept everything from you. This can be regarded as your contribution to the village. As he spoke, his hand held the chair harder and harder, as if what was being pinched and pinched at this moment was not the armrest of the chair, but Chiba Tetsuya's neck. Chiba Tetsuya's carriage set off from the capital of the country of fire and headed straight for the country of grass. The journey was extremely peaceful, even a little boring. Sakumo, please stop standing outside and come in and sit down. Tetsuya lifted the curtain and greeted Heitake Sakumo, who was sitting next to the driver. However, Sakumo didn't even look back, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. No, Boss Chiba, now is the mission period. I must ensure your safety so that you can have the best view outside and detect danger as quickly as possible. When Jai heard this, he couldn't help but lean against the window and support his chin with his hands. Hey, look what you said. If you want to get the best view, shouldn't you go to the roof of the car? From there, you can observe the surrounding situation in all directions without blind spots. Forward. As a traditional ninja, Sakumo couldn't understand Tetsuya's brain circuit for a while. Okay, calm down Sakumo. Everyone is busy these days. No one will come to assassinate me. After all, everyone is busy. Jai waved his hand, took out an apple from the box on the side and started to chew on it. He really wasn't talking nonsense. Everyone is very busy now, preparing for the third ninja war. Who cares about a businessman like himself? Unless it's, be careful, there is someone ahead. Ah, no. Tetsuya's eyes widened and the apples in his hands fell to the ground. Did you really get it right? You. The driver pulled the reins and made the carriage stop slowly. On the road ahead, a big tree fell across the road, blocking the road ahead. A group of masked men in black saw the carriage and surrounded them. The route? No, it doesn't look like it. Tetsuya frowned immediately when he saw these people. These people exuded a bit of ruffianism and did not look like well-trained, organized and disciplined root ninjas. It looks like we encountered bandits. Boss Chiba, don't worry. I'm here, just a few bandits. I will protect you. As soon as Heitake Sakumo finished speaking, he saw another large group of men in black approaching with long swords. Sakumo, are you sure how many these are? Although there are a little more people, it doesn't matter. These are ordinary bandits, and they can still be dealt with by some means. As he spoke, Heitake Sakumo had drawn out his long sword. The person on the carriage is the big boss of Chiba Chamber of Commerce. A bandit leader came out and shouted in the direction of the carriage. If so, please ask the boss of Chiba to come out and respond. We are just asking for money. However, it was not Tetsuya who responded to him, but Heitake Sakumo's long sword. Originally, Sakumo was still thinking about who should be operated on first, but he didn't expect that the other person would show up on his own. To capture the thief, he captured the king first, and Sakumo took the thief's head at an extremely fast speed. You BD, you dare to strike first? Stop him! The bandit leader immediately shouted, and a group of younger brothers rushed forward. However, the next moment they understood how terrifying Konoha White Fang was. Heitake Sakumo's swordsmanship is superb and he is definitely the top swordsman in the ninja world. Maybe sword skills are nothing in this ninja world full of all kinds of fancy ninjutsu, but it is definitely quite effective in killing such ordinary bandits. Boss, that guy is a ninja. It's so scary. His knife is so scary, he's just like a butcher. No, boss, I don't want to die yet. Blood splattered everywhere, and stumps flew around. As a famous ninja in the ninja world, it was not easy for Heitake Sakumo to kill these ordinary bandits. Damn it, why didn't that guy tell me that Chiba Tetsuya has such a strong guard around him? The bandit leader knew he had been tricked. The idea is thorny, retreat. If this continues, the family fortune that he has finally accumulated will be wiped out. Without his younger brother, how can he be the boss? He immediately called on his younger brothers to run away. Someone deliberately revealed the traces of boss Chiba. Sakumo, who was almost in front of the bandit leader, heard what he just said. They came here because someone told them the whereabouts of Chiba Tetsuya. Don't even think about running away. Realizing that things were not simple, Heitake Sakumo immediately chased after him. We have to catch this guy and find out why he wants to harm Tetsuya. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to leave his employer as a guard. But Sakumo felt that with his own strength, it wouldn't take much effort to take down a bandit leader who was not even a ninja. A group of people ran and one person chased. Jia sat in the carriage watching this scene and found it particularly funny. Sakumo was very fast, but what was outrageous was that the bandit leader was actually faster than Sakumo. I made a mistake. This bandit leader is actually a ninja. However, it is not a big deal that there are ninjas among the bandits. After all, there are so many ninja villages, there will be some rebellion against ninjas, or the ninja practice methods will leak out. Besides, before the establishment of Ninja Village, the existence of ninjas was quite scattered and random. Just after Heitake Sakumo chased the bandits and disappeared from Tetsuya's sight, a burst of murderous intent struck. Oh, do you want to seduce the tiger away from the mountain? In an instant, kunao all over the sky hit the carriage like raindrops. Bang! Kunao fell all over the sky, and there were even kunao wrapped around the detonating talisman. There was an explosion, and the luxurious carriage turned into pieces and scattered in all directions. The horses that lost the restraints of the carriage were frightened and fled in all directions. A group of ninjas wearing masks and without any ninja village logo on their bodies moved toward the smoke generated by the explosion. They are Danzo's men, the roots of Konoha. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, attack in the east and attack in the west, use bandits to lure Heitake Sakumo away, and then these elites come to surround and kill Chiba Tetsuya. This is the Roots' real plan. Go and see if Chiba Tetsuya is dead. A person who looked like a team leader gave an order to the Root Ninja beside him, and the Root Ninja quickly walked towards the smoke generated by the explosion. Boom. Whoosh. There was a muffled sound, and a figure flew out of the smoke and fell heavily to the ground. The person who flew out was the Root Ninja who just walked into the smoke to check whether Chiba Tetsuya was alive or dead. At this moment, he has become a corpse, his spine has been broken, and it looks like it was broken by a kick. The ninjas at the Roots suddenly became nervous, and the next moment, the smoke was instantly blown away by the sudden strong wind. A young man wearing brocade clothes appeared in front of a group of Root ninjas. Hey, you guys broke my carriage, how should you compensate me? He's not dead yet? Come with me and kill this guy. For a time, all the ninjas in the Root took action together. Wind escape great breakthrough. Fire style big flame bullet. Earth style, Turin gun. Water style. For a time, all kinds of escape techniques came towards Jia, and the scene was quite spectacular. But the next moment, blue thunder and lightning erupted all over Tetsuya's body, and his figure disappeared instantly. That's lightning-style chakra mode. Captain Neb recognized this ninjutsu at a glance, the lightning-style chakra mode of Kumagakure village in the Land of Thunder. This thing is so famous, and their intelligence agency is one of the best in the ninja world. Ninjutsu with such obvious characteristics cannot escape the eyes of the ninjas at all. Hey, you're quite knowledgeable. Can I treat you to some duck neck? Jai's joking laughter sounded, followed closely by, have a duck neck. Captain Genbu only saw blue lightning rushing towards him. The next moment, he felt as if he was flying, and then, there was no more. The moment he was hit by Tetsuya, his death was already declared. The death of the team leader did not cause panic among other Root ninjas, but instead they analyzed the intelligence. The information is wrong, Chiba Tetsuya is not an ordinary person. Lightning style chakra mode. He knows this technique. He is most likely from Union Village. Mission change. New mission. Be sure to pass this important information back. Otora, you leave with the information. We will cover you and we must bring the information back to Danzo-sama. The root ninja codenamed Yuhu did not hesitate and decisively chose to evacuate, while the others stayed to stop Tetsuya. Run? Do you think you can outrun my blue lightning? Thunderplow hot knife. Tetsuya activated ninjutsu again and rushed straight towards the escaping root ninja. Cover Yuhu. Earth style, Turin gun. Fire style, big fire bomb. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Several root ninjas stood directly in front of Tetsuya without fear of death threats. Get out of the way? If you don't get out of the way, you'll die. With one move of Thunderplow hot knife, he directly killed a root ninja standing in front of him. The others quickly dispersed and released people again. Ninjutsu blocked Tetsuya. However, their attempt to stop them was to use a mantis arm as a chariot and a fly to shake the tree. Jia showed no mercy and directly elbowed a child. The kind that gives him a cracked elbow. Damn it, our attacks don't work on him. We have to find a way to break the Leikai on him. Let me do it. A root ninja stood up, raised his hands, and suddenly a large number of black bugs flew out. A parasite? A ninja from the Abarame clan. Secret technique insect jade. The root ninja of the Abarame clan waved his hand, and a large number of black bugs gathered into a ball and rushed towards Tetsuya. These parasitic insects will eat the chakra on the target, thereby breaking through the opponent's defense. However, it is a pity that for Tetsuya, it is still a little bit behind. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. Chakra rioted, and in an instant, the air around them became hot and hot. Roar. The flames broke out and turned into a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared, opened its mouth and ate the insect jade, and the insects instantly turned into ashes. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will send you to see Old Den of Six Paths first. Tetsuya clapped his hands, and chakra mobilized again. The electrons in the surrounding air became violent. Lightning-style Kirin. Rumble, roar. The dull sound of thunder was like the roar of a giant beast, and the raging lightning condensed into a giant beast that swooped down from the clouds and unleashed an earth-shattering blow. Bang! The thunder suddenly came down like a divine punishment, swallowing up all the root ninjas who blocked Tetsuya's progress. They didn't even have time to howl, like chickens whose throats were strangled, or in other words, they howled and screamed, but the sound was like the flapping of the wings of mosquitoes and flies, which seemed so insignificant in front of the thunder god's roar. Listening to the movement behind him, Yuhu's soul escaped and his back was wet with cold sweat. But he didn't even dare to look back, but the more he did this, the more he couldn't get rid of the feeling of death. Shua. A bolt of blue lightning instantly surpassed him and blocked his escape path. Where are you going in such a hurry? Aren't you going to say goodbye to your teammates again? Forget it, I'll take you to meet your teammates. Tetsuya smiled and activated his ninjutsu. Lateral bolt of pain. A strike of the sword fell down, directly killing this root ninja. As for whether to keep him alive for questioning, Jie is not interested in that. After all, there was nothing he wanted to know. These guys must have been sent by that old dog Danzo. What else is there to ask about this? Even if it is not the case, then there is no problem in placing the blame directly on Danzo. After all, he is the first generation shadow. If he does not take the blame, who will take the blame? It's such a pity. If you want to kill me, you have to be able to cheat like cannon fodder. After all, I am a gold-earning player. Tetsuya smiled and piled the bodies of these guys together. Then he used his backhand to pull the driver out from the ground where the carriage exploded. Okay, we're safe. I feel okay. It's okay, just a bit boring, but I'm used to it. The driver patted the dirt on his body and showed a simple smile. This is not the first time for such an assassination. Every time Tetsuya will use Earth style to open up an underground space and place the driver in it to wait for the end of the battle. Boss Chiba, are you okay? Heitake Sakumo, who found out that he had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain, hurried back, fearing that something might happen to Tetsuya. Tetsuya smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm very strong. Sakumo didn't pay attention to Tetsuya's words. Instead, his eyes fell on the ninjas killed by Tetsuya. These are the roots of Konoha. Why do the ninjas from the roots come to assassinate you? Hey, why else could it be? It's just for money. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows and looked at Heitake Sakumo with interest. That's nothing. What I'm more curious about is that you know the root. I know that Hokage is nominally a training institution directly affiliated with the Umbu organization, but in fact it is the darkest root of Konoha and specializes in doing some shameful things. After my brother died, people from the roots came to find me, hoping to recruit me to join the roots, but Master Hokage stopped me in time. Then what happened later? Danzo is not a person who gives up easily. Later, Heitake Sakumo's eyes became a little weird. Later, Danzo asked me to go to Tsunagakuer village to cut off Tsunagakuer's supplies and disrupt their rear. Didn't you ask for it? This, how should I put it? I proposed it on my own initiative, but the situation at that time was a bit special. Jai and the driver became interested and sat down directly on the ground. What kind of special law is it? Let's talk about it carefully, expand it, and explain the causes and consequences. At this time, Jia felt a little pity, because all the fruits in the carriage were blown up, otherwise he would have been a real melon eater for once. Seeing that Tetsuya was so curious, Sakumo didn't hide anything and told what happened at that time. At that time, I was taken to the base of the roots by people from the roots. Danzo began to describe my brother's death to me, and started to exaggerate hatred and darkness, saying that I was a person who had carried hatred and a dark past, and that I should join the roots and use myself of darkness to contribute to Konoha. My brother's sacrifice at that time really hit me hard, and I was almost convinced by him. But at this moment, Master Hokage appeared. He knew that I was taken to the root, and rushed over immediately, preventing Danzo from absorbing me into the root. Later, Danzo and Lord Hokage entered a room, and I stood outside the door and heard them having a heated argument. When they came out again, Danzo told me that since I couldn't join the roots, I should go to the front line to contribute to Konoha and kill the people who killed my brother. He suggested that I go to the rear of Tsunagakur, but at that time I was blinded by hatred, so I immediately agreed. Master Hokage even tried to persuade me, but at that time I couldn't listen to anything. Wonderful. Tetsuya clapped his hands and applauded. This indeed seemed like something Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen could do. One is a good person and the other is a bad person, and the person who is bluffed is stunned for a while. At the end of the day, when things are done, people still have to remember the goodness of Hiruzen Sarutobi. By the way, who is the current head of your Hokage family? After my brother died, the position of the head of the family fell on me. What happened? Jai nodded, then smiled. Nothing, I'm just curious. If you were sacrificed in the rear of Tsunagakur, who would take care of your Hokage family's property? You know, Konoha is very short of money, and I also donated a lot of money. I got a guard like you, so you have to protect me well. Hokage Sakumo is not a fool. Tetsuya said it to this extent. It is impossible for him not to know what Tetsuya said. I'm afraid they didn't expect you to be so fierce, or they didn't expect Tsunagakur to be such a loser and let you come back alive. You also used this battle to become Konoha's great hero. That's really awesome. By the way, can you answer me a question? What's the problem? Have you had any ideas about the Hokage location? Hokage position, of course Suddenly Hokage Sakumo stopped talking. He lowered his head, his expression a little uncomfortable. Okay, don't think too much, let's continue on our way. Seeing Hokage Sakumo's reaction, Tetsuya knew it was time to call it a day. Sometimes, it's best to leave room for him to ferment. If he spoke too slowly, it would be bad. With the carriage gone, it will be inconvenient to travel on the road, but we are not far from the next town. Let's buy some horses in the town then. As he spoke, Tetsuya turned and looked at the corpses of the root ninjas that he had gathered together. I am a kind-hearted person. After all, I used to be a member of Konoha. I will send you to your grave. Fire style extinguishing the fire. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. The corpses gathered together were burned to ashes by Tetsuya, and the ashes were swallowed up by the earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh and sank into the ground. Konoha, roots. Danzo was a little impatient in waiting. It had been 3 days and no one had come back yet. Could it be that it was a failure? Is that Hokage Sakumo so powerful? In order to find out what was going on, he specially sent another team to investigate the news. Finally, when he was about to send another team out, someone finally came back. Lord Danzo, something bad has happened. The people sent out to assassinate Chiba Tetsuya are all dead. What? They are all dead. How is this possible? They are all elite ninjas from our roots. Danzo-sama, my subordinates did not lie. All the ninjas sent out died, were burned to pieces by fire style and sank into the ground. The subordinates only brought back some of their remains. As he spoke, the root ninja took out a seal scroll and unfolded it directly. Some incompletely burned remains appeared on the ground. All I can say is that it is indeed the fire style of the Hokage world. It doesn't matter if it can't kill people, but it can't even burn a corpse. Damn it! Can any useful information be extracted from these wreckage? I'm sorry, Danzo-sama, except for being able to confirm that these are our root ninjas, we can no longer get any useful information. Their brains have been burned by fire style, and the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan cannot be used. If you do things so cleanly, is there any secret that you don't want us to discover? Shimura Danzo clenched his fists. Chiba Tetsuya, Hokage Sakumo, the matter is not over yet, just wait for me. The loss of such an elite team is nothing to his roots. They are just some ninjas. They all sacrificed for Konoha, and they just need to recruit some more people for Konoha. But if Hiruzen Sarutobi knew about this, he would definitely have a big fight with himself. But that's all. Considering the past friendship and the fact that he, the Hokage, really needs a pair of white gloves, after a big fight, he will definitely allow himself to replenish his manpower. Well, maybe I should recruit more people this time. Just as he was thinking about candidates for root expansion, a root ninja walked in quickly. Danzo-sama, there is a problem with Orochimaru's research. What?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.